Shinyu, hurry and take these buns to Aunt Chin and Meow Meow. Before Shinyu could react, a warm lunch box was shoved into her arms. She blinked in confusion, but the delicious smell kept drifting into her nose. It smelled so good. She swallowed hard without thinking. She was starving, and her stomach wouldn't stop growling. What are you standing there for? Shin Xiaoping gave her a push. The buns will get cold soon. How will Aunt Chin and Meow Meow eat them then? Go quickly and come right back. After saying that, he added, and don't you dare sneak a bite on the way. If one's missing, you'll be in big trouble. Wow, how bold of him. Shun Yu's temper flared. Who did he think he was? She didn't even know him, yet he was ordering her around like a servant and accusing her of stealing food? Was that fair? Her mouth started firing off complaints nonstop. Wait a second. Hadn't she died? Why was she standing here perfectly fine? Was this a dream? But the smell of the food was so real, and the hunger in her stomach definitely wasn't fake. She swallowed again, without meaning to. No, this wasn't a dream. Her mind started racing. She looked down at the lunchbox in her arms, then glanced around the room. What she saw left her stunned. A low brick house, old wooden beams, newspaper-covered walls. Wow, that even rhymed. What had that man just told her to do? Take the buns to Aunt Chin and Su Meow Meow. Suddenly, a sharp pain stabbed through her head, making her dizzy. A high-pitched ringing filled her ears, and flashes of unfamiliar memories started flooding her mind. So, she had time-traveled. She was now in a parallel version of the 1970s. The original person in this body had the same name, Shinyu. From the memories, she saw the tragic life of the original Shinyu. Ever since her mother passed away, she had never felt warmth from her family again. Somehow, she had become the one everyone disliked, the one blamed for everything. Her chances were taken away. Her job was taken away. Her marriage was taken away, and they even sent Shinyu to the countryside to take the blame for everything. All the trouble was pushed onto her. Her own family joined hands with Su Meow Meow to exploit her, bullying the original Shinyu until she died from their cruelty. It was as if her only purpose in life was to clear the way for Su Meow Meow. The Shin family seemed to have lost their senses, ignoring family ties, sacrificing her just to help Su Meow Meow. In the end, they drained her of all value, leaving her to die young and alone. Su Meow Meow was a scheming woman who pretended to be kind, and her mother, Qin Yaji, was just as manipulative. Together, they fooled the entire Shin family, taking all the benefits and leaving nothing but trouble behind. A surge of anger rushed through Shinyu, making her blood boil. She wished she could shake some sense into her foolish family and make that mother and daughter pay for what they had done, to avenge the original Shinyu. Shun Xiaoping saw her standing there in a daze and snapped, "Shinyu, are you stupid? I'm talking to you." Shinyu's sharp gaze turned toward him like a blade. Shin Xiaoping, the original Shinyu's older brother, was Su Meow Meow's biggest admirer. To him, Su Meow Meow was like a goddess, while his own sister meant nothing. In his words, Shinyu should feel lucky to take the blame for Su Meow Meow, and even giving up her life for her was a blessing. Looking at this foolish and cruel man before her, Shinyu's fists tightened. "Brother, can I even have one of these buns? Do we really have to give them all to outsiders?" It was the first time Shin Xiaoping had ever heard her talk back. He bared his teeth and snapped, "Stop talking nonsense. Do as you're told. Aunt Chin and Meow Meow deserve the good food. You don't. Why should you eat the white flour buns with meat? Who are you calling names?" Shanyu felt a lump of anger stuck in her throat. She couldn't swallow it or let it out. She pitied the original Shinyu. With such a foolish brother and a family that couldn't tell right from wrong, no wonder her fate had been so tragic. But she would never let that tragedy happen again. Since she was here now, she would seek justice for the original Shinyu and change her destiny. So, what if I called you that? Shinyu, can't you be a little more sensible? You're arguing with me over a few buns now? Shun Xiaoping glared angrily and marched up to Shinyu. He couldn't stand that the usually obedient Shinyu was showing signs of defiance. He raised his hand to slap her, clearly used to doing so. But Shenyu was no longer the same person as before. She wasn't about to suffer in silence. She held her food bowl tightly and kicked Shen Qiuping hard. "Abusive man, get out." The kick landed squarely on his chest, sending him flying backward and crashing to the ground. Pain shot through his body, his chest burning and aching so badly that he could hardly breathe. He almost fainted from the pain, completely shocked that Shenyu had dared to fight back, and with such strength. "Are you out of your mind?" he shouted, furious and humiliated, wanting to get up and fight her. Shenyu was surprised to find that her strength from her previous life had come with her. She was thrilled. This power would make revenge much easier. She stepped forward and pressed her foot on his chest, making him cry out in pain. "Yes, I've lost my mind because of people like you," she said coldly. Then she opened her food bowl, took out a steamed bun, and took a big bite. It smelled wonderful. The flour wasn't as white as in modern times, but it had a rich wheat aroma, pure and natural. The pork filling was delicious too. Pig's back then were raised naturally, and the meat was full of flavor. In no time, Shenyu had eaten 3 buns. Shen Qiuping was furious. Food was rationed, and fine flour was rare. The meat, half a pound of it, had all been minced for those buns, and now Shenyu had eaten them all. He tried to get up, but her foot pressed down like a heavy weight, keeping him pinned. Staring at her in disbelief, he demanded, "How do you have so much strength?" Shenyu, who had always been underfed, shouldn't have been this strong. She finished all the meat buns in the bowl, 7 or 8 in total, and felt perfectly satisfied, not overly full at all. Comfortable. "Shen Qiuping, from now on, don't mess with me. Understand?" She lifted her foot, deciding to let him go for now. She needed time to think and plan her next move. Shen Qiuping was furious. He jumped up and rushed toward Shenyu. "Shenyu, are you out of your mind? The buns are for Miao Miao and Aunt Qin." His face twisted with anger, his eyes turned red, and the veins on his forehead bulged as if he were about to explode. Shenyu wasn't afraid. "If you want to flatter Su Miao Miao, that's your business. But don't drag me into it. I made those buns, and I won't let that mother and daughter take advantage of me." "Shen Qiuping, are you blind? Can't you tell right from wrong? Aunt Qin and Miao Miao aren't outsiders." Shenyu laughed. "Oh, so what? Su Miao Miao married you? Is she your wife now? And Mrs. Qin is your mother-in-law? You what? You're hopeless," Shenyu snapped. Shen Qiuping was about to speak again, when Shenyu rolled up her sleeves and stormed out. "No one takes advantage of me. If I don't teach her a lesson today, I'm not a Shen. Where are you going? Stop right there." Shen Qiuping turned pale. Was Shenyu really going to cause trouble at the Su house? "Shenyu, come back here," he shouted, hurrying after her, too shocked to wonder why she was acting so differently today. By then, Shenyu had already run out of the yard. She took a deep breath, gathered her emotions, and began to cry loudly. Her pitiful wails echoed through the alley, sounding like a pig about to be slaughtered. The 2 families lived close by, so Shenyu quickly reached the Su family's gate. She grabbed a brick and threw it at their window. Crash! The glass shattered, startling Qin Yaji and Su Miao Miao inside. "Su, get out here, you thief!" It was dinner time, and Shenyu's shouting drew all the neighbors out of their homes. "What's going on?" one old man asked, holding a bunch of green onions. "Who's yelling like that instead of cooking?" An old lady said, peeling garlic and craning her neck. "Did she say thief?" "Looks like the Shen family girl," someone whispered. More and more people gathered, crowding around the Su family's door to watch the commotion. Shenyu seized the moment and shouted even louder, "Su Miao Miao, you thief! Get out here right now!" "Shen family girl, what's going on? Who's the thief?" Shenyu looked up and saw that the person speaking was Aunt Li, the neighbor of the Su family. Aunt Li was well known for her gossiping. She loved to talk about others and had clashed with Qin Yaji a few times, always ending up at a disadvantage. Now, her eyes were shining brightly, like 2 big light bulbs. She had clearly caught the scent of gossip and was full of excitement. Everyone around stared at Shenyu. A few of the neighborhood ladies started asking all at once. Xiao Shun, what's going on? Yeah, what's this about a thief? How did Su Miao Miao become a thief? That can't be right. The Su girl looks so quiet and polite. She doesn't seem like that kind of person. But I heard Xinyu say it clearly, it was Su Miao Miao. Xiao Shun, tell us what really happened. Could there be some misunderstanding? The front of the Su family's house was in chaos. The neighbors were all talking at once, each adding their own opinion. Only. Xinyu's eyes were red as she said, sounding very wronged. Su Miao Miao has been coming to my house a lot lately. Every time she leaves, something goes missing. My watch, my army-style backpack, my dress, and the bracelet my mom left me, all gone.
Oh my! Only exclaimed dramatically.
I've never heard that Miao Miao had sticky fingers. How could she start taking things now? Her tone and expression made it clear she was stirring things up on purpose, and Xinyu didn't believe for a second that she wasn't. The crowd immediately burst into chatter. Guess you really can't judge people by appearances. Who would have thought the Su girl would do something like that? Xinyu sounds so sure. It doesn't seem made up. Xiao Shun is always honest. If she's angry enough to speak out, it must be serious. Inside the house, Su Miao Miao and Qin Yaji could hardly believe what they were hearing. Xinyu was usually timid and quiet, never daring to talk back when bullied. What had gotten into her today? Rumors could ruin a person's reputation in no time. If the neighbors kept guessing like this, their good name would be destroyed. Mom, what should we do? Su Miao Miao stomped her foot anxiously. Those missing things were hidden in her trunk right now. If Xinyu brought people in to search, wouldn't that prove she was the thief? What are you panicking for? Do you think the Shen family are fools? With them around, Xinyu couldn't stir up much trouble. A calculating look flashed across Qin Yaji's face. Let her make a fuss. With her brothers backing her, even wrong things can be made to look right. In the end, won't it still be her fault? After this, even if you take her place in grades, who will believe her anymore? It's all the Shen family's own business anyway.
Su Miao Miao suddenly understood.
You're right, Mom. You're really clever. Of course. Qin Yaji lifted her chin proudly and glanced out the window. Look, they're here. Shun Xiuping had finally arrived. He had been beaten by Xinyu earlier, and every step made his muscles ache. Because of that, he was late, and by the time he got there, Xinyu had already caused a scene. How could she dare do that? What nonsense are you talking about? Shun Xiuping pushed through the crowd, walked up to Xinyu, and reached out to grab her wrist. Xinyu, there's a limit to lying. When did Su Miao Miao ever steal from you? A brother standing up to accuse his own sister looked like he was being fair and just. If even her own family didn't believe her and sided with an outsider, didn't that make her look like the liar? Without giving her a chance to speak, Shen Xiuping pulled her along.
Come home with me.
I'm not going. Shun Yu shook off his hand. Shen Xiuping, I've never seen a brother like you, turning against your own sister to defend an outsider. That Su girl stole my things, and you're still helping her? What, do you like her or something? Are you two together? Her words exploded like thunder, shocking all the neighbors who had gathered to watch. Really? Xiuping, are you and the Su girl seeing each other? That's great news. Oh, you're not getting any younger. It's time to settle down. Congratulations. I knew it, last time I saw you two together, I wasn't imagining things. Wait, really? Tell us more. The onlookers were delighted, whispering and joking, making the situation sound even more awkward. Shun Xiuping felt miserable. His most private feelings had been exposed by Xinyu in front of everyone, leaving him flustered and unsure what to say. If he admitted it, Miao Miao might get upset and ignore him. But if he denied it, he couldn't bring himself to do it. This might actually be a good chance. Maybe, under all this gossip, Miao Miao would agree to be with him.
Vuve.
Just then, the gate of the Su family's courtyard opened, and Su Miao Miao hurried out. Comrade Shun Xiuyu, what's going on here? Su Miao Miao truly lived up to her reputation for being able to handle the Shun family with ease. She looked delicate and gentle, as if she carried a natural glow. Standing at the doorway, She resembled a small white flower swaying in the wind, evoking sympathy from everyone. All eyes were drawn to her. Her soft call of Comrade Shin completely shattered Shin Qiuping's illusion and brought him back to his senses. Girl from the Shin family, what are you making a fuss about? Qin Yaji followed closely behind, looking puzzled. We were just cooking when the glass suddenly broke. Xiao Shin, could there be some misunderstanding here? Su Miao Miao's eyes turned red. Xinyu, it hasn't been easy for my mother to raise me alone. If you've misunderstood something, I'll apologize to you. But please don't say things in anger and accuse us unfairly. Everyone here has watched me grow up. They all know what kind of person I am. That's true. We've known little Sue since she was a child. Never heard of her stealing anything.
Exactly.
She's a good girl. Who would have thought Xiao Shen, who always seemed quiet, would wrongly accuse someone like that? The onlookers quickly took Su Miao Miao's side. She really did have a certain charm. Just a few words from her, and everyone's doubts disappeared.
Onkin, Komatsu, I'm sorry.
Xinyu is being unreasonable. This girl lies too easily. I'll make her apologize to you. With those words, Shen Qiuping had labeled Xinyu as a liar. He glared at her sharply. Hurry up and apologize to Aunt Qin and Comrade Su. Xinyu felt her heart turn cold. She wasn't the original Xinyu, but she could imagine how hopeless the real one would have felt at this moment. She may not steal from others, but that doesn't mean she hasn't stolen from me. Xinyu clenched her teeth. If you want to know the truth, let's go inside and see. Su Miao Miao, do you dare let us in? Aunt Li's eyes flickered with thought. The more she considered it, the more she felt something wasn't right. If there wasn't real evidence, how could the usually timid Shin girl make such a scene? Yes, I think Xinyu is right. We'll know the truth once we go in and take a look. She was eager for the situation to get even more dramatic. No way. Su Miao Miao's face changed instantly. She spread her arms to block the doorway. You're trespassing. Xinyu smiled.
Why?
Feeling guilty about something? Shen Qiuping knew exactly what was going on. No matter what, he couldn't let Xinyu go inside. If she really found the missing item, Miao Miao's reputation would be ruined. Xinyu, how can someone from the Shin family lie like you do? Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of our father and our late mother. Shen Qiuping raised his fist and swung it toward Xinyu's face. Shen Qiuping's fist shot forward. The neighbors gasped. No one expected him to actually hit her. Qin Yaji secretly smiled, waiting for the drama to unfold. She thought Xinyu deserved a lesson. Su Miao Miao could hardly hide the satisfaction in her eyes. Xinyu, you brought this on yourself. Don't blame anyone else. But Shen Qiuping's punch never landed. Xinyu caught his fist in midair. Everyone was stunned. No one could believe that the slim Xinyu had such strength. Shen Qiuping was tall and strong, yet he couldn't break free.
Impossible.
Xinyu looked at him calmly. He used all his strength, his face turning red, but still couldn't pull his hand back. Let go. Shen Qiuping shouted, his face burning with embarrassment. Being held down by a young woman in front of everyone was humiliating. Looks like some people never learn, do they, big brother? As soon as she finished speaking, Xinyu moved. She stepped forward quickly, turned her body slightly, and with a strong push of her shoulder, she struck Shen Qiuping hard. With one move, she sent him flying several meters away. The crowd blinked in shock. Something flashed before their eyes, followed by a loud thud. They saw Shen Qiuping sprawled on the ground like a frog, groaning and unable to get up.
Wow.
The 6-year-old boy from next door shouted, "That was amazing." There was no fear in their eyes, only admiration for her strength. Su Miao Miao and Qin Yaji were startled, staring wide-eyed at Xinyu, as if she were some kind of monster. Oh no, are you hurt? Qiuping, are you okay? Shen Qiuping was in so much pain that he couldn't speak, curling up on the ground with cold sweat on his forehead. Xinyu, how could you be so harsh? He's your brother. How could you hit him like that? Su Miao Miao looked shocked, as if Xinyu had done something unforgivable. Qin Yaji also frowned in disapproval. Xiao Shen, aren't you afraid you might have really hurt your brother? What if something serious happened? Shinyu gave a cold laugh and brushed off imaginary dust from her clothes. When he was about to hit me, none of you said a word. You just stood there watching, waiting to see me get beaten. What? Would you only be happy if I stood still and let him hit me? Su Miao nervously twisted the corner of her shirt. Shinyu had always been quiet and timid. When did she become so sharp-tongued? Your brother wouldn't really hit you. He was just trying to scare you, Qin Yaji said disapprovingly. You went too far. That's right, he wouldn't actually hurt you. He's not as cold-hearted as you. The mother and daughter spoke in turn, quickly making Shinyu sound like the one at fault. Shinyu rolled up her sleeve, revealing her arm covered in bruises. Her skin was pale, and the dark marks stood out sharply. The onlookers gasped. What, your brother did this? Everyone turned to Shin Qiuping with anger and disbelief. She's your own sister.
How could you do that?
A grown man hitting his little sister. What kind of man does that make you? Aunt Lee exclaimed dramatically. Good heavens. That's too cruel. Shin Qiuping, what do you think you are, some old landlord from the past? This is a new age. How dare you hit people? Doesn't Shin Jin care at all? What kind of father just stands by? This is outrageous.
Ha!
He always acts so proper, but look at him now, shameful. Shin Qiuping glared at Shinyu with pure hatred, his teeth clenched, looking like a wild beast ready to attack. Are you happy now?
He hissed.
From that day on, his reputation was ruined. He became like a rat on the street. Everyone despised him. Shinyu, however, felt nothing but satisfaction. The original woman had always been gentle and avoided conflict. For the sake of family harmony, she had swallowed countless grievances over the years. Her family had long grown used to her timid, accommodating nature. She always said yes to everything, worked hard to support those ungrateful people, and what did she get in return? They drained her completely for the sake of someone who had nothing to do with them, and it cost her life.
Brother, what do you mean by that?
Are you saying I forced you to hit me? You keep defending Su Miao and accusing me of lying. Am I not allowed to fight back? Shinyu's eyes turned red. So your reputation matters, but mine doesn't? You can say whatever you want and ruin my name? Aunt Lee curled her lips in disgust. Exactly. What kind of behavior is that? She's your own sister. I think this Shin Qiuping must be out of his mind. Instead of helping his sister, he sides with an outsider to bully her. The other women whispered, outsider? Maybe not for long. Give it some time, and she might become family. The neighbors stopped cooking and gathered to watch, full of energy, as if they had just taken a tonic. Su Miao had no desire to be linked to Shin Qiuping. To her, he was just a tool to suppress Shinyu. Getting tied to him would be a huge loss. Don't talk nonsense, Su Miao said, her voice trembling. Comrade Shin and I are innocent. He's just a kind person who helps us because it's not easy for a widow and her child. How did that turn into something improper in your mouths? With tears in her eyes and a look of righteousness, Su Miao made Shin Qiuping's heart ache. Stop talking nonsense. I just can't stand seeing Shinyu bully others. Shin Qiuping gritted his teeth, stood up from the ground, and said angrily, What right do you have to call Comrade Su a thief? Qin Yaji secretly rolled her eyes.
Fool.
Everyone's attention had already shifted, but with that one sentence, he brought it right back. Shinyu pressed her lips together, hiding a faint smile. Brother, thanks for reminding me. Let's get back to the point. Su Miao, you'd better hand over the item yourself. If we have to search and find it on you, that won't look good. Hand it over? Search for it? Was there really a difference? Su Miao couldn't believe Shin Qiuping could be so foolish. I really didn't take it. She quickly glanced at Shin Qiuping, as if silently pleading for help. Shin Qiuping realized he had said something wrong and broke into a nervous sweat. Shinyu, who seemed to have completely lost her temper, was no longer willing to listen to him. If it came to a fight, he would only end up getting hit. His silence clearly showed his helplessness. Su Miao grew even angrier. How could such a useless man dare to think about her that way? Just then, a loud voice came from outside the crowd. What's going on here? Everyone turned to see Shinjin, who had just come home from work. A flash of joy appeared in Qin Yaji's eyes. Her savior had arrived. But she quickly hid it, letting her eyes fill with tears instead. "Brother Shin, you came just in time," she said softly. "Please, talk to your daughter, Xiaoyu." Qin Yaji hesitated, her tears slowly falling, making her look pitiful. She exaggerated the story, mixing truth and lies, downplaying Su Miaomiao's theft and focusing on Xinyu's supposed bad temper, false accusations, and even hitting her brother. "Brother Shin, we've been neighbors for years. Everyone knows what kind of child Miao Miao is. Xiaoyu is acting so strangely today. Could you please talk to her?" She was retreating to advance, pressing harder with every word. "What an actress," Xinyu muttered under her breath. These two women were both sly and manipulative. No wonder the Shin family had been fooled by them. The original Xinyu had been too kind and naive. No wonder she had suffered. "Yes, Dad. You're finally back." Shen Xiaoping pointed to the bruise on his face. "Look, Xinyu did this to me." Xin Jin turned his gaze to Xinyu, who smiled at him calmly, her eyes clear, as if none of this had anything to do with her. "Daughter, what's going on?" he asked. "Daughter? Humph. When had he ever treated her like one?" In his eyes, Xinyu was nothing more than a servant, someone to vent his anger on, or a tool to exchange for a marriage gift. Xinyu felt a chill in her heart. Xin Jin was selfish, vain, and useless, and he clearly favored sons over daughters. To him, his 3 sons were treasures, while his daughter was worthless, someone he could discard at any time. If it hadn't been for her mother's insistence, the original girl might not have even finished elementary school, let alone graduated from high school. If he hadn't allowed it, would Shen Xiaoping have dared to hit her? If he hadn't pretended not to see, would Qin Yaji and Su Miaomiao have dared to bully her? And yet, in front of others, they acted like a loving father and daughter. "Dad, the evidence is in Su Miaomiao's suitcase. If you believe me, come with me to check. If you don't, then my words won't matter anyway, right?" Shun Jin's eyes twitched. He immediately noticed how much Xinyu had changed. The timid girl who used to barely speak now seemed much braver. "Humph. She even dared to fight back. What nonsense are you talking about? We've watched little Sue grow up. How could she possibly steal? Are you feeling unwell?" He pressed his lips together, clearly unhappy with Xinyu's attitude, but he forced himself to stay calm in front of others. "I was wondering why Xinyu changed so much. Turns out she's confused from a fever. Even so, she shouldn't accuse others unfairly. I think she's just jealous of Su Miaomiao. Her character must be questionable."
Exactly.
Her father and brother both like Su Miaomiao, which shows that Xinyu herself must have a bad temper. Their gossip couldn't hurt the current Xinyu, but it was enough to have broken the heart of the original one. "Oh, don't say that about Xinyu," Su Miaomiao said sweetly, taking Xinyu's hand. "Xiaoyu, I know we took the exam together. I passed and you didn't, so you must be upset with me." She lifted her chin proudly, glancing around to make sure everyone saw her confidence and satisfaction. "Xiaoyu, the hospital chose me instead of you, and I understand that you're unhappy. But going to the countryside to help build rural communities is also a great thing. You're a young intellectual now. It's an honorable job. We're just contributing in different ways." The onlookers widened their eyes in surprise. "So that's why Xinyu made such a fuss. It's about work?" "Qin Yaji, does that mean your Su Miaomiao really got a job at the hospital?" Aunt Li's face darkened. How could fate be so unfair? "Is that true?" Qin Yaji waved her hand politely. "It's just that Miao Miao was lucky. The questions on the exam were all ones she had studied before." She gave Aunt Li a sideways glance, her pride showing clearly. Aunt Li felt a pang of jealousy, pursed her lips, and said nothing more. "Oh, you're too modest. Little Sue has always been smart. Everyone knows that. Your family's life will only get better from now on. That's right. You and your daughter finally have hope. Not like some people who fail their exams and then blame others, even accusing them of stealing." Exactly. The murmurs and gossip started again. Xinyu, however, stayed calm. She watched everyone's expressions with interest, Shinjin and Shin Xiaoping's quiet satisfaction and Qin Yaji and Su Miaomiao's proud looks. Feeling proud, aren't they? They think everything is settled, don't they? If you hadn't mentioned it, I almost forgot about that matter, Shinyu said suddenly, cutting through the flattery around her. She crossed her arms and smiled, then asked a question that no one expected. Su Miaomiao, tell me, if my missing things were found in your room, proving you were the thief, would you still be able to keep that job? Su Miaomiao froze as if struck by lightning. She never expected Shinyu to stay calm, not to defend herself, not to cry, not even to argue that the job was rightfully hers and had been taken away by the Shin family. Instead, Shinyu turned the situation around and brought up the theft again. This was a ticking bomb. If they didn't deal with Shinyu today, it would surely explode later. Su Miaomiao's nervousness was obvious. As the saying goes, experience makes one wise. Seeing this, Qin Yaji quickly stepped in front of her daughter protectively. Su Miaomiao took the chance to compose herself, trying not to show any guilt.
Shinyu, stop talking nonsense.
My daughter is going to be a nurse at the hospital, earning 18 yuan a month. She can buy whatever she wants. And you, what could you possibly have that's worth her risking her future to steal? Do you think we're foolish enough to throw away a good job for a few worthless things? 18 yuan? That's quite a lot. And that's just the start. Her salary will go up later. A hospital job, most people can only dream of that. Shinyu must think we're all fools. Who would give up a job like that for a few cheap things?
Exactly.
Shinyu gave a cold snort. A worthless thing? She looked at everyone with a mocking smile. Let's not talk about the dress or the school bag. What about the watch? That was my mother's. She received it as a reward for saving the factory's property at the risk of her life. It's proof of her courage. The factory gave it to her. Is that also a worthless thing? Even Qin Yaji's heart skipped a beat. That watch was one of a kind. How could she have forgotten about it? Shinyu walked up to Qin Yaji and her daughter, smiling. I'm going in to take back my watch. When I find it, Aunt Qin meow meow. Don't cry too loudly. She pushed Qin Yaji aside and tried to enter the yard, but Qin Yaji grabbed her arm. Shin, what right do you have to search my house? This is trespassing. Her tough tone didn't scare Shinyu at all. Shinyu shook off her hand and mimicked Qin Yaji's earlier arrogance. Go ahead and report me if you dare. Then she rushed into the yard so fast that no one could react. Su Miaomiao was on the verge of tears. Just then, someone appeared like a savior. He quickly stepped out from the crowd and grabbed Shinyu's wrist. Shinyu, have you caused enough trouble? Su Miaomiao was overjoyed to see him. Brother Meng, please talk to Xiuyu. Don't let her make more mistakes. We can't stop her. Brother Meng? Shinyu turned and saw Meng Jincheng's angry face. She looked at him with clear disgust. Let go. Meng Jincheng, her fiancé, or more accurately, her childhood betrothed. He looked decent on the outside, but inside, he was completely heartless. Half of the original Shenyu's suffering came from her family, and the other half from Su Miaomiao and Meng Jincheng. Shinyu, what are you doing? Meng Jincheng asked coldly. In his eyes, she was always quiet and obedient. Was she making a scene now just to get his attention? Shinyu almost laughed in anger. She glared at him and warned, word by word. I said, let go of me. Meng Jincheng had never seen this side of her before. Shinyu had always been timid in front of him. She used to please him carefully, humbly trying to get close. When had she ever acted like this? Disgusted? Could it be that she disliked him now? No, that must be a mistake. Enough. I was standing right there and heard everything clearly. You weren't just jealous that Meow Meow got a job at the hospital. You even accused her of stealing. Shinyu, you weren't like this before. Why have you changed? The onlookers began whispering after Meng Jincheng spoke. Clearly, everyone thought Shinyu was in the wrong. Her father, her older brother, even her childhood fiancé, all of them were blaming her. It must mean she was the one at fault. Brother Meng, please don't talk to Xiuyu like that. Su Miaomiao stepped closer to Meng Jincheng, her eyes filled with tears. It's fine if I'm treated unfairly, but please don't let this hurt your relationship. Meow Meow, you're just too kind. Seriously? Were they acting out some kind of dramatic romance in front of her? How ridiculous. Shun Yu, was no fragile beauty. After spending so many years in the hospital, did they really think she was weak? I said, let go. Shun Yu's face darkened, the corner of her eye twitching slightly. No one noticed. Her cold gaze swept across the crowd. Today, no one will stop me from exposing Su Miao Miao's theft. I'm taking back my mother's keepsake. Her eyelids trembled uncontrollably, then Shun Yu suddenly smiled. She shook off Meng Jincheng's hand and kicked open the gate of the Su family's courtyard. The half-closed iron gate clanged loudly as she stepped inside. Su Miao Miao gasped and rushed forward, grabbing Shun Yu tightly. Su Yu, you can't go in. If Shun Yu found the item, everything would be over for her. Shun Yu forcefully pushed her away.
Move.
How dare anyone try to stop her? She was strong, stronger than Shen Qiuping, let alone Su Miao Miao. Su Miao Miao was thrown aside and fell hard to the ground. Miao Miao.
Gomatsu.
Meng Jincheng and Shen Qiuping were both shocked. They hurried to help her up. Are you okay? Did you get hurt? Miao Miao, does it hurt? Two men hurried to offer their help, and Shen Yu took the chance to slip into the house. Qin Yaji stomped her foot and quickly followed. The curious neighbors, unwilling to miss the excitement, all crowded into the small courtyard, eager to see whether Shen Yu could really find her mother's belongings. Brother Meng, don't worry about me. Go stop Su Yu. If she can't find anything, people will look down on her. We can't let her be embarrassed. If others think she's always lying, that would be terrible. At a time like this, you still care about her? You're too kind. Let her search. I want to see what she'll say when she finds nothing. Su Miao Miao was so anxious she felt like an ant on a hot pan. She quickly gave Shen Qiuping a look, and he understood right away, getting up to head toward the house. This time, even if he had to drag her out, he would. But before Shen Qiuping could enter, someone suddenly shouted, "Found it." The voice was so loud it echoed down half the street. Su Miao Miao's face turned pale. She froze in place, unable to move.
How could that be?
Her cabinet was locked. How could Shen Yu have found anything? Ignoring her pain, Su Miao Miao scrambled up and rushed inside. Meng Jincheng hurried after her, afraid Shen Yu might cause trouble. Inside, Qin Yazi and Aunt Li stood in shock, completely stunned by Shen Yu's strength. The large brass lock on the cabinet had been torn open by Shen Yu's bare hands. The metal was twisted and broken beyond repair. At the bottom of the chest lay a cloth bundle. Shen Yu pulled it out and opened it. No! Su Miao Miao lunged forward, pressing her hands tightly over the bundle, pleading softly, Su Yu, this is mine. Please don't. Her eyes trembled with fear. Shen Qiuping, furious, rushed over to grab it. He had already decided, once he got the bundle, he would run. As long as those things stayed hidden, Miao Miao's reputation would be safe. But Shen Yu was no longer the timid person they remembered. She quickly hid the bundle behind her and, without hesitation, slapped both Shen Qiuping and Su Miao Miao. Two sharp smacks echoed through the room. The pair staggered, dizzy and stunned. Shen Yu quickly opened the bundle, and Su Miao Miao felt as if she had fallen into an abyss.
No.
It was too late. The bundle was already open, and its contents were revealed. On top of two neatly folded dresses lay an army green school bag. Shen Yu unfastened the clasp and poured out what was inside. A watch and a silver bracelet. Both were keepsakes left by her late mother, Li Xinmei. People inside and outside the house began whispering again, and the mood shifted once more. Oh my goodness! So Su Miao Miao really did steal them. The items match exactly. Shen Yu wasn't lying. I recognized that watch. It was the one given to Li Xinmei as an award. No wonder she reacted so strongly. She was afraid of being found out.
Wow, looks can be deceiving.
She seemed so quiet, but she's actually a thief. Aunt Li said sarcastically, looks like her job at the hospital is finished. Qin Yaji's eyes blazed with anger. She gritted her teeth and stepped up to Shen Yu. These are things I bought with my own money. Do you have any proof they're yours? You bought them? Shen Yu picked up the watch and showed it to Aunt Li, and the neighbors. This watch was an award given to my mother by the factory. There's a character May engraved on the dial. It's one of a kind. There really is. Aunt Lee gave Chin Yaji a smug look. Everyone knows about this, right? Yes. The watch was passed around for everyone to see. Once they all confirmed it, Shenyu put it away. This bracelet belonged to my mother too. The pattern on it is a plum blossom, matching the May in her name. Please take a look. The bracelet was old, with scratches and darkened spots from oxidation. Yes, I remember seeing her wear it. She never took it off before, but later. She stopped. That's right, it's the same one. I remember too. I can't believe it ended up with Su Miao Miao. What a shame. So young, yet already doing such things. Her job is probably gone for sure. The onlookers were fickle, easily swayed by the situation. Few were as loyal as the Shin family's supporters. Su Miao Miao's knees went weak, and she almost collapsed to the ground. No, it's not like that. Qin Yaji's eyes turned dark and frightening. Xiaoyu, people can look alike, let alone objects. This bracelet is an old design. In the past, there were only a few common patterns for jewelry. Plum blossoms aren't rare. It's just a coincidence. Surely, not every plum blossom design has something to do with your mother? That did sound somewhat reasonable. Then what about this watch? It was custom-made by the factory back then. That can't just be a coincidence, right? Su Miao Miao could feel the strange looks around her, as well as Meng Jincheng's shock and disappointment. She shook her head gently, wanting to speak but stopping herself. Tears streamed down her face, making her look deeply wronged.
Who knows what really happened?
Qin Yaji felt guilty, but she couldn't admit anything, no matter what. Maybe someone stole it and sold it outside. I just happened to buy it. Miao Miao is about to start working, and our family doesn't have much money. We couldn't afford new things, so we bought second-hand ones. What's wrong with that? To be fair, this woman was quick-witted. Her explanation sounded quite convincing. Unfortunately for her, she was dealing with Shenyu. Oh, you must have a receipt for your purchase. Let's see it. Shenyu opened her palm, looking calm and polite, completely different from before. It was the 1970s, when private trading was forbidden. Surely Qin Yaji wouldn't dare say she bought it on the black market? That would be dangerous. As expected, Qin Yaji's face turned pale, her eyes darkened, and her pupils reddened. What could she say now? Bought from a second-hand shop?
No receipt.
Bought on the black market? That would be asking for trouble. I lost it. Qin Yaji was about to claim she lost the receipt. It was an obvious lie, but as long as she refused to admit anything, what could anyone do to her? She didn't believe Shenyu would really take this matter to the authorities. The items were given to Sister Miao Miao by me. When Su Miao Miao heard that, it was like hearing the sweetest sound in the world. The tension in her chest eased, and she straightened her back. Even Meng Jincheng let out a sigh of relief. He looked at Su Miao Miao with a hint of guilt, as if to say he had misunderstood her. Su Miao Miao smiled back, showing that she didn't mind. Shenyu watched the two people flirting and cursed silently in her heart. Shameless pair. You two deserve each other. Just stay away from me. Isn't that the young one from a Shin family? Why is it him? From what they said, the things were sent by him, not stolen by Xiao Su. What's really going on? Such excitement was rare in this small place. Even though it was dinner time, the onlookers had no intention of leaving. They wanted to see how it would end. Shun Chunping squeezed out from the crowd. At 18, he stood tall and straight, already showing the confidence of a grown man. Among the Shin children, the original Shin Yu and Shin Chunping were the best looking. After Li Xinmei passed away, Shin Yu had struggled for years just to have enough to eat. She never got any of the good things at home. Because of poor food and nutrition, she was thin, her hair dull, and her face pale. In contrast, Shen Chunping, the youngest, was the most spoiled. He always had the best food and clothes. At 1.8 meters tall, he stood out easily in the 1970s. But what was the use of good looks? Since childhood, Shunyu had cared deeply for her younger brother. During the hardest years, she would rather go hungry herself than let him miss a meal. And how did he treat her in return? While enjoying her care, Shen Chunping took it for granted, believing she should sacrifice for him. At the same time, he looked down on her, thinking she was timid and unpresentable, nothing like Su Miao Miao, who he thought was far superior. He even wished Su Miao Miao were his real sister, while Xinyu, in his eyes, was only fit to do chores. I gave those things to Su Miao Miao. Do you have a problem with that? Shen Chunping said impatiently, not even bothering to look at Xinyu properly. Clearly, he had noticed how much she had changed. Xinyu almost laughed in anger. The Shen family really didn't have a single normal person. Each one acted like they were the boss of the world. What nonsense. At this point, she was starting to think she was the only sane one, and the rest of the Shen family were the crazy ones. You said you gave them, but those things were left to me by our mother. Taking them without asking is stealing.
You.
Shen Chunping was stunned. He had never expected the sister who used to flatter and please him to suddenly speak so sharply and refuse to back down. Something Mom left for you? The things Mom left belong to all of us. Why should you be the only one to keep them? Shen Chunping chimed in exactly. I thought those things were meant for all of us.
We can decide who to give them to.
Qin Yaji and Su Miao Miao both sighed in relief. Luckily, the foolish Shen Chunping spoke up. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to clear themselves of suspicion. This watch is for women and the bracelet too. If Mom didn't leave them for me, her daughter, then who else would she leave them for? Shenyu walked up to her two brothers, pointed at them, and said, would she leave them for you two ungrateful thieves? Her words made the brothers so angry that their faces turned red. Xinyu, who are you calling ungrateful? Who are you calling a thief? Without a word, Xinyu flexed her wrist, then suddenly raised her hand and slapped both of them hard across the face. The force made them stumble backward.
Ouch.
Xinyu, are you crazy? It was the first time Shen Chunping had ever been hit. Shocked, he covered his face and stared at her. What's wrong with you? Xinyu's eyelids twitched, and she gave a strange laugh before replying coldly, how did you know I have a mental problem? People like me can't be blamed for anything. Everyone around was startled. This Shen girl really seemed to have lost her mind. What kind of shock had she gone through to say something like that? Old Shen, you'd better control your daughter. Has she really gone mad? She looks completely different now, like she's possessed or something. Watch your mouth. You can't just say things like that these days. The man immediately fell silent. Is it true that someone who's mentally ill can't be punished for hurting others? Hearing that, Shenjin couldn't stay calm any longer and hurried into the house. Whether Shen Yu was truly mad or just pretending, her behavior was bringing shame to the Shen family. At first, he thought his two sons could handle the matter themselves. After all, as a senior worker, he had to maintain his dignity. Who would have thought that his daughter would act like this, hitting her own brothers as if she'd lost all reason? Enough! Shun Jin shouted angrily, his face stern as he stepped into the room. Look at yourselves, what a disgrace! He glared fiercely at Xinyu. Haven't you embarrassed us enough? Go home and cook. Oh, still breathing? Not pretending to be sick anymore? Embarrassed? Xinyu gave a cold laugh. Who's embarrassed? Of course you are. Shen Xiaoping jumped out impatiently. He felt so wronged. He'd been beaten all afternoon. I'm the one embarrassed? Xinyu laughed twice. I've never seen anyone twist things like you do. You, always flattering Su Miao Miao, hitting your own sister for her sake, giving her all the good food from home.
Who is she to you?
Shen Xiaoping's face changed color several times, looking both awkward and ashamed.
And you?
Xinyu pointed straight at Shen Chunping's forehead. You thief! You gave away our mother's keepsakes to an outsider. Aren't you ashamed? That watch was a reward from the factory to our mom, and the bracelet was passed down from our great-grandmother. You sure are generous. Those things had actually been stolen by Su Miao Miao several times, but Shen Chunping had willingly taken the blame for her. Since that was the case, Shenyu decided not to hold back anymore. She turned to the onlookers and spoke loudly. Dear neighbors, uncles, and aunties, think about it. If your son kept trying to please Su Miao Miao, giving her all your food, flour, and even the little bit of meat you saved, What would you think? That's not right. Aunt Lee was the first to speak up. Food is scarce, and there are so many mouths to feed at home. They're not even relatives. Why should she get anything? Exactly. It's hard enough to save a bit of flour and you give it away? That's just foolish. We only get to eat meat a few times a year. If my boy ever did that, I'd give him a good lesson. A chubby kid drooled a little. I want to eat meat. Shinyu spread her hands, looking both helpless and angry. Exactly. I don't know what kind of charms Su Miao Miao used on my brothers, but they both take her side. It's one thing to give her food and help, but my silly brother even gave her our mother's keepsakes. Look, this dress alone is worth at least 7 or 8 yuan. The watch, even used, could sell for dozens, and the silver bracelet too. Together, that's nearly 100 yuan's worth. He just gave it away so easily. What else could you call that but wasteful? The neighbors looked at the Shin brothers as if they were fools. Exactly. If little Shin hadn't mentioned it, we wouldn't have noticed. That's just foolish. Even a fool would keep good things for himself. No fool would do something like that. I'm telling you, that mother and daughter aren't simple people. Someone smiled meaningfully, their eyes moving between Qin Yaji and Su Miao Miao. They had finally managed to clear their names, but with just a few words, Shinyu made everyone suspicious again. How could Su Miao Miao not feel angry? Brother Shin. Qin Yaji was about to approach Shinjin to ask him to speak up for her, but Shinyu suddenly stepped forward and blocked her way. Aunt Qin, you're a widow, and my father is a widower. It's better if you two keep some distance. Otherwise, people might start gossiping, and that could hurt your reputations. You know my father is a level 6 worker. If rumors spread, the factory leaders might think badly of him. Shinjin cared a lot about his image. Even if he had feelings for Qin Yaji, he would never show them in public. He was a selfish man who valued his own interests above everything else. He turned his head aside, silently agreeing with what Shinyu said. Qin Yaji clenched her fists. Xiao Yu, please don't try to get close to me. Shinyu pointed at the stolen items. Since Su Miao Miao didn't steal them, and my foolish brother gave them to her, I won't hold her responsible. I'll just take the things back. She quickly gathered the items, then gave Su Miao Miao a long, meaningful look. Su Miao Miao, you really have a way with people. My older brother looks after you, my younger brother gives you expensive gifts, and even my fiancé, who has promised me since childhood, speaks up for you. Impressive. Shinyu said no more. She just shook her head, sighed, and walked out of the Shin house. Su Miao Miao wanted to explain, but no one there would believe her. What frightened her most was that Meng Jincheng had left without saying a word. He must have been upset. So young, and already knows how to charm men. She's going to be trouble in the future. TSK, I bet it's Qin Yaji who taught her that. What kind of mother, what kind of daughter, no difference at all. I'm telling you, stay away from them from now on. If I find out you're learning from those 2 boys of the Shin family, I'll break your legs. Qin Yaji was furious. Nonsense. What kind of people are you? Keep talking like that, and I'll cut your tongues off. She had wanted to watch Shinyu make a fool of herself, but now she realized she was the one being mocked. Of course, she was angry and embarrassed. Get out. Leave my house. Qin Yaji grabbed a mop and started chasing them away. Let's go. What kind of people are these? Oh my, that woman's gone crazy. The neighbors finally left. The once noisy courtyard was now quiet, leaving only Qin Yaji and her daughter, along with the 3 men from the Shin family. Dad, what's going on? Why does Shinyu seem like a completely different person? Shinjin didn't want to stay in this troublesome place. He muttered, who knows what's gotten into her? You two, come home with me. Then he turned and left without looking back. Shin Chunping was full of anger. He couldn't wait to go home and confront Shinyu. He threw out a quick, meow meow, I'll visit you another day, and left. Shin Qiuping didn't dare say much either. He comforted Su Miao Miao briefly, then hurried out of the Su house. Su Miao Miao looked at the messy room, clenching her fists in anger. Shinyu, how dare you trick me? Just wait. Shinyu returned home first. Following the memories in her mind, she went back to the original owner's room. It was a small, cramped space without even a window. Seeing it, Shunyu's last bit of hope faded.
Great.
Nothing but bare walls. How is this any different from the tiny dark room in the mental hospital I lived in before? She put down the things she had brought back, sat angrily on the bed, and took a few deep breaths to calm the restless energy inside her. Since she was here, she might as well accept it. Now that she had a second chance at life, she had to live it well. There was no way she'd give up so easily. And the original owner, such a kind girl. She should have had a bright future, but was betrayed by her own family. How unfair. She had to seek justice for her, to make things right. After all, she had taken over the girl's life. I've read plenty of web novels. Since I've crossed into another world, there should be some kind of special ability, right? Whether it was a magical space or a system, she should at least have one. Thinking of this, Shinyu sat up straight, cleared her throat seriously, and tried calling out, "System?" What answered her was only awkward silence. No system?
Fine.
At least there should be some kind of space, right? She tried to sense it. Nothing. No jade pendant, no birthmark. Everything around her was lifeless. With her mental strength, if there really was a space medium, she would have noticed it right away. So, I crossed over, but without any special advantage. All right then. Other people who travel through time get systems or magical spaces and reach the peak of life. But her? Nothing at all. No problem. She could rely on herself. After all, Shanyu was sharp-minded, had an excellent memory, and such strong mental power that people once thought she was unstable. During her years in the hospital, she hadn't wasted time. She learned all kinds of skills from the people there. Any one of those skills could help her survive, build a fortune, and reach success in this era. I am my own greatest advantage.
Shinyu.
Get out here right now. 3 days without discipline, and you're already causing trouble again. Before she could finish her confident speech, Shin Chuanping's angry voice came from outside. The temper Shen Yu had just managed to suppress flared up again. Looking for trouble? Fine, I'll give it to you. She pushed the door open just as Shin Jin and his son entered. Shen Chuanping stormed in first, and the moment he saw her, he reached out to grab her wrist. But Shen Yu was no longer the timid, submissive girl who used to please the Shin family. She raised her hand and slapped him hard across the face. A sharp sound echoed, and Shin Chuanping's vision blurred as a bright red mark appeared on his cheek. You dare hit me? He had said that line 2 or 3 times before, did he never learn? You deserved it. And stop calling yourself the boss here. Who do you think you are? Shinyu pointed at Shinjin. Our father isn't dead yet. Are you trying to rebel? Shinjin. Something about this feels off. With a smug look, Shinyu added, Didn't I hit you before too? You'll get used to it. What now? Coming to stand up for your precious sister.
You.
Shin Chuanping was furious. On his way home, he had already decided to ask Shinyu why she could be so cruel. Meow Meow lost her father when she was little. She's had such a hard life. What's wrong with her taking a few of your things? You made a big scene and told everyone. Aren't you just jealous of her? Shinyu gave a cold laugh and pointed at herself. Jealous of her? What would I be jealous of? That her father passed away early and she and her mother struggled to get by every day? Or that your dear Meow Meow didn't even finish middle school? I think you're just jealous that she got a job at the hospital. Exactly. Meow Meow didn't go to high school, but that's not her fault. Even Shin Chuanping joined in. She's hardworking and eager to learn. She got a job as a nurse at the hospital. Even though she's only a temporary worker now, she'll become permanent one day. Shinyu couldn't hold back anymore. She put her hands on her hips and laughed. Wait, are you two so used to lying that you've started believing yourselves? Do I need to remind you how Meow Meow got that job? Their faces changed instantly. It was them who had forced Shinyu to write Meow Meow's name on her own test paper, while Meow Meow wrote Shinyu's name on hers. That way, their results were secretly switched. The two of them felt guilty, but still tried to act tough. So what? Even if you tell people, no one will believe you. Shinyu shook her head in pity. Did they really think passing the written test meant she was hired? Meow Meow applied to be a nurse. There's still a practical exam. During the retest, she would definitely be exposed. Not to mention, the handwriting on the test wouldn't even match. That alone would be enough to get her in trouble. Those two fools thought they were helping Meow Meow, but they were actually setting her up for failure. How ridiculous. She couldn't wait to see how it would turn out. Shun Yu's smile faded. Shun Chunping, Shun Qiuping. I'm telling you both clearly today, if you want to flatter Meow Meow, that's your business. But don't drag me down. From now on, if you dare take my things to please her, or insult me to make her look better, don't blame me for cutting ties. Yu, how dare she?
Dad.
Shun Qiuping turned to Shinjin. She's completely out of control. Aren't you going to do something? Do something? If a person doesn't behave properly, how can they expect to lead others? Normally, Shinjin would never allow Shinyu to act like this, or even talk back to him. But today, what Shinyu said at the Su family's house made him think. Qin Yaji and Su Miao Miao both had bad reputations. Getting close to them would do him no good. Right now, things were tense everywhere and people were being watched closely. The factory had started several campaigns, and if someone's reputation or thinking was questioned, no one could protect them. Not even a top-level worker. Besides, that woman surnamed Qin was not easy to deal with. She never gave a clear answer, and kept him hanging. Enough. Shinjin looked at his two sons with a calm but cold expression. Do you know what the situation outside is like now? Issues of personal conduct are serious. If something happens at this time, no one can save you. Eldest, stay away from that Su girl from now on.
Dad.
Shun Qiuping protested angrily. What does this have to do with Meow Meow? Meow 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 Meow, Shinjin snapped, kicking over the stool in front of him. Do you really think that Su girl likes you? If it weren't for taking over your mother's job, you'd still be working in the countryside. If you lose your job because of Su Miao Miao, I'll make sure you regret it. It had been a long time since Shinjin had lost his temper like this. His two sons were so frightened they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Shun Qiuping didn't dare argue with his father, but he blamed Shinyu instead. His eyes turned red with anger, as if he could hardly hold it in. What kind of look is that? Shunjin raised his hand, wanting to hit Shun Qiuping, but after a moment, he let it fall without striking. Qiuping flinched, lowered his head, and hid the resentment in his eyes. Enough. You two go make dinner. I need to talk to Suyu. Unwillingly, Shun Qiuping and Shun Chunping went to the kitchen, muttering as they worked. This is unbelievable. Shun Qiuping chopped a cabbage into tiny pieces. Has Shinyu gone crazy or something? Brother, it's fine to say that at home, but don't say it outside, Shun Chunping warned. His face was also dark. Shinyu's sudden change had shocked them both. It still didn't feel real. How did Shinyu, who used to speak so gently, always care about me and never complain, turn into this? I used to treat her the same way, and she never dared to say a word. But now, she dares to talk back and even hit people. I know. But what's going on with Dad? He used to dislike Shinyu the most. Why is he speaking up for her now, and even trying to hit me? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Shinjin was exactly as Shinyu had described, vain, selfish, and always putting himself first. In his eyes, his wife and children were just extras. He was the only one that mattered. What happened today made him lose face in front of the neighbors and his co-workers, and that made him very unhappy. And Shinyu. She seemed to be slipping out of his control, which gave him a bad feeling. Sending his two sons away was just a way to test her. Suyu, tell Dad what happened. Why did you suddenly change? Why are you acting so unreasonable and making such a scene? Unreasonable? Making a scene? Sure enough, there was a saying online that was absolutely right. When the person who has always been taken advantage of finally refuses to keep suffering, the so-called harmony breaks, and the balance is lost. People like Shinjin, Shun Qiuping, and Shun Chunping, who had always benefited, would say she had changed. I haven't changed. Shinyu gave Shinjin a faint, unsettling smile, her eyes empty and distant. I just got hurt and lost my mind a little. Her expression was strange. Her pupils seemed unfocused. and the smile on her lips looked eerie. Shunjin's heart started to race. He didn't even dare to meet her eyes. She didn't look crazy. She looked possessed. Shinyu sighed softly, her voice filled with sorrow. I used to swallow my pride, thinking we were family, and it was fine for me to give more. But what did my kindness and patience bring me? Shunjin frowned, but before he could speak, Shinyu continued. It only made you take more and more advantage of me. Her eyes were cold, and her words carried a chill that made people uneasy. Shunjin was furious. Even though what Shinyu said was true, someone like him would never admit it. Nonsense. Look at yourself. How dare you talk to me like that? Who gave you the courage? Shunjin slammed his hand on the table, the pain spreading through his palm. Usually, at this time, Shinyu would have already lowered her head, admitting fault whether it was hers or not. But now, Shinyu stood still, completely calm. In the kitchen, the Shin brothers, who were cooking, heard Shinjin's angry shout and exchanged knowing smiles. Shinyu was in trouble this time. Something interesting was about to happen.
Ha!
Shinyu kept laughing. Suddenly, she widened her eyes and leaned closer to Shinjin. They were so close that Shinjin could clearly see her eyes. Her pupils kept changing color, turning red like blood, as if her eyes had been soaked in it. It looked as though blood might start flowing from them at any moment. Shinjin, you've really hurt me badly. Her voice sounded like it came from the depths of the earth, echoing like thunder in Shunjin's ears.
Ah!
A ghost. Shunjin screamed, jumping up and running to the side. Don't come near me. What are you? Get away from my daughter. Hearing the commotion, the Shun brothers rushed in. They found Shinjin crouched in a corner, waving a feathered duster nervously. Stay back. Don't come closer. Shinyu stood quietly to the side, shaking her head. I don't know what happened. He suddenly started acting like this.
Dad.
Shin Qiuping hurried over. What's wrong? As if under a spell, Shinjin swung the feather duster at Shin Qiuping again and again, hitting him so hard that he cried out in pain.
Ah!
His back burned with pain.
Ouch!
This time his leg was hit. Shin Qiuping jumped around like a startled monkey. Shinyu watched with amusement, while Shin Chunping didn't dare step in. Their father looked completely out of control. If he went closer, he'd get hit too. Big brother, you're the eldest, guess you'll have to take it. Dad, what's wrong with you? It's me, Qiuping. Qiuping? Shunjin suddenly came to his senses. The feathered duster slipped from his hand. He turned to look at Shinyu, only to find her eyes back to normal, no trace of red at all. Was he just seeing things? Dad, what's going on with you? Shun Chunping glared at Shinyu and asked sharply, what's going on? Why is Dad so scared? How would I know? Shunyu replied confidently, he just suddenly became like this. Couldn't you have stopped him? I didn't want to get hit. Shin Chunping laughed angrily. Shinyu, you're unbelievable. How did I never notice how heartless you are? Well, it's not too late to find out now. If you like getting hit, why don't you go instead? You, enough. Shunjin shouted. None of them ever gave him a moment of peace. Do you all want to make an even bigger scene? You've already embarrassed us enough. Sit down and eat. The family set the table in silence. The atmosphere was heavy. Food in the 1970s was truly hard to describe. Cornmeal buns that scratched the throat and were hard to swallow. Stewed cabbage with no meat and barely a trace of oil. A small plate of soybean paste, 2 cucumbers, and a few green onions. That was dinner. Shunyu felt like the sky was falling. Even when she had been in the hospital, the food hadn't been this bad. Luckily, she had eaten 7 or 8 meat buns that afternoon, so she wasn't hungry. She turned and went straight back to her room. She had no interest in talking to the Shin family. What's wrong with her? Not eating? Shun Chunping sneered. Fine, let her be. Shun Qiuping didn't dare mention the white flour buns. The factory had given them half a pound of meat, which he had used to make those buns. He had planned to give them to Miao Miao to improve her meals, but somehow, Shinyu had ended up eating them all. Shinjin also found the meal tasteless. Every time he thought of Shinyu's bloodshot eyes, a chill ran down his spine. That girl might bring disaster. She couldn't stay here any longer. System? Space? System? Shinyu called into the air for half an hour until her throat was sore, but the magical helper she had dreamed of never appeared. She sprawled on the bed and groaned, the most useless time travel heroine ever. No special powers at all. 10 seconds later, she recovered, got up, and acted as if nothing had happened. It was certain there were no special advantages, but life still had to go on, right? If she didn't want to live a hard life, she had to work hard and stay strong. As for working in a hospital, forget it. That wasn't for her. She always felt dizzy whenever she saw someone in a white coat. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Shinyu began to sort through the memories left by the original owner of this body. Following the timeline, it should now be the year 1970 in a parallel world. The background was similar to the Dragon Country on Earth. The historical events and time periods were almost the same, with little difference from the world she used to live in. She was now living in City A, Liaoning Province, in the northeast. At this time, the city's GDP ranked among the top 10 in the country. Impressive, right? But later, well, better not to mention that. The 1970s, an era of planned economy and the movement to send educated youth to the countryside. The Shin family had 4 children. The 3 sons were named according to the seasons they were born in. The eldest, Shun Xiuping, took over Li Xinmei's job and worked in a food factory. The second, Shun Dongping, was a Chinese teacher at a county elementary school. He usually lived in the school dormitory and came home every 10 days or so. The third, Shun Chunping, was an apprentice at a well-known steel factory in City A. As for Shinyu, when she was born, her name was Shinyu, written with the character meaning extra. That's right, extra, as in unnecessary. Shinjin already had 3 sons. If Shinyu had been a boy, it would have been fine, but she was a girl, and in their eyes, not worth much. No one liked her except Li Xinmei. Shinjin insisted on naming her Yu meaning extra, but when Li Xinmei registered her household record, she changed the character to Yu, meaning jade. A beautiful gem, her treasure. Only Li Xinmei truly loved this daughter. Thinking of this, Shinyu couldn't help but purse her lips. She had to admit that in the Northeast, people valued sons over daughters less than in other places, and as times changed, that mindset was fading. But it didn't mean it was gone. Unfortunately, the original Shinyu had such a father, one who completely ignored her. If Shinyu had gotten the hospital job, she wouldn't have had to go to the countryside. But the Shin family didn't want her to have an easy life. They insisted she give the job to Su Miao Miao. The Su family only had Su Miao Miao, and Qin Yaji, her mother, was a widow. According to policy, she didn't have to go to the countryside. However, staying in the city without a job would make life very hard for Su Miao Miao. Meng Jincheng, Shin Xiuping, and Shin Chunping, all of them couldn't bear to see Su Miao Miao suffer. So, the original owner was just a stepping stone for Su Miao Miao, destined to be sacrificed. Fortunately, she came, and she definitely won't let Su Miao Miao have an easy time. Thinking of being the favorite? Sure. Ask her if this crazy person agrees. Shinyu decided to ruin Su Miao Miao's work and also tarnish her reputation. Of course, such things are usually mutual. If she wants to ruin someone, that person probably wants to do the same to her. Today, Shinyu pressed Qin Yaji and Su Miao Miao to the ground, and with their stubborn personalities, they will probably hold a grudge and might be planning how to get back at her now.
Shinyu guessed right.
At this moment, Qin Yaji and Su Miao Miao are plotting against her. This Shinyu is really too much today, Su Miao Miao thought more and more angry. She cried several times, and her eyes were swollen. Mom, we can't let her get away easily. Qin Yaji gently patted her hand to comfort her. Don't worry. I will definitely seek justice for you. If she dares to bully my daughter, I will make her pay. Su Miao Miao's brows furrowed tightly. But Mom, Shinyu has changed. She was acting very strange today, like she's gone crazy. I used to bully her a lot, but she never fought back. Today, she not only disobeyed the Shin family, but also hit someone. Mom, do you think Qin Yaji also found it strange? A person's basic personality usually doesn't change easily. Shinyu has never been well-liked by Shinjin since she was young. Her three brothers also treated her badly. Even though she lived in her own home, she always felt like she was a guest in someone else's house. This had a big impact on Shinyu's personality. She was timid and weak from a young age, used to watching people's expressions, and always willing to compromise, very patient.
But now,
she seems to have changed. However, don't say anything. Chinyaji pondered for a moment, then with a half-smile, said, Shinyu now looks a bit like Li Xinmei. Li Xinmei is very proud and known for her fiery temper at the factory, very outspoken. Logically, Shinjin doesn't match Li Xinmei. This man is indecisive, arrogant, and very chauvinistic, full of bad habits. But Shinjin also has his good points. He looks good. Standing at about 1.8 meters tall, with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a high-nose bridge, he looks very deceptive, giving the impression of being steady and reliable. Because of this, all the children in the Shin family are very talented, especially Shinyu, who almost combines all the good qualities of Li Xinmei and Shinjin. Mom, you're still smiling. Meow Meow hurriedly stomped her feet. If today's incident gets out, I'll be finished. Maybe I won't even keep my job then. It won't happen. Chinyaji said, I've already arranged good connections for you. With Shun Chunping helping to take the blame, what are you afraid of? I just feel uneasy, like something might go wrong. Nothing will happen. Uncle Wong has everything planned. Just relax. Hearing this, Meow Meow couldn't help but ask, are you confident about Wang Yingming? Chinyaji and her daughter talked about this without any embarrassment, and instead, they looked a little proud. Is he not better than Shinjin? Good job, simple family, fewer worries. Wang Yingming is a doctor. His job is more respectable than Shinjin's, and he earns more. He still has his mother, a daughter, and 2 sons, one married, and the other sacrificed in the army. Meow Meow curled her lips. But he doesn't look as good as Shinjin, and he's older. He's so short, he doesn't match her mom at all. Chinyaji saw through Meow Meow's thoughts immediately. We're all this age now. Who cares about superficial things? If I were to find you a stepfather, I'd choose someone who can let me take charge and help you get ahead. Hearing this, Meow Meow stopped saying anything. Shinyu. Shin Xiuping knocked on the door angrily. Why aren't you cooking? Cold food and cold stove. Are you making me go to work hungry? He pounded the door loudly, venting his frustration. Shinyu lay on the wooden bed, sighing. Her injuries healed in just one night? She really remembers her past injuries, but ignores the pain. She didn't plan to get up. The original owner had taken care of this family for so many years, but no one ever called her good. Instead, they took everything for granted. Now, just because she didn't get up early to cook, Shun Xiuping started to complain loudly. Your shift is your own. If you want to work or not, that's your business. Shinyu's lazy voice came through the door. You don't give me your salary, anyway. If you want to eat my cooking, maybe next lifetime. You look ugly but think you're beautiful. You resemble a toad, waking up early and shouting nonstop. You're so full of yourself. Starting today, she officially decided to quit. She can't be taken advantage of anymore. I won't do it. Shun Xiuping was so angry, she stomped her foot. Shunyu, don't you have any shame? You're a grown girl, you don't work, you don't go to school, and you don't even cook. Just be lazy and die already. You're the shameless one. Your whole family is shameless. Shin Xiuping, are you handless? Are you disabled, needing someone to serve you? Looks like I was too gentle. Just wait and see. There was no time left. Shin Xiuping could only kick the door angrily and complain as she left. Dad, you need to control Shinyu. She's rebelling, not holding back her words anymore. Shunjin's face looked unhappy, but he didn't say anything. Let's go, we need to go to work. Being late would mean losing money. The father and son left in a hurry, hungry, and without even a sip of hot water. Shin Chunping worked night shifts, so he could rest at home during the day. But he was restless. Today was the day Su Meow Meow was reporting to the hospital. He didn't want to waste time arguing with Shinyu. It was more important to go with Meow Meow to the hospital first, then deal with her later. After the Shin family father and son left, Shinyu finally opened her door and came out. Some fools aren't home, so the air feels much fresher. She stretched lazily in the yard, quickly brushed her teeth, and washed her face, ready to go join the fun. When Su Miao Miao had her big, embarrassing moment, how could Shinyu not be there? But she still needed to eat breakfast. Shinyu had no money or tickets. She couldn't swallow the cornmeal pancake, but there were eggs at home. She would boil too. The eggs smelled good, but made her cough a little. Unfortunately, there was no soy milk, so she could only drink some water. After tidying up, Shinyu locked the door and headed straight to Chongqing Hospital. At the hospital entrance, Shinyu saw Yin Jiao anxiously waiting and looking around. It was obvious she was waiting for her. Sure enough, Yin Jiao saw Shinyu and excitedly waved her hand, then hurried over. Xiaoyu, why are you so late? She held Shinyu's arm and asked anxiously. I asked the head nurse. You didn't pass the exam. Why? She couldn't understand why, since childhood, Shinyu had always been good at studying. In elementary school, she even skipped a grade to enter middle school. If the university entrance exams hadn't been canceled now, you would definitely have been able to get into college. But now, seeing the exam results posted, you found it hard to accept. Why else? Because the grades were changed, Shinyu said helplessly. My two brothers forced me to write Su Miao Miao's name on the test paper, she added. Why should that be? Yin Jiao asked anxiously. Su Miao Miao is just enjoying the benefits, getting a free pass at work. No, I need to talk to the head nurse about this. Shinyu quickly grabbed her arm. She almost lost her grip. Enough. Yin Jiao was very angry. Shinyu, can't you be a bit more firm? Aunt Li is so fiery. How come she gave birth to someone like you? She probably wanted to say something unkind, but she swallowed it instinctively. All right, I understand, Shinyu said. She knew her friend Yin Jiao was truly caring for her. The original owner had a tough life, and it was thanks to Yin Jiao's help and support. Yin Jiao also helped her register for the exam, and she secretly taught her skills like disinfection and changing dressings. I know you're doing this for me, but Jiao, I don't want to work at the hospital anymore. Even if I pass, I don't want it. Are you crazy? Yin Jiao's eyes widened. Such a good job. Others can't even get it and you don't want it? Then you'll have to go to the countryside? Working there is so hard. Isn't the job just a free benefit for Sue? Shinyu smiled and linked her arm with Yin Jiao's. I do not want it. It's mine, and no one can take it away, not even Su Miao Miao. Yin Jiao looked at Shinyu for a long time, her expression full of doubt. What's wrong? What's with that look? Why do you look like you've changed into a different person? Yin Jiao's northeastern accent was very authentic, full of strong local flavor. Shinyu, I never thought you'd say something like that. You've changed. Yin Jiao's doubt was replaced by excitement. She happily patted Shinyu on the shoulder. Tell me, how did you come to this decision? How did you suddenly see things clearly? She was genuinely happy, her mouth stretched into a wide smile she couldn't close. Weak Shinyu, the one who used to suffer losses, is now a thing of the past. Now, Shinyu is someone who knows how to fight back and is confident. People from the Northeast should be generous and open. Yin Jiao felt happier the more she thought about it, but tears unexpectedly welled up in her eyes. Oh, look at you. Why are you so sentimental now? Following local customs, Shinyu's accent also changed because of her original owner. I'm just happy. Shinyu, remember this. You are the best and you deserve it. Never listen to what your father and brothers say. You don't owe them anything, understand? Shinyu felt genuine kindness from Yin Jiao. The original owner was very lucky to have such a sincere friend who truly cared. Okay, I'll remember. Yin Jiao was a bit overwhelmed. She couldn't imagine how bright Shinyu's future would be after she changed. A good friend should stand tall and show her talents, not be suppressed by family and fall into the mud. So, what do you plan to do about work? The main rule is, don't let Su Miao Miao get the better of you. Of course. I'll tell you my idea. Shinyu shared her thoughts with Yin Jiao. The sisters' eyes lit up immediately. Great. That's a fantastic idea. Shinyu, you've really opened up your energy channels. Let's go now and see what's happening with Su Meow Meow. Aren't you working today? Oh, I just finished a night shift. I was waiting for you. No wonder she wasn't at the lively event yesterday. She was working the night shift. The two of them entered the outpatient building, chatting and laughing. The old-fashioned atmosphere hit them immediately. The corridor benches looked vintage, with white walls painted green underneath. The wooden doors and windows looked like scenes from an old movie, and a faint smell of disinfectant filled the air. Yin Jiao was just showing up when the head nurse called her over, grabbing her for a task. She groaned, "Can't watch the show anymore. I have to go busy myself. You go upstairs. Hurry, don't let Sue succeed." Okay, got it. Shinyu took a turn and went upstairs quickly. She was walking fast and didn't notice someone coming down. Suddenly, she bumped into a man unexpectedly. Be careful. Shinyu felt like she hit a metal plate. Her bones hurt badly, and she almost fell down the stairs. Wow, this person must have trained in the Iron Body or Golden Bell Shield technique. The other person quickly pulled her back, avoiding a tragedy. The original owner is too thin, often malnourished. If she had fallen, landing on her back of the head, she might have been seriously hurt or worse. Shinyu steadied herself, feeling a bit scared, and thanked the man. Thank you. Sorry, She looked up and suddenly froze, stunned. What a handsome face. Honestly, this is the most attractive buzz cut she has ever seen in her life. The man is about 1.86 meters tall, slim and upright, with sharp features. His eyes and eyebrows are bright and captivating, like stars and the moon. He has healthy wheat-colored skin, and he looks clean and fresh from head to toe. At first glance, he seems as pure and handsome as bamboo and clear skies. His plain shirt doesn't ruin his aura, but it looks a bit out of place. He should be wearing a military uniform. His body is firm and muscular, probably with a great physique.
Six-pack abs.
Maybe eight-pack? And a V-shaped line. Huff huff, comrade, are you okay? Wow, he called me comrade. His voice is so deep and magnetic. Shunyu's lips twitched, thinking how lucky she was. Could it be that fate brought her here just to meet such an outstanding guy? For a moment, she almost drooled. She quickly wiped her mouth. Comrade, thank you, Before she finished, the man suddenly leaned over and pressed down on her, their faces close, breathing mingling, almost kissing. Only then did Shinyu realize that the handsome guy's eyes were unfocused. He was blind. Their balance was off, and they both fell backward. Shinyu hurriedly grabbed the staircase handrail, holding the man's waist tightly. Luckily, she was strong enough, or she might have fallen down the stairs. Wow, he's really firm and muscular, feels great. When the man was suddenly embraced, he was at a loss and quickly reached out to steady himself, struggling to free himself from Shunyu's hold. Thank you, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Someone bumped into me. Shunyu knew she saw everything. A kind-hearted woman pushed him gently. When she saw two people about to fall down the stairs, she knew she had caused trouble and quickly turned to run away in a panic. Shinyu would not let her go. Hey, you, the older lady in the blue coat, the one who looks as round as a fish, stop right there. Shinyu carefully helped the young man to a safe place. Wait for me. She quickly moved a few steps forward and directly approached the older woman who caused the accident, grabbing her firmly. Are you the one who pushed him? Trying to run away now, the overweight woman cried out in surprise and struggled hard.
Who are you? I don't know you.
Let go. Shinyu was very strong and couldn't be easily pulled away. Everyone come see. This lady almost pushed someone down the stairs. It could have been very dangerous. Nonsense. I didn't do anything, the woman denied loudly. You're lying. He's blind and unsteady, and he's blaming me. Do I look like someone who would bully others? Oh, I have such a quick temper. Shunyu gripped her arm tightly, making her bones creak. The woman wailed loudly. It hurts so much. Help. Someone's hurting me. A crowd gathered around, pointing and whispering about what happened. Xiangyang returned with medicine and saw his team leader standing by the wall, listening to the commotion with interest. His face was calm and unchanged, but Xiangyang felt like he was quite happy. Why is he so pleased? Xiangyang looked toward Shinyu. The girl was among the crowd, animatedly explaining how the overweight woman almost pushed someone down the stairs. That comrade can't see. She didn't just ignore helping, she deliberately pushed him. Shinyu pointed at the handsome blind man. He's a soldier, injured on duty, which is why he can't see. What you did is terrible. You should be arrested. In this era, such behavior would be severely punished. The older woman was so frightened, she collapsed to the ground. The surrounding people scolded her loudly, putting up a sign and parading her around. How dare you hurt a soldier? You must be desperate. That comrade has trouble seeing. You must be heartless to do such a thing. I saw everything clearly. The young girls struggled hard to hold the man, or they might have fallen down the stairs together. That would have been serious. Oh my, why is she so mean? Someone angrily asked the chubby lady. Which street are you from? What's the name of your street officer? Do you have a work unit? It seemed they wanted to find out the details and hold her responsible. The chubby lady broke out in a cold sweat, no longer acting confident, and quickly apologized to Shinyu. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I won't do it again. Seeing she was about to cry, Shinyu raised her chin and said, just saying sorry to me isn't enough. You need to apologize to the officer. Shinyu let go of the chubby lady. Although she was reluctant, the lady had no choice but to go and apologize properly.
Comrade, I'm sorry.
I didn't mean to do it. I didn't realize your eyes were not well. Please forgive me and don't take it to heart. Her attitude was very different from before. Jiang Huai knew she was being insincere, but he didn't say anything, just nodded and said calmly, be more careful next time. The chubby lady seemed to be given a free pass, happily thanking Jiang Huai. Seeing Shinyu didn't seem to want to pursue it further, she quickly left. She got off easy. Exactly, how dare she harm a soldier? She should get a haircut as a warning. The crowd dispersed, and Shinyu was still admiring Jiang Huai's handsome face. Xiangyang looked at his team leader, and then at Shinyu, his eyes burning with curiosity. Hello, comrade. Thank you for today, Xiangyang said, reaching out his hand to show his gratitude.
Shinyu was a bit surprised.
She had just arrived and wasn't used to shaking hands with people. It was a little awkward. Jiang Huai quickly slapped Xiangyang's hand away. Comrade, thank you for today. Shinyu felt her face burning. Such a perfect person. She might not meet someone like him again. Maybe she should exchange names? What if they meet again someday? You're welcome, just a small favor. Hello, I am Shinyu. She reached out her hand this time without hesitation. Jiang Huai couldn't see, but he still looked at her seriously and shook her hand firmly. Jiang Huai. Even when going to get medicine, he should have been taken to a safe place. Knowing that his eyes were not in good condition, it was really unwise to let him stay alone in a crowded place. Stairs are very dangerous. If he slips, even a minor fracture could happen. Xiangyang didn't know how to explain. Earlier, the team leader was sitting on a bench in the corridor, but while he went to get the medicine, the person disappeared. Is it his fault? He turned to look at Jiang Huai, hoping the other would tell the truth and help explain. But Jiang Huai remained calm and silent, as if he had truly neglected his duty. Fine, he would have to take the blame for the team leader. Shouldn't he help the girl have a good impression of Jiang team? Yes, you're right, comrade. I was careless. I promise I won't do it again. Shinyu also felt a bit embarrassed. She usually wasn't the kind to interfere, but now she seemed overly concerned. You don't need to promise me. Goodbye. She turned and left quickly, almost running away. Shinyu, do you get flustered whenever you see a handsome guy? Where's your sense of modesty? Where's your self-control? Xiangyang watched Shinyu's back for a while. Until her figure disappeared from his sight, he nudged Jiang Huai's arm with his elbow. Captain, you like that girl, right? Don't talk nonsense. He didn't even know what she looked like. I think she cares about you. You two have been through tough times together. Maybe you should consider it. Jiang Huai looked serious. I just think she has a problem. A problem? Xiangyang put away his playful expression and suddenly became serious. Captain, how did you realize she has a problem? Is she a spy? In the 1970s, spies were fewer than in the 1950s or 60s, but they still existed. They just hid better, and acted more carefully. We just met once. She knew I was a soldier, which is suspicious. He wasn't wearing a military uniform, and Xiangyang was dressed casually too. Xiangyang was a bit confused. Was the captain being too hasty? Just because Comrade Shin said he was a soldier, does that mean she's a spy? Maybe she guessed from their build? After all, soldiers tend to have a straight posture, and their aura is quite different from ordinary people. So, please check on Comrade Shin's situation, see where she lives, who else is at her home, and whether there is anything suspicious. Jiang Huai spoke seriously and sincerely, but Xiangyang just felt something was off.
Oh, okay.
Let's go back first. I'll check later. The more Xiangyang thought about it, the stranger it seemed. But he was used to following Jiang Huai's instructions, so he didn't think too much. Captain, be careful going downstairs. Jiang Huai let him support her as they went down, but a small smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Unfortunately, Xiangyang kept his eyes on Jiang Huai's feet and didn't notice. Because of Jiang Huai, Xinyu was delayed a little. When she arrived at the exam site, the head nurse in charge of the assessment was busy organizing the admission list, and the results were about to be announced. There were many people outside the door, all waiting for the scores and results. Qin Yaji and Shun Chunping were there. When they saw Xinyu, they looked a bit surprised but also thought it was good she came. They wanted her to see Miao Miao succeed and to realize that she was always a step behind Su Miao Miao. Hey, Xinyu, what are you doing here? Shin Chunping sneered at her. You didn't pass the exam, just here to watch the fun? Qin Yaji secretly felt proud but said politely, Xiaoshin, don't say that. Your sister has worked hard. Your siblings, so speak kindly and don't hurt her feelings. Then she turned to Xinyu and said, Young lady, everyone cares about their reputation. I understand. But Xiaoyu, in the end, you need to be practical. If you didn't pass, then you didn't. It's okay to focus on becoming a dedicated youth. What do you think? The others waiting for the results looked at Xinyu with some judgment and disdain. Today, only those who passed the written exam and were competing for the nurse position were present. People like Xinyu, who didn't even pass the written test, felt a strange sense of superiority. But most people were just here to watch and wouldn't get involved. Nonsense. Before Xinyu could speak, Yin Jiao, who had hurried over, cut her off. She had finished her shift, changed back into her clothes, and was walking quickly. How did Su Miao Miao pass? Do you not know yourself? Qin Yaji felt a sudden jolt in her heart. She quietly glanced at Shin Chunping, as if confirming something with him. Shin Chunping looked away nervously, afraid to meet Qin Yaji's eyes. He had previously promised confidently that Xinyu would willingly share her results and assured there would be no problems. But now, it seemed he hadn't kept that promise.
Who are you?
The exam is still going on inside. Please have some manners and don't make loud noises, she said, pretending to be fair and considerate of everyone. Other parents also worried that their children might be affected, and they supported Qin Yaji. Exactly, keep your voice down. If my child doesn't get this job, you'll pay for it, they said. Xinyu watched from the side, thinking to herself that Jiang is still the wiser one. Compared to Qin Yaji, Su Miao Miao is still inexperienced, but these two women together are really hard to deal with. No wonder the original owner suffered so many unfair losses. It was clearly a distraction tactic. Unfortunately, Yin Jiao didn't fall for her tricks. She was a hospital staff member and probably deserved some special privileges. She didn't want much, just to be allowed to report issues. At this moment, Xinyu saw herself as a small vegetable sprout rising up. Although she had gained awareness, putting it into practice was still difficult. After all, she had been passive for so long, she needed time to adapt. So, Yin Jiao wanted to stand up for Xinyu. Now that Xinyu was eager to fight back, she couldn't let her efforts go to waste and return to her old passive state. Yin Jiao held Xinyu's hand and said softly but firmly, "Don't be afraid, I am here." As soon as she finished speaking, Yin Jiao knocked on the door confidently. "Head nurse, I'm coming in." The people inside recognized her voice as familiar. Thinking it was something important, they let Yin Jiao enter. Qin Yaji was surprised. How could she just walk in? "Head nurse, are you busy?" Yin Jiao left a small gap in the door, enough for outsiders to see some of what was happening inside. Suddenly, the room had an extra person. The exam candidates waiting for their results also felt a little nervous, worried that something might go wrong. When Su Miao saw Yin Jiao, her heart almost stopped. Could she be here to cause trouble? But, as often happens, what you fear most is what comes true. Yin Jiao is well known in the hospital for her excellent skills and hardworking nature. She can find veins that others can't, and she can insert needles on the first try. No matter how busy or tired she is, she always has a friendly smile, and her eyes are lively. She knows what to do without being told, and takes initiative. She works very efficiently. Everyone likes such a reliable person. Because of this, Yin Jiao is well respected by the head nurses in different departments. If someone else were in her place, Nurse Wang Xinmei wouldn't be so kind, especially during evaluations. "Head nurse, I have something important to tell you," she said, pointing at Su Miao. "I want to report her for cheating on the exam. Her results should be cancelled, and she should be publicly criticized." Su Miao's heart sank. It's really unfair when good people get blamed for bad things. Yin Jiao and Xinyu grew up together, sharing the same pants since they were children. They have different personalities but became close friends who talk about everything. When Li Xinmei was alive, Su Miao also wanted to join their group and be friends with Xinyu, but they looked down on her. Later, Li Xinmei passed away, and Xinyu became the one people pitted. Su Miao thought Yin Jiao should distance herself from Xinyu so she could take her place. But unexpectedly, Yin Jiao still ignored her, and her relationship with Xinyu grew even closer. Now, Yin Jiao was the first to stand up for Xinyu again. Cheating? Is that true? Who knows? If she cheated, then we might lose a competitor, some students whispered, which Nurse Wang Xinmei didn't like. Outside the door, Qin Yaji's face was dark, and her fingertips dug into her palm. Why do these people always try to ruin their good days? Every time something good happens, they come to cause trouble. Do they really think they are easy to push around? Yin Jiao, I know you and Xinyu are good friends. It's normal for you to feel sad that she didn't pass. Su Miao was good at taking the initiative, a skill she learned from Qin Yaji. She made a strong first impression, and her explanations seemed reasonable. But you can't accuse me of cheating. I took the exam with invigilators watching, and I didn't have any cheat sheets, she said. The teachers responsible for reviewing the case also whispered among themselves. If cheating really happened, it would be a failure of their work. If such a troublemaker is brought into the hospital, how can we serve the people? Can we still focus on our work and skills? Xiao Yin, you can't say that randomly. Do you have proof? Su Miao's heart was pounding. This was the hard-earned job she finally got, and she couldn't let them ruin it. She was about to step forward to defend herself when she suddenly heard loud shouting outside. It was Shun Chuanping's voice. "Shunyu, are you sick? Are you the one encouraging Yin to cause trouble just to mess up Comrade Su's work? Xiaoyu, I'm not blaming you, but you caused a scene yesterday. Why are you here causing trouble again today? You're delaying everyone's work." Xinyu looked at these two people with a tired expression. They were the ones who started everything. Pretending to be innocent was one thing, but they also kept blaming her unfairly. She couldn't stand it. Xinyu smiled and looked at Qin Yaji, walking closer as if she wanted to talk to her. Qin Yaji felt nervous and instinctively wanted to stay away from Xinyu. But then she thought, surely she wouldn't hit her in front of so many people? "Xiaoyu, why are you so close?" Xinyu's face was almost touching hers. Even Shun Chunping couldn't understand what Xinyu was trying to do. "Don't be afraid. I won't hit you. Qin Yaji, when your mother was giving birth to you, was her stomach broken? Did you drink the foul water she was about to give birth to? Otherwise, why are you so full of bad ideas? Look at you, pretending to be decent, but inside, your heart is black. You smell terrible from inside out. I can't even keep my eyes open. Are you a fly that eats everything? Just flying around the cesspool? Seeing you makes me feel sick. You smell like dirt. Can't you smell it yourself?" Qin Yaji's face turned pale and then red, trembling slightly. She even forgot to control her expression, her features twisting slightly, and the veins on her forehead bulged. It was clear she was very angry. Old hag, you and your daughter should just rot together. Smelly to death. Why do you keep bothering me? I don't like dealing with bugs. You, Chin Yaji's voice was trembling like a bellows, clearly very angry. She is good-looking and was very beautiful when she was young. Now she is older, but still looks younger than others her age. She has never lacked admirers. She cares about cleanliness and dresses well. To middle-aged men, she is like a beautiful flower. No one has ever insulted her like this before. Rural women often insult others without much skill. They open their mouths, talk nonsense, point with their small hands, and start from their mothers. It's always the same, harmless words of comfort, easy to predict what they will say next. But Shun Yu's insults. She was called a maggot? That's provocative. You dare call me that, you? Just as she was about to argue, the door of the exam room suddenly opened. Nurse Wang, with a serious face, stood at the door. Her scrutinizing gaze fell on Shun Yu's face. You are Shun Yu. Yes, I am.
Come with me.
Okay. Before entering, Shun Yu deliberately glared at Qin Yaji. Qin Yaji hesitated and also wanted to go see what was happening, but Nurse Wang coldly stopped her outside the door. No outsiders allowed. An outsider? Qin Yaji felt her heart ache, but she dared not oppose the hospital staff. She could only blame Shun Yu for everything. Inside the exam room, Nurse Wang Xinmei asked seriously, regarding the report from our nurse Yin Jiao about Shun Yu cheating and taking someone else's exam results, I want to ask both of you involved. Shun Yu remained calm. Qin Miao Miao was very nervous, trembling all over. She was unsure of herself, clutching her clothes tightly. Nurse Wang, I was just taking the exam normally. I don't know anything about taking someone else's results. Yin Jiao touched Shun Yu's arm. Xiao Yu, don't be afraid. Just say what you need to. Shun Yu nodded. Nurse Wang, everyone, during the written exam, my test paper was swapped with Qin Miao Miao's. She dared to say it. Qin Miao Miao's eyes widened. This wasn't just about her. Shun Yu was trying to drag everyone down. Explain carefully. What do you mean your test paper was swapped? Shun Yu calmly replied. Qin Miao Miao dropped out of middle school. The exam content was difficult for her. I am a high school graduate and performed well during school. All of this can be verified. Nurse Wang, everyone, you can investigate. My family doesn't want me to get this job. They want me to give it to Su Miao Miao. So, they came up with a bad idea. During the exam, I would write Su Miao Miao's name on my paper and she would write my name on hers. This way, our scores would be swapped. Shun Yu said, I'm a bit scared. When my two brothers threatened me with insults and beatings, I agreed. Leader, you can check the exam papers. I was nervous and habitually wanted to write my own name. I just wrote the 3 dots of water, then realized I should write Su Miao Miao's name, so I crossed it out and rewrote it. The exam papers were quickly pulled out. On Su Miao Miao's paper, there was a bright red, excellent mark. Carefully looking at the top left corner of her paper, before her name, there was indeed a crossed-out set of 3 water dots, exactly as Shun Yu described. The facts are in front of you. What else do you have to say? Wang Xinmei's face was so dark it looked like water might drip from it. Something like this happening right under her nose felt like a slap in the face. Shun Yu remained calm. There's a saying in the magic circle. It doesn't matter if I live or die, as long as you die. Anyway, she didn't plan to keep this job. It didn't matter to her. She just wanted Su Miao Miao to fail the exam. Su Miao Miao kept crying. I don't know, as if her tears and fussing could hide what happened. I never thought she was this kind of person. Exactly, she was so arrogant before. So she only got in because of others. Su Miao Miao wanted to cover her face and run away, but there were so many people in the room criticizing her. Her legs felt like they were rooted to the ground, unable to move. All her strength seemed to be drained. She knew that once she stepped out that door, she would never get this job. Just then, someone pushed the door open and came in. It was a middle-aged man, about 1.60 meters tall, plain-looking, wearing a white coat, probably a doctor from a department. Su Miao Miao, who had been acting desperate before, suddenly brightened up when she saw him, as if he were her savior. Her reaction didn't escape Shun Yu's notice. Director Wang. Oh, What wind brought you here? Is something the matter? Wang Yingming nodded and called Wang Xinmei aside, whispering several words to her. Wang Xinmei looked upset. You. Oh, sister, look at my age. Besides, there's really a misunderstanding here. Take a look. Give the child another chance. Wang Xinmei was holding back her anger. She usually believed in sticking to principles, but when faced with her cousin's hesitant request, she lost her temper. What could she do? This young man had fallen from a bridge when he was a child to save her. He hit his head and was unconscious for 3 months. After he woke up, he never grew taller. I really owe you. I won't do this again. Wang Yingming happily let out a sigh and said something else. To avoid suspicion, he didn't stay long and turned to leave. But his visit reassured Su Miao Miao. It was still her mother's thoughtful plan to call Uncle Wang. It seemed there was hope again. Sure enough, as soon as Wang Yingming left, Wang Xinmei told the other exam candidates to go home. Wait for the official notice. The hospital will mail the admission letter to your home. Once you receive it, go to the street office to get a proof, then you can register. The candidates understood and quickly left. Yin Jiao felt something was changing. She wanted to speak but was stopped by Xinyu. Xinyu shook her head slightly, signaling her not to act impulsively. It seemed that the man was trying to help Su Miao Miao, and judging by Wang Xinmei's attitude, she probably agreed too. At this moment, Yin Jiao realized talking would be useless and might cause trouble, so she stayed silent. Wang Xinmei and a few other officials discussed briefly and quickly came up with a plan. You two didn't take the exam seriously, and there was an issue with grade swapping. Normally, this would be dealt with strictly, and you would never be hired. But after discussing with other leaders, we think young people make mistakes. We want to give you another chance. Wang Xinmei secretly sighed. Honestly, she didn't like either of them. She was angry at Xinyu for not being more ambitious. She couldn't understand how someone could give up such an important opportunity so easily. As for Su Miao Miao, her intentions were not pure. She lacked real skills and resorted to shady shortcuts. If she had a choice, she wouldn't want either of them. But she couldn't ignore Wang Yingming's situation. Yin Jiao did not understand the deeper meaning and was happy that Xinyu had another chance. Great. Xiaoyu, you must do your best. Xinyu thought to herself that this child was still too naive. The world is full of tricks, and she couldn't see through it. This wasn't really a chance. It was clear someone in the hospital was helping Su Miao Miao get ahead. This was the staff handbook written when the hospital first opened. The rules and codes of conduct inside are things every medical worker must know well. Your assessment is based on this handbook. Each person has 10 minutes to prepare, and whoever memorizes the most and recalls it accurately will be the one chosen. That's wonderful. Su Miao Miao's eyes sparkled with joy. She had memorized this booklet before, and now it was finally useful. Her mother was so clever, like a wise strategist. Xinyu, some things are meant to be by fate. If you can't fight it, you just have to accept it. Seeing Su Miao Miao's challenging look, Yin Jiao finally understood a little. Her face turned red with shock. She couldn't believe Wang Xinmei could pull off something like this. Everyone else, leave. Xinyu gently pushed Yin Jiao. All right, go wait for my good news. All her frustration turned into a resigned sigh. Once Yin Jiao left, Wang Xinmei handed the booklet to the two of them. Start timing, Su Miao Miao quietly recited, pretending to be unfamiliar with the material, mumbling to herself. Shan Yu quickly flipped through the booklet, looking a bit relaxed. Wang Xinmei was even less pleased with her now. She had hoped Xinyu would push Su Miao Miao out, but it seemed unlikely now. Although Su Miao Miao wasn't very kind-hearted, she was at least serious. Xinyu, on the other hand, didn't take this exam seriously at all. 10 minutes passed quickly. Wang Xinmei collected the booklet and handed them paper and pens. For fairness, just write it down. You have 10 minutes. The one who writes the most and has the highest accuracy stays. This was easy for Su Miao Miao. Her handwriting wasn't as neat as Xinyu's, but she could memorize a lot. Xinyu had just seen the booklet for the first time and would definitely lose to her. They picked up their pens and quickly wrote their names, then started copying the material on the pages. Su Miao Miao's hand moved swiftly, as if guided by a divine force. Xinyu was not willing to fall behind. Her speed was actually on par with Su Miao Miao's. This discovery surprised Su Miao Miao greatly.
How could that be?
Could Xinyu predict the future and have memorized everything beforehand like herself? No, that's impossible. She must be pretending. Yes, that's it. Su Miao Miao kept telling herself to stay calm, but her heart was racing uncontrollably. She felt nervous, her hands trembling, and she made several mistakes while writing, so she had to erase and start again. Meanwhile, Xinyu appeared relaxed and confident from start to finish. The room was very quiet, only the scratching sound of two people writing. Stop writing. When the time was up, Wang Xinmei stepped forward and took away their notebooks. Su Miao Miao wanted to peek at Xinyu's notebook, but saw nothing. Wang Xinmei opened both notebooks and looked closely. She was immediately shocked. How is this possible? Su Miao Miao was someone who used shortcuts. She must have memorized this manual beforehand, or Wan Ningming wouldn't have suggested using it for the test. She could write the content from the manual well, which was expected. But what surprised Wang Xinmei was that Xinyu had memorized even more. Xinyu's casual attitude while reciting the manual really made Wang Xinmei angry. She thought Xinyu was giving up without a fight. But unexpectedly, Xinyu had real skills. She memorized more and better than Su Miao Miao. Could it be that Xinyu also memorized the manual beforehand? Wang Xinmei thought about it briefly and immediately dismissed the idea. Even if Xinyu was talented, she couldn't have predicted everything. She wasn't from the hospital, and even if she was friends with Yin Jiao, she wouldn't have access to the staff manual. It seemed Xinyu was very smart and had a good memory. A high school graduate, impressive. Moreover, comparing the two, Xinyu's handwriting was better, more elegant, and looked pleasing. Her content was also exactly the same as the manual. Su Miao Miao's handwriting was not bad, but she had several corrections and mistakes. Wang Xinmei was truly convinced and changed her opinion of Xinyu. Not bad, not bad. She's a promising talent. Smart people learn quickly. Someone like Xinyu, even if not working in healthcare, would excel in logistics or other support roles. Take a look, she's really impressive. Wang Xinmei handed the two people's notebooks to the other judges. Everyone looked at Xinyu's back writing and nodded repeatedly. Su Miao Miao mistakenly thought everyone was praising her, and she was so proud her tail seemed to lift into the sky. Thank you, head nurse and leaders, for your praise. I will keep working hard, she said, glancing at Xinyu with a proud look, showing off clearly. Xinyu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Su Miao Miao really loves to act. She acts everywhere, and all the time. Xiao Yu, what are you laughing at? Is it because you didn't write enough words and are angry? Su Miao Miao pretended to comfort her. Xiao Yu, work is work, no matter if it's high or low. If you can't get a hospital job, going to the countryside as a young intellectual is also good. Being a nurse or doing farm work is all for serving the people. She deliberately raised her voice, so others could hear. Outside the door, Qin Yaji and Shin Chunping couldn't wait any longer. Hearing Su Miao Miao's words, they thought things had gone well, and they pushed open the door confidently and walked in. Oh, Xiao Yu, just accept losing. Losing to our Miao Miao isn't a shame. After all, Miao Miao has been smart since she was little. She should have been the one to pass the exam, right? Exactly. Shin Chunping, a loyal supporter of Su Miao Miao, eagerly jumped in. Ugly people cause trouble. Xinyu, I think you should just prepare to go to the countryside. What do you have to compare with Sister Miao Miao? Oh, Chunping, at least Xiao Yu is your biological sister. She's a bit slow, but she's not hopeless.
Don't talk about her like that.
Give her some face. Su Miao Miao felt good about herself, speaking with a slightly coquettish tone. She now appeared to everyone as beautiful, kind-hearted, smart, and capable. When people are proud, they often forget themselves. The higher they climb, the harder they fall. Unfortunately, Su Miao Miao didn't know this. Shin Chunping, Xiao Yu is your biological sister. Do you find it interesting to belittle her like this? Yin Jiao really wanted to open Shin Chuanping's head and see what was inside. Biological sister? A stupid waste who's so useless. What right does she have to be my sister? Enough. Wang Xinmei, who had been watching coldly, finally couldn't hold back. She looked at Su Miaomiao, Qin Yaji, and Shin Chuanping's faces and saw everything clearly. Her dissatisfaction with Shun Yu disappeared. It seemed that Shun Yu's personality was also the result of long-term suppression. Dealing with such insincere people and brothers who cannot distinguish right from wrong makes life very difficult. Who told you that Su Miaomiao got into the school? Wang Xinmei's words shocked Su Miaomiao greatly. Head nurse, I have a good memory and am good at memorizing. I didn't get in, so it must be Shen Yu who did. That can't be true. Wang Xinmei was speechless. How could there be such shameless people in the world? Could her little tricks really fool her? If it weren't for considering Wang Yingming's feelings, she would have kicked her out long ago. The person who got in is Shen Yu. Wang Xinmei's words were like a bomb exploding in the small room, making Su Miaomiao feel dizzy and Qin Yaji turn pale.
What?
Shen Yu got in. Yin Jiao was so happy, she almost jumped up. Xiao Yu, you're amazing. Impossible. Qin Yaji looked very upset. You're covering for Shen Yu. How could she possibly outperform Miao Miao? Wang Xinmei almost laughed at her words. Does she have a brain? Is her head full of nonsense? Acting so proud. Does she think she's Wu Zetian? Someone like her. Marrying Yingming, can she really bring him happiness? It seemed she needed to find a chance to talk seriously with her cousin. She's trouble and not suitable for marriage. Covering for her? Wang Xinmei sneered. This is Shen Yu and Su Miaomiao's written work. Look at this. She threw the notebook in front of everyone and pointed out the differences sternly. At the same time, Shen Yu wrote 3 pages, with neat handwriting and no mistakes. The entire piece has no corrections or errors. Now look at Su Miaomiao's. She only wrote 2 pages with 4 corrections, 2 misspelled words, and 1 part where the order was even reversed. The other leaders nodded. The difference is obvious. Comrade Shen Yu wrote flawlessly and has a good memory. Exactly such talent, not just suitable for the hospital but also a good candidate for government work. Qin Yaji was not convinced. She quickly took the 2 pieces of work to compare carefully, and surprisingly, they matched Wang Xinmei's description exactly. How is this possible? Seeing Qin Yaji look so stunned, Su Miaomiao quickly grabbed the notebook to check. When she saw Shen Yu's notebook, she almost lost her mind.
Why?
Why is this happening? No way, Shen Yu cheated. She must have memorized everything beforehand. Wang Xinmei. All right, calling others a thief is just like that. Su Miaomiao, you know how this extra test came about, right? If you're not as good, you should accept losing gracefully. Wang Xinmei's words hit like a slap, sharply landing on Su Miaomiao's face. She couldn't bear this humiliation anymore and turned around crying as she ran out. Miao Miao. Qin Yaji glared fiercely at Shen Yu before rushing after her. Shen Chunping was so angry, he looked like he was about to explode. He pointed at Shen Yu and gritted his teeth. Shen Yu, do you have no shame? Bullying Sister Miao? If you have the guts, give your work to her. Do you dare? Are you blind? Which I saw me bullying her. Shen Yu transformed into a roar. If you don't want your eyes, you can donate them to someone in need. Are you just venting your anger with 2 empty eye sockets? Giving her your work?
Why?
Because she's ugly and not smart? Giving it to her? Is she even worthy? You. Shen Chunping was stunned. When did Shen Yu become so sharp-tongued? What do you mean? What do you mean? Seeing you just makes me angry. Why don't you give your work to her? Shen Chunping, do you want to show off your kindness and do good deeds? Give up your work. What skill is it to be generous to others? I've never seen someone as heartless as you. Hurry up and get out of here, or don't blame me for hitting you. Fine, just wait and see. Shen Chunping lost face and dignity. After making a harsh remark, he left in a hurry. Yin Jiao was so excited, she couldn't hold back. She didn't expect Shen Yu's counterattack to be so brilliant and her words so sharp. Shen Yu was completely different from the person she knew before. Xiao Yu, you're amazing. Truly worthy of Aunt Li's daughter. Well done. She genuinely felt happy for Shen Yu. Her sister finally stood up for herself and learned to fight back. Xinyu was also very happy. No matter what, having such a close friend in her life was not a bad thing. Thank you, Jiao Jiao. Rest assured, I will never let anyone bully her again. At this moment, several judges in the room stood up and left. The two sisters quickly moved aside and watched them go. Wang Xinmei was the last to leave. Her gaze at Xinyu had already changed. Xinyu, I want to ask you something. Although Xinyu doesn't think highly of Wang Xinmei, she knows that Wang is the head nurse and also a leader to Yinjiao. It would be easy for her to cause trouble for Yinjiao if she wanted. She can't create enemies for Yinjiao, as it might affect her future work. Go ahead, Xinyu said politely, neither humble nor proud. Her calm attitude made Wang Xinmei feel somewhat favorable toward her. Wang nodded slightly. I see that your relationship with your family isn't very good. The admission letter is sent to your home, or should Yinjiao help you deliver it? Yinjiao quietly tugged Xinyu, signaling her not to be confused. Head nurse, I also have a question I want to ask you. Oh, Wang Xinmei showed interest. Just ask, and I will tell you if I know. She was ready to reveal her secret if Xinyu asked. She was prepared to be open. Head nurse, I took the nurse exam. If I don't want this job, can I sell it to someone else? Nursing is a very professional job, and I worry. Wang Xinmei was a bit surprised. She didn't expect this girl to be so tactful, hiding her true thoughts. It was a way to save face. Since you asked me, it means you don't see me as a stranger. I'll be honest. In principle, even if you pass the exam, there is a 6-month internship period. After passing the assessment, you can become a full employee. Buying and selling jobs are unofficial and often illegal. During the movement of young people going to the countryside, such transactions became a silent secret everyone knew about. As long as no one reported, people turned a blind eye. Wang Xinmei curiously asked, but you worked hard to get this job. Why don't you want it? It's a good opportunity that others would love to have. I don't want it because my heart isn't in it and my family situation isn't peaceful. It's hard to do this job well. Instead of struggling, I might as well sell it to someone else and be done with it. Thinking about it, Wang Xinmei realized she owed the girl a favor today. It might be good to help her out for everyone's benefit. All right, I will handle this. As long as the buyer has a middle school diploma and a good background, it's fine. Find a buyer, bring them to me, and I will help you with the paperwork. Unexpectedly, there was a pleasant surprise. Nurse Wang, who wanted to make amends, was quite considerate and good at handling people. Thank you, head nurse. Please give the notification to Yinjiao. Wang Xinmei nodded, pushed the door open, and left. The more she thought about it, the more interesting she found the young girl. It was quite something. Suyu, are you really sure you don't want this job? It was hard enough to get it. Only after leaving the hospital did Yinjiao ask her doubt. Yes, I don't want it. Yinjiao was worried for her.
Why?
If you can't find a job, you'll have to go to the countryside. Life there is tough, hard to get enough food, and you'll have to do farm work. With your small body, you need to think carefully. I understand. Xinyu couldn't tell her that she felt dizzy whenever she saw someone in a white coat. Isn't being a nurse also wearing a white coat? Better not to say anything. If I take this position, I probably won't have a moment of peace, Xinyu thought. She didn't want to tell Yinjiao her plans for now. Instead of that, I might as well change my job for money. Be careful with that money. Don't let those ungrateful people in your family take it. If they do, you'll regret it, Yinjiao said, feeling angry at the others in Shin families. She couldn't understand how Aunt Li, who was so kind, could be so blind. Shunyu smiled. Got it, the housekeeper's worries are enough for you. Anyway, working at night is tiring, and I've been busy all morning. You should go home and rest. Okay, I'll go now. Be careful. If anything happens, don't try to handle it alone. If they dare to attack, run outside. Never fight them head-on, understand? Yin Jiao added, and today the head nurse. Well, she clearly helped Su Miao Miao get in. The man who came in earlier is Wang Yingming from the anesthesiology department, and he's related to Nurse Wang. I didn't expect Su to have such powerful connections, getting Dr. Wang to arrange this. Everyone has weaknesses, especially when family ties are involved. Just try to be more open-minded. Human nature is like that. I can't rely on my own close relatives, let alone others. Nurse Wang was quite fair. She didn't favor Su Miao Miao. Yin Jiao thought about it and realized she was right. She decided to let it go. I'll come back after I get the acceptance letter. Okay? The two parted ways and went home separately. The small yard was filled with an unpleasant smell that made Xinyu feel annoyed. She wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. As for the job, she planned to sell it to her cousin's daughter. The original owner's uncle has 4 children, and both of his older cousins are already married. The younger cousin is only 8 years old, so there's no need to worry about him going to the countryside. The middle cousin, who is about the same age as her, just finished middle school. If she can't find a job soon, she will have to go to the countryside too. Instead of selling her cheaply to others, it's better to sell her to a relative. From what I remember, her uncle's family is quite kind to her. After making the decision, Xinyu immediately locked the door and headed straight to the grain shop. At the grain and oil shop on West Street, Su Yuzhen was worried about her younger daughter's job and felt very tired. The day her daughter is supposed to go to the countryside is coming soon. If she can't find a job soon, she will have to send her away. But are jobs really easy to find these days? Even with money, it's hard to get a job. No, she must ask Lao Li to find out if any factories are hiring. Her third daughter should try to find work too. Just as she stood up, she suddenly heard a somewhat familiar voice behind her say, "Auntie." Su Yuzhen looked at Xinyu with surprise, her eyes full of shock. Xiaoyu? She hadn't seen Xinyu for over a year. Since Li Xinmei passed away, Xinyu had become distant from their family. It seemed like she was deliberately avoiding them. Usually, they rarely saw her, and even when they did, she wouldn't say much, like a silent jar. In the past, during festivals, they thought about inviting Xinyu to their home to celebrate with her family. But after a few failed attempts, the Li family realized she was deliberately avoiding them. Their interactions became fewer and fewer. Xin Jin, who was married to her, hardly visited the Li family anymore. Their family ties seemed to have broken, and over time, the Li family's feelings grew colder. Xiaoyu, why are you here? Come in quickly.
Auntie.
The staff at the grain shop saw Xinyu and found it strange. Yuzhen, this is your niece. She hasn't been here in a long time. When Xinyu was young, Li Xinmei often brought her to the grain shop. Yes. The girl has grown up and is going to school now. It's not easy for her to come here often. Worried that Xinyu might feel uncomfortable, Su Yuzhen took her to the back small storage room to talk. Did something happen? Su Yuzhen looked Xinyu up and down, her brows slightly furrowed, full of concern. You look so thin and your complexion isn't good. Is life at home hard? Although life is difficult for every family now compared to a few years ago, things are better. Moreover, Xinjin is a skilled worker with a salary of over 60 yuan plus bonuses, which is quite good. The children are all working now, and supporting a little Yu is not a problem. Su Yuzhen's concern made Xinyu feel warm inside. Her aunt is very kind and has always loved her dearly. When Li Xinmei had her accident, the main person taking care of her was her uncle, and Su Yuzhen was always there with her. Auntie, what's wrong? Speak up, child. You're making me nervous. Xinyu smiled and asked, nothing special, just wanted to ask Ying. Has she graduated and found a good job yet? Hearing this, Su Yuzhen felt a bit more at ease but sighed helplessly. She didn't get into a vocational school. She can either work or go to the countryside. But now, it's hard to find a job. There aren't many places hiring, and if she waits too long, she might have to go to the countryside. Su Yuzhen had thought about retiring early so her third daughter could take over, but she would have to start as an apprentice earning less than 16 yuan, and the whole family might be left with nothing. Annie, have you thought about what kind of work Ying could do? How can we choose? Being a worker is better than going to the countryside, right? But then she realized something didn't sound right. Xiaoyu, why are you asking this? Do you have a way? Andy, how about a nurse? Ying has been careful and attentive since she was young. She finished middle school. Being a nurse would be a good job, right? Not just good, it's one of the best options. Stethoscopes, steering wheels, and even sales clerks for kitchen knives. These are all popular jobs. Being a nurse is a very respectable job, and it can even impress people during matchmaking. Xiaoyu, do you have a way to letting Ying become a nurse? Xinyu didn't hide it and told her about passing the exam to become a nurse, but not wanting to work. Why not? Do you want to go to the countryside? Before Xinyu could answer, Su Yuzhen launched into a scolding. Child, are you stupid? Being a nurse is such a good job. Why are you ignoring it and thinking of suffering in the countryside? Listen to your aunt, going to the countryside is not for you. Don't worry about Ying's future. I can retire early and let her take my place, and then everything will be fine. Currently, strict rules are in place. Those who end up without jobs are forced to go to the countryside. Be obedient. She genuinely cares about Xinyu. Auntie, I have my own plans. I really don't like working as a nurse, and if I really work at a hospital, I won't be able to rest. What's going on? Xinyu recounted the past few years of the original owner's life honestly. She didn't exaggerate, just described how the family favored Qin Yaji and Su Miao, which made Su Yuzhen very angry.
Good.
The whole family is unkind. They only care about that widow. Knowing she had spoken out of turn, Su Yuzhen swallowed the harsh words. Xiaoyu is still young and shouldn't hear such things. Don't worry, let your uncle handle this. After all, your mother and uncle are influential, and they still have some weight when they speak. Annie, I can handle it myself. A sharp look flashed in Xinyu's eyes. In the past, I thought we were all family, so I tolerated everything. Now I see clearly, they never really considered me part of the family. I don't need to hold back anymore. As for the job, I have my own ideas. Don't worry, I won't go to the countryside. So, I can sell this job to anyone. Why not sell it to Ying? Su Yuzhen didn't agree immediately. Do you really have a way? Or are you just joking with me? Auntie, look at me. I'm small and thin. If I really go to the countryside, I'd be exhausted. I do have a way. Besides, I really can't do the nurse's job. I faint at the sight of blood and needles. When I see a needle, I get dizzy myself. How can I give injections to patients? Su Yuzhen had never heard of fainting at blood or needles before. She was skeptical but asked several times. Seeing Xinyu didn't seem to be lying, she finally agreed. All right, then we'll buy this job. Xiaoyu, thank you. Don't worry, your money and tickets. Andy won't let you down. She thought carefully and decided to offer a price higher than the market rate so that Xiaoyu wouldn't suffer any loss. Keep the money for yourself. Don't let them touch it. If they use it to please those two women, you'll have nowhere to cry. Okay, I understand. Auntie, you go to work now. I'll go back. Once I receive the acceptance letter, Ying and I will go to the hospital to handle the paperwork. Good, I'll see you off. Su Yuzhen kept Xinyu until she left the grain shop and even gave her more than 10 yuan and some grain coupons. Annie, what are you doing? I can't take this. Here, take it.
You're so thin.
Eat something good and secretly make up for it. Su Yuzhen sighed and said, This is from your auntie. Just keep it safe. When you used to come with your mom, did I ever not buy you ice cream and candies? It's been so many years, and now I'm making up for it. Xinyu felt a slight pang in her heart. She didn't refuse and accepted it. Thank you, auntie. No need to thank me. Go home now. After Xinyu left, Su Yuzhen went back to the shop. She sat on a chair and thought for a long time. The more she thought, the more she felt that Xinyu had the spirit of her younger sister-in-law from back then, brave and straightforward. No, I have to find a good time to visit Shen's house and support Xiuyu. I can't let her be bullied. She also needed her husband to stand up to her older brother's family. Surely, they didn't think the Li family was weak? After a lot of fuss, the 2 boiled eggs from the morning had already been eaten. Xinyu's stomach was growling with hunger. She followed the smell and found a state-owned restaurant. The People's Restaurant, Section 1. Wow, what a fancy and bright name. The sign outside looked old and worn, with faded characters. It didn't look like a restaurant, more like a warehouse. Forget it, it was the 1970s. She hadn't eaten enough back then. What was a bicycle? Xinyu held the money and food coupons Su Yuzhen gave her, then pushed the door open and went inside. It was mealtime, so many people were eating. The slogans on the wall were clear and very characteristic of that era. Xinyu observed quietly for a moment and then mimicked others to order at the window. The small blackboard listed the available dishes. Sold-out items were crossed out with chalk, simple and direct. She ordered dumplings. The limited supply of beef-filled dumplings was already gone. So she chose a pound of pork and cabbage, costing 2.20 yuan plus 4 ounces of food coupons. It was quite expensive. Most people wouldn't spend that much. The waiter looked at her with a strange expression, as if thinking she was quite wasteful, ordering a pound of dumplings alone. Xinyu didn't bother to care. Service staff back then were quite tough, and their attitude was basically zero. The sign on the wall clearly said, "No hitting customers." Soon, her dumplings were ready. There was no delivery service, so she had to carry them herself. When she returned with the dumplings, she found her seat had been taken. A very handsome face suddenly caught Xinyu's attention. She had just seen him this morning. Jiang Huai sat upright like a pine tree, his posture straight. His hands rested neatly on his knees, legs together, looking very formal, as if he was attending an awards ceremony rather than eating. He exuded a serious and noble air. Xinyu pursed her lips, suppressing her happiness. She used chopsticks to pick at the dumplings in her bowl, not in a hurry to eat. The food looked delicious, and with such a good-looking person nearby, who would want dumplings? She wasn't even hungry anymore. However, someone sat across from Jiang Huai, blocking her view. Xinyu was annoyed and pouted, then started eating her dumplings. At first, she thought the person was just sharing a table, so she didn't pay much attention. She felt it was a pity. She should have sat closer to Jiang Huai to get a better look, since being nearby was better. But as she listened more, she realized something was off. The person clearly knew Jiang Huai. "Jiang Huai, don't be upset with your older sister-in-law for speaking harshly. If things were like before, not to mention Xiao Lu being married, even if she was a pure girl, she wouldn't be a good match for you. But now, with your situation, which young woman would want to marry a blind man? Xiao Lu is pregnant, but she's a good woman. If you marry her, it's like getting a bonus. In half a year, you'll be a father. Isn't that great?" Zhang Fian, confident that Jiang Huai couldn't see her, almost stuck her tongue out in disdain. "Times are different now. You're blind, and it's already good that she doesn't dislike you. Who are you to dislike her?" Xinyu grew angrier the more she listened. She chewed her dumplings fiercely, wishing she could glare a hole into Jiang Fian's back. What kind of words are those? What's wrong with being blind? With Jiang Huai's good looks, she would be willing to be with him even if she had to chase after him. And to introduce a pregnant woman to Jiang Huai, how heartless can someone be? That's just outright insulting. "Older sister-in-law, you don't need to worry about my affairs. I can handle them myself," Jiang Huai said calmly, as if he wasn't insulted at all. "That's impossible." Jiang Fian's voice was sharp, but luckily the restaurant was noisy, so no one paid attention. "Xiao Lu is doing well, and she's pretty. Just because she's pregnant, you dislike her. No matter what, this hot potato had to be taken by Jiang Huai. As for whether Jiang Huai was happy or not, who cared? Jiang Huai's patience was running out. He was sitting here listening to Jiang Fian talk nonsense just to gather some information. "Big Aunt, is this your idea or my parents'?" Jiang Fian's eyes flashed with a quick look of guilt. "Do you have the right to ask?" "Jiang Huai, it's not what Big Aunt says. People need to see reality and accept their fate. If you weren't blind, you'd still be a top pilot, right? Then the daughter of the Qiao family wouldn't have left you for someone else." She tapped on the table. "Right now, you're covered in mud and not fit for Qiao Xinyu. Xiao Lu is a good match for you." The words, just right, were spoken lightly, but they carried a lot of sarcasm and contempt. Is this what family members should say? Is this what a person should spit out? Xinyu clenched her fists. Her fiery temper was hard to control. Xinyu, who never even ate dumplings, suddenly stood up. Just as she was about to share her opinion, 2 more people appeared beside Jiang Huai. "Brother Jiang, it's really you." Qiao Xinyu looked at the handsome man in front of her and thought it was a pity. If Jiang Huai hadn't had an accident, he would have been the best person she could aim for. Jiang Huai looked energetic and was a pilot. Although his family had some issues, she could follow the army with him. living a quiet life away from the Jiang family, having a few children. How wonderful that would be. But fate was cruel. Jiang Huai was blind. No matter how good he looked, it was useless now. He couldn't fly anymore and would have to retire and go home eventually. No matter how much she liked Jiang Huai, she couldn't marry a disabled man. Xinyu, your fate with Xiao Jiang is over. From now on, pretend you don't know him when you see him, said a middle-aged woman standing with Qiao Xinyu, her tone cold. Mom, even if they couldn't be a couple, they shouldn't make things awkward. What if his eyesight got better again? Deep down, Qiao Xinyu still cared for Jiang Huai and was reluctant to part with him. Mom, what are you talking about? I don't listen to you anymore. Wang Wan crossed her arms and looked down at Jiang Huai. Xiao Jiang, you have bad luck. Don't blame our Yaya. She's such a beautiful girl. She can't suffer with you. When you meet again, just pretend you don't know each other to avoid misunderstandings later. You're single, but that's okay. Our UUS still wants to get married. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a loud slap, and Xinyu slammed her chopsticks onto the table so hard that the bowls and plates jumped. Wang Wan, Qiao Xinyu, and Jiang Fian, who was sitting across from Jiang Huai, were all startled. A restaurant is for eating, not for you to spout nonsense. Xinyu pinched her nose and made a disgusted face. So smelly. Did you poop your pants? Jiang Huai's lips curled slightly. She was the one. Xinyu's voice was very loud, as if she wanted to tear off the roof. Because of her shout, the whole restaurant instantly fell silent. Then everyone burst into laughter. Wang Wan looked confused, as if asking, "Who are you?" All eyes were on Xinyu. Her first attack was aimed at Wang Wan. She pointed at her nose and scolded, "You old woman, your mouth always smells like stinky feet. People might think you drank foot-washing water this morning. Can't you hear yourself? Someone dug up your ancestor's grave or blew up your toilet, and you still talk trash about them. When the comrade was doing well, you rushed to bother him. Now that he's blind, he's unlucky, and his luck is gone, you say he's just single. You look down on the poor and love the rich, and you still have the nerve to complain? Who do you think you are? What does it have to do with you?" Wang Wan was so angry she turned red and blue in the face. Under everyone's watch, she felt ashamed and couldn't lift her head. "I saw injustice and couldn't stand by. Seeing you all kicking someone when they're down, I just wanted to say something." Xinyu looked at Qiao Xinyu and sneered. "This girl dresses nicely, but her character isn't good. The comrade is sitting here peacefully, not bothering you, right?" She had lived twice and had strong mental powers. She could clearly see that Qiao Xinyu was just after wealth and status, wanting both. On the surface, she was polite, but in reality, she looked down on Jiang Huai. Exactly. This comrade didn't pay attention to them at all. They keep talking for no reason. I think this girl is right, she's just after wealth and status. Wow, what kind of people are there? Their insides are all bad. We've only had peaceful days for a few years. The crowd's accusations made Wang Wan's face turn pale, and Qiao Xinyu was on the verge of tears, as if she were the victim herself. "I don't even know you, comma." She turned to look at Jiang Huai. "Big brother Jiang, please explain a little for me." "It's all a misunderstanding. Jiang Huai is a graceful person, at least that's how Qiao Xinyu sees him." "A misunderstanding?" "Yes, it's really a misunderstanding," Jiang Huai suddenly said, making everyone in the restaurant turn to look. "Is he really going to explain? So kind?" Qiao Xinyu's lips curl up slightly. She knew Jiang Huai was cold on the outside but warm inside, very polite, and wouldn't just watch her get caught in a rumor without helping. Wang Wan glared at Xinyu, as if mocking her for meddling in other people's business. Only Xinyu looked calm, confident that she had everything under control, which made others suspicious. Just as Qiao Xinyu was feeling proud, Jiang Huai's voice sounded again. "I and Comrade Qiao are just ordinary neighbors. I was mostly in the army before, and I rarely saw Comrade Qiao all year. As for your Qiao family, you visit my house all the time, eager to get engaged. I never agreed, nor did I have any private contact with Comrade Qiao. Every letter she sent, I refused to accept and sent back unopened. Jiang Huai chuckled lightly. Neither family has a verbal agreement or ever approved anything. How can your Qiao family misunderstand my relationship with Comrade Qiao? What fate or connection? Where does that even come from? Everyone was silent, surprised by this. Is there really such a shameless person in the world? When they liked Comrade Qiao, they rushed to get close. When she had trouble, they quickly withdrew. How dare they say such vague things to distance themselves from her? It's as if Comrade Qiao is clinging to them and refusing to let go. Oh, look at this mess. Those who don't know might think Comrade Qiao is someone's fiancé. Really interesting. If I were to judge if her character isn't good, even if Comrade Qiao has issues with her eyes, she doesn't deserve her. Exactly. I've never seen someone with such thick skin. Even the waiter joined in, grabbing a handful of sunflower seeds from somewhere, eating and watching the scene with great interest. She knew I couldn't bear this unfair treatment. She stopped eating and turned to run outside. Wang felt embarrassed and quickly chased after her daughter, but before leaving, she warned her firmly to wash her neck clean and wait for her. The diners in the restaurant burst into laughter, thinking it was just a small incident, and continuing with their meals. Xinyu patted Jiang Fian's shoulder. Ma'am, aren't you leaving yet? Sitting here waiting for your food? Do you want to hear my opinion about you? She gave a strong pat, making Jiang Fian's side feel numb. Jiang Fian believed that if she stayed stubborn and didn't leave, she would end up being scolded badly, just like the mother and daughter earlier, and she definitely wouldn't get any advantage from this woman. Haha, I'll leave now. Afraid to mention Xiao Lu again, she quickly got up and left. Once she was gone, Xinyu also felt a bit awkward. I just couldn't hold back.
I'm Shen Igriku.
We met this morning at the hospital. The handsome man's face was very striking. Xinyu couldn't believe that these slightly shy words were coming from her mouth. She was a little glad Jiang Huai couldn't see her now, or she would be even more embarrassed. Thank you. When Xinyu heard him say thank you, she smiled awkwardly. She blamed herself for being inexperienced. She had been in a mental hospital for many years and had never seen such a handsome guy, so she wasn't very reserved. I was sitting across from you. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. It's just that they were talking so annoyingly. I couldn't help it. Xinyu felt a bit guilty. She and Jiang Huai had just met twice in total. Thank you. Jiang Huai's eyes were unfocused but sincere. This is the second time you've helped me. The first time was on the hospital steps when they almost fell. Xinyu caught him and even touched his waist. Xinyu also remembered that day and felt her face flush. God knows what was wrong with her, doing such a crazy thing. But people nowadays are quite simple, she thought. He probably wouldn't think much about it. Yes, she didn't mean to do it. She only held onto his waist to prevent them from falling. Maybe she slipped her hand a little, but it was just a slip, not intentional touching. The dumplings are cold now. Xinyu almost bit her own tongue, annoyed about the cold dumplings. Have you eaten? Want to eat together? Sure, I'll treat you. Jiang Huai is a very kind person. He didn't laugh at her or make her feel awkward. Instead, he took out money and a ticket. I'm not feeling well, so Shin comrade, please order for us. I'm also hungry. After listening to all the small talk, how could she not be hungry? Oh, okay then. Xinyu had an extremely awkward meal. She and Jiang Huai sat face to face. Neither of them spoke, only the sound of chopsticks touching bowls.
But she was also happy.
The handsome guy sitting across from her made her feel good. Before, Xinyu never believed in love at first sight, but now she felt like she was falling for him, even though she had only met this man twice. Xinyu wanted to see Jiang Huai home. His eyes weren't good, so walking back from the restaurant to his house must be difficult. But how should she ask? She acted a bit too eager today. Would that scare him or leave a bad impression? Where do you live? Should I walk you home? No need. Jiang Huai was very polite. It's not far. I can go back myself. Just turn the corner at the alley ahead. All right. Since he said that if she insisted, it would seem too pushy. Okay, take care. Goodbye. Jiang Huai turned to leave. He was tall with long legs, walking with big strides but not in a hurry. He seemed very familiar with the surroundings. He didn't need a cane and didn't fumble around like a blind person. He looked like a normal person. There shouldn't be any problem, right? Shanyu kept watching Jiang Huai's back until he turned into the alley. Then she looked away. All right, that's enough for now. Shanyu felt pretty good, mainly because she had a good meal. It was still early. If she went home now, she'd probably be alone, which was boring. It's more lively with people. Shin's family would only be chaotic if there were a lot of people. Following her memory of the original owner, she wandered around nearby several times. Finally, as it was getting dark, she headed toward Shin's house. The smell in the air felt unfamiliar to her, but somehow also strangely familiar. The factory area is quite lively, with many people leaving work in small groups. Bicycles are still rare, and not everyone can afford to buy one. Shunyu quickened her pace. She didn't go home, but headed toward the outskirts of the city. The area was a bit remote, dark, with no streetlights. Shunyu walked along the riverbank, stopped by the water, and casually picked up a few stones to toss into the river for fun. This was the most comfortable time of day, less hot, with occasional breezes that felt cool. A few people were coming this way, quickly surrounding Shinyu. Young girl, it's so late. Why aren't you home? What are you doing here? Are you waiting for your friends? Shinyu smiled slightly. Yes, waiting for you guys. You're walking so slowly. Some of them looked at each other, wondering if she had noticed something. Shinyu moved her wrists casually and calmly said, Come on, let's go together. 5 minutes later, Shinyu was walking back alone, slowly retracing her steps. By the river, 6 or 7 men were lying still, not moving. She couldn't tell if they were alive. When Shinyu got home, she saw 2 angry faces. Shin Xiuping looked at her with disgust. When he saw her, he scolded. Shinyu, why aren't you home cooking dinner? Where did you go? You're getting more and more wild. No one can control you anymore, right? He shouted loudly, almost bulging his eyes. Shinyu wasn't going to put up with him. She grabbed a damp cloth from the table and threw it at Shin Xiuping. The cloth was wet and still had water on it. It slapped onto Shin Xiuping's face with a squelch. The sour, stinky cloth splashed water into his mouth, making him feel sick. He almost vomited his dinner. He hurried outside to rinse his mouth. Shin Jin's face was also very grim, but he was more patient than Shin Xiuping. Xiaoyu, tell me what you're thinking. I heard you messed up Su Miao Miao's work today. Whose work? That's my work. What does it have to do with Su Miao Miao? Shinyu didn't understand the Shin family's intelligence. It seemed like they could be easily confused by a few words, and they acted more like children, no opinions of their own, just believing whatever others said. About the exchange of toilet paper. You also agreed to it back then. That was the original owner's decision, not hers. Can I disagree? Your 2 sons almost beat me to death, and you pretend not to hear, hiding inside the house. Shunyu snorted softly. I really want to ask you, if I had really been beaten to death that day, what would you do? How could that happen? They are your brothers. They wouldn't really hurt you, Shinjin said casually. They wouldn't go that far. A life was lost, suffocated and killed after long-term abuse and bullying by family members. But Shinjin, the father, said they wouldn't go that far. Shinyu was angry. Suddenly, the wind outside picked up, blowing sand everywhere, making the doors and windows creak. The power flickered, and the light bulb flickered as well, casting shadows on Shinyu's face. The cold wind was sharp, as if it wanted to go into one's bones, making Shin-jin think of Shinyu's bloodshot eyes that day. It was strange. He shivered, feeling a chill that reached the top of his head. But soon, the wind stopped, the doors and windows no longer made noise, and the light bulb stopped flickering. I'm tired and want to rest. Also, from today on, I won't do any chores at home. I've worked so many years, I should take a break. Shinyu went back to her small room, slammed the door shut with a loud bang, full of provocation. Dad, what just happened? A strange wind blew in. Shin Xiuping, covered in dust and dirt, entered the house. I don't know. Shinjin's face was dark and uncertain. Go cook, I'm hungry. Where's Shinyu? Let her cook. I worked a long day at my job, Shin Xiuping said. Shinjin muttered, No one can order her around now. While cooking, Shin Xiuping was very resentful, smashing dishes and pots loudly. Shin Yu lay under the blanket, motionless, as if she were asleep. She closed her eyes, but her mind was racing fast. Her brainwaves seemed to extend outside the house, as if they had eyes. By the river, the men had already woken up. They couldn't even remember how they fell down. It was like they were hit in the face and knocked out instantly, their bodies aching all over. There were many mosquitoes. During the time they fainted, each of their faces was bitten at least a dozen times, and they cursed loudly when they got up. The air seemed to ripple faintly, like water on a pond, creating circles that spread outward, but no one could see them. It moved quickly through the air and returned to the alley entrance, as if it had received an order. It suddenly darted into the Su family's house. Su Miao Miao's voice was faint but clear. I don't believe Shinyu can hide this time. Her good luck has run out. By the way, Mom, who did you find? Is he reliable? Qin Yaji smiled. Just keep calm and wait until tomorrow to see the results. Shinyu suddenly opened her eyes. Her head hurt a little, but she could handle it. Mental strength is a great thing, but unfortunately, not everyone can develop it. Because of this, she, who has very strong mental power, is seen as a monster or mentally ill by her family. Now, no one in this world knows her secret. The only problem is that her original body was weak, so she needs to exercise more. Su Miao Miao, Qin Yaji, you can't die too easily. Otherwise, what's the point of my crossing over? Let's play slowly. The next morning, Shinyu heard loud noises outside the yard. According to Qin Yaji and Su Miao Miao's plan, she should have lost her innocence, been attacked by some troublemakers, and then seen by neighbors in her torn clothes. At that point, she wouldn't be able to explain herself. Not only would she lose her reputation, but she would also face gossip. The hospital definitely wouldn't want someone with such a bad name. Her fragile relationship with Meng Jincheng was also over. Su Miao Miao sat back, waiting to see her downfall. But unfortunately, her plan was doomed to fail. Shinyu tidied up and went outside to watch the show. The alley was crowded with people, all gathered at Su Miao Miao's door. Several uniformed security guards were putting silver bracelets on Su Miao Miao and Qin Yaji. The two women cried and shouted, "We're innocent. It's not our fault. Those things aren't ours, and we don't know what's going on." Still saying it's not you, the street officer snapped angrily. We found the items and both the people and the evidence match. Admit it. Because of these two women, their chances of being recognized as an outstanding group this year were gone. Not facing punishment was already a good outcome. Su Miao Miao's eyes were swollen from crying. She was gasping for breath, clearly very scared. Once the charges are confirmed, they will be sent to a farm in the northwest for re-education. Is that a place for people? Their lives will be ruined forever. Qin Yaji also couldn't understand. Shouldn't Shinyu be the one who is disgraced? Why is she fine? Where did those books and magazines come from? When were they hidden in the Kong hole? Aunt Li excitedly told the neighbors the whole story. Someone reported that they found foreign books and magazines in their house. Oh my, they're so bold to hide such things. Exactly, I think those two don't seem to be well behaved. Aunt Li's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she raised her voice to make sure everyone heard. Those things were hidden in the Kong hole. You should have seen the people on those magazines. Oh, they weren't even wearing clothes. She gestured with her hands, making everyone feel uncomfortable. Shameless. I think Qin is not a good person. She used to flirt with old Shen, and later I heard she found someone else. TSK. People kept talking, blaming everyone, but everyone agreed that those two women were doomed. Shinyu knew that trouble was about to happen. Just as the security officer was taking the two women outside, the unexpected happened. Shen Chunping, who just finished her night shift, appeared with her fiancé Meng Jincheng. They stopped the security officer.
Who are you?
We're on official duty. Comrade, this is all a misunderstanding. I can prove that those things don't belong to them. Someone is framing them. Su Miao Miao, desperate for help, looked at Meng Jincheng with tears in her eyes. Yes, we're innocent. Comrade, you must investigate and clear our names. You say it's a frame-up. Do you have any proof? Meng Jincheng was a bit panicked. He had no proof. He only heard that Su Miao was in trouble and rushed over in a panic. He didn't realize how serious the situation was, but instinctively, he didn't want Su Miao to get into trouble. Shen Chunping, who was good at scheming, saw Shinyu behind her and immediately reacted. I can prove that those things don't belong to Miao Miao. They belong to Shinyu. He seemed worried that others might not see Shinyu clearly, so he quickly pointed at Shinyu and loudly shouted, Shinyu, don't even think about running away. Just look at what you've done. Suddenly, everyone's attention was focused on Shinyu.
See?
I knew it. If she doesn't cause trouble for others, others will cause trouble for her. Someone like Shin Chunping, who always causes trouble for her sister, is useless. Just chop her up and use her as fertilizer in the fields. Her mind is full of nonsense. Why are we talking about Xiaoyu again? Exactly. Are the Shin family members all crazy? Why is everyone so fierce? Shinyu feels bad, and she knows she will also be affected. Everyone outside understands this, but they don't. Two security officers looked at each other. One of them stepped toward Shinyu. Are you Shinyu? Yes, Shinyu replied playfully. I'm just watching the fun. Is that illegal? But someone reported you. They said you hid your books and magazines from the Su family. They say you framed Su Miao and Qin Yazi. What do you have to say? Shin Chunping didn't even want her to speak. Comrade, no need to ask. Just arrest her. Although Aunt Lee was a little angry, she held back her temper in front of the security officers. Xiao Shun, are you out of your mind? Shinyu is your sister. Why are you accusing her? Exactly. Xiaoyu wouldn't dare do that. Shinyu sneered. Sorry, everyone. What a family misfortune. This kid's head must have been caught in the door. She didn't care whether Shin Chunping was happy or not. She immediately told the security officers, Comrade, whoever makes the accusation must provide evidence. I can't just be accused without reason. The people who say I'm guilty should produce proof. That's only fair. Her words were a bit roundabout, but after everyone thought about it, they understood. Xiaoyu is right. That's right. Her reasoning makes sense. The security officer also thought she was right. The girl was young but spoke confidently. You say she's framing these two people. Where's the evidence? Shin Chunping was only 18 and nervous about talking to the security officers. Besides, this whole thing was just a careless remark he made. He had no proof at all. He knew very well how unfair Shinyu was being treated. Well, anyway, the stuff belongs to her. I saw her reading those books at home. Shinyu smiled. If anyone had such a troublemaker in their family, it would be quite frustrating, right? Arms crossed, not knowing what's inside or outside. Her family is all like that, plus Shin Jin's old stubbornness. What's the point of life? Just ruin it. She wanted to change the situation, which was easy to do in a moment. She just wanted to see how shameless people could be. Yes, comrade, the stuff belongs to her. Catch her. Hurry and arrest her. Su Miao's heart calmed down.
No te arce anymore.
She was very happy thinking about Shinyu being sent to the far northwest for reform. Being falsely accused by her own brother Shinyu must feel terrible. You saw it with your own eyes. Shin Chunping, do you know lying in court is against the law? You're accusing me falsely and lying in front of the security officer. Be careful, you might get 10 years. She wasn't afraid at all, her eyes holding back a storm. Maybe you'll even get some peanuts. Shin Chunping was still young and had a weaker mind. Hearing Shinyu say this, he became nervous and couldn't speak, sweating all over. At this critical moment, Meng Jincheng came over. He patted Shin Chunping's shoulder, signaling him to leave the matter to him. Comrade, can I say a few words with her? The security officer looked back and forth between the two. He probably sensed something unusual. He checked his watch. You have 2 minutes. Meng Jincheng grabbed Shinyu's wrist, pulled her aside, out of the crowd's sight, and lowered his voice. Shinyu, listen to me. You must accept this. Shinyu looked at him coldly. Why should I? Miao can't have any stains on her. If she's sent to the far northwest because of this, her whole life will be ruined. Do you want to see her suffer on the farm and be mistreated? I'd mind. Shinyu sneered. None of my business. How come you've changed like this? Meng Jincheng's eyes turned red. You're so kind. You'll definitely help Meow Meow, right? Shinyu suddenly shook off his hand, her eyes fierce. Meng, do you think I'm stupid? And Meow Meow, calling her so affectionately. Who is she to you, you? Meng Jincheng felt guilty for no reason, but then he straightened up and said confidently, you need to know your limits. Meow Meow is different from you. She's timid and has suffered a lot. What's wrong with you taking the blame for her? Xiaoyu, I only care about you. This whole thing is just a misunderstanding. You should take the blame first, let Meow Meow go, and later I will find out the truth and clear your name. Shunyu looked expressionless. Damn it, does she really think she can just mess with her life? She didn't do anything wrong, yet they want her to take the blame for Su Meow Meow. Without saying a word, Xinyu raised her hand and slapped Meng Jincheng, making him dizzy. He covered his face, shocked. Meng Jincheng, are you seriously sick? Su Meow Meow is a person and I am not? If you care about her, go take the blame for her. Say those books are yours.
Don't come to me.
Get lost. Xinyu, how can you be so selfish and unkind? Xinyu, or the original owner, had never spoken to Meng Jincheng like this before. She was always gentle and cautious around him. No matter how unreasonable his demands, she would agree and try to make things difficult for herself to achieve their goals. Now that she's here, she's not spoiling them anymore. She just can't stand it?
I'm selfish. I'm unkind. Shenigre chuckled softly.
2 minutes are up. You can go explain to the security officer yourself. Or watch your lover go to the far west to die, or you can take the blame for her yourself. Today, even if the heavens came down, she wouldn't let herself be manipulated again. Time's up. As soon as the 2 minutes were over, the security officer shouted, What's going on? Meng Jincheng's eyes turned red. He shouted, It's her, officer. She refuses to repent or confess. Arrest her. Take her in, and after the first trial, everything will be clear. Shin Chunping helped him out, saying, Yes, she's guilty. The stuff must belong to her. Officer, just take her away and ask her, and you'll find out everything. Everyone around was afraid of getting involved and only whispered quietly. No one dared to speak up for Xinyu. They saw clearly now Meng's family would do anything to drag Xinyu down. They never expected him to be like this. And the young man from the Shin family with the surname Su, what kind of spell did he cast on him? Why is he treating his own sister like this? Is he even human? All right, time's up. Xinyu, since someone has proven that you are involved in this matter, you'll come with us. Please cooperate with the investigation. If you are innocent, we will clear things up and let you go. Just hearing that didn't sound good. Going to the police station, who knows what others might say about her when she returns. Nowadays, even small issues can be blown out of proportion, with all sorts of accusations. If she goes to the station, she might be called all sorts of names. Whether she can come back or not is uncertain. Comrade, can't we just ignore what they say? I could also say you met with a spy last night. Don't talk nonsense.
What spy?
Who did I meet with? This was a serious matter. If it got out, it could be very dangerous. Shunyu smiled. You see, I was just joking. But how can you prove you didn't meet with a spy last night? Well, the security officer hesitated. He wasn't married, lived alone, and his parents were in the countryside. He went to bed early last night, so there's no one to prove his innocence. They're trying to smear my name, but I don't agree with that. Comrade, I have a way to prove that those books have nothing to do with me, and I can also show who really owns them. This caught not only the security officer's interest, but also the curiosity of the onlookers, who were now eager to hear more. How do you prove that? Does it have a name written inside the book? Are you stupid? Who would write their name in those books? That would clearly show they have something to hide. That's true. You're making it sound so mysterious. Is it real or not? The crowd was buzzing with discussion, while Xinyu had already approached Su Miao Miao. She said nothing, just took the books from the security officer's hand and casually flipped through them in front of everyone. Su Miao Miao, you say these books aren't yours. How do you explain the writing on them? What writing? Su Miao Miao's eyes widened. What did the writing on the books have to do with her? She kindly opened the book and showed everyone a line of small handwriting inside. The writing was done with a fountain pen, and from the ink color, it looked like it had been written a long time ago. The moon in the beautiful country is very round. The wind there is sweet. Everywhere is filled with the scent of freedom and my heart's desire. Su Miao Miao's eyes widened even more. That was clearly her handwriting, but she had never written it. Oh, writing such things. Foreigners are good, so why don't you go abroad to eat? Why stay here with us? Exactly. Even now, you still dare to say such things. In 1970, people's resistance to American influence was still very strong. Less than 20 years after the anti-American movement, those difficult memories were hard to forget. When the security officer saw these words, his expression immediately changed. It's not me. I didn't write this. Su Miao Miao felt as if her heart was clenched tightly. Who wrote these words? Why does it look like her handwriting? She never wrote anything like that. Comrade, this is Su Miao Miao's handwriting. Even if she denies it, it doesn't matter. Surely your unit has handwriting experts, right? A comparison will make everything clear. Comrade, rest assured, we will not let any pro-American traitors go. If this statement had been made 20 years later, there would be no problem. But in the sensitive early 1970s, it was a serious issue. Shinyu nodded with a smile. I trust your fairness and justice. Oh, by the way, these two people previously testified falsely for Su Miao Miao. I think they might also have issues. Do you want to take them all together? Shinyu, you're not human. How can you frame people like this? You're utterly heartless. Meng Jincheng's eyes turned red. He couldn't understand why Shinyu suddenly changed. She should have endured everything for him and taken all the blame, right? But now, not only was she not enduring, she was even letting the security officers take him away. Shin Chunping was also very shocked. He had grown up following Shinyu. Although this woman wasn't very kind, she always protected him and was obedient. Now, she was willing to hit and scold him and even let the security officers take him away to jail. Shinyu, are you sick? Just admit it if you recognize him. Why cause so much trouble? You'll be out in a few days. As long as Sister Miao Miao is fine, Brother Meng and I will forgive you. Making such a fuss is really too much. Shin Chunping, being young and used to bossing Shinyu around, spoke without thinking. Everyone around was shocked when they heard him. Oh my god, listen to what this Shin family kid is saying. He's making his own sister cover for Su Miao Miao. This is truly eye-opening. I've never seen someone so selfish. I will say this. The Shin family members are all quite strange, and some are seriously unwell. Meng Jincheng also got involved, treating Xiao Shen as if she were something special. It's clear these two have clever ways. They've made several men fall for them completely. They are all troublemakers. Stay away from them. Even the security officer was shocked. Forget their private relationships for a moment. Anyone brave enough to say such things openly is truly unusual. They're still standing here, acting as if they're invisible. The security officer looked upset. Everyone, be quiet. Such words that threaten our community unity are not acceptable. You all come with me and explain yourselves. Let's go. Shinyu, you better watch out. The street officers were furious. After something like this, forget about being progressive. They might even have to organize a big meeting to criticize publicly. The more they thought about it, the angrier they got. Mom, what should we do? Su Miao Miao was crying in worry, but the officers didn't let her speak. They took several people away immediately. Once they left, the show was over. The onlookers started to realize what was really happening. You think all these incidents in the past few days, are they because of that girl from the Su family?
Exactly.
At first, I thought it was Shin family's problem. They started by accusing her of stealing, and ever since, our alley has never been peaceful. Antley reflected on the recent events and said thoughtfully, at first glance, Xiaoyu seems to be a troublemaker, acting out and causing fuss. But if you think carefully, every incident involves that girl from the Su family. How did her mother's belongings end up in her box? That watch grew wings and flew right into her box. I saw it clearly myself. It was locked with a big lock, like a treasure. And about her job. Another aunt chimed in. My sister-in-law's sister-in-law works at the hospital. I heard that Su Miao Miao didn't get her job on her own. Xiao Yu got it for her. Then the Shun brothers, it's like they're under some spell. They forced Xiao Yu to give her job to Su Miao Miao, and they even swapped their exam papers. Oh my goodness, really? Shun Yu chuckled secretly. It looks like Qin Yaji and Su Miao Miao's carefully built image is about to fall apart. Soon everyone will realize that these two seemingly innocent women are actually full of bad intentions. Hey, Suyu, is what happened at the hospital true? A few older women, who didn't need to work, gathered around Shinyu, eager to hear some reliable gossip. It's true. Shinyu felt happy inside but pretended to be sad on the outside. My brother told Chunping that Su Miao Miao is pitiful and asked me to give up my job for her. Oh, what a fool, one woman said. Suyu, what are you thinking? Such a good job. Can't you keep it for yourself? If you lose your job, you'll have to go to the countryside to farm, and with your small body, Aunt Li was also worried. She cared about Shinyu but mostly didn't want Qin Yaji and Su Miao Miao to get benefits without working for them. Don't worry, ladies. I used to be naive, thinking that as family, they wouldn't hurt me. But she showed her arm close to the women, revealing crisscrossed bruises and scars, making them gasp. Did those two brothers do this? Are they animals? Why didn't you tell us before? You should go to the street office and ask the director to help you. It's so frustrating that they still think like old landlords in this day and age. That was in the past. It won't happen again. Shunyu lowered her sleeve. I've realized that in my brother and brother's eyes, Su Miao Miao is their real family. I am just someone they can call upon or sacrifice at any time, someone insignificant, she smiled bitterly. Don't worry, ladies. I won't keep silent anymore. I will take care of myself. Today, they asked me to admit guilt for Su Miao Miao, but I didn't agree. Yes, you must not agree. It's not your fault, so don't admit to anything. Exactly. If you're not careful, they might even accuse you of being a spy. You have to think carefully. And you, Xiao Meng, about your situation with them. Just forget it. Their hearts are with Su Miao Miao anyway. Shunyu nodded. It turns out the two families only had a verbal agreement. Now that society has changed and marriage is free, we can forget about it. Thank you, ladies. She looked up, took a deep breath, and said, I will make sure to live a good life from now on. That's the right attitude. Aunt Li happily took her hand. If your mother saw you like this, she would be very worried. Listen to your aunt. Work hard now, find a steady and reliable man to marry in the future, have your own little home, and your life will get better and better. Stay away from those confused people. Look at what they do. None of it makes sense. Shunyu smiled and responded, looking into the distance. All she saw was a hurried figure walking away. It's him. Xiangyang hurriedly went to find Jiang Huai. When he reached Jiang Huai's small courtyard, he heard familiar crying sounds. Jiang's mother's voice was soft and weak, which was quite unpleasant to hear. Jiang Huai, why are you like this now? You don't listen to your grandma or your aunt anymore. Letting you marry Xiao Lu was for your own good. You've been hurt so badly, haven't you? Xiangyang felt awkward outside the door, not knowing what to do. Having a mother like that really brought bad luck. When the team leader had money, the whole family relied on him for everything. Whether it was building a house back home, getting a wife for a brother, or pretending to be sick to get money, anything they could squeeze out, they did. The team leader had given all his allowances to his family over the years, but after he went blind, how did his family treat him? Xiangyang sighed. Every family has its own troubles. The mother, trying to exploit her son, even made him marry a pregnant woman, making the team leader become a father unexpectedly. How humiliating. If he were the team leader, he would have wanted to give up on life. Jiang Huai's heart was already cold beyond cold. I have nothing more to say to you. I won't marry that woman. Let them forget it. Jiang Huai, do you still recognize me as your mother? I don't have to, Jiang Huai replied simply. If you keep forcing me, I want all the money you gave me back. I advise you to stop interfering in my marriage. I will never marry Lu Meifeng, and I will never clean up after Zhang Xiaojun. Lin Feng was stunned. You knew? Jiang Huai's eyes were empty, with no expression on his face. His words were steady, making it hard to tell how he really felt. I'm blind, not stupid. How many times have you and your family tricked me for Zhang Xiaojun? If it weren't for Zhang Xiaojun looking exactly like his father, I would even doubt that he is your son. Lin's heart pounded hard, and she started crying softly. Yes, the child in Lu Meifeng's belly is Xiaojun's. She is using this to threaten your aunt. If she doesn't let the baby be born legally, she will report Xiaojun. Jiang Huai closed his eyes, as if to hide his disgust. Then just let them get married. After they marry, everything will be proper and legal. Lin felt her face burning. Although it was hard to speak, she finally said, "Your aunt doesn't like Lu Meifeng. She's a widow, not faithful, and she tries to tempt Xiaojun into doing bad things. Your aunt would never let Xiaojun marry her. Did you see Jiang Fian commit murder? What does that mean?" Lin didn't understand his words. "If it weren't for that, how could you have gone so far?" Jiang Huai said self-deprecatingly. "Am I such a despicable person? To raise a child for the Zhang family? Now that I am blind, you force me to marry a widow who isn't faithful. Will you let Xiaojun and Lu Meifeng flirt right under my nose in the future? Because I can't see. I didn't mean that. Just because she doesn't like Lu Meifeng, you think I will? She doesn't deserve Xiaojun, so she can deserve me?" Outside the door, Xiangyang clenched his fists tightly, tears silently falling, and his heart ached painfully. He had broken 3 ribs during a mission but said nothing. Now he wanted to cry loudly. Why are they treating the captain this way? The captain is a hero. As the captain's family, why do they tarnish a hero of the people? Go ahead. Don't come back again unless it's important. You saw I am blind now, and life has become difficult. I no longer have any value to be exploited. If you insist I marry Lu Meifeng. Lin Fong couldn't help but hold her breath. She wished Jiang Huai would say something like, "It's not impossible," or "I have conditions." Conditions can be negotiated. Besides, he's blind now, how much trouble can he cause? Just agree for now. How things turn out later, they will decide. But Jiang Huai didn't give her what she wanted. "If you really want me to marry Lu Meifeng, I can only complain to the military district. Although I am blind, I have not retired from the army. My military status is still valid. The organization won't let the heroes feel disappointed." Lin Fong was terrified. She knew Jiang Huai was a man of his word. If things got worse, family ties wouldn't matter, and those important people might deal with them harshly. Okay, I'll go. I won't mention it anymore. Isn't that enough? Lin Fong gritted her teeth and came out of the house. When she reached the door, she saw Xiangyang and rolled her eyes at him. Xiangyang looked down, feeling sad, and went into the house. Did everyone hear that? Xiangyang sniffed but didn't speak. He was afraid he might cry out loud. "Come on, you're grown up. No need to cry like a kid." Xiangyang pouted, holding back his tears for a while before saying, "She cried for a long time, but not a single tear on her face." Jiang Huai also knew this. "Captain, they won't give up easily. If you don't give in, they'll try other ways, either openly or secretly. When that happens, you'll be in a worse position." Jiang Huai simply said, "I understand." He had lost hope for this family a long time ago. "So, what should we do? If they succeed, won't your reputation be ruined?" "That can't happen." Xiangyang shouted excitedly. "Maybe I should go find the old leader and ask him to help solve this." "Aren't you worried I'd be more embarrassed?" "Captain, I didn't mean that." Xiangyang's voice lowered, feeling very upset inside. "Enough. I'm not upset, so why are you? Go cook some food."
I'm hungry.
He wanted to give Xiangyang something to do, so he wouldn't overthink. "Oh, okay." Xiangyang quickly washed rice, cooked, and also peeled 2 potatoes, planning to fry some potato slices. "By the way, Captain, I've almost finished investigating Shinyu." Jiang Huai's ears perked up. "What did you find?" "I think you might be overthinking. The girl's record is clean, and her whereabouts are traceable. Her family history can be checked 3 generations back. And as for the girl..." Jiang Huai responded with an as if encouraging him or urging him to continue. "The girl is quite pitiful. Her mother passed away, her brother did many bad things, and even hit her. Her father, from what neighbors say, he doesn't really take care of her." Oh, by the way, she also has a marriage arrangement, but it seems the groom doesn't really like her either. Captain, you don't know. Today, I saw everything. Xiangyang recounted everything he saw and heard to Zhang Huai. I feel sorry for her. She's still young and being bullied by a neighbor. Honestly, her family doesn't seem much better or worse. You two share a bit of the same bad luck. Both have unloving parents. Zhang Huai was silent for a long time, feeling a slight tightness in his chest, a painful ache. Captain, Xiangyang suddenly had an idea. He raised his voice and shouted to Zhang Huai, "Why not marry Xinyu?" "What?" "Look, the girl is timid and often gets bullied. If you marry her, you could give her a home and keep her away from her difficult family. You can protect her, and she can take care of you. Once you're married, they can't stop you from marrying that widow. It's a win-win situation." Xinyu sneezed loudly, a thunderous sneeze. Who was insulting her? It was easy to guess. Most likely Su Miaomiao, Qin Yaji, Xin Chunping, and Meng Jincheng. They were all being questioned at the police station now. They wouldn't dare say anything rude to the officers, but if they were angry, they would definitely vent their frustration on her, secretly insulting her. Let them. She wouldn't lose any sleep over it. In a few days, once she sold her work and became rich, her first plan was to move out. This small, stuffy, damp house was not worth staying in. No good people live under the same roof. Shen Jin, that old fool, had ignored the original owner for years, his heart completely biased toward his own son. It was bad enough that he favored his son, but even the neighbor Su Miaomiao, who was unrelated, had more status than the original owner, simply because she had a widow mother. As the saying goes, a crooked beam causes a crooked house. With Shun Jin as the father, Shun Qiuping and Shun Chunping would follow his example. What good could come of that? They looked down on Xinyu, their own sister, but treated Su Miaomiao, a scheming girl, with great care. Even Meng Jincheng wasn't very clever. They had all been deceived by that green tea mother and daughter pair. Qin Yaji and Su Miaomiao are very ambitious. They see the Shun family as stepping stones. Meng Jincheng might not be Su Miaomiao's ultimate goal. If she finds a better and more talented target, she will immediately abandon Meng Jincheng. Forget it. Respect personal choices. Since they like to be played with like monkeys, let them be. After moving out, things will be easier for her. She can also take revenge more freely. As long as she is happy, it doesn't matter what others do or suffer. But she also needs to find a job quickly. Before the assigned work-forcing rural program starts, she must find another job. She decided to go out right now to look around for job opportunities. Xinyu went out under the hot sun. She wandered around the street, but found no job openings. The food factory just hired people, but their positions are full. The machinery factory is still hiring, but only for male workers. The textile factory hasn't started recruiting yet. I heard they won't have openings until the second half of the year. By then, it might be too late. It seems my aunt was right. Job opportunities are really scarce now. There's only one spot per person. If she can't find work, she will have to go to the countryside. Going to the countryside? Shun Yu shook her head. She thought it was not a good idea. She is too lazy. Her favorite things are sleeping in and sunbathing. Having a job is okay. At least she gets a salary and a stable position. When she retires, life will be peaceful, like living in a mental hospital. If she goes to the countryside, she would have to get up early to do farm work. The worst part is not enough food. She needs to wait until the college entrance exam is restored before returning to the city. Without space or a system, she would have to endure a few years. Would she become old and worn out? No, she can't go to the countryside. She must not rush into work decisions. She needs to look around more. Xinyu wandered all morning. Her breakfast was long digested. Nearby, there was a restaurant. She didn't think much, and just went inside. Inside the restaurant, only 2 customers. When she looked closer, she was surprised to see Zhang Huai and Xiang Yang. What a coincidence! Xiang Yang saw Xinyu, raised his hand to greet her, then quickly reported to Zhang Huai, "Captain, the Shin comrade who was in the hospital saving you is here too." What a coincidence! I told you before that you and Shin Comrade are destined. Think carefully about what I told you earlier. It's really true. Jiang Huai just said, eat your food. He thought to himself, luckily you don't know that I saw her again at the restaurant last time. Shen Yu nodded towards the sunlight, as a way of greeting. As for Shen Huai beside her, she couldn't see him. The waiter lazily told Shen Yu that it was mealtime and there was no more stir-fry, but there were noodles. Shen Yu quickly took out money and ration tickets to buy a bowl. She was very hungry. The authentic hand-pulled noodles were chewy and smooth, with a rich broth. Adding a clove of garlic made the flavor even better. Happiness is so simple. When you're hungry, just eating a bowl of noodles is enough to make you happy. After just a few bites, a slightly noisy sound suddenly entered Shen Yu's mind. The restaurant was very quiet, with no one talking, not even Xiangyang or Shen Huai. But she heard sounds that others couldn't. Shen Yu was used to this. At first, she didn't want to pay attention, but the sounds in her mind became clearer. She heard cries for help, the sobs of a girl, and the tearing of clothes. Please, let me go. The girl was in pain, begging constantly, while nearby men were making teasing sounds. Shen Yu clenched her chopsticks tightly, her breathing quickening. She overestimated her patience. She couldn't tolerate this kind of thing at all. Her blood was boiling, every cell shouting for her to act. Suddenly, Shen Yu stood up quickly, leaving her noodles untouched, and ran out of the restaurant. Hey, I haven't finished eating. The waiter looked at her back with a disapproving mumble. Wastefulness is shameful. Xiangyang was a bit confused. What's going on? Why did she stop eating? Captain, Shen was in such a hurry to run off. Could something have happened? Should I go check? At this moment, Shen Yu had already run into an alley. The quiet, dark alley was strangely silent. A shadow flashed past quickly, so fast it seemed like a trick of the eyes. Shen Yu turned a corner at the end of the alley and soon stopped in front of an old, dilapidated courtyard. Two rough-looking young men stood at the gate, acting as guards. They looked fierce and intimidating, making most people avoid them. But Shen Yu went straight ahead, without greeting or hesitation, and raised her hand to strike. Her fist was strong and direct, hitting the face. Before they could react, the two men were struck so hard they saw stars, blood streaming from their noses, and they staggered, fainting immediately. Time waits for no one. Shen Yu was afraid she was late, so she acted more forcefully, but she couldn't kill them. She still left them alive. Shen Yu kicked open the wooden door and quickly ran into the courtyard, heading straight for the west wing. Without hesitation, she kicked again. She was very strong. The fragile wooden door was already shaky, and her kick shattered it into pieces. Inside the room, a few thugs had just torn open the girl's coat. Before they could do anything else, the loud sound of the door breaking startled them into stopping. Damn it, who is that? The two men at the door, who were just hanging around, were surprised by the sudden intrusion. Wood chips flew everywhere, and Shen Yu's fist, as big as a clay pot, answered them. The man in front was hit in the stomach and bent over like a shrimp. The punch made him vomit. Who dares to ruin my plans? Everyone, attack her together. These people were somewhat smart. They didn't underestimate Shen Yu just because she was a girl. When they first saw her, they realized she was tough, so their best plan was for everyone to attack her at once and quickly eliminate her as a threat. They took her seriously, but no one expected Shen Yu to be so strong. Even with several people attacking her, she easily countered their moves. As soon as they made a move, she would stop them, then rain punches down on them, knocking them out with bruised faces. They quickly lost their fighting ability. In just 2 minutes, all 5 men were on the ground, unconscious. The frightened girl hid in the corner, trembling and crying so hard her eyes were swollen. She hugged herself tightly, looking at Shen Yu with gratitude and relief. Thank you. Thank you. Shen Yu draped her torn coat over the girl. Can you walk? She arrived just in time. Although the girl was scared, she was safe and her innocence was preserved. She looked young and was still trembling, clearly very afraid. Yes. Where do you live? Not far from here. The girl's tears kept falling. If I go out like this, will people recognize me? Rumors can easily ruin an innocent girl, even if she is a victim. No one saw you. Put your clothes on properly and fix your hair. The girl nodded and asked, what will they do? Will they wake up? Wake up? It's not that easy. Take care of yourself. Let's leave this place first. Okay, you're right. The girl tidied her hair and put on her coat, constantly trying to smooth out the wrinkles on her clothes, as if that would make her feel better. Shinyu pulled her away from the broken house that looked like hell and took her to a safe place. Can you walk by yourself? The girl nodded. Yes, thank you. Shinyu didn't want her to remember her. The more power she had, the more responsibilities she carried. Maybe this was her fate in both lives, but being remembered could sometimes be a burden and even dangerous. She raised her hand and gently touched the girl's forehead, then casually pointed and said, go back now. The girl looked a little confused. She turned to leave, wanting to look back at her benefactor, but her mind wouldn't cooperate. She could only keep walking forward. When she stepped out of the alley, a beam of light shone down and illuminated her. The girl suddenly felt like she had forgotten something. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't remember what it was. She could only leave for now. Shinyu returned and dragged the guard at the door into the yard. I hate people who disrespect women the most. Bullying the weak is not a skill. Shinyu's eyes flickered, and her heart beat faster. She took a deep breath to calm herself. Remove the root, and it will grow back in spring. But killing is illegal. Her blood was boiling, and her eyes flashed red, as if it was an illusion. Shinyu closed the door and moved her ankles in the yard. Break it completely, so you can't do evil anymore, right? A series of screams echoed through the alley. The neighbors were all startled by the terrifying sounds. An old lady taking a nap almost had a heart attack. Everyone hurried out to check what was happening and quickly found the sounds came from Rong Ergo's house. When Shinyu returned home, the rest of the Shin family was waiting for her. Shun Jin's face looked very bad, while Shin Xiuping looked smug, as if she had already seen Shinyu get into trouble and get beaten up. Shun Chunping looked very angry, like a big pile of dirt. It seemed he had a tough time in the police station. However, he was released so quickly that Shinyu was quite surprised. It looked like someone powerful had helped him. Oh, you're back. Shin Xiuping forced a smile but looked annoyed. Someone is so brave now, sending his own brother to the police station. The whole family got scolded and punished. We've lost face and people will surely laugh at us. His words didn't sound like anger, but more like provoking. Shun Yu secretly smiled. The selfishness and coldness of the Shun family were deeply ingrained. Even now, Shun Xiuping was still stirring trouble. He wasn't really defending Shin Chunping or complaining about him. He just wanted to make Shin Chunping and Shin Jin unhappy, hoping they would take revenge for his beloved. And that was true. Shun Xiuping was just stirring trouble. What did it matter if the youngest went to jail? His work wasn't affected. Even if others knew, they would just say he had a disappointing brother. He hated Shinyu for refusing to take the blame for Miao Miao. If she admitted those things were hers, Miao Miao wouldn't have to suffer in the police station. Miao Miao was so kind and good, she shouldn't suffer. It should be Shinyu, the unkind one, who took the blame. Shun Jin's face was so dark it looked like water might drip from it, but he didn't speak. Instead, he was thinking that Shinyu, this girl, really couldn't stay. As a girl grew up, she became more difficult to control. Now, college wasn't important anymore. Shinyu had gotten a job at the hospital. If she started working, ignored her family, and found another man to marry, wouldn't all his years of raising her be wasted? Xiaoyu, what you did today was too much. Xiao Su, even though she's just a girl, is someone I raised. She's our neighbor. How could you send her to the police station? Did you put those words in the book? Tell me, how could you be so unkind? Shinyu was a bit surprised. Shinjin's reaction was surprisingly calm. His mild scolding didn't match his usual fiery temper. As the saying goes, it's easy to change the outside, but hard to change the heart. He was clearly very angry, but why was he speaking so patiently and holding back his temper? It was obvious he had a secret he couldn't tell. And Shin Chunping, the first thing he should have done after leaving the police station was to find his own trouble and misfortune. Why is he so calm and silent? Has he changed? Has he become smarter? Does he know he can't beat himself and has reached some understanding with Shinjin? That's possible. None of my business, Shinyu confidently replied. This whole thing has nothing to do with me. I'm not the one who reported Su Miao Miao for hiding forbidden books. Of course it was her. The only person who could secretly do such things without anyone knowing was her. The items were indeed found at her house. Isn't it normal for the security officer to take her away? Why do Meng and Shin Chunping think I should take responsibility for Su Miao Miao, and why should I admit those things are mine? Shin Chunping clenched his fists tightly, holding back his anger. Just admit it if I tell you to. Why all the fuss? Isn't that how it's always been? Shinyu's eyelids twitched wildly. She chuckled softly, about to make a move, when Shinjin suddenly spoke. Chunping, why are you talking to your sister like that? Shinjin was actually speaking to her? This is definitely a conspiracy. Shinyu stayed still, wanting to see what the Shin family's nasty plans were. Are you accusing your sister, and still have a reason for it? Although Shin Chunping was very unhappy, he didn't argue back or shout at Shinyu again. It was strange. Shin Chunping didn't bark at all. This made Shinyu even more sure that these three people were plotting against her, with some scheme. Xiao Yu, look, no matter what, Qin Yaji and Xiao Su got involved because of you. Because of her? Shinyu didn't bother to argue. If they wanted to blame her, why not? Even though the person is out now, the stain on her reputation can't be washed away. Your Aunt Qin. Shinyu looked at Shinjin calmly, signaling him to organize his words again. I mean, Qin Yaji, because of this, was given a serious warning by her workplace, couldn't be promoted for 3 years, and couldn't be considered for awards. There's a blemish on her record. And Xiao Su, you should give her some compensation, right? What does that have to do with her? But listening to their ideas wasn't a bad thing. So, what do you think I should give them as compensation? This time, Shin Chunping finally couldn't hold back. Before Shinjin could speak, he loudly shouted, Give your work to Miao Miao. After all, you caused a lot of trouble. If you had admitted to it back then, none of this would have happened. Not only did you deny it, but you also found evidence in the book, which got Miao Miao into trouble. It's only fair to give her a job as compensation. He snorted coldly. Shinyu, don't be shameless. Just hand over your work to Miao Miao quickly. I might give you some face, but if you don't. Shinyu's eyelids twitched violently. Suddenly, she lifted her foot and kicked Shin Chunping hard. Screw you, this kick was so sudden that Shin Chunping was caught off guard. He was kicked hard and flew backward, crashing into the wall behind him and falling to the ground with a thud. Old son. Shinjin suddenly stood up, ignoring Shinyu and rushing over to check on Shin Chunping. How are you? Can you move? Shin Chunping only felt chest tightness and pain, with a burning sensation in his back. His whole body felt like his bones were broken. Just as he tried to speak, a salty, sweet taste filled his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, then fainted. Shin Chunping exclaimed, Oh my God! He had also been beaten before and knew Shinyu was fierce, but he didn't expect her to be so ruthless. When she kicked him, she even held back a little. Shinyu, how dare you hit your brother? Shinjin's temper was already explosive. If he hadn't wanted Shinyu to hand over her work, he would have lost his temper the moment she entered the room. He had been holding back, but now he watched helplessly as she kicked his beloved son and made him bleed. How could he tolerate that? Shinjin took 3 quick steps toward Shinyu, raising his palm high and about to slap her. Shin Chunping kept watching happily, smiling widely. He really wanted to see Shinyu get hit. Shinyu didn't move. Just as Shinjin's slap was about to land, her body suddenly trembled violently. She shivered uncontrollably, as if struck by lightning. Shinjin was terrified. He wanted to control his body, to stop himself, but his body wouldn't listen. His brain throbbed painfully, like being electrocuted. Shin Chunping was stunned. What was wrong with this old man? Why was he suddenly acting like this? Was he sick, or what? Shinyu, it's all your fault. Look how angry Dad is. I almost forgot about this person. Shinyu suddenly slapped him twice. Shut up. With 2 loud slaps, Shin Chunping felt a burning sensation on his face. In just a moment, his face swelled up and his back teeth shook from the impact. You're going against heaven. Shenyu raised her fist. Shen Qiuping immediately crouched down, shielding his head with his arms, afraid Shenyu might hit him into a daze. In the past, Shenyu was timid and obedient. Now, she was full of anger and violence. He knew he was no match for her. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He had to find a way to deal with her. The grudge couldn't go unresolved. Shen Jin trembled for 2 minutes straight, then finally fainted, foaming at the mouth and collapsing. When he fell, his limbs were stiff and looked quite frightening. Shenyu ignored them and went to boil some eggs. She hadn't eaten dinner yet. You're so cruel, ignoring Dad and old Gada. If you want to help, then help. You're not going to die from it. Stop complaining. Shen Qiuping, though bleeding, wasn't seriously hurt. He could recover in 5 days without medicine. Shen Jin would recover even faster, about 2 hours. Although the Shen family was terrible, Shenyu didn't want to get involved. She planned to find a chance later to deal with them, as long as their deaths wouldn't be linked to her. After finishing the eggs and washing up, Shenyu went to bed. Shen Qiuping finally showed some conscience. He helped Shen Jin onto the bed and borrowed a cart to take Shen Qiuping to the hospital. The doctor examined Shen Qiuping and said the injury wasn't serious. They were given some medicine and sent home. By the time they got back, it was already 10 o'clock. They were exhausted. How are you? I won't die, Shen Qiuping said, holding his chest. Big brother, Shenyu is too tricky. I won't be satisfied until I get revenge. I understand, but we can't beat her. Shen Jin, now back to normal, came out and made a shushing gesture, calling the 2 sons into the yard. The 3 of them whispered at the base of the wall. This time, we can't just let it go. Shen Qiuping's voice sounded cold. Dad, no matter what, we have to make her hand over her work. I think we should give her some medicine. You mean, agree to Zhengluozi? I used to think she was useful, and selling her to Zhengluozi was a bit of a pity. Now she's disobedient, keeping her around is just a nuisance. It's better to sell her to Zhengluozi in exchange for some bride price. Shen Qiuping sounded a bit excited. I think it's a good idea. She can fight, right? Let her and Zhengluozi fight each other and see who gives up first. This isn't urgent. We need to plan carefully. Now she's very cunning, different from before. Dad, I have a classmate at the livestock station. I can ask him for some breeding medicine. Once they're together, they'll be under our control. Shenyu, I wonder if she'll really die this time. The father and son agreed on the plan, and each went to their own room. Shenyu turned over in his bed, thinking to himself, she's asking for trouble. Fine, I'll let you all have your way. Su Miao tried to find Meng Jincheng many times, but couldn't meet him. She was afraid to go to Meng's house, so she waited outside his workplace, but each time she was turned away. She didn't know if Meng Jincheng was deliberately avoiding her, or if it was just coincidence. Either way, she felt a bit anxious. In the past, no matter what happened, Meng Jincheng had never been gone for so long. He always appeared when she needed him most. Could it be that Meng's family was interfering, forbidding Meng Jincheng from seeing her? Meng Jincheng's father was the deputy director of a machinery factory. His mother, Bai Qingping, was once a talented publicity officer. Meng Jincheng came from a good family, looked nice, had a stable job, and was an official, which was very different from workers. Although Meng's family wasn't extremely high-ranking, they were well off and had many connections. Meng Jincheng was the best option she could reach. Why did Su Miao get close to the Shen family and Shenyu? Her goal was still to take Meng Jincheng away from her. It turned out she succeeded. Shenyu was dull, timid, and weak. When talking to people, he hunched his shoulders and kept his head down. How could Meng Jincheng like him? Only someone like herself, knowing the situation and understanding what men need, had the right to stand beside Meng Jincheng. Su Miao once thought she had won Meng Jincheng's heart and that he was committed to her. But the sudden incident with the banned books and magazines unexpectedly widened the gap between them. In the end, her background was too fragile. She has many difficult family problems, no father, low education, no job, and these marks are hard to erase. Before the incident, she could say that her background was not her choice. Meng Jincheng wouldn't dislike her. Instead, he would think she was strong and independent. But being caught in trouble at the police station is very embarrassing. Hiding forbidden books is a personal stain. Although she was lucky to escape without punishment this time, she still has a record. She blames Xinyu. After thinking it over, she still blames Xinyu for everything. Somewhere along the way, something went wrong. The thug Xinyu hired didn't take the money and failed to do the job. They even beat her up, which cost her more money for medical bills. It was a big loss for her. And then someone reported her for hiding forbidden books. What a coincidence.
Xinyu.
Meng Deji and Shen Chunping both said the books belonged to Xinyu. As long as Xinyu admits it, everything would be over. But she refused to admit it and wanted proof that the books were hers. It's just too much.
Xinyu, our matter isn't finished, she said.
She didn't write in the books, and she had never seen those books before.
How could her handwriting be on them?
Who is framing her? Could it be Xinyu? No, that's impossible. Xinyu is so foolish. She wouldn't come up with such a clever plan. Su Miao Miao went home feeling gloomy. Qin Yaji had gone to work and hadn't come back yet. Not only was the house cold and empty, but the neighbors' eyes also changed. They looked at her and her daughter as if she were a virus, eager to stay far away. Damn Xinyu, it's all your fault, she muttered. Suddenly, there was noise outside. Su Miao Miao looked out and saw Shen Chunping coming. What a useless person. Wasn't Xinyu supposed to listen to him? How could he fail even at the small task of making her admit guilt and cover for her? When Shen Chunping entered the house, Su Miao Miao changed her expression. The harsh, vicious look disappeared, replaced by a gentle, quiet appearance. Little Shen, why are you here? Aren't you working today? Su Miao Miao looked at Shen Chunping. Hey, why do you look so pale? Sit down quickly. What's wrong? Hearing her kind words, Shen Chunping felt comforted. The unfair treatment Xinyu received seemed to fade a little at that moment.
I've fine.
I just wanted to come see you. Sister Miao Miao, are you okay? Su Miao Miao let out a sigh, lowered her head, and tears started to fall uncontrollably. She quickly wiped her eyes.
I've fine.
I'm doing well, Sister Miao Miao. Shen Chunping saw her crying and felt his heart ache more. What happened? Why are you crying? In his mind, Su Miao Miao was gentle but strong. Life had let her down before, but she always faced the sun and never gave up easily. Now, she was doing well, yet she was crying in front of him, which showed she was truly upset. It's nothing. I don't have any problems. Su Miao Miao tried to act strong. You've been here for a while, and I haven't even offered you water. Wait a moment, I'll go boil some. Sister Miao Miao. Shen Chunping stopped her with a firm hand. What's really wrong? If you don't tell me, I'll. Su Miao Miao couldn't keep silent. Chunping, I sigh. Tears streamed down her face fiercely. I went to jail, and although I'm out now, my reputation is ruined. The neighbors look at us differently. My mom's been marked at her workplace, and she's no longer involved in the good things at the factory these past 3 years. Chunping, what am I supposed to do now? Forget about work, just living is hard enough. The gossip from everyone could drown me. Shen Chunping was stirred up by her words and blamed Xinyu for everything. It's all Xinyu's fault. If it weren't for her, Sister Miao Miao, you wouldn't be having such a hard time. Although angry, Shen Chunping didn't dare to cause trouble for Xinyu, since they were planning something big and didn't want to alert others. Don't blame her. After all, I'm not related to her, but I trust and help you all. You believe in me and support me. Xinyu's jealousy is understandable. Sister Miao Miao, don't worry. We've already thought of a way to deal with her. Once Xinyu gets into trouble, her job will be yours. I won't tolerate anyone bullying you. Su Miao Miao held back her surprise and pretended to be worried. What are you planning? Xinyu didn't do anything wrong. Please don't hurt her. How could we hurt her? She's my real sister, Shen Chunping said. Don't worry, we're just finding her a good family. A good family? Shen Chunping whispered. Sister Miao Miao, her new job will definitely be for you. She didn't have a job, so she had to go to the countryside to farm. It was too hard. It would be better to find her a marriage in the city. Marry her directly, let her stay at home washing clothes and cooking, and have a few children. Life would be more stable, right? She has a marriage promise with Brother Meng. A verbal childhood engagement between two families is not a real marriage promise. Meow meow, as long as you marry her out, whether it's for work or with Brother Meng. Shin Chunping spoke very indirectly, but Su Meow Meow understood. She pretended to hesitate, thought for a moment, and then asked, "So, who do you plan to marry her to?" Shin Chunping had been gone for about half an hour, but Su Meow Meow was still very excited. "Oh Shin Yu, you brought this on yourself." Thinking of Shin Yu's sincere kindness to the Shin family before, Su Meow Meow couldn't help but sneer. "You are so good to Shin Chunping, saving your own food to raise him well. What's the use?" In Shin Chunping's mind, you, as a sister, are worthless and can be sacrificed at any time. Haha, they are actually going to marry you to Zheng Lame, that widower who once hid his wife. The older ones could even be your father. Thinking of Shen Yu's hopeless situation, Su Meow Meow suddenly felt that all her previous grievances were nothing. It's all in the past. "Oh Shen Yu, your job, your future, all belong to me now." Shen Yu sat up from her small broken bed, stretched lazily, and said, "That's not necessarily true. Where in the sky are so many good things meant for Su Meow Meow? Who do you think you are? A lucky star?" If she hadn't come, maybe Su Meow Meow could have taken some advantage. But now that she's here, how could she let the foolish and mean one succeed? Shen Yu got up to wash up, tidied herself briefly, and prepared to cook a few eggs for herself. Unexpectedly, the egg basket in the kitchen was empty. She probably thought she wouldn't cook anymore and was afraid she'd eat eggs, so she moved them somewhere else. Looking for things is her specialty. Shen Yu closed her eyes, gently sensed, and quickly found that Shinjin had locked the eggs in a box in the cabinet. That couldn't stop her, just a lock. Shen Yu quickly tore off the lock and took out all the eggs from the half basket. Not giving her food. Who do you want to feed, Su Meow Meow? Shen Yu ate 5 eggs in one go, then used flour and oil from home to make egg pancakes. She didn't want to give the remaining eggs to the Shin family either, so she simply carried a basket and went to the market to see if anyone wanted to buy them. If that didn't work, she could sell them to the supply and marketing cooperative. The price was lower, but at least she would get the money directly. 20 eggs sold to the cooperative would earn her 5 cents each, totaling 1 yuan. If she sold them on the black market, she could double that amount. But the selling opportunity was right in front of her. She didn't want to cause trouble over small matters or lose the big opportunity for small gains. After thinking, she decided to sell to the cooperative for honest money. She carried her basket toward the cooperative, with a slightly worn towel draped over it. Halfway there, a man in his 40s suddenly blocked her way. Shen Yu immediately recognized his limp. Without asking, she knew this was Zheng, the man with the limp that Shinjin and others had found for her. But now, she should pretend not to know him. She quickly stepped aside, acting as if he was just a passerby. But Zheng didn't see it that way. When Shinjin came to him, saying he wanted to marry his daughter, Zheng thought he had hearing problems. After all, he was about Shinjin's age, a widower who had lost his wife, and no one expected such good fortune to come to him. They all lived on the same street. Zheng knew exactly what Shin Yu looked like. Although she was thin, it was because she was starving and her growth was delayed. Her appearance and figure were actually quite good. She was young, a maiden, and with some care, she could become even more beautiful. She was a bit expensive, but she was young and easy to raise. Zheng was already half buried in the earth, with no children of his own. What was the point of saving money? Better to marry a wife, keep warm, and have a big family of healthy children. Zheng thought about many strange things, his blood boiling. After settling the bride price with Shinjin, his mind wasn't right anymore. He wanted to go see his future wife first, but on the way, he ran into her. He couldn't hold back anymore. Seeing no one around, he pulled Shen Yu into an alley. Shen Yu almost dropped her eggs. Once again, she complained that crossing over without a special power meant she couldn't have a space to store eggs. Shen Yu tightly held her basket and was pulled into an alley by Zheng Lame. Xiangyang saw this from afar and shouted, "No! Why are you shouting? You're so jumpy. Captain, I just saw that comrade Shen who was at the hospital saving you. She was pulled into an alley by an old man." Although security is strict these days, the chaotic social order still gives many bad people a chance to do wrong. Zheng Lame is one of those people. He has a tendency for violence. His 2 wives, one was beaten to death, and the other was so humiliated she jumped into the river to end her life. Logically, 2 lives were lost, so there should be some explanation, especially for the first one, who was killed. It's basically murder. But Zheng Lame casually dismissed it as a domestic matter. Who doesn't hit their wife? He just brushed it off. There was no basic investigation, no summons, let alone a proper trial. What? Wives are not people. After marrying you, they become objects you can vent your anger on anytime? Killing a neighbor is illegal, killing a classmate is illegal, killing a stranger is illegal, so killing your wife isn't? Originally, Shunyu didn't want to let him go. She thought about finding a chance to beat him up or even cripple his other 2 legs to teach him a lesson. But he came right to her doorstep. So don't blame her for being ruthless. Shunyu backed away with her basket of eggs, pretending to be frightened.
Who are you? I don't know you.
Don't come any closer. The more she acted this way, the more excited Zheng Lame became, his pupils dilating a bit. Your father and your brother sold you to me. From now on, you're my wife. Come on, let me kiss you. After saying that, Zheng Lame rushed toward Shunyu, leaning in to kiss her face. Shunyu's eyelids twitched wildly. She was about to teach this scumbag a lesson when she suddenly stopped, pulled back her raised foot, and looked more terrified. You, don't come any closer. I've called for help. Call all you want. Let everyone see how shameless you are, trying to seduce me. Xiangyang and Jiang, who overheard his words clearly. Both were furious. Clearly, he was the one acting shameless, trying to smear the girl with false accusations. Sunshine lifted one foot and kicked Zheng the cripple in the lower back. Damn you. Ouch. Zheng the cripple fell flat on the ground, lying there for a long time without getting up. Xinyu took the opportunity to throw herself into Jiang Huai's arms. She threw down her basket and tightly hugged Jiang Huai's waist. Help! You scare me to death. Eggs were scattered all over the ground, which was quite wasteful. But it felt so good to touch. If the situation hadn't been so awkward, Xinyu really wanted to laugh out loud. But what could she do? She couldn't hold back her smile. She felt a little mischievous, thinking that Jiang Huai couldn't see her, or she might get caught. You. Jiang Huai raised both hands as if to avoid trouble. She was holding him so tightly that he felt a bit short of breath. The girl's faint soap scent kept drifting into his nose. Since he couldn't see, his sense of smell and hearing became sharper. He even heard his heartbeat pounding like a drum. Thump. Thump. Much faster than usual. Thank goodness you came. This person said my dad sold me to him, wanted me to be his wife, and even tried to touch me. I was so scared. Xinyu reluctantly let go of Jiang Huai and hid behind him. Everything should have limits. A hug might be excusable if it was out of panic, but continuing would be inappropriate. A troublemaker. Sunshine was busy hitting Zheng the cripple and didn't see the brief moment when they hugged. When he finally dragged Zheng the cripple in front of Jiang Huai and Xinyu, they had already separated. Captain, what should we do with this person? Should we send him to the police station? Since they knew someone, they could just inform them and send him straight to the labor camp in the northwest. One trip, no fuss. What's the point of bullying women? No, I was wrong. Zheng the cripple begged on his knees. I won't do it again. It's not my fault, really. He didn't truly understand what he did wrong. He was just afraid of the strong and liked to bully the weak. It's her father. Her father sold her to me. I paid 1,000 yuan in bride price. 1,000 yuan? Sunshine exclaimed. That much. It was 1970s now. For an ordinary family, a wedding bride price was only 100 or so yuan. They'd just buy a couple of pieces of cloth and make 2 outfits for the bride. The custom of 3 turns and a ring wouldn't become popular for a few more years. Shunyu shook his head, indicating he didn't know. I have a receipt here, he said. Zheng Quasi took out a piece of paper from his coat pocket, trembling as he handed it to Xiangyang. Xiangyang opened it with suspicion and almost burst out laughing. This Comrade Shen's father is really something. He actually wrote a receipt. Does he even understand the law? In this day and age, with love and marriage freedom, he's boldly selling his daughter. He's not afraid of trouble. Captain, it really is a receipt. It says that Zheng Jinhai received 1,000 yuan as bride price. There's a signature and a thumbprint below, Xiangyang said, trying not to laugh but still holding back for Xinyu's dignity. Jiang Huai didn't laugh, but she felt sad for Xinyu. Her own biological father was selling her like a piece of property. It must hurt her inside. How could he do this? Xinyu pouted, staring at the broken eggs on the ground, trying to look sad. He actually wants me to marry an old man. Is he my real father? Why is he so cruel? I'm worth quite a lot, Jiang Huai said, her fists clenched tightly, her lips pressed into a straight line. In this new society, who dares to do such things? Xiangyang, take her to the station. Let Li know and handle the interrogation properly. Xiangyang heard the grinding of teeth. His boss was unusually angry, which was rare, and he still claimed he wasn't interested in the girl. Okay, I'll go now, Xiangyang said. He reached out, pulled Zhengquazi up, and pushed him outside. When passing by Xinyu, Xiangyang grabbed Zhengquazi by the collar. Comrade Shen, our captain's eyesight isn't good. Maybe you can help me take him back? He was worried Xinyu wouldn't agree, so he pointed at Zhengquazi and said, I need to handle official business for the captain. I don't know when I'll be back. Sorry for the trouble. Xinyu quickly replied, You saved me, so it's only right I take him back. No trouble at all. Xiangyang looked more and more at these two, mainly because they looked so good together, a perfect match. All right, I'll go now, Xiangyang said, pushing Zhengquazi firmly. Hurry up and go. After Xiangyang left with Zhengquazi, a smile finally appeared in Xinyu's eyes. He really liked Xiangyang's sharp eye. Despite his simple appearance, his mind was quick. Promising. Xinyu picked up her basket. Half of the 20 eggs had been broken, which was really upsetting. Let me take you home. Jiang Huai thought for a moment. Thank you for the trouble. It's no trouble. I'll support you. Xinyu reached out and grabbed Jiang Huai's sleeve. She could tell that Jiang Huai didn't really like getting too close to strangers. They're probably strangers, right? Be careful. The road isn't very safe. Xinyu held Jiang Huai's arm as they left the alley and asked, Is your home near Guangping Street? She was worried he might misunderstand, so she quickly added, Don't get the wrong idea. Last time at the restaurant, you said your house was just around the corner. I guessed. Yeah, I live on Guangping Street. Outside, the street was busy with people walking quickly. The two of them walked at a steady pace, not too fast or slow, and they didn't attract much attention. You can just take me to that intersection from last time. I can go home by myself. I don't have anything urgent, so I might as well take you home. Otherwise, how can I explain to Comrade Xiangyang? Seeing she insisted, Jiang Huai didn't say anything more. They walked in silence until they reached Guangping Street. Xinyu held Jiang Huai's arm and led him to the alley where he had turned last time. What's the next step? Keep walking straight, then turn left at the end. The first house on the left. Jiang Huai was very familiar with this route and could walk back home safely without support. Okay, take your time. Watch out for water on the road. As they spoke, they arrived in front of a small courtyard. Jiang Huai took out his keys, opened the gate, and invited Xinyu inside. Feel free to sit. I'll get you some water. No need to trouble yourself. I'm not thirsty. Xinyu was worried he might fall, but in fact, Jiang Huai moved around the house easily. He knew every corner and wouldn't fall. Even though I can't see, pouring water is still easy for me. Jiang Huai poured her a glass of water and handed it to her. Thank you. The water was warm in a porcelain cup. There weren't many fragile items in the house, only glass objects that were easy to break. The corners of the table were covered with cloth, showing he had adapted over time to move around confidently. Xinyu only felt heartache. In this era, pilots are truly the pride of the sky, but he has gone blind and can no longer fly. Leaving the military must be very hard for him. You live alone, and your house is so clean, Shinyu said, then immediately regretted it. It was a pointless comment. I'm used to it. Occasionally, Yang will come over. He has helped a lot. Jiang Huai sat across from Shinyu. Sometimes he even comes specifically to cook. Oh, that's good. Shinyu stared at Jiang Huai, but he couldn't see her. His eyes looked empty, and when he sat there, he looked like a well-behaved big kid. His hand was on his lap, gripping and releasing it repeatedly. He probably didn't know what to say and felt awkward. Shinyu put down her water cup, thinking maybe she should just go back. Staying here only made him uncomfortable. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly heard a loud noise outside, followed by a woman shouting and scolding. Jiang Huai, come out here. Jiang Fian pushed open the door, kicked over a small bench in the yard, and stormed into the house. Lu Meifeng, holding her slightly rounded belly with one hand and supporting her back with the other, followed her into the yard. Lin Feng, like a servant, trailed behind Lu Meifeng, constantly muttering, "Be careful, don't walk so fast." It was as if she treated Lu Meifeng like a daughter-in-law. The three of them entered the house with a fierce attitude. Jiang Huai, what do you mean? Jiang Fian took the lead. I heard you scolded your mother? And you're cutting ties. Only then did Jiang Fian notice Shinyu, and her face suddenly turned sour. Well, I wonder how you dared refuse the marriage I introduced you to. Turns out, there's a fox spirit here. She carefully looked at Shinyu, and suddenly recognized her. Wasn't she the woman who had insulted Xiao Xinyue and Wang Wan's mother and daughter so badly at the restaurant last time? This woman was tough. She dared to say anything. But Jiang Fian was not afraid of her. She was confident and had come prepared today. She believed she could take control of the Jiang family. Lu Meifeng sat down on the kong, a traditional bed, glaring at Shinyu with a hostile look, as if Shinyu was something dirty. Lin Feng saw Shinyu and immediately became tense, as if facing a great enemy. Although this girl is a bit thin, she looks good and is still a young maiden. She looks much better than Lu Meifeng. Their eyes, like searchlights, keep moving back and forth on Shinyu, but she remains unaffected, as if nothing concerns her. If possible, she doesn't want to stay, and Jiang Huai also doesn't want to show his most vulnerable side to an outsider like her. Big Aunt, I remember I made myself clear last time. What do you mean by coming here today? Jiang Fian snorted softly. I'm not like your mother, easy to deal with. I just want to ask you one thing. Lu, are you going to marry or not? Why should I accept a woman harmed by her son? Jiang Fian, do you think I'm blind and can't see through you? Hearing this, Shinyu's eyes flashed with a cold light. It turns out the widow, who is pregnant, was made pregnant by this old lady's son. Is she looking for a scapegoat? So shameless, she even has her eyes on Jiang Huai. Treat me? How do you want to treat me? Jiang Fian leans close to Jiang Huai, grinning as she shouts, Are you still daring to touch me? I am your big aunt. If you dare lay a finger on me, I'll ruin you financially. Lin Feng wipes non-existent tears from her face and stammers, Jiang Huai, we're all doing this for your good. Xiao Lu is here today too. You two should talk nicely. I am your real mother. I wouldn't harm you, right? Be obedient, okay, huh? Real mother?
That.
Shinyu feels a bit confused. Jiang Huai clenches his fists tightly, his knuckles cracking. Humiliation surrounds him, trapping him, making him unable to break free or escape. Now that he's blind and has no future, outsiders curse him as a useless blind man, and family members betray and pressure him. Are they really going to push him to the edge? Will they finally leave him alone after that? Ha ha ha. The serious, somewhat sad, and tragic moment is suddenly interrupted by loud laughter, drawing everyone's attention to Shinyu. Even Jiang Huai, who is blind, can't help but turn his head slightly and look in Shinyu's direction. Oh my, you made me laugh so hard, Shinyu says, clutching her stomach, almost laughing herself to tears. She points at Lin Feng and asks, How did you say that? Do you think everyone else is brainless? Are you the only smart one in the world, and everyone else is fools? She kept saying she was doing it for his good, but in the end, she found him a dishonest widow and even involved a child from another relationship, making him raise someone else's kid. You're really funny. You're his biological mother, but you're worse than a stepmother. A stepmother wouldn't dare do such sneaky things that hurt others' feelings. Shinyu's words made Lin Feng feel angry and embarrassed. Does she not realize she's lying? But if she wants Jiang Huai to believe her, she has to twist the truth, say black is white, green is red, until she even believes it herself. Then Jiang Huai will believe her. How can you talk like that? Who do you call a bastard? Lu Meifeng was upset. Xinyu deliberately widened her eyes and stared at her belly. Isn't it obvious? Lu Meifeng was speechless. In this era, Lu Meifeng was one of the few without moral boundaries. What do you mean by not being faithful? I'm a widow, not someone with a family. Even if I sleep with a man, it doesn't mean I'm unfaithful. Besides, these days, sleeping together is just that, sleeping. It's not about morality. Moreover, this child is his cousin's. They are related by blood. What's wrong with treating him as if he's our own? Keep the wealth within the family. If he has no children, who will take care of him when he's old? Isn't that better? I couldn't believe my ears. Xinyu gave Lu Meifeng a thumbs up. You're so shameless, so brazen. Tying chicken feathers to a bat. You think you're something special? Lu Meifeng suddenly stood up. Hey, why are you insulting people? Am I insulting anyone? Xinyu looked innocent. Everyone here, besides me and Jiang Huai, who else is human? Do you all have a conscience? If she weren't worried about exposing her strength, Xinyu really wanted to slap these people until they died. But she had just pretended to be weak in the alley, using Jiang Huai and Xiangyang to deal with Zheng the Lame. Now wasn't the time to reveal her power. So she could only curse with words. It's not the first time anyway. Bullying Jiang Huai, because he can't see? You're just trying to humiliate him, scheming against him, right? Xinyu felt her heart pounding, adrenaline rushing wildly, her eyelids twitching. She was about to lose her temper. You're harming my son. Aren't you afraid of heaven punishing you? And you? Xinyu pointed forcefully at Jiang Fian's forehead, as if trying to poke a hole in her skull. Lu Meifeng is carrying your grandchild. If you don't want him, you're abandoning him. Turning to look at Widow Lu, she smiled coldly. As far as I know, Jiang Huai hasn't been discharged yet. He's an active soldier. Do you really think insulting soldiers is okay? Jiang Huai pursed his lips. How many times has Xinyu come forward to defend him? This girl is really brave. Even though they don't know each other well, she always stands up passionately to defend him. This farce should end now. None of your business. Who do you think you are? Shen Fian couldn't hold back anymore after being scolded for so long. Get out. This is our Jiang family's matter. It's not your place to interfere. None of your business? Xinyu raised her voice. Who do you think is an outsider? I am Jiang Huai's fiancé. Fiancé? These 3 words stunned everyone at the scene. Jiang Huai raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything in response. Xinyu felt a bit embarrassed. She cleared her throat. The marriage proposal has already been sent. We're just waiting for approval from the organization. If you dare to interfere with the military marriage, be careful you'll be made an example of. Lin Feng was the first to get scared. She tugged at Shen Fian's sleeve. Maybe we should just forget about it. Lu Meifeng looked at Xinyu angrily. She didn't expect someone to beat her to it. Although she wasn't very educated, she knew the consequences of breaking a military marriage. Only Shen Fian was reluctant. If Jiang Huai didn't marry Lu Meifeng, she would still cling to her son. Xiao Jun had a bright future. How could he marry a widow? If he didn't marry her, Lu Meifeng would definitely cause trouble. If this woman spread the news about Xiao Jun, it could lead to serious consequences, even being sent to a farm. Shen Fian also wanted to fight for a bit more. She thought that if things got really bad, she could claim Lu Meifeng's pregnancy was Jiang Huai's doing. Then no one would be able to explain clearly. At this moment, Jiang Huai stood up. Xinyu quickly went to support him. I won't say much about the consequences of breaking the military marriage. Let me talk about something else. Jiang Huai's voice was cold. The matter between Xiao Jun and Lu Meifeng seems unnoticed, but there's no wall that keeps secrets forever. If you dig deep enough, the truth will come out. I may be blind, but the people's eyes are sharp. And now, with scientific progress, A simple blood test can accurately determine the child's father, making it impossible to deny. Zhang Fian's heart skipped a beat. She had anticipated his next move completely, leaving no room for escape. I'm not someone who likes to argue, but that doesn't mean I lack the ability to stand my ground. I've been very patient with you all. If you keep pushing, I will have the local leaders come to my yard for a talk. He is a war hero who is injured on duty, so no one doubts his abilities or connections. Mom, Aunt, you both are not working now, but my dad, my uncle, and my cousin still have jobs, right? Maybe we should ask the leaders to talk to them. Big family matters like this can't be taken lightly. If it really affects their work, it won't be solved with just a few words. The whole family of 7 or 8 will be impacted, including their meals and daily life. And if it gets worse, being fired, having a stain on their records, how will they live in the future? The children might even blame her. Fine, I see you're tough. Zhang Fian finally agreed, but that didn't mean she wouldn't cause trouble for Zhang Huai. Today's grudge was definitely remembered. Zhang Huai, you'll regret this. Let's see what happens. Zhang Fian was the first to leave, followed closely by Lu Meifeng. Lin Feng hesitated, then sighed, and also left. Only Zhang Jin and Shen Yu remained inside. Neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere felt a bit awkward. Shen Yu secretly observed Zhang Huai, and suddenly a bold idea flashed through her mind. Finding a job is hard, but finding a husband should be easier, right? Isn't there one right in front of her? After getting married, she wouldn't have to go to the countryside anymore. Zhang Huai could use this to escape from the confusing marriage, and she could leave the troublesome Shen family. 2 birds with 1 stone.
Why not?
Of course, they would probably marry by agreement, voluntarily. She wasn't afraid of losing out. With Zhang Huai's excellent figure, looks, and eyes, though she couldn't see them, who knew who would suffer a loss? She couldn't even imagine waking up next to such a handsome man every day. What kind of happiness that would be. Shen Yu almost burst out laughing like a pig, but she bit her lip hard, recalling all her past troubles, and finally stopped herself from laughing. Zhang Huai's senses had become sharper after losing his sight. He could feel that Shen Yu seemed quite happy right now. Because Zhang Fian and the others ran away after being scolded. Are you so happy? No wonder people from this era are so simple. If they lived under the same roof, Shen Yu would definitely tear Zhang Huai apart and wipe him out completely. Today, I apologize for embarrassing you. Zhang Huai thought about how Shen Yu had defended him several times, and a warm feeling grew in his heart. Everyone has their own worries. Shen's family had more problems, so what right did she have to laugh at Zhang Huai? I want to talk to you about something. Go ahead. Shen Yu felt her heart beating faster. She covered her chest with her hand, as if that could calm her nerves. It was my fault earlier. I spoke as if I was your fiancé, without your permission. Zhang Huai thought there was some problem. It was just a temporary measure, I understand. Let's make it real, together. Both spoke at the same time, but their words were completely different. Was this a sign of understanding or a lack of it? What did you say? Zhang Huai thought he had misheard. I said, let's get married. Married? Zhang Huai was sure he hadn't misheard. He suddenly felt nervous, and his ears turned red involuntarily. In the past, some women had shown interest in him, but none dared to say they wanted to marry him right away like Shen Yu did. The strangest part was he didn't feel any dislike. It was completely different from the annoyance he usually felt. In fact, he even felt a little excited. Living with someone like her would surely be interesting, right? But then he felt guilty. His family was so messed up, and his relatives were so hateful. He couldn't be so selfish as to drag this girl into his deep troubles. Why should she share his pain and live that suffocating life with him? In the past, he could protect her and even take her to join the army, but now he was blind. Maybe he would never recover, and he couldn't shelter her anymore. Instead, he might become a burden to her. Just as Zhang Huai was about to refuse, there was a sudden urgent shout outside the door. Captain, Captain, Shen Yu almost responded, don't shoot, it's me. Stay serious, we're actually proposing marriage here. Captain, I need to tell you something. Xiangyang saw Shen Yu was also there, so he swallowed his words. Comrade Shen, just want to say a few words to our captain. Please sit down. Xiangyang helped Jiang Huai walk outside, lowering his voice as he said, Captain, I have to tell you, that old Shin family is really terrible. I already sent that cripple to the police station. He's cowardly and gave up after just a few hits. This cripple is a habitual domestic abuser. His first 2 wives died, one was beaten to death, and the other jumped into the river. The Shin family took his money and wanted to marry him to Comrade Shin. They were afraid she would resist, so they even tried to give him hormone drugs meant for pigs and cattle. Jiang Huai's face darkened instantly, veins bulging on his forehead, like a huge iceberg releasing cold air. Xiangyang said angrily, Captain, all the Shin family knew about this. They want to sell Comrade Shin and give her the job she got to that neighbor. No wonder she wanted to marry him. Her home was truly no place for her. Her family was just as disgusting as Zhang's family, scheming against her, slandering her, hurting her. Could she be just like him? Jiang Huai quietly whispered a few words to Xiangyang. Xiangyang nodded repeatedly and finally agreed. Don't worry, Captain. I'll handle this. But does Comrade Shin really want to go back to that home? If she fails this time, she might try other ways to hurt her in the future. When will it all end? Go ahead first. Yes, Xiangyang turned and left the yard. Jiang Huai went inside. Shinyu saw him return and quickly sat down. She wanted to listen in secretly, but because she had different feelings for Jiang Huai, she didn't want to focus her attention on him. Are you serious about getting married? Shinyu couldn't believe her ears. Did he really agree? She had thought he would refuse, but now there was hope. Yes, I am serious. More real than gold. Fearing he might think she was too eager, Shinyu hurried to explain, I didn't mean anything else. I just feel. She couldn't say she was attracted to his looks, didn't want to go to the countryside, and just wanted to find a handsome guy to be with every day. That would be too shameful. I know. Both spoke at the same time, but their words were completely different. Shenyu's mind suddenly went blank. He knows. He knows now. He knows she has a crush on his looks, admires his muscles, and has inappropriate thoughts about him? Isn't that the end of everything? Her image. Shenyu sighed silently, feeling overwhelmed. His features all scrunched together. Otherwise, could he just find a piece of tofu to hit himself with and end it all? I'm blind, and I might be discharged from the army at any time. Because of my blindness, I may not be able to get a job. With my current situation, I can't provide you with a good life. You saw my family, they have issues with their personality and character. We might have contact in the future and many unpleasant things could happen. Even so, do you still want to marry me? Shenyu was completely stunned. She had never thought about these things before. And what does all this matter? With her around, how could they not have a good life? Her family isn't a problem either. Who in this world is stronger than her? She's unreasonable and will fight until she gets her way. So, does he really want to marry her? This idea made Shinyu secretly happy. Really getting married. It seems he still doesn't realize her true feelings for him, so what does he know? Shinyu looked up and saw Jiang Huai still waiting for her answer. He sat very straight, hands on his knees, quietly like a well-behaved big kid. His eyes still lacked sparkle, but looked clearer, though his face showed a faint disappointment, like a small dog about to be abandoned. Does he think he doesn't want to marry anymore? At this moment, Jiang Huai felt a bit nervous. He didn't know if Shinyu would choose to marry him. He didn't know her appearance, but she was a kind-hearted girl who liked to stand up for others. She was lively and good at talking, and her quick words often surprised him. Marrying her would definitely make their future life interesting. I will marry. Shinyu was afraid she would be too late, and Jiang Huai would change his mind. He didn't seem like someone who would agree to marry easily. If she missed her chance, she would regret it forever. It's just that my family situation is complicated, I know. What else do you know? Shinyu was so nervous. She was afraid Jiang would find out she was a big troublemaker. Jiang, whose palms were sweaty, and he felt a little nervous. Xiangyang took that crippled guy to the police station. They didn't question him much. He confessed everything. Said he was in cahoots with your family, handed over money and people at the same time. They even prepared medicine in case you resisted. Jiang, who looked tired, clearly upset because Shen family's actions had crossed his line. So, that's what this was about. Was he afraid of losing his home, afraid she would be hurt again by Shen family, and that's why he agreed to marry her? Not because he liked her. Shinyu bit her lip. What was she expecting? Why was she feeling so disappointed? Jiang, who didn't even know what she looked like, so he couldn't possibly have feelings for her or any romantic thoughts. Maybe he just felt sorry for her. Isn't that normal? Anyway, this is a good start. At least, now they can be together openly. He is a good person, and he's also quite unfortunate. Supporting each other is a good thing. He is blind, she has mental health issues, perfect match. So, you don't mind that my family's like that? Jiang, who smiled bitterly. We're pretty much the same. Who am I to judge? Then, should we report this first? Since he's still in the military, he probably needs to apply before they can get married. Yes. Jiang, who felt his ears heat up. I'll ask Xiangyang to help us handle it. It will be quick. Also, your household registration needs to be transferred. Oh, right. She had forgotten about this. These days, you can't just get married with an ID. You need proof. The process is very strict. Do you have any requirements for the wedding? Jiang, who looked serious, acting official, but his neck was slightly red. Requirements?
Like
Sleeping under the same blanket after marriage?
Ah.
That might be a bit bold. Maybe. Like a bride price or something. Oh no. Shinyu thought for a moment and said, I don't need that. If it falls into their hands, it would be a big loss. They might even ask for more. Why should I give them a bargain? Jiang, who imagined her gritting her teeth and feeling angry, and his chest fluttered slightly. He fought to keep his smile from showing. It's still necessary. I'll find out the market price and get it for you directly. Where is there a wedding without a bride price? That's not proper. Then, are we still planning a wedding? Shinyu has no real idea about weddings and thinks they are troublesome. Most importantly, Shen's family will definitely cause trouble. What if she can't help but get angry and fight? It sounds satisfying for the bride to fight her unkind family, but wouldn't that reveal everything? I'll handle everything. Don't worry. No matter what, a wedding usually involves a few tables, inviting friends and family to witness. Jiang Huai's words slowly calmed Shinyu's restless mind. Okay, I trust you. I was thinking of not having a wedding at all, waiting until your eyes are better. That would be a real celebration.
Eyes.
Will they get better? Jiang Huai had long given up hope. After a few months, he had accepted the reality. Shinyu could see that Jiang Huai was at peace, but still very regretful.
How could he not be?
He is clearly a talented eagle, belonging to the blue sky, but now, because of his blindness, he feels like a fallen hero. Don't worry, I will definitely cure your eyes. Cure him? Are you a doctor? Shinyu confidently replied. No. Then, do you know medical skills? Shinyu naturally said, haha, no. Although I don't know, I can learn. Jiang Huai responded softly. He was in a good mood. His fiancée was lively and thoughtful about him. I'm serious. She was super smart and learned things very quickly. Okay. Jiang Huai didn't even notice that his voice carried a subtle, affectionate tone. You will definitely cure me. Of course. Shinyu propped her chin with her hand, admiring Jiang Huai's handsome face. How is this man even so good-looking? High nose bridge, deep eyes, even dogs would be moved by his gaze. Look at his jawline. So sharp and defined. Full of strength. Indeed, a buzz cut is the only true test of a man's looks. And that waist, what is that? A deadly curved blade. Shinyu, I'm listening. Shinyu's gaze fell on Jiang Huai's collarbone. She couldn't help but bite her lip. Oh my, this handsome man is about to become mine. It feels like a dream. Dressed well, and worth it. If I hadn't traveled here, I would still be in the mental hospital, spending my days with crazy people, sunbathing and doing exercises. What's so interesting about looking at handsome men there? Jiang Huai could feel Shinyu's eyes on him. That focused, slightly passionate gaze was clearly fixed on his chest. Is his outfit okay? Surely there's nothing wrong? Jiang Huai instinctively reached up to check his collar. He was wearing an undershirt under his shirt. Everything seemed fine.
Ah,
Shinyu's mind was like a squirrel scurrying around, squealing inside. This man's hands are so nice looking. Oh my, I could play with these hands forever. No, I shouldn't say such rude things. It's admiration. Admiration for a lifetime. Before the marriage report is approved, you need to stay at the Shin family house for a while. Those people have bad intentions. You must be very careful. If necessary, stay with relatives or friends for a few days to ensure your safety. Don't worry, I am hard to trick. When I have free time during the day, can I come see you? That should be okay, right? Jiang Huai remained calm and composed. I'll be busy these days, probably not at home. Besides, we're not married yet and it might affect your reputation. All right, as expected of a man from this era. That reason made her unable to argue. But what exactly is he busy with? Isn't his eyesight inconvenient? Why does he need to go out? All right then. Coincidentally, her admission notice was about to arrive. She could use this chance to hand over work to Ying and also deal with the Shin family and Su Miao Miao's matters. Don't worry, I will ask Xiang Yang to pay more attention. If you have any problems, go to his workplace. He will help you. Where does he work? It seemed like he was quite free. Shin Yu even thought Xiang Yang was sent by the organization to take care of Jiang Huai. Jiang Huai seemed to guess her thoughts and quickly explained, Xiang Yang used to be a soldier. I trained in the army. Later, he went to a training school. After he retired, he was assigned to the city bureau, but he doesn't handle missions, he manages files. He usually doesn't cause trouble. When you mentioned his name at the bureau, it was very useful. Xiangyang looked younger than Jiang Huai by about 2 years, yet he had already left the army. Young and not involved in solving crimes or catching thieves, just managing files. Did he retire so young? Yes. Jiang Huai clearly didn't want to talk about it, so he changed the subject. When I lived alone, I kept things simple.
when?
I get married, the family will need to buy some things. If you want to buy anything, make a list. I'll ask Xiangyang to help buy them when he has time. It seems there's something strange about Xiangyang's retirement. Young and not the type to cause trouble, so maybe he had health issues? I haven't looked closely before. Next time he comes, I'll take a good look. Shinny looked around and found Jiangjin's home was quite plain. There was no furniture, and the daily necessities were simple. It didn't feel like a home, more like a dorm. All right, okay. Shinny stood up. I'll go now. Is it okay for you to be alone? Yes. Then I'll leave now. Okay. Shinyu hesitated a moment before standing and heading outside. When she reached the yard, Jiang Huai was still sitting inside, but he didn't see her off. It seems Jiang Huai is marrying her mainly because he's worried she might be harmed by the Shin family, perhaps a kind act in his own way. She chuckled at her own thought.
Take it one step at a time.
Shinyu ate outside before heading home. Just before entering the yard, she noticed someone else at the Shin house, and the atmosphere felt a bit tense. When she entered the house, she saw it was the second brother, Shen Dongping, who had returned. Oh, you're back. Shen Dongping wore black-rimmed glasses and looked refined, but his words carried a sharp, unpleasant tone. Shinyu, I heard you haven't been honest lately? Not doing your chores at home, even hitting people and messing up Su Miao Miao's work? And you even got fourth brother involved in the bureau? What are you trying to do? Are you trying to defy heaven? Another stubborn one. What do you mean by honest? Is it honest to only fight back when hit or cursed? Shinyu casually found a stool to sit on, looked at Shin Dongping from top to bottom, then sneered. What I want to do is pretty obvious. I want a rebel. Shin Dongping's eyes showed a look of disbelief and surprise. A fierce expression quickly appeared in his eyes, but he hid it well. Shinyu, why have you become like this? He looked pained, as if Shinyu had done something terribly wrong. These people in the Shin family. Shin Jin is selfish and self-centered. Shin Qiuping is as dumb as a pig and loves to fall in love, and Shin Chunping is impulsive and reckless. Only Shin Dongping is somewhat educated, a bit scheming, and a little ruthless. What's wrong with me? I'm fine, Shinyu said confidently. Now I don't have to serve you fools with brains full of nonsense. I feel energized. From now on, I will take revenge on enemies, settle scores, and if someone steals from me, I'll return a double. As for the hits I took, she moved her wrist. I will pay back twice as much. You. Shin Dongping had never seen Shinyu like this before. He was stunned and a little overwhelmed. Can a person really change so much just because they were hit, lost their job, and got sick? This is going too far. Shin Jin, who is usually quick-tempered, said only this before turning back into his room. Shin Chunping sneered repeatedly. Second brother, I told you, this woman is poison. Even Shun Qiuping looked like he was enjoying the show. Shinyu thought for a moment and understood. They didn't know about Zheng the cripple going to jail, and today was the day they planned to drug her. They really are in a hurry. Shinyu stood up, calmly returned to her small room. After closing the door, she lay comfortably on her small bed, hands behind her head, a smile on her lips. She never thought that, in her past life, she would stay single forever. And now, just a few days after crossing over, she was about to get married. Soon she could openly and shamelessly live happily with her crush. The future looks bright. But the smile on Shinyu's face suddenly disappeared, and her eyes turned cold. They were about to make a move. Since they want to die, let's play along. It's like she forgot to take the eggs back. Oh well, she'll leave them for her fiancé to eat. Ding ding ding. As soon as she finished speaking, rhythmic knocking sounded at the door. Shinyu shook her head, showing a hint of disdain. Does the Shin family even know how to knock? Before, they either kicked the door open or yelled loudly to get in. When did they become so polite? This is obviously a sign that something is wrong. Both of them are not very smart. Before causing trouble, they always avoid any signs of change or unusual activity. Any small change can alert the enemy, so they only succeed if everything stays the same. Otherwise, they risk exposing themselves. How stupid. Shinyu slightly opened the door and asked, "What's the matter? Didn't eat dinner tonight?" "Here, I left you 2 corn pancakes," said Shin Chunping. Shinyu suspiciously looked at Shin Chunping. "You're being so kind now? Are you not mad at me for sending you to the police station?" "Shinyu, don't get full of yourself. If you don't want it, then go hungry," Shin Chunping replied. Shin Chunping tried to take the plate away. Shinyu quickly grabbed it and said, "If I don't eat, it's a waste. Maybe I'll get some benefit from it." Right in front of Shin Chunping, she shoved the pancake into her mouth, then slammed the door shut with a loud bang. Outside, Shin Chunping looked furious. "Eat it. Eat yourself to death." Everyone in the Shin family was watching Shinyu's room closely. After a while, there was a sudden loud bang, as if something heavy had fallen.
Got it.
Shin Jin's eyes lit up with excitement. "Quick, put her in a sack and take her away." "Okay."
Dad.
Shun Dongping, who was a bit smarter, said, "Can we really do this? If we get caught, we're finished." Shin Jin didn't realize that Zheng the cripple had already been taken into custody. He was still dreaming big. What's with all this talk about windows and doors? It's her own fault for messing around with old men. It has nothing to do with us, Shin Jin said, no longer acting kind. His eyes showed pride and a hint of cruelty. "Once morning comes, go and block her and Zheng the cripple. We'll make it look like they're getting married. No one will know," he added. Shin Chunping was very happy, feeling like they had removed a threat. Yes, if she dares to refuse, we'll accuse her of shamelessness and having affairs. She'll end up in jail. This marriage, she has to marry him, whether she wants to or not, they said. Hearing this, Shen Dongping felt a little more at ease. Once she marries Zheng the cripple, our family will be free. These two are always fighting and arguing. Let them fight each other. It would be best if Zheng the cripple beats her to death. Then, no one would bully Meow Meow anymore. Hurry up and send her to Zheng the cripple's house first. When the medicine takes effect, there might be trouble. Yes, yes. A few people quickly kicked open Shinyu's door and saw her lying on the ground, her face still very red. "It's done. Hurry, get a sack." They turned to get a sack, but suddenly, a sharp, loud noise pierced their ears. The sound was so intense it hit their brains, causing Shin Jin and others to lose consciousness instantly. Everything went black, and they collapsed to the ground. "Shinyu, clutching her chest, managed to crawl up. Her body was still too weak. Every time she used her mental power, she felt a backlash. Fortunately, it wasn't too serious, and she could control it. She knew she needed more practice. Trying to scheme against me, humph. Shinyu swept through every corner of the room and surprisingly found some unused medicine. This is good stuff. You all don't like playing tricks, huh? Well, just wait and see. Dawn arrived as scheduled, marking a new day. Shinjin lay on the bed, turning over. He had regained consciousness, but still felt a bit fuzzy. Today was an important day, so he took a day off from work. Suddenly, he remembered something and opened his eyes wide, sitting up quickly. He seemed to have a memory lapse. His head felt heavy. Yesterday. Oh no. Shinjin suddenly remembered everything. Yesterday, they planned to trick Shinyu, give her medicine, and send her to Zheng the cripple's house. Everything had gone smoothly, and she had fallen for it. But why couldn't he remember what happened afterward? Did Shinyu get sent away after the disaster? Was everything successful? He quickly put on his shoes and went outside, calling out as he walked, "Big brother, second brother, old Gua." It was just dawn and the house was very quiet, with no sound at all. Shinjin searched inside and outside the house but saw no one. Shinyu was also missing. Could it be that everything went according to plan? It must be. Suddenly, Shinjin felt energized, like he had been injected with chicken blood. He had to go see for himself. Once this matter was settled, Zheng the cripple's money would never escape. 1,000 yuan. I've become rich. Tonight, I will buy a good bottle of wine and some cooked food to celebrate. As Shinjin left his house, he saw a crowd of people at the alley entrance. Wow, this is more lively than a sports event. Everyone looked excited, as if they had seen something amazing. Oh my goodness, this is really eye-opening. God, I've lived so long, and I've never seen anything so exciting. How could they end up together? Who would have thought? Especially, they're doing it so openly, in front of so many people. Oh my gosh. Hearing this, Shinjin felt very happy, as if all his worries had disappeared. It must be because Shinyu and Zheng the cripple were caught doing something they shouldn't, which drew so many onlookers. At first, he thought about keeping things quiet, not wanting to damage the family's reputation. Whether Shinyu lives or dies doesn't matter much. He just doesn't want it to affect his 3 sons' marriages. Now, he thinks it might be better if everyone finds out. Shinyu had caused trouble several times before, and the family had tolerated her. Now, her scandal is known to everyone. Let's see what she does next. Move aside, please move aside. Shinjin was so excited that he didn't realize he was not at Zheng the cripple's house. There were too many people. He pushed through for a while, but didn't get far.
Hey!
Someone shouted, "Make way. Shinjin is here." This shout instantly quieted the noisy alley. After 2 seconds, the crowd parted on their own, making a path for him. Everyone looked at Shinjin with admiration, giving him a sense of achievement he'd never felt before. Old Shun, look at what's going on. Take care of yourself. Kids can be careless, just teach them well. Shinjin looked a little sad. He was about to say something about family misfortune when someone suddenly said, "Wow, your eldest is quite the eater. Looks like he's really hungry, he can eat anything." Everyone burst into laughter. Shinjin was stunned. Eldest? What does this have to do with his eldest? Isn't it Shinyu? Wait, this isn't Zheng the cripple's house.
It's
the Su family. Shinjin's heart was beating very fast. A bad feeling, like a soaked sponge, filled his chest and made it hard for him to breathe. He ignored everything and rushed into the yard, shooing away the people watching from the window, then leaned over to look inside. The curtains were drawn but not tightly closed, leaving a small gap. Shinjin covered his eyes with his hands to block the light. As he looked closer, he felt like a thunderbolt struck him. On the bed, a man and a woman were passionately engaged, unable to part. The man was his eldest son, Shun Xiuping. The woman was the widow, Qin Yaji. Shinjin's eyes widened with rage. His whole body boiled with anger, and his internal organs seemed ready to explode, making it hard to breathe. Animals. How could this happen? How could this happen? He shouted loudly, then realized that before he arrived, this scandal was already known to everyone. People were lining up to watch a live broadcast of the scene. It's over. Everything is ruined. Shouldn't it be Shin Yu and Zheng Lame? Why did it turn into Shin Qiuping and Qin Yaji? What exactly happened last night? What about the second son? The old one? Is Su Miao Miao dead? With such a big commotion outside, she didn't come out to see what was going on. It's all over. This is a crime of misconduct. It's like eating sunflower seeds. What about the future, work experience? Even life itself seems at risk. Shin Yu, it must be her. It's her doing this. Shen Jin let out a heart-wrenching scream, then spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed on his back. Everyone watching was startled and quickly stepped back, afraid the blood would splash on their faces. Oh my God, he's coughing up blood because he's so angry. Is he still breathing? Is he dead? Who wouldn't be shocked if they saw this? A young man in his 20s with a 40-something widow. Everyone's watching. Do you believe it or not? Not believing? That means they're having an affair. Being caught in a trap or sent to farm reform would be lighter punishments. They might even face more trouble. Believing it? Let them get married. My goodness, the daughter-in-law is quite old. She's about the same age as Shin Qiuping's mother. Hey, I heard that this Qin widow used to flirt with Shin Jin before. Those two. Enough, stop talking. Don't make people so angry they might really die. Shin Jin wasn't seriously ill at first, but after hearing those words, his vision went dark and he fainted completely. The scene turned chaotic, while the two people inside the house remained unaware, still lost in their own world. Hurry up. Don't just stand there, call the police. Get the neighborhood director here. At this hour, she should already be at work, right? That day, the entire Mopin Alley was in an uproar. People from the neighborhood office, the police station, the public security committee, and medical staff from the hospital all gathered at the Su family's small courtyard. Director Wang from the neighborhood office looked furious. She finally understood. These two families, the Shin family and the Su family, seemed to exist just to make her life difficult. Things had been going too smoothly for her lately, and now she was being thrown into this unbelievable family drama. In nearly 10 years of working as a neighborhood director, she had never seen anything so absurd. A promising young man and a widow in her 40s had somehow gotten involved with each other. Such things might happen in secret, but who would let it become public? Didn't they care about their future? This was simply outrageous. Grinding her teeth, Director Wang gave orders to cooperate with the police and seal off the Su family courtyard. No unrelated people were allowed in or out. This wasn't something decent to watch anyway. The medical staff treated Shin Jin. He didn't wake up right away, but the bleeding wasn't serious. However, he showed signs of a mild stroke, so they had to send him to the hospital. As for Shin Qiuping and Qin Yaji, it took a lot of effort to separate them. Without calming medicine, they might not have stopped for a long time. When the two finally woke up, they were filled with regret and despair. They still didn't understand how they had ended up together. At that time, they had lost control of themselves, acting without reason or awareness. By the time they came to their senses, the mistake was already made. It was too late. The medical staff helped them get dressed, and the security officers took them to the station for questioning. In that era, such an incident was considered extremely serious and disgraceful. Everyone who looked at them showed clear contempt and disgust. People were supposed to have manners and a sense of shame. But these two, what they had done in broad daylight, was simply beyond belief. Comrade, I really don't know what's going on. Shin Qiuping was on the verge of tears, unable to find words to defend himself and reduce his charges. He didn't even know how to answer the security officer's questions. I truly don't know what I was doing. I was completely unaware at the time. I was tricked. I wasn't sober. The two male officers exchanged a silent look, communicating without words. Do you believe it? No way. A man so drunk that he can't do anything. If he did something, he was definitely pretending to be drunk. If he's not aware and not sober, how could he cheer for love? How charming must that widow be? Shin Qiuping, you need to realize your mistake. Is this a small matter? It's immoral and corrupt. I'm telling the truth. Shun Qiuping felt helpless. He suspected that Xinyu was behind everything. Last night, she didn't eat the drugged cake, yet she managed to make everyone dizzy and then drug him again.
But he dared not say it.
He had drugged Xinyu first, which was a selfish act and a crime. Moreover, Xinyu wasn't capable of knocking everyone out alone, especially not him and Aunt Qin. Damn it, it would have been better if he had just died. Shun Qiuping covered his face and cried loudly. His whole life was ruined. He had slept with Qin Yaji. What would Miao Miao think of him? He and Miao Miao had no future anymore. Many people saw what happened. He couldn't defend himself. How would the neighbors see him? If the story got out to the food factory, in the eyes of the leaders and workers, he would be seen as a big fool. They would probably laugh at him for the rest of his life. When they got old, they would say, "Back then there was a young guy in our unit. His future was bright, but he ended up with a widow. She was over 20 years older than him, like a mother figure. And then? He was fired. Not even lucky enough to eat peanuts. Sent to shovel sand in the far north." Thinking of this, Shun Qiuping couldn't hold back any longer and burst into loud tears. "Comrade, I am innocent. I am more wrong than Do-yi." Miao Miao sat silently in the corner, looking like she had lost her soul. She couldn't understand how the world had changed after just one night.
Why?
Didn't Shun Qiuping like her? How could he be with? How could he be with her mother? The commotion they caused drew the attention of everyone in the alley. She, meanwhile, was sleeping soundly like a dead pig and didn't hear a thing. Su Miao Miao shed tears of sadness, and the more she thought about it, the more she felt things were not simple. It was definitely a conspiracy. The person drugged must be Xinyu, and she was supposed to be disgraced. Why did it turn out to be her mother and Shun Qiuping? She had been tricked. Su Miao Miao's mind suddenly cleared, and she understood everything in an instant. It's Xinyu. She didn't bother to think further. She quickly stood up, grabbed a uniformed officer, and shouted, "Comrade, my mother and Shun Qiuping are innocent." They were framed. The officer looked at her with a clearly disdainful expression. "Are you related to Qin Yaji?" "Yes," Su Miao Miao choked out. "That's my mother, comrade. She is truly innocent. Someone is deliberately trying to harm her." As she cried, the officers in the office looked her way. Honestly, Su Miao Miao looked quite nice, delicate and fragile, like a gentle flower. In another time, her appearance would be very popular, a true white moonlight face. But in the 1970s, her refined manner only made her seem pretentious. Plus, Qin Yaji's situation made people think that the leadership was corrupt from the top down, and her own behavior probably wasn't spotless either. The Shun brothers didn't buy her act, and the officers handling the case certainly didn't. Two female officers quietly rolled their eyes, clearly looking down on her. The male officer she grabbed was startled and quickly pulled away. "Let's talk nicely. Don't touch me." "What's wrong with you, sister? I thought I was bullying you." Su Miao Miao shivered in fear, tears falling again. "I didn't, comrade. You didn't bully me. Oh, come on." The officer turned and walked away. If he stayed any longer, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. Tears still clung to her face as she watched the officer run off, her expression one of shock. In the past, whenever she shed a few tears and softly said a gentle word, she could always get what she wanted. No man could resist this tactic. The Shun brothers did it, and Meng Jincheng did too. But now, it doesn't seem to work anymore. An older female colleague couldn't stand it anymore and pulled her aside to avoid disturbing others at work. "Just tell me what's going on." "My name is Chu Hua."
Oh.
Su Miao Miao lowered her head, feeling a bit unwilling. Years of experience told her that women like Chu Hua were very hard to deal with. She knew she wouldn't get any benefit from arguing with her. Seeing Su Miao Miao's attitude, Chu Hua was amused and a little angry. She thought, she's good at scheming, and now she's not happy. "Aren't you here to report your situation?" "What? No words for me." Su Miao Miao didn't dare say that. She quickly waved her hands and said, "Comrade, I was too nervous and didn't know where to start. Please don't take it personally." Alright, let me remind you. Earlier, you said your mother was wrongfully accused and was framed. Yes, my mother was framed. The person who did it is Xinyu. Yes, Xinyu framed her. Chu Hua carefully recorded in her notebook. So, you mean your mother and Shen Xiuping are innocent? Exactly. Su Miao was a bit excited, leaning closer to the desk. My mother and Shen Xiuping are from different generations. They're not related by blood, so how could they do such a thing?
And,
She shyly whispered, I grew up with Shen Xiuping. We're childhood sweethearts. It sounded as if she was saying Shen Xiuping and she were a couple. Chu Hua rolled her eyes silently, recorded the facts, and asked again, So, you mean you and Shen Xiuping are in a relationship? No, not at all. Su Miao quickly waved her hands. We're just neighbors who grew up together. Another female colleague, taking the kettle to pour water, shot Su Miao a fierce glare, looked disgusted, and pursed her lips. Then she said, So, you're just neighbors. Shen Xiuping and Qin Yaji aren't related by blood or moral ties.
what's so strange about that?
They had seen many such cases, even a 34-year-old bachelor hitting on an 80-year-old lady. The world is full of surprises. No, I don't think so, Miao said, blushing, and didn't dare to say that Shen Xiuping liked her. You're just a young girl who doesn't understand anything, someone said. Some people just like to stir things up.
Que vois qui enforce ta smile?
All right, how about you take notes? No, thank you. The woman waved her hand. I have other things to do. Sister Chu, you can handle this. She didn't like this woman acting so arrogantly. It made her feel uncomfortable. Okay, let's continue. Do you think someone is framing them? Is there any proof? Who is the person? Miao was a bit excited. It's Xinyu. She framed my mother. Xinyu? Same last name as Shen Xiuping. Chu Hua raised her head. What is her relationship with the suspect, Shen Xiuping? She is his sister. Are they close? Yes, they are real siblings. Chu Hua looked into Miao's eyes and asked, Since they are siblings, why would Xinyu want to frame Shen Xiuping? Are they not on good terms? No, they are not. Everyone in our neighborhood knows about this. You can send someone to find out. We will handle the investigation ourselves. I just want to ask, why are their sibling relations so bad? How bad is it? Can you give a specific example? Miao bit her lip, unsure how to answer. Honestly, Shen Xiuping was at fault. The things he did to Xinyu would make anyone think he was the problem. It's hard to blame Xinyu. I don't know much about their relationship, but recently Xinyu seemed to have gone crazy. She hit Shen Xiuping several times. Everyone in our neighborhood knows about it. Miao was a bit clever. She spoke vaguely, trying to make Xinyu look unreasonable and create a bad impression of her. But unfortunately, solving cases isn't like chatting at home. It's about evidence and digging deep. We will verify this. Do you think your mother was framed by Xinyu? How would she do that? Chu Hua carefully clicked the pen cap. Do you have any proof? If not, that's just slander. Her main goal was to report Xinyu and save Qin Yaji and Shen Xiuping. No matter what, she couldn't let them be accused of having an affair. But now they were asking her for proof, and she had none. Can't produce any evidence. A younger female comrade came over, looking at her as if she was mocking her. That's not good. You say Xinyu framed your mother without any proof. That's slander. She seemed to remember something and turned to Chu Hua.
Si c'est que, I'm curieux.
If what this comrade says is true, that Xinyu framed her mother. How did he do it? She's not very old, right? Can a young girl really get her brother to the Su family? It can't be that she took off their clothes, right? Miao's eyes reddened again. It seemed like this woman didn't like her and was targeting her everywhere. Xiao Zhang, Chu Hua said firmly, You should go to your work. Miao seemed to make a decision. Comrade, I want to ask, if I can prove Xinyu really framed my mother and her older brother, then does that mean my mother is innocent? Details matter. You need to explain everything clearly. How things are judged later isn't something you can control. Chu Hua looked friendly, but when she was serious, she could be quite intimidating. Miao didn't dare to argue anymore. She quickly said, I know. Shen Chunping has a secret lover, who is quite old. They always need medicine to do things. Shanyu must have drugged my mother and Shin hoping to make them act out of character. The two women looked at each other. Is that true? The young comrade didn't care about reputation or honor. She found a much older lover, and they needed medicine for that? Of course it's true. Yu Miao Miao knew Shun Chuanping's plan. They had previously obtained animal sedatives from the livestock station, intending for Shin Yu and Zheng the cripple to be together. She couldn't reveal Shin Chunping. She could say the medicine belonged to Shin Yu. Chu Hua carefully recorded everything. Do you know the name of Shin Yu's lover? I don't know his name, but I know he's a cripple, and I think his surname is Zheng. Zheng the cripple? Chu Hua and Zhang Xiaojing exchanged glances. A cripple with the surname Zheng. Su Miao Miao felt a bit guilty, thinking, could it be that this Zheng the Lame is quite famous? Why does it seem like everyone has heard of him? Are you sure, Shin Yu, that Zheng the Lame is your lover? Yes, I'm sure. Chu Hua gave Zhang Wanjing a look, and she nodded quickly before going to find a record of the investigation. Chu Hua opened the record, which clearly listed Zheng the Lame's full name, Zheng Ke. This person must be Zheng the Lame. A few days ago, he was caught for human trafficking and is still being held in a small black room. He had told them he paid 1,000 yuan to buy Shinjin's daughter as a wife. But he has a bad reputation for hitting his wife, so Shinjin was worried his daughter wouldn't want to marry him. She prepared some medicine for animals for Shinyu, hoping the two would get married directly. At that time, Chu Hua was furious, thinking it was too cruel for a father to sell his daughter for just 1,000 yuan, especially to a man like Zheng Ke who beats his wife. Shinyu, Zheng the Lame, medicine. All the details matched. Do you know what Shinyu's father's name is? What is Shinyu's father's name? We are neighbors, so of course we know. His name is Shinjin. Shinjin, that matches too. This means the woman in front of them doesn't know Zheng the Lame has been caught, and she is falsely accusing Shinyu of having an affair with Zheng the Lame. Little does she know, Shinyu is actually the real victim, but she is being accused as the mastermind behind her mother's trouble. Chu Hua and Zhang Xiaojing both felt speechless. Do you have any proof that Shinyu and Zheng the Lame are involved? Su Miao Miao felt a little nervous. Proof? Do I need proof for this? Such things. She looked embarrassed. Where can I find proof? Chu Hua slammed the notebook onto the table. You can't just accuse someone without evidence. If you say they are involved, it has to be proven. Su Miao Miao really couldn't think of any proof. Her face turned red with embarrassment. I can't produce any. Just then, a young man entered the room. He seemed to have finally gathered the courage to come in, trembling slightly. Could he be turning himself in? Xiao Zhang, go ask what's going on. Okay. Zhang Xiaojing went over, and after talking outside the door for a few moments, she came back. She leaned close to Chu Hua's ear and whispered a few words. Really? Absolutely. Que asnird. Tell Captain Sun to bring some people over. Okay. Zhang Xiaojing glanced at Su Miao Miao and then turned to find Captain Sunday. Why is she doing that? It's confusing. Su Miao Miao thought for a moment. She really didn't know the person just now, and was sure she had nothing to do with him. Comrade, can I see my mom? No. Chu Hua's attitude was very unfriendly, even a bit harsh. Qin Yaji's case is very serious. No visits allowed. Also, if you can't prove that Shinyu drugged and harmed your mother, you'll be accused of slander. Please fill in your home address and workplace below and sign. Comrade, what's the point of signing this? What's the point? What do you think? If you can't provide evidence, slandering others is not okay. We might come to see you anytime. Please cooperate with the investigation. Su Miao Miao felt helpless. She could only honestly fill out the form and sign. Maybe now she should go find Meng Jincheng. Perhaps he doesn't know what happened this morning. If he can help, he might be able to save her mother. She decided to act quickly. Can I leave now? Yes, go ahead. What? Do you want to stay here and eat? Su Miao Miao didn't dare say a word. She left the police station angry and immediately went to Meng Jincheng's workplace to find him. But he wasn't there. He was on a business trip and the return date was uncertain. For Su Miao Miao, it felt like the sky was falling. Meng Jincheng was rich and well-connected. He was her biggest help. Without him, who could she turn to? Oh, right, the Shun family. Shin Jin was exhausted, but the Shin family still had Shin Chunping and Shin Dongping. These brothers might be able to help somehow. Su Miao Miao hurriedly went to the Shin family to find someone, but no one was there. Not only that, she was also scolded by neighbors. Su girl, something big happened at your house today. Oh my, we've learned a lot from your mom. She's over 40 and still having fun. Exactly. Su girl, isn't Shin Xiaoping always clingy to you? Why did he go to sleep with your mom? Do you think they might get married? Maybe he's looking for a stepdad for you. TSK, can't control your waistband. Honestly, everyone should stay away from their family. Don't catch any illnesses or pass them on. Vulgar words flooded the scene. Su Miao Miao hurriedly left the alley, trying to hold back tears and not look back. If she stayed any longer, she feared she would lose her temper and start yelling or fighting with these people. But she knew she couldn't win a fight or out-argue them, and she might even be mocked again. Standing at the entrance of the alley, Su Miao Miao felt lost, as if the whole world had no place for her. Shen Chunping wasn't home. Maybe she was at work. Su Miao Miao went to the steel factory, but was told Shin Chunping didn't come to work. She didn't come, didn't ask for leave, and no one knows where she went. How could this be? Su Miao Miao felt like the whole world was against her. Was it trying to push her to her limit? Just then, Su Miao Miao suddenly saw a familiar figure. It was Shin Yu, coming out of a restaurant, accompanied by two women. Shin Yu was talking to them, making them laugh happily. Su Miao Miao's eyes turned red with jealousy. Shin Yu, why? She was struggling outside, being mocked, and yet Shin Yu was out dining. Auntie, Ying, I'll head back now. Su Yujin sighed deeply. Xiao Yu, this time, it's really thanks to you. Thank you. Li Ying also said, yes, such a good job, I couldn't get it even if I bought it. If it weren't for my cousin, I'd have to go to the countryside. The job paid around 700 or 800, but her cousin only took 500 and some tickets. It was a big loss. Shunya looked a bit helpless. Auntie, Ying, ever since you two came back from the hospital, you've been thanking me. Not just once or twice, but at least 7 or 8 times. Shunya smiled, patting her cousin Li Ying's hand. Ying, it's your good fortune. I didn't take the money for nothing. You invited me to eat, so a simple thank you is just politeness. Auntie, we're family. Now that Ying has a job, you and Uncle can rest assured. When the time comes, she wanted to mention marriage, but thought it was too sudden, so she changed her words. When there's time later, invite my uncle and bring Huzi, and we'll all get together again. Su Yujin was naturally happy and quickly agreed. She also reminded her, remember to find time to visit home. You need to focus on your work. If it's really impossible, you can take over your aunt's position. Just don't go to the countryside, okay? If anything happens, don't forget you still have your uncle. No one can bully you. Okay, I understand. Shinyu felt a little touched. The fact that Su Yujin could say these words showed she was better than many people. All right, we're leaving. Cousin, don't forget to come visit me and play. Okay, I will. Shinyu waved her hand and added, work hard. Li Ying's voice was cheerful. Got it. After successfully selling her job and having money and tickets in hand next. Shinyu, Su Miao Miao stormed over angrily, grabbing Shinyu's wrist with a fierce look, her face twisted. Is it you? What's going on? If it's not me, then it must be you. Are you Shinyu? Don't pretend you don't know. You're the one who framed my mom, right? Shinyu continued to act clueless. Su Miao Miao, if your brain isn't working well, go see a doctor.
Don't run around like a mad dog all day.
Framing your mom? I left early today. I wasn't home all day. Even if something happened to your mom, it's not my fault. Really? Su Miao Miao didn't believe Shinyu's words, but she had no proof and couldn't do anything to Shinyu. Why do you care if I'm telling the truth or not? I was in a good mood after selling my job, but you messed everything up. Now I have no good mood. You're so unlucky. When Su Miao Miao heard she sold her job, she suddenly exploded, hysterically questioning her. What? You sold your job? Are you crazy? Why did you sell my job? Shinyu was amused and laughed. Are you crazy? Su, do you think I'm Shin Xiaoping or Shin Chunping, those two fools? I always give in to you. Do whatever you want. Is the job yours? That's funny. Su Miao Miao didn't care about all that. She only knew that this job was promised to her by Shin Chunping. As long as Shen Yu married Jing Lame, this job would be hers. This is what Shen Chunping promised me. Shen Yu was so excited, she almost jumped up. Who promised? You don't need to ask anyone, Su Miao Miao. You should focus your energy on the right things. You would have already gotten a job if you did. But instead, you choose to cheat on exams. When you were caught, you even encouraged my family to give up their jobs for you. Why should they do that? I sold my own job, and you still criticize me. You're just wasting your time. When the two of them started arguing, some people nearby began to watch. Shin Yu deliberately raised her voice, attracting more onlookers. Is that your job? Do you have the nerve to say that? Shin Yu felt it was the right moment and started her performance. Everyone listen up. Su Miao Miao, clarify this. What do you mean I sold your job? If the job was really yours, could I sell it? Don't you have any sense? More and more people gathered to watch. Su Miao Miao was already in the wrong, and under everyone's watch, she felt guilty and hardly dared to speak. Shin Yu was confident and bold. Let's hear everyone's opinion. I sold my own job, so who does that hurt? Someone keeps looking for trouble, meddling, and insisting that the job belongs to her. Does that make sense? Criticism kept coming. Exactly. I heard everything clearly. Why does she have such a big face claiming the job is hers? If it really was her job, even if others wanted to sell it, they would need her approval. Doesn't she know that? Is she joking? Yeah, and I heard she cheated on her exam. That shows she's not a good person. Su Miao Miao had been insulted all day. First, neighbors scolded her at her door. Then staff at the police station ignored her, and just now Shin Yu pointed at her nose and yelled. Now, even the onlookers were criticizing her. Does she deserve to be treated like this? Should she be bullied by everyone? Thinking of this, Su Miao Miao stopped pretending to be weak. She glared fiercely at Shin Yu and raised her hand to grab her braid. She had already planned to pull Shin Yu's braid first, then slap her face, preferably making her proud, smug face swell and burst. But fantasy and reality are two different things. Su Miao Miao thought she was doing well, but when she actually tried, it was a different story. Could she really hit Shin Yu? Before she could even touch a strand of Shin Yu's hair, Shin Yu fought back.
Why?
Can't you beat me? Are you so angry you want to hit me? You hurt me. Let go. Shin Yu grabbed Su Miao Miao's braid and gently patted her face, saying, Weren't you so fierce just now when you tried to hit me? Why are you backing down now? Huh. Su Miao Miao had never tried fighting in the street before. Well, it wasn't really a fight, since she was the one being hit. Shin Yu was the one hitting her, and she didn't even touch a single strand of Shin Yu's hair. It was very embarrassing, and her face hurt a lot. She was being hit and had to admit her mistakes at the same time. Next time you see me, stay away. Do you hear me? If not, I'll hit you every time I see you. Su Miao Miao sobbed and cried. I got it. I won't dare again. Shin Yu let go, and Su Miao Miao collapsed to the ground, tears falling rapidly. Her scalp felt burning hot, as if her hair was being pulled out. Her face was so painful she lost feeling, probably swollen now. If looks could kill, Su Miao Miao would have stabbed Shin Yu into a honeycomb. Why does Shin Yu always have to resist and change? Was it not better when she was obedient? Why does she have to become someone everyone hates now? What are you looking at? Shin Yu raised her hand. If you look at me again, I'll gouge your eyes out. Su Miao Miao shrank back and lowered her head. Annoying. Shin Yu clapped her hands and walked away, leaving Su Miao Miao behind, ready to go home and continue her act. The Shun family's matter wasn't over yet. She needed to go back and check her progress. Everyone, get lost. Scram. After Shin Yu left, Su Miao Miao finally dared to get up from the ground. The onlookers sneered. Impressive. Why didn't you dare to curse her just now? Exactly. Seeing there was no more excitement, the crowd dispersed, too lazy to bother with Su Miao Miao, who looked like a lost dog. Su Miao Miao covered her face and left. The street returned to its usual busy scene. The crowd dispersed, revealing Jiang Huai standing in a quiet corner. He didn't know how long he had been there. Although he couldn't see, he listened to the lively scene from before. From start to finish, not a word was missed. You little liar. He thought she was a well-behaved cat, but it turned out she had sharp claws. Jiang Huai smiled helplessly. It seemed he had married a very interesting girl. Even more interesting than he had imagined. Sun Yang looked surprised, as if he had seen a ghost. In broad daylight, what are you smiling at here? It was quite frightening. No, you must have seen it wrong, Jiang Huai said seriously, as if Sun Yang was truly mistaken. Saw it wrong?
Impossible.
Sun Yang stared at Jiang Huai's face again, then said meaningfully, Oh, I see. You must be thinking about Comrade Shun, right? Don't talk nonsense. What nonsense am I talking? You're about to marry Comrade Shun, so there's nothing you can't say. But honestly, I didn't expect you to really want to marry him. Earlier, you said you were worried about delaying him, but what happened? You fell for him. The old house is on fire, and the flames are fierce. That smile just now, it's no different from a cat in heat during spring. Sun Yang grinned strangely, glad the team leader couldn't see. Otherwise, his backside would definitely be in trouble. Just then he was kicked again. Stop talking. No one is deaf. All right, I won't say anything. Sun Yang quickly changed the subject. Captain, aren't we going to buy furniture? Let's go quickly. If we're late, the big wardrobe will be taken. Sun Yang rode his bike, heading toward the furniture factory with Jiang Huai. Thinking about having someone to take care of the captain in the future made him feel full of energy. Life like this is really good, full of hope. Shinyu still didn't realize he had revealed himself in front of Jiang Huai. To save his mental energy, he only sensed selectively. When he was with Su Miao Miao, he never thought he would run into Jiang Huai. It just shows that everything is predestined. No matter how talented someone is, under the arrangement of fate, they are like the monkey under the five-finger mountain. Shinyu calmly returned to Mopen Hadong. As soon as he reached the alley entrance, he was surrounded by people rushing from all directions. Everyone's face was full of excitement, and they kept talking to Shinyu. Little Shin, you're back. Did you know something happened at your home? You're such a big-hearted kid. Oh, your older brother and that widow Chin are together now. Those two are so shameless. In broad daylight, everyone saw it. Aunt Lee's spittle almost splattered on Shinyu's face. That's right, Suyu. You don't know. The alley is packed with people, all here to watch the excitement, making it impossible to get through the Su family compound. Do you know what's going on? Isn't your older brother fond of Su Miao Miao? How come he's with her mother now? Exactly, Shaoshan. Your father is so angry he vomited blood and is now in the hospital. Your second brother and your younger brother are also missing. Do you know where they are? Shinyu felt happy inside but pretended to be shocked, saying, I don't know. How could this happen? Did you see it wrong? It's great. She didn't waste her morning and sneaked out just in time. The scene must have been very lively, but unfortunately, she couldn't see it with her own eyes. Her admission letter had already arrived. She carefully planned her day, got up early to visit her aunt and Ying, and went to the hospital to handle some business matters, all to distance herself from the situation. Now, Shin Qiuping was already ruined, and even if Shin Jin survived, he would be stripped of everything. Soon, it would be Shin Chunping and Shin Dongping's turn. They didn't look down on the original owner, they just wanted to humiliate her. People who die cannot come back, but revenge can. The deceased are pitiful and sad, but at least they are free. Only the living can feel the despair of losing everything and endless pain. This is far more tragic and frightening than death. Everything has just begun. It's impossible to be mistaken. The police and officers from the street are here. Your older brother and the widow Chin have been arrested. We saw your father vomit blood and faint. Such a tragedy. Yes, Suyu, you should find your second brother. Didn't he come back yesterday? And Chunping, where did he go? Is he at work? Shinyu appeared anxious on the surface, but was calm inside. Of course, everyone had their own plans. Sun Liansheng, leading a team, checked the medicine cabinet at the livestock station under the station chief's guidance. Comrade, the medicines here are strictly controlled. Because veterinary drugs can affect humans too, but their production process isn't as strict, regulated, and the doses are larger. If someone with bad intentions misuses them, The consequences could be terrible. The head of the livestock station, Yuan Gang, sighed deeply. I never expected this. No matter how careful we are, something still goes wrong. The aphrodisiac that was stolen is meant for breeding sows. I didn't think someone would steal it. 1/2 kilogram. This could cause a big problem. Yuan Gang was so worried because similar incidents had happened before at the livestock station. Once, some medicine was stolen, and it was later discovered that a staff member had taken veterinary drugs meant for animals and sold them on the black market. Because the dosage was too high, it caused a person's death. The truth couldn't be hidden anymore. After the case was exposed, the staff member who sold the drugs was sentenced to over 20 years in prison for theft, dereliction of duty, and causing death. He is still serving his sentence. He was lucky. If this had happened a few years later, he might have faced even harsher punishment. The former station chief was also dismissed for poor supervision and fined heavily. Thanks to the former chief's downfall, Yuan Gang was promoted to lead the station. Now, the stolen medicine was almost identical to the one involved in the past case. Yuan Gang was afraid he might be the next to be fired, so he had Stone Tao report the theft to the police early, hoping to find the missing medicine quickly. This morning, Chu Hua saw a young man hesitating nervously at the door.
It was Stone Tao.
How many keys are there to the medicine cabinet? How many people keep them? There are 2 keys. One is with the station chief, and the other is with the on-duty veterinarian. Whoever is on duty holds the key, and they hand it over during shift changes. Yuan Gang handed over a notebook. Here's our record book. Take a look. Sun Liansheng flipped through it roughly. It clearly recorded dates, names of the on-duty veterinarian and staff, and even details about medication use. Nowadays, large livestock are very important for work. Cattle and horses are tools for the collective farms, while pigs and sheep are the targets for the members. When animals get sick, the whole team gets anxious. So, the livestock station is very important. It not only treats and vaccinates animals but also works on breed improvement, promotion, and technical guidance for raising livestock. As technology advanced and farm machinery became widespread, livestock stations gradually became a thing of the past, remembered only by some people. Did you conduct an internal self-examination? Yuan Gang's expression became more serious, showing a hint of authority. Right after the incident, we did a self-check, but we didn't find any problems. Sun Liansheng looked at Yuan Gang carefully. Captain Yuan, are you a former soldier? I served in the army for a few years. When talking about his past, Yuan Gang couldn't help feeling a bit proud. Those years were the most wonderful and precious to him. Sun Liansheng nodded. I trust the ability of the old squad leader. Since there are no issues inside your team, we need to expand the search area for suspects. Anyone who has recently visited your station should be a key person to check. Tao was still thinking about the suspect when suddenly he seemed to remember something. He stood there blankly, sweat beads forming on his forehead. Then, like an ant on a hot pan, he became very anxious and restless. Tao, do you have any new clues? This was a big matter, and Tao didn't dare hide anything. He quickly shared his guess. Captain Yuan, Captain Sun, recently many colleagues from the production team have come to our station. Most of them came to ask about breeding techniques. I thought about it carefully, and no one touched the medicine cabinet. Some people didn't even go inside. They just asked a few questions at the door. Yuan Gang recalled and found that the situation was indeed as Tao described. Nothing is certain, so we must be careful. There might be something we've missed. I have a suspect in mind. Who? Tao's mood was a bit heavy. He was almost sure that the thief was his old classmate. Shun Chunping, my classmate. Yuan Gang looked thoughtful. Is that the tall young man who came to see you a few days ago? Yes, that's him. He's my high school classmate and now an apprentice at the steel factory. He lives in Mopin Alley. Tao recounted everything about Shun Chunping coming to see him. He's been here 3 times in about 3 or 4 days. 3 times? That's quite frequent. The first time just to chat about family matters. He sat for a while, said a few words, then left. The more Tao thought about it, the more suspicious it seemed. They didn't get along well in school, and after graduation, they lost contact. When Shin Chunping suddenly came to see me, I was puzzled. He said he was just passing by and stopped to say hello. I didn't think much of it. One day later, he came back, saying he had a fight with his father and had nowhere to go, so he stayed at my place. I didn't think much of it, especially since it was raining heavily that day, and I wasn't busy. I just talked with him for a while. Sure, Tao is a honest kid. Since he was talking to his old classmate, he answered almost everything honestly. Unknowingly, he revealed quite a lot of useful information to Shin Chunping. Sun Lianqing, hearing this, almost believed that Shin Chunping was a major suspect. When he came the second time, did you notice anything missing from the station? No, nothing was missing. Yuan Gang took out his notebook, flipped through it, and pointed to it for Sun Lianqing to see. Everything is here. It's all accounted for, and people signed off during the handover. If anything was missing, we would have noticed right away. Yesterday was his third visit. He sat for about 10 minutes, but since the station was busy, we only exchanged a few words before he left. Tao said, everything was normal after work. When he came in the morning, we found that the medicine in the cabinet was gone. That's true. The medicine cabinet was intact, but the medicine had disappeared. After understanding the basic situation, Sun Lianqing inspected the small livestock station again and found a few clues. There were faint footprints on the windowsill, almost unnoticeable, and a shallow scratch on the wooden window frame. This indicated someone had pried open the window and sneaked in to take the medicine from the cabinet. As for how they opened the cabinet, is your classmate an apprentice at the steel factory? Yes, he is an apprentice at the steel factory. It's quite easy for an apprentice to make a key or a mold to open a lock. It seems we need to meet your old classmate. Sun Lianqing immediately assigned tasks. 2 colleagues were sent to the black market to check if any medicine was being sold there. He and another officer went to the steel factory to gather information and meet Shin Chunping. Both efforts were underway, but Sun Lianqing's team hit a dead end first. He asked, didn't come today? Yes, he should be on the day shift, but he hasn't shown up yet, and he didn't ask for leave. Before, a girl came looking for him. If you really want to find him, maybe you should check his home. They had to return without visiting Shin's house. Just as they were about to go, they received news from another team. They found someone in the black market. When Shin Chunping woke up, he had a terrible headache. He only felt his mouth dry, his tongue parched, and not a single comfortable spot on his body. His muscles ached terribly, making him feel very uncomfortable. Shinyu, bring me some water. He didn't even realize where he was before he started giving orders. After waiting for a while and not seeing Shinyu, he suddenly woke up. He and Shinyu had long drifted apart. Now they were like enemies, so Shinyu wouldn't care for him anymore. Wait, where am I? Shin Chunping only realized at this moment that he was not at home or at work, but in a strange place. The small room was very run down. The ceiling was dark and dirty, as if it hadn't been cleaned in a long time. The ground was full of clutter, and the bed cover was patched and very old. Shin Chunping groggily sat up on the bed. He wanted to get down and see what was going on, where he was exactly. Suddenly, there was a loud noise outside, which scared him so much that he fell off the bed. When a few uniformed security officers rushed in, Shin Chunping had just gotten up from the ground. Seeing the scene before him, he was stunned and instinctively raised his hands. Comrade, is there some misunderstanding? Are you Shin Chunping? Yes. He hadn't done anything wrong. He just slept and woke up here. Now we suspect you are involved in a theft case. Come with us. A theft case? What theft? He was a law-abiding citizen. Comrade, it must be a mistake, a misunderstanding. No matter if it's a mistake or not, come with us. 2 officers grabbed Shin Chunping's arms behind his back, causing him to cry out in pain. I don't know. It really isn't my fault. Someone searched him and found several small packets of medicine, the same kind that had been stolen from the livestock station earlier. Found it. The officer took the packets and showed them to Sun Lianqing. Boss, we found it. That's not right. How could he have those? He only had 1 packet. Why were there so many? That's not mine. The stolen goods were found on you, and you say they aren't yours? With so many eyes watching, How could we frame you? Stop wasting time talking. Sun Chongshin directly took a silver bracelet from his waist and put it on Shin Chuanping's wrist. The crowd pushed Shin Chuanping back to the station and immediately took him into the interrogation room for a quick questioning. At first, Shin Chuanping refused to admit anything or acknowledge that the items were his. Not yours? Why do you have them on you? I don't know. Comrade, I'm really innocent. Shin Chuanping looked distressed, trembling with fear, and kept tapping his handcuffed hands on the table.
Comrade, I swear I'm innocent.
Last night. He suddenly froze, realizing what had happened. Last night, they drugged Shinyu and planned to put her into a sack to take her to Zheng Luozi's house. But why did he lose his memory? It seems he was supposed to get the sack, but after that, he remembers nothing. Did something go wrong? Otherwise, how could he wake up in a strange place and be falsely accused of theft? Shin Chuanping, do you recognize this? The officer holding a packet of medicine asked him. Shin Chuanping's eyes flickered slightly, trembling inside. He was very scared but tried to stay calm on his face. I don't recognize it. You don't recognize it? Why was it found on you then?
Comrade, I swear I'm innocent.
I told you, I don't know why these things are on me. I'm being framed. All right, tell me, why did you go to the livestock station several days in a row? When the mention of the livestock station, Shin Chuanping felt guilty, but he thought to himself, I didn't do anything wrong, so what's there to fear? He quickly became more confident. The apprentice at the livestock station is my classmate. It's normal for me to visit my old friend, isn't it? Besides, I went there honestly. We just talked, I didn't do anything else. The officer suddenly slammed his fist on the table with a loud bang, startling Shin Chuanping. Our policies are clear. Being honest and cooperative is encouraged. Resisting is punished severely. It's not just words. Shin Chuanping knew he couldn't admit to anything. Everything was suspicious and strange. If he confessed, he might end up in serious trouble. Stop wasting time with him. Use force. In this era, interrogation rooms had no surveillance cameras. When the law was not yet well established, methods were used freely, and techniques were applied at will. If someone was stubborn and refused to cooperate, they had to experience a firm hand. At this moment, the door was pushed open, and someone quietly whispered to Sun Liansheng, "Boss, we found something." Our team checked Shin Chuanping's whereabouts and discovered he was closely associated with a man named Li Daji. This man is a habitual thief, very skilled at sneaking into places and lockpicking. He has served about 7 or 8 years in total. Someone saw Li Daji and Shin Chuanping drinking together last night. We've already brought him in. You should see, put him in for questioning. Got it. Soon, with both sides working together, Li Daji confessed. He had known Shin Chuanping for a long time. Their relationship wasn't particularly good, but it wasn't bad either. With Li Daji's help, Shin Chuanping easily stole some medicine from the livestock station. After getting the medicine, they split the profits. Li Daji sold his share on the black market quickly. Shin Chuanping, because he drank too much the night before and was careless, only sobered up when Sun Liansheng and his team found him. Everything seemed reasonable. All evidence and witnesses pointed to Shin Chuanping. No matter how much he tried, he couldn't explain himself. Follow the procedure and have him sign. By this point, there was no need for further questioning. The medicine was recovered to prevent any more tragedies, and the case was considered solved. Yes, no, comrade, this has nothing to do with me. You have to believe me. All the evidence pointed to Shin Chuanping. Whether he was involved or not, what did it matter? This chain of events, triggered by a small bride price of a few thousand yuan, was finally resolved. Zheng Lianzi, involved in human trafficking and attempting to harass women in public, could not be sentenced to death, but at least 10 years of reform through labor was certain. With his physique, once sent down, he wouldn't last 3 years before passing away. Although Shinjin was in the hospital now and couldn't be detained, he was equally guilty with Zheng Lianzi. In the new society, marriage freedom was protected. Shinjin, still clinging to feudal ideas of arranged marriages, was committing a crime even if he was selling his own daughter. He could face at least 2 or 3 years in prison. As a level 6 worker, once imprisoned, he would definitely lose his job. When he got out, no factory would want someone with a criminal record. Living a hard, impoverished life, he would be pointed at and judged for the rest of his days. Living is even harder than dying. As for Shin Xiaoping and Qin Yaji. Shin Xiaoping and Qin Yaji. These two are quite famous now. Their scandal caused a big fuss all over the city. People who watched the live broadcast spread their story everywhere. Soon, more than half the city knew about the notorious couple from Open Alley. In broad daylight, live on camera, their boldness was as daring as Shimin Go and Jin Lian Sa, or Sun Daji and the Reckless Thug. Nowadays, strict rules are enforced on moral conduct. For people like Shin Xiaoping and Qin Yaji, being sent to a farm for reform would be considered a light punishment. But these two lively characters somehow got lucky. They only received a fine and were expelled. After a week in detention, they were released. Xiao Yu. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. How can you act like nothing happened? Yin Jiao, after learning the full story, cursed Qin Yaji's ancestors with a long list of harsh words. She used many strong expressions. Since Shin Xiaoping and Shin Yu are related, her curses were subtle, mainly targeting the next generation, like joking about having a son who's not very bright, or comparing their descendants to green turtles. The northeastern girl was really funny. Her insults were creative and clever. Shin Yu couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Recently, her health had improved a lot. Her complexion looked much better. Her nutrition was better, and her overall health had improved, making her look more vibrant than before. You're still laughing? They'll be out soon. Isn't that annoying? Think about your family. Under Shun Yu's intense stare, the words, "What kind of people?" automatically disappeared. Do you think sending them to a farm for reform will make you feel better? Or would it be better just to let them eat peanuts and get it over with? This question. Yin Jiao thought for a moment and suddenly realized that Shin Yu's question was very meaningful. Honestly, just sending a peanut away and everything will be peaceful and calm, Yin Jiao said, holding up both hands as if she were a general about to conquer the world, making Shin Yu laugh out loud. But, she looked at Shin Yu with a strange feeling, just that isn't enough. These two did so many disgusting things. If they just died, it would feel like a loss. To let them be sent away, reformed, and to experience all the hardships of the world. Only then can they repay the sins they have committed. Sending them away is better than executing them, but they just walk out so boldly. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Yin Jiao clenched her fists sharply in the air, her eyes flashing with anger. Enough. I tell you, Qin Yaji is a widow and Shin Xiaoping isn't married either. He's single and she's not married. Their relationship is immoral, disgusting, and makes my stomach turn, but strictly speaking, it's not illegal. At most, their private lives are messy. Yin Jiao is unhappy. Why are you still defending them? Which side are you on? I'm definitely on your side. But I think it's actually good that they're out now. Let me explain. The two little heads leaned together. Shin Yu whispered mysteriously. They were both fired from their jobs and detained for a week. Their records are now marked. When they come back, how will two unemployed people continue their lives? No job, Shin Xiaoping will have to go to the countryside. As for Qin Yaji, Shin Yu had a strange smile on her face. What if Shin Xiaoping married her? Yin Jiao's eyes suddenly lit up. Are you saying, let this wild pair get married, and they'll spend the rest of their lives in shame? And, Shin Yu confidently said, these two won't stop causing trouble. They'll keep pushing themselves further down the wrong path, and they might even blame me for their misdeeds. Why should they? Maybe they think I set them up. Yin Jiao slammed her hand on the table, hands on her hips. These shameless people. If they dare, I'll teach them a lesson. Shin Yu, I'm telling you, it's your fault. You've been too soft before, which is why they keep pushing their luck. All right, I've changed now. I'm asking the organization to give me another chance. Just watch how I perform in the future. Yin Jiao looked at the lively, clever Shin Yu as if she didn't quite recognize her anymore and studied her carefully. Shin Yu felt a bit nervous under her gaze. What are you looking at? Xiao Yu, you're really doing well now. I'm happy for you. Living happily every day, standing up to problems when they come. That's the Shinyu I know. Wow, Shinyu almost felt like she was about to be caught. So, since we can't change the fact that they will be released, let's think positively. Some people live in more pain than death. Maybe their punishment has just begun. Yin Jiao also felt sorry for Shin Yuming. This family has done so many foolish things, and everyone, old and young, was caught by the police. They didn't care, but what about Shinyu? She plans to get married in the future. What if her future husband dislikes her family's bad reputation? Alright, since you say that, I can only think positively. But Suyu, if you face any trouble again, don't bear it alone. If it gets too much, come stay at my house. My mom likes you and treats you better than she treats me. She spoke angrily at the end, sounding like she was really jealous. Okay, I understand. Yin Jiao's family has been very kind to the original owner. When she had no food, she went to Yin's house. When she was wronged, she went there. Even Yin Jiao's mother fought with Shin Jin several times to defend her, almost coming to blows. That's better. Take care of yourself. I'm going to work now. Are you working the night shift again? Yes, the hospital is short-staffed right now. It's not easy. But your cousin is really impressive. She learns quickly, works steadily, and the head nurse likes her a lot. Shinyu proudly lifted her chin. Of course. Just look at whose sister she is. Such a character. Yin Jiao stood up to leave, and Shinyu saw her off. By the way, seriously, you need to be careful with your second brother, Yin Jiao said, looking a bit upset outside the yard. After such a big incident, your eldest brother, younger brother, and father all got into trouble. Only he came out unscathed. He's definitely not a good person. You should watch out for him. Shen Dongping. I'll be careful. He usually stays in the county and doesn't come back often. If he doesn't bother me, we'll keep to ourselves. But if he dares to provoke me, I won't let him go. I'll beat him up until his face is covered in bruises. Yin Jiao was delighted to hear that. Alright, I'll wait to see how you do. Bye. After Yin Jiao left, Shinyu's face showed a strange smile. Shen Dongping. Did he really get away unscathed? Maybe not. Shun Jin vomited blood and lost consciousness before being rushed to the hospital. He showed signs of a mild stroke. He originally thought he would stay in the hospital for a few days and then go home. Unexpectedly, Zheng the Lame was caught, and all about the 1,000 yuan incident was exposed. The security officers clearly said they were acting against the woman's wishes, involved in human trafficking. Since there was a receipt and solid evidence, Shun Jin also had to stay in the detention center. Second son, tell the doctor that I am still not well and can't leave the hospital, Shin Jin said. He had lost a lot of weight these days, mainly from being scared. The police had handcuffed his hands to the bed. He couldn't go anywhere, and someone had to watch him when he needed to go to the bathroom. Actually, it was unnecessary to watch him because he wouldn't run away. Without a referral letter, running around would only make him a wandering person. Dad, come on, what I say doesn't matter, Shen Dongping said quietly. The police and hospital have already agreed. Once you're better, they'll take you away immediately. Shen Dongping looked helpless. If you hadn't vomited blood and been hospitalized, they wouldn't have let me come to take care of you. What should we do now? Shin Jin was very anxious. Where's your brother? Did he see anyone? What did he say? I can't see him. They won't let me, Shen Dongping said with a bad expression. I heard about your older brother and Qin Yaji. Since they are unmarried and not married, the punishment shouldn't be severe, but he will definitely lose his job. Lose his job. Shin Jin's eyes widened and the veins on his neck bulged. Losing a job is a big deal. What's even more important? The two of them fell silent. They thought Shin Xiuping's situation would be minor, maybe just a demotion. If he only lost his job, it might be better than they expected. They didn't know which kind of divine power was at work. Shin Jin asked again, what about Lao Ge? Shin Dongping knew Shin Jin loved Shin Chumping the most.
He was always biased.
But Shin Chuanping's situation couldn't be hidden. Dad, he had just said one word when Shin Jin's face changed. What about Lao Ge? Nothing to do with him here, Shin Jin said. The police said he was involved in human trafficking, which was based on solid evidence, so it wasn't false accusations. He admitted it. They also said Lauda was involved in inappropriate relationships, affecting the atmosphere, and having poor conduct. We accept that. Old Geta did nothing wrong. He didn't do anything at all. Dad, Old Geta, the medicine, something happened. Shin Dongping said helplessly. He said he got it from his classmate. But in reality, the livestock station is very strict about this kind of thing. His classmate is just an apprentice, not even qualified to hold the key. Huh, Shinjin was shocked. Where did he get it from? He stole it. Stole it. Shinjin almost fainted, feeling tight in his chest and his face turning pale. He stole it. He said he teamed up with a habitual thief, took all the medicine from the livestock station, split it with him, and the thief sold it on the black market. Old Geta didn't get a chance to sell it himself before the police caught him, and they found everything together. Shinjin's lips turned blue, and he started trembling uncontrollably. What did the police say? Will he be detained? Probably more than that. Shun Dongping didn't want Shinjin to worry, but he couldn't hide the truth. Dad, you better be mentally prepared. It means the situation is worse than he thought. Oh no. Shinjin let out a long, angry cry, feeling regretful and wanting to bang his head against the wall. If he had known it would turn out like this, he shouldn't have used that method to deal with Shinyu, just knocked her out and carried her away. Wouldn't that have worked just as well? Now it's too late to regret.
Wait.
Something flashed quickly through Shunjin's mind, making him freeze. Dad, don't speak. Shinjin interrupted Shin Dongping and quickly thought about that fleeting idea. Zhang the cripple, the receipt. Old Geta the medicine. Big Brother and Chinyaji. And himself. Everyone had a grudge against Shinyu, with conflicts and resentment. Shunjin's mind suddenly went blank, and an invisible net seemed to fall over him, trapping everyone. It was Shinyu. So everything was Shinyu's plan. We were all tricked by her. Shinjin's chest hurt badly, and the truth kept flashing in his mind. Maybe Shinyu already knew they were planning something against her, so she deliberately got involved, setting a trap. First, she sent Zhang the cripple in, and with that receipt, she couldn't explain herself even if she tried. The medicine. She must have overheard about the medicine, so she didn't eat those 2 cakes at all. Old Mr. Gua was outsmarted by her. Although I don't know how Shinyu managed it, her skills and ability made Shinjin's hair stand on end and gave him a cold feeling in his back. Why didn't I see it before? Shinyu is actually such a ruthless person. Plus, the older brother and Chin Yaki must also have been tricked by her. Maybe those cakes with medicine were given to them, which caused such a big scandal. Shin Dongping couldn't understand. How did she do it? It doesn't seem to make sense. Almost everyone had trouble at the same time. How could Shinyu have enough energy and strength to do all that? Moving and lifting without much effort? If she wanted to quietly move someone from the Shun family to the Su family, it would take some work. And what about the incident with Chunping? Even if she was very capable, she couldn't have planned everything perfectly in such a short time, right? The security guards aren't just sitting around. If there were any flaws, wouldn't they notice? Unless they were bribed by Shinyu. No, that's impossible. Shin Dongping immediately pushed the thought out of his mind. Shinyu couldn't have such skills. It must be a coincidence. Too much of a coincidence. Dad, I think you're overthinking. Shinyu isn't that capable. You're overestimating her. Talking about this now doesn't help. Whether or not she did it, the most urgent thing is to think about what to do next. Shinjin was almost worried to death. The house was given to us by our unit. If I mess up, they'll probably take it back. Shin Dongping's heart skipped a beat, but quickly calmed down. The house is public property. It's normal for them to take it back. Luckily, he already has a stable position in the county, living in the teacher's dormitory, so it doesn't affect him much. Shinyu is in a worse situation. Second brother, do you think we can come up with some way to protect ourselves? Protect? Shin Dongping thought for a moment. Dad, all this trouble started because of Shinyu. If Shinyu goes to the security guards and says it was all a misunderstanding, maybe they could write a letter of understanding. Would that make your problems less serious? Alright, you should go back quickly and ask Shinyu to talk to the security officer. Say it was just a misunderstanding and have her write a letter of apology. Then this matter will be over. Okay. Shin Dongping agreed immediately. I'll go now. Can you stay at the hospital? Oh, I won't die.
Don't worry about me.
Just go find Shinyu quickly. All right. Shin Dongping slowly left the ward, but instead of heading straight to Mopen Hudong, he went to a restaurant. He planned to eat something and think carefully about how to handle this situation. He ordered 2 dishes and a bottle of wine, then sat in a corner, drinking alone. He kept his face turned away from others to avoid recognition and stay unnoticed. Oh, if they take back the house, Shinyu will be in big trouble. Where does she live? Shin Dongping finished his wine in one gulp and took a bite of food. He ate slowly, lost in thought about whether to find Shinyu or not. Shin Jin doesn't understand Chinese, but Shin Dongping does. In recent years, rumors spread easily, and small issues get blown out of proportion. Everything seems to be controlled by the authorities. As an ordinary person, trying to overturn a settled matter is almost impossible. But as long as it doesn't involve him, he can try.
Shinyu.
Shin Dongping poured himself another glass of wine. It probably won't come to that. Could she really be so powerful as to send the whole family to jail? Why am I still fine then? Maybe she's holding something back, planning to get revenge on him? No, that doesn't make sense. Shin Dongping raised his glass. Shinyu definitely doesn't have that kind of ability. She's so timid, always hesitant. There's no way she could do something like that. He was overthinking. He drank the wine in one go and started eating more food eagerly. He already had a plan in mind. Tonight, with the alcohol, he would pressure Shinyu. No matter what, he would make her go to the police station and clarify everything. Whether it works or not, that's not something he can control. No matter what, he must avoid being implicated. If it gets too bad, he'll just go back to the county and never return. He'll pretend these family issues never happened. The selfishness and cold-heartedness deep in the Shin family are shared traits. Since Shin Jin was raised this way, how could his son not follow the same path? Shin Dongping was walking home with a half-empty bottle of wine in his hand. He had drunk half the bottle of white liquor, feeling a bit tipsy, but he was still alert. He had been thinking all the way home, brewing his anger. After entering the house, Shin Dongping locked the big door and hurried toward Shinyu's room. Shinyu's room was a small, stuffy space with no windows. The door was made of broken wooden planks, shaky as if a strong wind could blow it down. Without hesitation, Shin Dongping kicked the wooden door.
Bang!
The door didn't fall, but Shin Dongping's loud yelling echoed loudly, heard from far away. Ouch! That hurts so much. Hurts. His wine bottle shattered on the ground, but the door stayed shut. His toes hurt badly, as if he had kicked a hard metal object. His big toe made a cracking sound, like it was broken. Shin Dongping sat on the ground, clutching his foot and crying out. Damn, this was a bad start. Shinyu, come out here. His drunkenness had increased from 3 to 5 points. Despite the pain, Shin Dongping struggled to get up, crawled to the door and knocked hard. Shinyu, open the door for me. Shinyu, open the door, you. Before he finished, the door next door opened, startling Shin Dongping. What are you doing? Why are you screaming like a ghost? Shinyu's face was really unpleasant to look at. How come you're in our dad's room? I live here, Shinyu said matter-of-factly. That old man is in the hospital, right? When he gets better, won't he go back to the yard? This room's empty, wasting space. I might as well stay here. Shin Dongping was furious. Although he didn't respect Shin Jin much, he didn't allow Shinyu to speak like that. That's our dad. How can you talk about him like that? Do you still respect elders? That's your dad, not mine. Shinyu looked at Shin Dongping, who was full of alcohol and furious, and sneered disdainfully. I really didn't expect you to be such a person, Shin Dongping. You're an ungrateful wolf. Since I was young, I have done so much work alone. When our mother was alive, things were a bit better. At least you didn't dare to bully me recklessly. After she passed away, I couldn't even eat enough. Are you blind? Shin Dongping was furious and helpless. Isn't every family like this? Don't girls have to work? Can it be the same? Not even enough to eat, often beaten and scolded, insulted. Shinyu was too tired to talk to him. I forgot. We don't speak the same language. I can't understand what animals say. After saying that, she turned and went back inside. Shin Dongping, enduring the pain, got up and limped after Shinyu into the house. Shinyu, you're so bold now. Shin Dongping pointed at his nose and said, You even dare to scold me. Shinyu almost laughed at his arrogant and boastful look. What do I dare not do? Shin Dongping, who do you think you are? I am your second brother. I am a teacher at the Central Primary School in Shang County. I'm already a high school graduate. You, a primary school teacher, can't control me. As for you saying you're my second brother. Shinyu looked up, staring at Shin Dongping's hateful face, and said, Since I was little, has my good second brother ever done anything for me? Said a kind word? Even tried to defend me once? Of course not. Shin Dongping knew very well that their family was ruled by Shin Jin, the head of the family. He didn't like Shinyu, the daughter. The brothers learned from each other and treated Shinyu badly from a young age. How could they treat her well? Shinyu, let me tell you, no parents are perfect. Be careful. If you're not careful, someone might betray you and criticize you for a lifetime. I'm happy about that. It's none of your business. Spit it out quickly, don't bother me. Shin Dongping thought he must be hallucinating because of his injured foot. Otherwise, why would he see murderous intent in Shinyu's eyes? Come with me to the police station. Talk nicely to the officer there. Our dad isn't to blame for this. Nor is the little brother. He just wanted to help you and Zheng the lame. What's wrong with that? Shin Dongping looked generous. We're all family. Marriage is decided by the parents. What's wrong with being a bit older? Older people are more caring, right? As long as you ask them nicely and tell them this doesn't concern them and write a letter of understanding, I will talk to Dad. When you marry Zheng the lame, I will give you 30 yuan as a dowry. Is that okay? Shinyu looked as if she had taken great advantage of the situation. Her eyelids twitched, and she sneered. Then I'll give you 30 yuan to buy a coffin. Would you dare to use it? Shinyu, are you cursing me? Shin Dongping was a little superstitious. When he heard that Shinyu wanted to buy him a coffin, he became furious. With his injured foot, his anger only grew stronger. You ungrateful girl. Today I'll teach you a lesson and show you what your brother can do. His face twisted with rage as he raised his fist. In his mind, Shinyu was timid. Every time she was scolded or hit, she barely dared to cry. He thought that after a few punches, she would beg for mercy. But instead, Shinyu smiled. She looked completely calm, her eyes full of disdain, as if he were something filthy and unpleasant. Your punishment is here, she said. What? Shin Dongping didn't catch her words and slowed his movement. At that moment, Li Xinjuan and Su Yuzhen arrived and saw everything. What are you doing? You want to hit someone? Li Xinjuan rushed forward and grabbed Shin Dongping's arm. Shin Dongping, is this how a teacher should behave? You don't seem very respectable to me. How dare you raise your hand against your own sister? Uncle, aunt, why are you here? Su Yuzhen quickly stepped in front of Shinyu to protect her. A grown man hitting a woman. Aren't you ashamed? If you can hit your sister today, you might hit your wife tomorrow. Is this what the Shun family teaches? Shin Dongping awkwardly lowered his hand. Uncle, Shinyu went too far. I just wanted to teach her a lesson so she'd remember her place. What did Xiaoyu do that was so wrong? Tell me, Li Xinjuan said, sitting heavily in a chair. His dark face and stern expression, combined with his tall, muscular build, made him look intimidating. All the Shin children, except Shinyu, had feared him since childhood. In front of this uncle, none of them dared to misbehave. Although the two families hadn't been close in recent years, and Shin Dongping was now an adult, his legs still trembled slightly in Li Xinjuan's presence. After all, Li Xinjuan was a metal worker with incredible strength. Uncle, you don't know how unreasonable Shinyu is, Shin Dongping said as he acted out a scene. Now she has big ideas. She dares to do anything. First, she framed my older brother, gave him medicine, and caused all sorts of bad things. He's still being held at the police station. Shin Dongping finished and glared fiercely at Shinyu, as if she was truly responsible for the evil deeds. And then there's the youngest, who has always been obedient. Shinyu set her up and now she's stuck in the yard. If she gets sent away for reform, her whole life will be ruined. My dad is so angry he's bleeding from the nose. He's still in the hospital, Shin Dongping said smoothly, but Li Xinjuan was furious and immediately stepped forward, slapping Shin Dongping on the shoulder. Shin Dongping tilted to one side and almost fell, feeling numb on one side of his body. Big uncle, what are you doing? What am I doing? I'm going to beat this lying brat, he said, taking off his shoe as a weapon. He grabbed Shin Dongping and slapped him 3 times on the backside. I told you to stop lying, to stop talking nonsense, to stop making things up. Shin Dongping was beaten so hard he squealed like a goose being choked. Shin Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud. It really was a case of one thing beating another. Su Yuzhen sighed, thinking about how good life was when her sister-in-law was alive. The Shin family was thriving, and the children were polite and well-behaved. Those were the good old days. But it had only been a few years since Li Xinmei died, and now the Shin family was like this. Shin Dongping, do you think we're stupid or deaf? Li Xinjuan said angrily, calling people by their full names. We all heard it. As soon as we found out something was wrong at home, we came right away. Before Su Yuzhen arrived, she was so angry she almost died. The colleagues found out about Shin Qiuping and Qin Yaji's affair and immediately came to ask her if it was her nephew. Yuzhen, your nephew is only in his 20s, right? How did he get involved with a woman in her 40s? And she's a widow. What kind of hobbies does he have? I heard it was quite lively that day. The alley was full of people, and there was no space to walk. Those two did their thing in broad daylight, and everyone saw. TSK, Yuzhen, you'd better find out if it's really your sister-in-law's family. The keywords are Mo Pan Hadong, Shin Qiuping, and the person's name matches. The address also matches. Su Yuzhen is very anxious and sweating. After asking around, she finds out it's true. She quickly takes leave and goes to Li Xinjuan's workplace to find someone. The couple rushes over here. Just as they arrive at the door, they hear Shin Dongping angrily trying to hit someone. This can't be good. Why are you still lying, kid? Li Xinjuan throws his shoes on the ground. I ask you, is it true that your older brother and that widow are together? Shin Dongping can only nod. He can't control himself, so what does Xiaoyu have to do with it? Su Yuzhen quickly clears her throat to signal him to watch his words. Xiaoyu is still nearby. It was her who gave medicine to my older brother, and that widow. Nonsense. Su Yuzhen's eyes turn red. You're saying that about Xiaoyu. How is she supposed to get married in the future? Besides, where did she get the medicine? What exactly happened? They only know that the Shin family is in trouble. The matter between Shin Qiuping and the widow is causing a big fuss. They don't know anything else. It's just. That's all. Shin Dongping doesn't dare to tell the truth. Shin Yu dares, though. She always likes to watch the drama and make trouble. Uncle, listen to me. It's like this. Shin Yu, how dare you? Li Xinjuan suddenly slaps the table. What are you shouting for? Are you not allowed to tell the truth? Xiaoyu, don't be afraid. Uncle will stand up for you. Tell me, what really happened? Uncle, Auntie, my dad vomited blood and was hospitalized. It's because he saw my older brother and that widow doing something, and he couldn't handle the shock. He's in the hospital now, but in a few days he'll be better. The security officer might arrest him, and he could lose his job or even be sent to reform school. Hey, wait. Is there something else going on here? Su Yuzhen is confused. Even if Shin Qiuping and the widow are having an affair and get caught and sentenced, it shouldn't affect Shin Jin. Yeah, he's involved in human trafficking. He took 1,000 yuan from Zheng Lame, claiming it was bride price, and wanted to sell me to Zheng Lame. What? Li Xinjuan's eyes widen. He wants to marry you to Zheng Lame? That guy in his 40s, all scruffy, who's lost 2 wives. Shin Yu nods. Yeah. Su Yuzhen's tears suddenly fall. Is Shin Jin even human? Dongping, do you know about this? Does he know or not? Shin Dongping really wants to say he doesn't know, but with Shin Yu here, his lie would be exposed immediately. He knows. Before Shin Dongping can answer, Shin Yu quickly adds, not only does he know, but the oldest and third brothers also know. They're afraid I won't agree or will run away, so they even got some medicine used to help So's get pregnant, planning for me to take it and then send me to Zheng Lame's house to make it happen. These words make Li Xinjuan furious. He kicks Shen Dongping, sending him flying onto his back. Unprepared, Shen Dongping is kicked hard and ends up like a turtle flipped on its back, unable to get up for a long time. Even Su Yuzhen, who usually cares deeply for the children, can't help but say he deserves it, tears falling more fiercely. Is this really human? Even a tiger wouldn't eat its own cubs. What do the Shen family think of Xinyu? Do they want her dead? Auntie, I'm fine now, don't cry. Xinyu comforts her. They've all been punished. Shen Qiuping's scandal is all over the place. Even if he gets out, he'll lose his job and have to go to the countryside. If the widow Qin reports him, he'll have to pay a price. If she doesn't, he might end up marrying her.
What? Su Zuzhen sighed deeply.
This is too absurd. But then she thinks again. Maybe it's just karma. They wanted Xinyu to marry Zheng Lame, who's over 40, but instead, Shen Qiuping is the one who might marry Qin Yaji, also over 40. Karma, indeed. Everyone in the family is bullying little you. Are you men or not? Li Xinjuan, panting heavily, clenches his fists with a cracking sound. If your mother were alive now, seeing you all like this, she'd be so angry she'd die again. If Li Xinmei were still alive, perhaps the evil in the Shen family would be suppressed. But the world is changing, and true nature is hard to hide. It's only a matter of time before disaster strikes. Shen Dongping finally manages to get up, afraid that Li Xinjuan will take his anger out on him. He hides in the corner, too scared to speak. What about the third brother? What's going on with him? Third brother's problem is serious. He might end up in jail. What happened? Li Xinjuan and Su Yuzhen didn't expect that Shen Chunping would be the one with the heaviest punishment. He went to the livestock station to get medicine from his classmate, but when he couldn't get it, he got greedy. He and a habitual thief broke into the medicine cabinet at the livestock station. I heard the security guards say that they directly caught him and the drugs in the black market, and everything was found together. Now, the situation has changed, and the punishment will probably be very severe. Li Xinjuan gritted his teeth and said, "That's because a few years ago, something happened at the livestock station, and it was because of this drug. People died from it. The matter caused a big fuss, so they are paying close attention now." I see. Li Xinjuan became angrier the more he thought about it. He pointed at Shen Dongping and asked, "Why is that idiot okay?" Shen Dongping didn't dare say a word. Xinyu's eyes fell on Shen Dongping, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Shen Dongping managed to escape without injury, not because he was lucky, nor because Xinyu wanted to let him go. It was because he was very sensitive to mental attacks. While others had woken up, he hadn't, missing the right moment. If he moved now, it wouldn't be appropriate. But that's okay. There will be other chances. Maybe he's kind-hearted? Xinyu's answer made Li Xinjuan and Su Yuzhen both frown. Xiaoyu is good everywhere, but he's too innocent. The second brother has always been clever, and kindness doesn't really fit with that. Honestly, he might be afraid of trouble and is hiding in the back on purpose. Li Xinjuan even suspected that this idea was his. Yuzhen, help Xiaoyu pack up. Let's go home. Okay. Su Yuzhen took Xiaoyu's hand. Pack up and come home with your aunt. No need, Xinyu said, afraid of causing trouble for others.
Auntie, I'm fine.
Not fine? Su Yuzhen raised her voice. Do you know how many people are talking about us in the alley? They're practically staring holes in us. You're a girl and living here being talked about like that. Listen, just come back with us. Yes, Xiaoyu, you should listen to us. Come home with us. Once this is over, if you want to come back, you can. Right now, you should keep Yue in company and teach him a bit. The couple's thoughts were the same. They didn't want Xiaoyu to suffer from gossip in the alley or stay in this sad place. Shen Dongping hadn't left yet. This kid was sneaky. What if he planned something against Xiaoyu again? Unable to refuse, Xinyu had to pack a small bag and prepare to go back with them. Su Yuzhen looked at the small bag in her hand, guessing there wasn't much inside, maybe only a few pieces of clothing. The more she thought about it, the more she felt sad. She quickly pulled Xinyu over and said, "That's right. Don't be polite to your uncle and aunt. When we get home, if we need anything, we'll buy it." Su Yuzhen held Xinyu's hand and started to walk out, giving Li Xinjuan a meaningful look. Li Xinjuan, who had been married to her for many years, understood her meaning immediately. He nodded slightly, signaling them to go ahead. After they left, Li Xinjuan went over to Shen Dongping and looked down at him. Shen Dongping nervously swallowed and politely called out, "Uncle." Humph. Li Xinjuan was angry, but since Shen Dongping was his sister's child, he could only sigh helplessly. "Dongping, I know you have your own ideas and don't like to listen to me, but I am your uncle, your mother's older brother. Now that your mother is gone, there are some things I need to tell you." Shen Dongping dared not ignore him. He was afraid Li Xinjuan might lose his temper. "Uncle, you say it. I'm listening. Get up first." Shen Dongping trembled as he stood up, brushing off the dirt on his clothes. Li Xinjuan looked at him as if he saw Shen Dongping when he was a child. All the children in the Shen family, except Shen Yu, looked like Shen Jin. People say boys resemble their mothers and girls look like their fathers, but that didn't hold true in the Shen family. Shen Dongping has always been clever. The oldest was a bit slow, and the third was even more straightforward. Only Shen Dongping looked most like Shen Jin, slick and sharp. "Dongping, Xiaoyu is your sister. You are siblings, and that's for this life, not the next. Just like me and your mother." Thinking of his late sister, Li Xinjuan, a tall man of about 1.8 meters, had tears in his eyes. Outsiders are outsiders. A neighbor caused chaos in your family. Is it worth it? Li Xinjuan knew he didn't want to hear more, and he didn't plan to say anything else. But Shen Dongping raised his chin and challenged him. "Uncle, what are you talking about? What does this have to do with Xiaoyu?" Shen Dongping said confidently, "If she hadn't been so stubborn and gone against the eldest and the third, none of this would have happened. It's just a job, isn't it? Big brother already said it should go to Su Miao Miao. Why couldn't she just give it up and be done with it?" Li Xinjuan was furious. "Shen Dongping, are you out of your mind? What are you thinking? Xiaoyu earned that job herself. Why should she give it to someone else? Who does Su Miao Miao think she is?" "Uncle," Shen Dongping replied, "Su Miao Miao just gets along better with people. Not only Big Brother and the youngest side with her, even Xiaoyu's childhood fiancé, Meng Jincheng, is on her side." Li Xinjuan pointed at Shen Dongping's head, frustrated. "Shen Dongping, you really should find another job. Don't go around misleading others." After saying that, he turned and left without looking back. What does that mean? Shen Dongping stood there for a long time, completely puzzled. Then he sighed. "Forget it, I won't think about it anymore." It seemed there was no hope of getting Shen Yu to write that letter of apology. But luckily, the eldest brother would be out soon. He could deal with the rest of this mess. Shen Dongping decided to return to teaching, stay away from trouble, and protect his reputation. That was the best plan. Meanwhile, Shen Jin was still waiting in the hospital, hoping Shen Dongping would come to help him. He didn't know that his good son, the one he trusted most, was already planning to run away. Li Xinjuan left the house angrily and went home with his wife and niece. None of them spoke on the way, each lost in thought. Shen Yu remained calm. She could feel the deep disappointment coming from her uncle. As the children's uncle, he wanted nothing more than to see them succeed. But what he saw in Shen Dongping and the others was only foolishness and confusion. He couldn't bear to imagine how sadly Xinmei would be if she were still alive and saw what her 3 sons had become. "Uncle," Shen Yu finally said as they neared home, "my mother is gone, and the 3 of them are adults now. If they still don't understand what's right and wrong, it only means they've wasted the past 20 years." Li Xinjuan and Su Yuzhen exchanged a surprised look. Shen Yu's words showed that she had completely seen through everything and had lost all hope in the Shen family. But she has a point. As adults, we shouldn't do such things. If others knew, they'd laugh their heads off. They can't even tell who is close or far away. What's the point of living? I don't want to think about them anymore. Everyone has their own fate. Let's go home. Li Xinjuan felt a lot more relaxed. He's almost 50, and he still doesn't understand children well. It feels like he has wasted his life. Li Xinjuan lives in a small apartment provided by his workplace. Their home is on the 2nd floor, not very big, only about 40 square meters. Originally, 6 people lived there, with no space to turn around. The children slept in bunk beds. Later, the oldest and second child got married, and the family became a bit more comfortable. In the past, they couldn't even think about letting Shunyu live here. Xiaoyu, have you been here before? Yes, I haven't.
Li Xinjun siga da epli.
When Grandma was alive, she had trouble walking. To take care of her, we stayed in a small courtyard because it was more spacious. If Grandma hadn't passed away, they wouldn't have moved into this apartment. Although it was crowded, it was in the city center, making it easy to go to work and school. Grandma was a kind person and loved the narrator very much. But her death was a big blow to her. It's hard to lose someone so dear. Grandma passed away within 2 years. The corridor was cluttered with things, and the smell of food filled the air. The house wasn't soundproof, and faint voices came from all directions, full of lively life. Almost there, when they reached the second floor, suddenly a sharp, harsh voice pierced through the door, startling the 3 of them. A girl like you, not wanting to marry and settle down, is just occupying a good job. You're just benefiting others. Now you should step aside. Your brother still thinks highly of you, and he might support you in the future. I have a brother. I don't need anyone else. Hey girl, do you have no sense of gratitude? Li Xinjuan and Su Yuzhen were surprised. Sounds like her mother-in-law is here. They quickly moved closer and pushed the door open. Xinyu slowly followed inside, then closed the door behind her to avoid making a scene. Mom, why are you here? Su Yuzhen entered the room and saw Ying with her eyes red from anger, looking like a firecracker ready to explode. Her mother sat cross-legged on the bed, holding a handful of sunflower seeds, eating and spitting out the shells. The bed and the floor were covered with shells. Why can't I come? The old lady had a harsh face, with sunken cheeks and drooping eyelids, looking unfriendly. Su Yuzhen was very upset but tried to explain patiently. I didn't mean it that way. I just thought it was sudden. What's the matter? In her heart, she knew the old lady was probably here for Ying's job. There's a reason. The old lady was about to speak but suddenly saw Xinyu, squinting to look at her and pointing. Who is this? Li Xinjuan wanted to speak but was pulled back by Su Yuzhen. That's my sister-in-law's child. You've met her before. Oh. Zhang Guizhi remembered her, but it had been years since they last saw each other. She had changed a lot and didn't recognize her. What are you here for? And bringing a bag. The child is fine. She's staying at my place for a couple of days. Zhang Guizhi curled her lips. Did you bring supplies? Coming here to eat and drink for free? Ying was so angry she almost jumped up. Grandma, why are you talking so mean? What do you mean free food and drink? She's my uncle's daughter. What's wrong with her staying here for a few days? Xinyu thought to herself that the girl was probably so angry she might get sick. The old lady was probably causing trouble again. Mom, why are you saying all this? Xiaoyu is my niece. I'm happy to let her stay for a couple of days. Li Xinjuan sat silently on a chair at the door, clearly knowing his mother-in-law was not pleased. He was worried it would turn into another argument. You're happy, you're happy. You're just a big fool. Food is expensive now. My brother and I are hungry too. If you don't use food to show respect to me, and instead bring in a stranger, are you crazy? The old lady was unreasonable as always. Usually, she was okay with her, but today, with her first day in the house, being scolded like this, how painful it must have been. Mom, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't talk about other things, Su Yuzhen said, trying to hold back her anger. I treat this girl like my own daughter. She's not a stranger. She was much better than some so-called relatives. Zhang Guizhi threw the sunflower seeds in her hand, then started crying loudly on the bed, shouting, Oh, heavens! Please open your eyes and see this unfilial daughter. I, as her mother, raised her with my own blood and tears, and this is how she repays me. She can't even say a word to me. Is this trying to kill me? After saying that, she reached out and hit her chest twice, with no tears on her face, but her loud wailing almost shook the roof. Su Yuzhen sighed helplessly. Here she goes again. Her mother was completely unreasonable, the best at throwing tantrums. Li Xinjuan had seen this many times before, But now that Xinyu was also here, his tone became a little more impatient. Mom, if you have something to say, just say it. Crying and yelling won't solve anything. Xiaoyu is my niece, and I'm happy to let her stay. Not just for a few days. If she wanted to stay with me her whole life, I'd be fine with that. Zhang Guizhi glared angrily at Xinyu, spat and almost spat phlegm on Su Yuzhen. Li Yingying pouted and wiped her tears with the back of her hand before saying, Dad, Mom, my grandma also heard somewhere that I was working, and she insists I give my job to Daqiang. What? Su Yuzhen's eyes widened. Mom, what are you thinking? This job is Yingying's. We worked so hard to get it, spent money and effort. Why should you just say the word and give it to Daqiang? I'm telling you, don't even think about it. It's not going to happen. Fine, so you've got a backbone now, huh? Su Yuzhen, are you still my daughter? You're surnamed Su. Shouldn't you think about the Su family first? Daqiang is your nephew, the root of our old Su family. He's worth more than a girl, Su Yuzhen sneered. Daqiang isn't my son. If he wants a job, he should ask his own mother. Why come to me, his ungrateful aunt? Zhang Guizhi was biased, valuing her son and grandson more than her own life, while looking down on her daughter and granddaughter as if they were weeds. In her heart, her daughter was just a blood bag for her son, a source of nourishment. You. Zhang Guizhi's face turned pale with anger. A girl should marry early. Let her get a job. That's wasting opportunities. This time, Su Yuzhen was so angry she couldn't speak. An old fool, better to die early. Keeping her alive is just wasting resources. Everyone's eyes turned to Xinyu, as she was the one who just said that. Li Yingying looked surprised and said, Wow, no wonder Mom said my cousin changed. She hasn't just changed a little. She's like a different person. The shy cousin who never dared to speak loudly now dares to stand up to old Deng. That's amazing. Li Yingying gave Xinyu a thumbs up. You're awesome, sister. Su Yuzhen wanted to laugh but held back because Xinyu's comment about old Deng seemed to refer to her own mother. Li Xinjuan couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Zhang Guizhi's face turned pale and read repeatedly. She was so angry she almost fell off the bed. You little prostitute, how dare you curse me? Xinyu calmly replied, Old beast, who are you calling? Old beast, I'm talking about you. Zhang Guizhi shouted hysterically at Xinyu. At this point, not only Li Xinjuan but also Su Yuzhen and Li Yingying couldn't hold back their laughter. They burst into giggles. Eventually, Yingying was so overwhelmed she clutched her stomach and squatted down, unable to get up. Zhang Guizhi was confused, not understanding what they were laughing at. After a moment of thinking, she realized she had just insulted herself. You. What are you anyway? I didn't curse anyone. I was just doing a couplet with you. A couplet? Zhang Guizhi was even more confused. What couplet? This isn't a poetry contest. You give the first line, a young girl, married early, should go to work. Isn't that wasting a spot? Xinyu crossed her arms. And I give the second line, an old bideng should die early so she doesn't waste food. Is this even possible? That's incredible. If it weren't for Su Yuzhen's face losing color, Li Yingying would have clapped and cheered for Xinyu. Mom, Su Yuzhen knew her mother wasn't a good person, but she didn't expect her to be so vicious. Do you even know what you're saying? You know my sister-in-law is gone, yet you still say such things to hurt the child's feelings. Su Yuzhen was so angry that she stepped forward and pulled her away. Go, don't stay in my house. Leave. Zhang Guizhi reached out and pinched Su Yuzhen's arm, then twisted it as she pinched. Ungrateful wolf. Bastard. I'd rather have a piece of yam than you. Li Xinjuan quickly pulled his wife away. Mom, don't go too far. You come to my house and hit my wife. Do you think I, Li Xinjuan, am dead? After all these years, you favor your son and suck blood from Yuzhen. I've never argued with you, because I know you gave birth to her and raised her. But I tell you, if you dare hit my wife, that's not okay. Not okay. Zhang Guizhi widened her eyes.
What?
You still dare to hit your mother? Today, I'll let the neighbors upstairs and downstairs see how you two, heartless and rotten inside, bully me, an old lady. Oh my God. She tried to use her old tricks again, but her eyes caught sight of something shiny and cold rushing toward her. The old lady looked closely and shouted, "Oh my God!" A sharp, cold kitchen knife swung toward her, passing close to her ear. Zhang Guizhi was so scared, she didn't dare move. Her legs kept trembling, almost making her pee her pants. When she finally calmed down, she wanted to curse, but she saw Xinyu's eyes wide and bloodshot, looking like they could bleed. She had a strange smile on her face, like a ghost emerging from a grave. "Oh my God!" Zhang Guizhi covered her head and shouted, "Ghost!" Without looking back, she ran away, almost slamming the door behind her. "What's wrong with her?" "I don't know," Li Yingying said, confused. "Cousin, did you see that? My grandma looked possessed, couldn't move at all, and said there was a ghost. Does she have a problem with her eyes? That was an illusion only Zhang Guizhi saw. Others couldn't see it. Right?" Xinyu looked at Su Yuzhen and apologized.
Auntie, I'm sorry.
"No matter what, I shouldn't have spoken like that today. It's just, she's so annoying and bullying you and Yingying. Silly girl, it's not your fault." Su Yuzhen sighed helplessly, saying, "If I had a choice, I wouldn't want her to be my mother, but unfortunately, looking at their faces and biological genes, Su Yuzhen is indeed the biological daughter of Zhang Guizhi. It's hard to imagine that someone as understanding and reasonable as Su Yuzhen would have a mother as vicious and unreasonable as Zhang Guizhi. Just like her, no matter how unwilling, she must accept that the original owner is Shunjin's daughter. Blood ties are unchangeable. But Jiang Huai, he probably sensed something too, right? It seems I need to find a time to ask him. Alright, don't think about these unhappy things. Your mom has caused some trouble this time, but she might calm down for 10 or 15 days. Let's buy some meat and cook a few good dishes tonight. Yes, watch me." Su Yuzhen wiped her eyes. "Yingying, Xiaoyu will be staying with us for a while. You should tidy up your room and you two can live together." "Really? That's great." Li Yingying's eyes sparkled. She held Xinyu's hand and kept shaking it. "Cousin, you must stay for a few more days." Okay, I got it. Don't shake anymore, or my head will be shaken off." The whole family was genuinely happy to see Xinyu become lively again. "Hey, I didn't see Huzi around." Huzi's full name is Li Sheng, the only boy in the Li family. He's 8 years old. "Oh, school must be over now." "Perfect, Lao Li, let's go pick him up." "Alright, let's go." Su Yuzhen took the keys, opened the snack cabinet, and took out a few peach crisps, some fruit candies, and malted milk, handing them to Li Yingying. "Share these with your cousin. Eat less snacks and have a proper dinner tonight." "Okay, I understand." "Thank you, Mom." In the 1970s, resources were scarce, so these snacks were quite rare. "Thanks, Auntie. No need to thank me. You're just polite. Make yourself at home here." The couple went out to buy groceries and pick up the kids, while Yingying took Xinyu back to her room. "Cousin, tonight you sleep with me. My bed is a double bed." When second sister wasn't married, we shared a room. The room was a bit small, with a double bed taking up most of a space. Despite that, there was still a small desk under the window, like a primary school student's desk. There are many books related to medical and nursing fields on the table, along with Li Yingying's notebook and pen. Inside the desk drawer, there are some everyday miscellaneous items, including a sewing kit and hairpins. "Is this the school desk?" "Yes, my dad bought it for me from the recycling station." The desk and chair are both discarded items from school, not worth much. Li Yingying said, "I sit here at night to read, and I feel very motivated."
Cousin, thank you. I really cherish this job.
"I will study hard and definitely won't let you down." Xinyu patted her head. "How many times do I have to tell you? Just study well. Learning skills is the most important thing." "I will." "Cousin, let's go eat something. The fruit candies my mom bought are really delicious." "Oh, and can you give me your bag?" "This room is too small, there's no space for a wardrobe, so everything is in boxes." She pulled out a square cardboard box from under the bed, which had the words, "Handle with care," printed in red on it. This box made her think of someone from the past, as if there was a person who also stored clothes in a cardboard box inside a small room. "Cousin, yes, here you go." Li Yingying took her bag, tidied up her clothes, and put them into the box. This was an era that promoted frugality. People wore the same clothes for 3 years, mended and patched them repeatedly. It was normal to have a few patches on clothes now and then. Everyone had only a few sets of clothes for all 4 seasons. Those with more difficult conditions might not get new clothes for 3 or 4 years. Let's go out and eat something first, okay? Xinyu and Li Yingying each took a piece of peach pastry and started nibbling. It was very flaky and crumbly. Cousin, you drink this malted milk. It's so sweet. Just as she finished speaking, there was a sudden loud banging on the door outside. Li Yingying was startled and almost dropped her cup. Who is it? Xinyu put the last piece of pastry in her mouth and stood up. The person outside kicked the door 3 times in a row, finally breaking open the main door of the Li family. The loud noise attracted the neighbors nearby. Did something happen to the Li family? I don't know. Did they offend someone? Hey, isn't that Xiao Su's younger brother? I've seen him before. He's quite a troublemaker. The neighbors pointing and gossiping didn't make Su Tianxi tone down his arrogance. He seemed drunk, a bit unclear-headed. After entering the house, he loudly demanded that Su Yuzhen and Li Xinjuan come out to see him. Brother-in-law, my parents aren't home. Li Yingying was a little afraid of this uncle. Su Tianxi was not very capable. He was always bragging and causing trouble. Every time he came to her house, he would eat and take things, boast loudly, and look down on others. It's all because Grandma spoiled him. And his son, Daqiang, he's not really Daqiang, more like a big pig. He was fat and clumsy, with eyes almost closed, walking with a sway that shook the ground. Su Tianxi didn't believe what Li Yingying said. He reached out and pushed her. Get up. Li Yingying, with her thin arms and legs, couldn't withstand his push. She almost fell, but luckily Xinyu was right behind her and reached out to steady her, avoiding a fall. Li Yingying was still scared and glared fiercely at Su Tianxi. Get out. Our family doesn't welcome you. Su Yuzhen, come out. Our mom came to your house. After she left, she looked like she was possessed. Come out. What did you do to our mom? Oh, how dare you say that? Are you crazy? Who said so? You're just looking for trouble. The onlookers, afraid Su Tianxi might act drunk and crazy, kept their distance and only watched from afar. Can't you understand words? Xinyu stepped in front of Li Yingying, facing Su Tianxi. Leave now and get out of here, Su Tianxi sneered arrogantly. Who the hell are you? Dare to tell me what to do? Do you know who I am? I'm the future of the Su family, the backbone of the family. And you dare to yell at me? He wasn't satisfied and reached out to slap Xinyu in the face. Li Yingying was terrified. Cousin. She desperately tried to pull Xinyu back, but the Li family was too small, with little space to dodge. Xinyu wasn't afraid of Su Tianxi. His punch was weak and soft, like he had drunk fake alcohol, no strength at all. Xinyu grabbed Su Tianxi's wrist and squeezed hard. It hurts. Let go. The big man suddenly crouched down and knelt on the ground. Li Yingying was stunned. Su family's pillar? Su family's future? Is that all? I think you're just a troublemaker in the Su family. Chua in second tone refers to fat meat, bloated, can also mean a weak, cowardly person, indecisive, or ineffective. In Northeast dialect, often pronounced in the 4th tone, so here it is in the 4th tone. Looking at the thin and weak Xinyu, who surprisingly managed to subdue the tall and strong Su Tianxi, who would have thought? Li Yingying's eyes sparkled with admiration, almost overflowing with praise. Cousin, you're so amazing. Troublemaker. Oh my goodness, this girl is so talkative. That guy is fat and big-eared, isn't he? He's just a troublemaker. You're hilarious. A grown man, and he can't even beat a little girl. How embarrassing. Su Tianxi wailed and cursed. You little brat, let go of me. It's already like this, and your mouth is still so dirty. Auntie will loosen your muscles. After saying that, she gave him another elbow. With a cracking sound, Su Tianxi felt like half his arm was about to break. He shouted, Let go. Let go of me. He looked like a pig ready for slaughter, jumping and struggling, but he still couldn't free his wrist from Xinyu's grip. You are Yingying's uncle. Normally, you're her relative and should protect her. But you, as soon as you came in, you wanted to fight. If I weren't here today, Yingying might have been beaten. Just a girl, if she wants to fight, let her. Shinyu didn't like his tone and immediately delivered 2 big slaps. Smack! The sound of the hits made Su Tianxi lose all his temper. Ow, stop hitting me, it hurts. This girl had such strong hands. After 2 slaps, Su Tianxi's cheek was visibly swollen. He was already fat, with a big head and big ears, and now he looked even more like a pig's head. Don't think that just because your old lady is backing you up, you can do whatever you want. This is a new society now. Su troublemaker, your mother doesn't understand anything. Don't you get it? Just because you barged into the house today wanting to fight, we can report you to the police. Everyone saw it clearly. When they catch you, you'll be locked up. Su Tianxi was just a bully at home. When Shinyu said she would report him to the police, he immediately backed down.
I'm sorry, Ying.
Please talk to your cousin and let uncle go. I didn't mean any harm. I was just drunk, really drunk. Ying hid behind Shinyu and stayed silent. She knew she couldn't help much, but she promised not to make things worse for her cousin. Ying, say something. Come on. As Su Tianxi started to curse, Shinyu quickly tightened her grip, squeezing his wrist so hard it made cracking sounds, as if she was about to break his bones. A loud, pig-like squeal echoed again. Su Tianxi, sweating all over from the pain, begged, I'm sorry, I won't do it again. I won't dare to do it anymore. Pay up. Pay up? Su Tianxi's eyes widened. I don't have any money. And what should I pay for? Before he finished speaking, the pain in his wrist shot through him again. You broke the door. 10 yuan. Actually, it wouldn't cost that much. Just 2 yuan to replace the lock. 10 yuan? Why don't you go rob someone instead? Shinyu sneered. Isn't this just like robbing now? Pay up. She increased her grip, making Su Tianxi scream loudly. I'll pay, I'll pay. Finally, Shinyu released him. Su Tianxi shakily took 10 yuan from his pocket and reluctantly handed it over. Usually, he was the one cheating others, but today a young girl had cheated him. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, but he knew he couldn't fight back. Fine, this is your compensation. Now go, and don't come back. If you do, I'll hit you again. Looking at his swollen hand, Su Tianxi glared at Shinyu with a fierce look. Fine, just wait. He pushed through the crowd and hurried away, running in fear. This kind of person should have been taught a lesson long ago. His face was thicker than a city wall. Young girl, Su Tianxi is not someone to mess with. He often causes trouble for his sister and brother-in-law. Be careful. Yes, yes, and his old mother isn't easy either. Ying, if he comes again, just shout. We'll all come out, and he won't dare to hit you. The neighbor's kind words sounded very warm. Ying quickly thanked everyone. All right, everyone, disperse now. The door was gently closed, and Shinyu's voice was heard. We need to change the lock. Ying didn't say anything, and both of them started laughing happily, sounding lively. The people outside who had been watching had already left, but 2 people still hadn't gone. Wow, Captain, that person just now was Comrade Shen. Xiangyang, worried about being seen, spoke very quietly, acting like a thief. Although Jiang Huai couldn't see, he had good hearing. Comrade Shen looks thin and weak, but I didn't expect her to be so strong. She can even handle a strong man weighing 200 jin. Xiangyang paused as if remembering something. Captain, about what happened last time in the alley with Jing the Lame. Maybe we ruined her good thing. Jiang Huai recalled how Shinyu had quickly dealt with a woman who tried to fight her on the street. She looks like a little rabbit, but turns out to be a fierce little wildcat. Let's go. Captain, I think it's good that Comrade Shen is like this. Really? Yes. Xiangyang helped Jiang Huai walk downstairs, talking to him as he tried to persuade him. Think about your family. Who among them is truly kind-hearted? I was worried Shinyu might suffer if she married into that family, but now it seems she might be the one who benefits. Xiangyang's eyes shone brightly. Captain, you married such a wonderful wife. Jiang Huai's lips curved into a small smile. He agreed. Today was really worth it. Captain, next time you come, I'll go with you. We can't always bother the old leader. I think you're just pretending to be nice, but really just want to see some excitement. Xiangyang chuckled. Well, I only get to see it once in a while. Jiang Huai suddenly stopped, gripping Xiangyang's arm tightly. Don't talk like that. Xiangyang quickly said, "Oh, I mean, once you're married, it'll be harder for me to come see the fun. I can't just bother you and your wife all the time. Captain, let's go. I'll take you home." They gradually walked away, not noticing a person lying on the windowsill upstairs behind them. Wow, things never go as planned. Xinyu felt a bit helpless. Could her mental powers not affect Zhang Huai? Why didn't she notice him just now? Did he see her hitting someone? Then what was all her hard work in disguise for? Really, her cover was falling apart too quickly. Her delicate persona as the Tussilago flower was ruined. Forget it, let's take it step by step. I can't regret the engagement just because I can fight, right? Xinyu turned back into the house. Not long after, Li Xinjuan and Su Yuzhen returned with Huzi. The couple carried many things, but as soon as they reached the second floor, they were stopped by a neighbor. "Yuzhen, your brother is here." Hearing this, Su Yuzhen immediately became nervous. Her brother was a troublemaker who would do anything. With 2 children at home, she was worried they might get scared. She was about to go inside, but the neighbor stopped her. "Oh, don't worry. Your niece handled him. That girl looks delicate, and a gust of wind could blow her away, but surprisingly, she's very strong. She quickly subdued your brother, and even asked him for 10 yuan. What?"
Su Yuzhen was a bit confused.
She understood every word, but when put together, she couldn't quite make sense of it. Li Xinjuan and Su Yuzhen were just as confused. "She's talking about Xiuyu. Do you have another niece?" Li Xinjuan shook his head like a rattle. "No, definitely not. Let's go back and see what's going on." Su Yuzhen turned to the kind neighbor and said, "Annie, we're going back now." Okay. Hurry back." The two hurriedly pulled Huzi and rushed home. Li Xinjuan immediately saw that the door lock was broken. He reached out and felt the lock hanging loosely on the door frame, ready to fall at any moment. It was clear how much force Su Tianxi had used. "Are you all right? Did your uncle do anything?" Su Tianxi was a troublemaker, and Su Yuzhen had no doubt he wouldn't hit a younger person. "Nothing happened. Mom, Dad, you don't know. Cousin is so amazing. When my uncle tried to hit him, my cousin caught him instantly." Li Yingying gestured excitedly, her face flushed. "She's so strong. She grabbed my uncle's wrist and wouldn't let go. When my uncle tried to curse, my cousin just slapped him twice, and he had no temper left." Li Yingying said this while making 2 slapping motions on her face. In the end, she even got 10 yuan from him. It was so satisfying. Hearing this, Su Yuzhen sighed helplessly, feeling quite overwhelmed. She knew why Su Tianxi came. It was probably because Zhang Guizhi didn't achieve her goal and didn't cause trouble, so Su Tianxi came to cause trouble instead. Li Xinjuan had long been unhappy with Su Yuzhen's family. He had fought with his brother-in-law more than once. Su Tianxi was known for being very thick-skinned. Even when he was beaten and begged for mercy like a grandson, he remained proud afterward, acting as if he was the boss of the world. He kept losing but kept trying harder. "Your brother is really hopeless," Li Xinjuan complained whenever he talked about Su Yuzhen's family. He respected his wife and understood Su Yuzhen's difficulties. He saw how much she worked for the family, but he couldn't accept her mother-in-law and brother-in-law's unreasonable behavior. In front of Xinyu, Li Xinjuan didn't want to embarrass her, so he said, "You all eat first. I'll go buy a lock and fix the door." Su Yuzhen sighed helplessly, nodded, and rolled up her sleeves to prepare dinner. Her mind was a mess. She forced herself to hold back her emotions and left the house, heading to the shared kitchen. In this type of apartment building, the kitchen and toilet are shared. Li Yingying took some money she snatched from Su Tianxi and handed it to Li Xinjuan. "Dad, use this to buy it."
Li Xinjuan smilat.
"Xiaoyu is so clever. After all these years, we finally see some money coming back. Stay here, I'll be back soon." "Huzi, this is your cousin. Call her." Huzi thought to himself. "Finally, you remember I exist. Big cousin." He acted politely, like a little adult. Xinyu responded, "Do you have homework? Does the school assign homework at this time?" Not many kids are interested in studying. It's the special era, after all.
"Yes."
Huzi put down his slightly worn school bag and ran into his room to play with his treasures. Xinyu secretly looked at a somewhat old metal box. Inside, there were many small trinkets, tattered comic books, cards, marbles. Li Yingying gave Huzi some fruit candies. Eat them, but remember to rinse your mouth afterward, or you'll get cavities. Shenyu followed to the kitchen and saw Su Yuzhen with red eyes. Seeing Shenyu, she quickly turned away and composed herself. Auntie, I'm sorry. Shenyu thought for a moment. No matter what, Su Yuzhen was her sister-in-law, so she had to act politely. I saw him drink alcohol and want to fight Yingying. I'm worried he might not know his limits and hurt Yingying. Su Yuzhen was angry. She wasn't someone who couldn't tell right from wrong, so she didn't blame Shenyu. It's not your fault, Su Yuzhen said. If it weren't for you, Yingying might have been beaten. It's because my mom couldn't get her work done and was taking her anger out. He did it on purpose. But this can't go on forever. Life might not be bearable anymore. However, this is someone else's family matter. Shenyu couldn't just persuade Su Yuzhen to hurt her own brother, right? So, what should we do? By now, Su Yuzhen had calmed down and wasn't as upset as before. These are grown-up problems. You don't need to worry about it. In Su Yuzhen's eyes, since Shenyu wasn't married, she was still a child. Such things shouldn't concern children. Yingying, how is your work arrangement going? Oh, I have a plan now. Don't worry, Auntie. Shenyu pursed her lips, not planning to tell her uncle's family about her marriage yet. It was too sudden, and she hadn't figured out how to say it. Really? What kind of work? Which company? Are you a worker or in an office? How's the pay? Su Yuzhen asked several questions at once, confusing Shenyu. She didn't have a job secured yet, so how could she answer? Well. Shenyu quickly helped with chopping vegetables to change the subject. Andy, if they are at home next time, what if he comes again? Comes again? Su Yuzhen felt very headache. He's spoiled by my mom. Since he was little, he gets whatever he wants. If he doesn't, he throws a tantrum. My sisters and I have suffered a lot because of him. Only your uncle can tolerate my family for so many years. Others wouldn't last long. Life was good, but because of Su Tianqi, it didn't seem so perfect anymore. That night, Su Yuzhen cooked several dishes. The children ate happily, but she and Li Xinjuan felt a bit uneasy, forcing smiles all evening. At bedtime, they tossed and turned, unable to sleep, sighing deeply. Yingying also couldn't sleep. Cousin, are you asleep? No. Then let's talk for a bit. She turned over and whispered softly, be careful tomorrow. Maybe they'll come again to cause trouble. Shenyu thought it would be better to wait until they came back to fight again. But then she remembered that it was Li Yingying's uncle and grandmother, so she stayed silent. How come such a bad person like Su Tianqi isn't punished by heaven? Li Yingying sighed and slowly fell asleep. What do you think will happen to Xiaoyu in the future? Li Xinjuan stared at the ceiling, feeling restless. He clearly saw what happened in the Shin family. It wasn't Xiaoyu's fault. It was her father and brother's lack of virtue that caused all those problems. The world isn't fair to women. She's a girl, gentle and soft, so people say she can't stand up for herself. If she's strong, they say she has no femininity. No matter what, it's hard to please everyone. I'm really worried, he said. Listen, I think we should take this chance to change Xiaoyu's household registration to our family, suggested Su Yuzhen. Think about it, her older brother is in jail, and her youngest brother will probably serve a few years. Her brother-in-law is unreliable, and even if he doesn't get sentenced, he'll have to go to a farm for reform. If Xiaoyu's household is with ours, it won't affect her future work or marriage. Su Yuzhen propped herself up on her elbow and sat up slightly. If she's with us, it will be much better. Li Xinjuan suddenly understood. You're right. Why didn't I think of that? Wife, you're so clever. You're always so thoughtful. What's so clever about it? It's just returning a favor. When Xiaoyu has good news, she thinks of us first. As elders, we should consider her more. The hospital work costs about 700 or 800, but we only paid 500, 200 yuan, honestly enough to marry a wife. Yes, you're right, he agreed. Su Yuzhen lay back down. Go ask tomorrow about the procedures. Xiaoyu's situation should be easy to handle. Okay, I'll ask around at the street office tomorrow. Su Yuzhen cared deeply for him, and Li Xinjuan's lingering resentment eased a lot. Sleep now. You have to work tomorrow. Both of them felt much more at ease and soon fell asleep. In the next room, Shinyu opened her eyes. It turned out they couldn't sleep because they were worried about her. Being cared for like this felt surprisingly new and refreshing. She closed her eyes again, feeling very happy, and slept peacefully until late morning. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Shinyu opened her eyes. Her first night at the Lee family's house was very good. At least she didn't have to worry about someone sneaking into her room in the middle of the night. Shinyu opened the window, and the cool air made her feel refreshed. She took a deep breath and felt her whole body relax. Li Yingying boiled some water and called Shinyu to wash up. She stood in front of the mirror, combing her hair. Yingying, you don't need to help me fetch water next time. I can do it myself. Oh, it's just a small thing. Cousin, hurry up and get ready. I have some face cream on my desk. After you wash your face, use it. It will make your skin soft. Shinyu turned her head and looked at the small desk, where a white bottle with a green cap sat. Legendary friendship cream. Okay. The two sisters quickly finished washing and had breakfast ready on the table. Su Yushin warmed up last night's dishes, cooked porridge and eggs, and cut some pickles. Yingying, wake up Huzi. It's time for school, got it. Soon Huzi, dressed neatly and still sleepy, came out of his room. He's at that age where sleeping in is hard and getting up is difficult. Everyone was already sitting at the table, but he still couldn't open his eyes. Su Yushin placed a peeled boiled egg into Huzi's bowl and told him to eat his porridge quickly. Xiaoyu, both I and your uncle have things to do at noon, so we won't be back. Yingying has a long shift today and will eat at their hospital cafeteria. Huzi and his school don't have a cafeteria, so I usually pick him up and bring him to our workplace to eat from his lunchbox. No one will be home at noon, so don't fool around. Go buy something tasty outside. Here's some ration tickets and money, no need to save. 5 yuan, 3 jin of ration tickets, enough for a meal at a restaurant. Uncle, I can cook. We have everything at home. I don't need to eat outside. Shinyu pushed the money and ration tickets back. Besides, I have money. That's yours, but your uncle's wife gave it to you. Just take it. Life isn't always like that. Uncle, I really don't want to. When guests come, we serve good food and drinks. We're family, so why be so polite? I can just cook whatever I want to eat. Besides, I might stay at home longer this time. We can't eat out every meal, right? Li Xinjuan, hearing her say that, could only take back the money and tickets. All right, if you need anything, just ask your auntie. Don't be shy. Got it, uncle. Don't worry. Shinyu ate a bowl of porridge, a boiled egg, and some vegetables, filling her stomach. Uncle, auntie, you should leave now. I'll tidy up the house. Washing a few dishes was no trouble. Since she was staying at her uncle's house, eating and drinking there, she felt she should do some chores. She wasn't here to be a lady of leisure. Okay, Huzi, pack your bag. We're running late. Say goodbye to your cousin. Huzi was now energetic. He cheerfully responded, put his small backpack on, and ran out the door without looking back. His voice drifted back. Bye, cousin. Li Yingying quickly shoved the last bite of her egg into her mouth and hurried out. The hospital wasn't far from home, and taking the bus seemed like a waste. She didn't have a bicycle, so walking to work was the best choice. I'm leaving now. See you tonight. She left in a rush. Li Xinjuan was the last to leave. Before leaving yesterday, he specifically asked about Shinyu's household registration transfer. How do you feel about it? Shinyu wasn't unkind, but she thought it wasn't necessary. She was getting married, and her household registration would eventually be moved to Jianghuai's place. Plus, transferring household registration wasn't simple. It wasn't just a matter of a quick chat. It involved favors, gifts, and unnecessary expenses. Uncle, there's no rush. Why not? If they get you involved, what will we do? Shinyu felt a bit helpless. We are blood relatives. Even if the household registration is moved, if they investigate, we can't hide. We're direct relatives. So, what should we do now? The authorities are strict now, and the policies are like that. Any review and you won't pass. Let it be. Thanks, uncle. Why thank me? You're a good kid. All right, I understand. Stay at home and relax. If you're bored, go out for a walk. I'm leaving now. Take your time, uncle. Li Xinjuan hurried downstairs. All right, I got it. Shinyu stood in the corridor for a moment, watching Li Xinjun ride off quickly on his bicycle, then turned back into the house. She still wanted to visit Jiang Huai and explain things to him. Even if he can't see, Xiangyang definitely saw everything. How am I supposed to explain that? Shinyu didn't expect that before she could go to find Jiang Huai, Shen Qiuping would come first. After tidying up the dishes, wiping the table, and sweeping the floor, Shinyu cleaned the house from inside to outside. She thought it was about time and decided to go see Jiang Huai to explain the matter with Zheng Lianzi. Earlier on the street, Zheng Lianzi pulled Shinyu into an alley, trying to take advantage of her. Shinyu wanted to fight back, but then she sensed Jiang Huai and Xiangyang nearby, so she held back her anger and pretended to be innocent. In the end, Xiangyang beat Zheng Lianzi up and handed him over to the police. That gave Shinyu the chance to send Jiang Huai home, which led to her bringing up the idea of marriage. How should I explain this? Forget it. I'll explain later. Just as Shinyu was about to change her clothes, there was a loud banging outside the door. Shen Qiuping was shouting and pounding on the door. Shinyu, don't be a coward. I know you're inside. Open the door. The banging drew the attention of the neighbors. What's going on with the Li family? Why is someone always coming to cause trouble? Who is this person? I've never seen him before. Yesterday, it was that chubby kid from the Zheng family, and today another one. How to describe this person? Shabby, thin, looking like he hadn't eaten or bathed in days. Could he be a vagrant? Shinyu, get out here, the neighbors whispered. Shinyu is probably Li's niece. Yes, she's the one who beat up that Zheng kid yesterday. Shen Qiuping was already in a furious state. He ignored the gossip and was determined to kick down the door and drag Shinyu out to punish her. He took 2 steps back, then kicked the door with his foot, making a loud bang. Oh, the Li family's door is really suffering. I think they should just replace the lock with an iron door. Exactly. I don't know what's going on. Just as Shen Qiuping was about to kick again, the door suddenly swung open. He missed his kick and lost his balance, falling headfirst into the house. Shenyu was standing at the door with a spatula, ready to defend herself. Seeing Shen Qiuping fall inside, she swung her spatula to hit him. Shen Qiuping's face was hit so hard with a shovel that it became misshapen. He let out a loud cry, staggered back 2 steps, and only stopped when he hit the wall. His face hurt badly, and he felt something extra in his mouth. When he spat it out, he saw 2 teeth. Shinyu, how dare you hit me? You really have a bad memory. It's not the first time you've been hit, so why say something so pointless? Shinyu swung the shovel again, sending Shen Qiuping flying out of the house. The neighbors who had been watching were startled. When they saw blood at the corner of his mouth and his swollen face, they became even more frightened. What's going on?
No idea.
Everyone stepped back cautiously, afraid of getting caught up in the fight. Shinyu came out carrying the shovel, waving it with such force that Shen Qiuping was terrified. He had only been away for a few days, but he had already forgotten how fierce Shinyu could be. Now, beaten and missing 2 teeth, he looked quite miserable. Shen Qiuping, you just got out and you're already causing trouble? I haven't even gone looking for you, and you've come to me instead? Hey, young lady, did you say he just got out? Was he in a labor camp? Oh my, we'd better stay away from someone like that. Shen Qiuping grew furious. You're making things up. Shenyu looked him up and down, occasionally weighing the shovel in her hand, making him tremble with fear. Neighbors, you might not know this, but this man is quite a troublemaker. A few days ago, he was caught behaving inappropriately with a woman in her 40s. They were both taken to the police station. Many people know about it. You can ask around if you don't believe me. One neighbor immediately spoke up. Oh, I know about that. My friend lives on Millstone Alley. He didn't go to work that day and saw the whole thing, he said. She described it vividly, as if she had been there herself. The people listening were full of excitement, hanging on to every word. Oh my young man, I didn't expect that from you. Quite the scandal. Who would have thought? You look so proper on the outside. The neighbors' chatter grew louder and louder, making Shinyu laugh out loud. Seeing Shen Qiuping look so ashamed and angry was really satisfying. Shinyu, just wait and see. Shinyu waved the shovel in his hand, and Shen Qiuping, frightened, turned and ran away. The neighbors pointed and whispered behind him, but their looks at Shinyu seemed a bit strange. Oh no, I haven't washed my clothes yet. I'm boiling water on the stove. Yes, I need to go buy groceries. In just 2 days, she's already fought twice. That girl probably isn't very well behaved. Keep your voice down. The neighbors smiled awkwardly and whispered, making Shinyu realize she should move out of the Lee family house sooner. She didn't mind, but she couldn't drag her uncle and aunt down. They still had their lives to live. It seems she needs to move out soon, but she's not sure when her marriage report will be approved. Never mind, she should go find Jiang Huai first. Jiang Huai's small courtyard. Jiang Huai was sitting in the yard, drinking tea with an older man with graying hair. The old man was about 60 years old, carrying a commanding presence that didn't need to be angry to feel powerful. His sharp eyes were bright, and his every move showed he was a person of high status. Are you really sure about this? The old man put down his teacup, looking somewhat dissatisfied. Her family situation is complicated. Marrying her means you won't be able to move up in life anymore. Leader, my eyes are already like this. Sooner or later, I'll have to retire, Jiang Huai said calmly, without any emotion. Besides, you know my family situation. Compared to Comrade Shen, we're about the same. The old man frowned. That's different. Your family is just being a bit unruly, nothing criminal. Her family is involved in theft and human trafficking. Things are messy. Commander, that's because they're targeting Comrade Shen. All their crimes are aimed at harming her. It's already cruel enough that her biological father and siblings hurt her. I can't do anything to hurt her myself. Since I promised to marry her, I naturally can't back out. And with my current situation, who am I to complain about Comrade Shen? Jiang Huai paused. After all, she's a healthy person. Being with me, who's blind, is already hard enough. She's very kind and protects me too. The old man felt uncomfortable inside and sighed. Fine, since that's the case, I approve your marriage report. Shinyu hurriedly headed to Jiang Huai's small courtyard. As she walked, she thought about how to explain her strength level to Jiang Huai. Maybe she could just tell him she was naturally very strong. Actually, that's not exactly lying. She was naturally strong, but her ability to be so was something she brought from her past life, not part of her original self. Strong people, even if they're scared inside, can use their strength to protect themselves when in danger. Jiang Huai might believe her. She was walking too fast and thinking about too many things. Suddenly, she bumped into someone and knocked them over. Because she was too strong, she couldn't stop herself. She quickly went to help the person up, but when she saw who was lying on the ground, she froze. It was an old man in his 50s. His clothes were torn, his face looked pale, and he seemed very weak. Could he be a victim of a scam? But no matter what, she had hit someone. She should help him first. Sir, are you okay? Shinyu helped the old man up, but she noticed he was trembling slightly. He couldn't speak and seemed very distressed. In China, there are always people watching for entertainment. Soon, a crowd gathered and started talking. Did she just hit someone to death? Don't talk nonsense. I think the old man is still breathing. Shinyu ignored the gossip. She gently lifted the old man's eyelids and saw he was still conscious. She checked his pulse and found his heartbeat was fast and his palms were sweaty. Could it be low blood sugar? She didn't have any sugar with her. What should she do? She looked up and saw a state-run restaurant nearby. That gave her an idea. Sir, wait a moment. I'll go to the restaurant and get some food. Stay here. She ran as fast as she could to the restaurant, not noticing a jeep parked nearby. The people inside rolled down the window and watched her. Captain, do you think she might run away? I want to know too. Soon, Shunyu came rushing out of the restaurant, holding something in her hands. Excuse me, everyone. Please make way. She helped the old man to his feet and offered him a bowl she was holding. Sir, drink some water. I put sugar in it. She tried hard to persuade him and left 5 cents to buy a bowl of sweet soup from the kitchen. The waiter didn't want to bother with her. The restaurant was for selling food, not for selling sweet soup. Later, she heard that she had done it to save someone and refused to take any money. The staff quickly prepared a bowl of sweet soup for her. After drinking the sweet soup, the injured elderly man finally started to recover. His heartbeat returned to normal, his hands stopped trembling, and he could speak again. "Sir, are you okay? I'm sorry, I left so quickly earlier and didn't see you." "Sorry about that." The old man waved his hand. "It's not your fault. I didn't eat breakfast and fainted from hunger." "Thank you, young lady. That bowl of sweet soup helped me a lot." He tried to get up, but Shinyu was worried he might fall again. She quickly set the bowl aside and helped him to his feet. "Everyone, you can go now." "I'm fine." The onlookers, seeing there was no more excitement, left one by one, leaving only the two of them. "Miss, thank you. You're a good person, willing to help someone like me," the old man said, hiding his hand inside his sleeve. But Shunyu had already noticed his hand was disabled.
Let's not talk about that.
"Let's go to the restaurant and get something to eat." The old man waved his hand. "No need. I'll go home and eat there." He was poorly dressed and had no money. How could he go to a restaurant to eat? "When I bought the sweet soup, I paid in advance. I haven't eaten either. Let's just buy 2 buns, not expensive." Without hesitation, Shinyu took the bowl and helped the old man walk to the restaurant. She was strong and he couldn't break free, so he said, "All right, I'll go with you." "Please let me go." Shinyu finally let go. "Okay, let's go." The two entered the restaurant together. In the jeep, the old man nodded with a smile, rolled up the window, and told the driver, "Let's go." Inside the restaurant, Shinyu placed the noodles she bought in front of the old man. The old man was surprised. The noodles had lots of meat, with oil floating on top, green vegetables, and a delicious aroma wafting into his nose. It smelled so good. "Didn't you say you wanted buns? They're sold out." "No buns left, only noodles." Shinyu handed him chopsticks. "Eat." The old man took the chopsticks, silent for a long time, then let out a trembling sigh and started eating the noodles slowly. His hand was not very steady, and his eating posture was a bit strange, but he ate very politely. His movements showed a scholarly air. Shinyu felt a twinge of sadness. She understood the old man's identity now. He was a victim of this movement, having lost his shining reputation and everything else: honor, dignity, social status, and the ability to survive. Soon, the noodles were all gone. The old man drank up every last drop of the soup, finishing clean. He was very optimistic. Smiling, he patted his stomach and said, "Thank you, young lady. You've given me a good meal." Ma Boxing was nearsighted, but didn't wear glasses. Even sitting face to face with Shinyu, he couldn't see her clearly. He squinted and leaned forward, finally recognizing her. "You're a good girl."
Thank you.
"Sir, where do you live? Maybe I can take you home." Ma Boxing waved his hand. "I still have work to do today. Let's stop here."
Thank you.
Shunyu respected his decision and understood what he meant by work. It was some dirty and tiring jobs, similar to physical punishment, sometimes involving putting up signs, shaving heads, or holding meetings. Those involved were all people with academic status. Shunyu felt a bit uncomfortable inside, but she could do little to help them escape the whirl of the times.
Goodbye.
Ma Boxing waved again and pushed the door open to leave. Shunyu felt a little heavy-hearted. She only hoped these top scholars could get through this tough time and welcome a new future. She bought 2 packs of snacks at the supply store and strolled over to Jiang Hai's house. Jiang Hai was washing cups when he heard Shinyu's voice and was a bit surprised. "Why are you here?"
Just came to see you.
"Not welcome?" Jiang Hai set down the enamel mug, turned to look at her, and said, "This will also be your home in the future. Of course, you're welcome." Shunyu pressed her lips, thinking how clever this man was. His words touched her heart. This will be her home someday. So, that day you went to the factory staff housing?" Shunyu placed the snacks on the table and asked cautiously. Sure enough, it was about that. When leaving, Jiang Hui felt a gaze fall on him, following him for a long time. Since he became blind, his senses have become sharper. Who could be watching him all this time besides Shinyu? Shinyu seemed to especially enjoy looking at him. Sometimes she stared at his face, other times she examined him from top to bottom, as if she couldn't get enough. Without knowing why, Jiang Huai's ears turned a little red. What's wrong? Shinyu thought he was uncomfortable and leaned in closer. A faint fragrance kept drifting into Jiang Huai's nose. He stood stiffly, unsure of what to do, his hands not knowing where to go. He thought, luckily, I am blind, so I can't see Shinyu's current expression, and I don't have to avoid her gaze. Your face is a little red. Are you feeling hot? She reached out, touched Jiang Huai's forehead, then touched her own. Not hot. They were very close, their breath like invisible threads intertwined. Jiang Huai cleared his throat, feeling a bit awkward, and said, I'm fine. Oh, Shinyu understood. He must be feeling shy and embarrassed. A mischievous thought crossed her mind. She wanted to get closer to see if Jiang Huai was really so innocent. But in her eagerness, her left foot caught on her right, causing her to stumble and lose her balance, falling directly into Jiang Huai's arms. Jiang Huai instinctively reached out to help her, but she was too strong, and she fell into his embrace. The momentum pushed them back 2 steps, and Jiang Huai's back hit the wall. He let out a muffled sound, unsure if he was hurt, but his hands instinctively protected Shinyu, worried she might bump into something. Shinyu looked a little nervous. Did I hurt you? Are you okay? The room was filled with a sweet fragrance. Jiang Huai had never been close to a woman before. Now he only felt that the girl in his arms was soft and fragrant. The unfamiliar scent mixed with his own, making him feel uneasy. He lowered his arms from around Shinyu, leaning against the wall, not daring to move. Any movement might cause friction. In this dark world, his senses were heightened. Even the slightest contact could cause a different kind of thrill. He even turned his head carefully, breathing cautiously, afraid of accidentally touching something. My hands hung by my sides, clenched into fists, with visible veins on the back of my hands. Shinyu saw his enduring hardship look and couldn't help but secretly laugh. I am much shorter than him, so even if I wanted to do something, I couldn't reach. Right now, Shanyu was leaning over him, like a mischievous girl about to do something bold. Her hands randomly pressed on Jiang Jin's chest, and she said, How is it? Did I hurt you? Wow, those chest muscles are amazing. I hit my back. Jiang Huai's face turned very red. They were so close that they almost touched. Your back? Let me see. Silently, her hands wrapped around his waist, and she reached up to touch his back muscles, even pressing on them on purpose. They were firm. Definitely not easy to hurt. Comrade Shin, this isn't good. Shinyu quickly said, Oh no, my foot. I twisted it. It hurts a little liar. Jiang Huai didn't believe her at all. She clearly was fine, probably doing it on purpose. Jiang Huai, my foot hurts. Jiang Huai sighed and had no choice but to bend down and pick her up around the waist. Shinyu just wanted to act cute and change the subject, but she didn't expect him to suddenly lift her up. She gasped and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck to avoid falling. The man's facial features were perfect, with sharp yet handsome side profiles, like a masterpiece. Although Jiang Huai couldn't see, he was very familiar with his home's layout and easily placed Shinyu on a chair. She then looked at herself boldly, clearly, and without hiding. Move around and see if it still hurts. It still hurts, Shinyu said confidently. But it's okay. I think I can walk normally after resting a bit. I didn't mean to do it on purpose earlier. Jiang Huai responded with an, not sure if he believed her or was just being polite. You and Xiang Yang went to the mechanical factory staff housing, right? To visit an old leader. What a coincidence. So, that day you both saw it. Jiang Huai nodded. Yes, we saw it. Xiang Yang even praised you for being brave. Really? I feel too embarrassed to face anyone now. Actually, I've been strong since I was young, but I am very timid. Big strength, small courage? Jiang Huai raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical of her explanation. Small courage? Would someone with small courage act so boldly around him? No girl is that daring, even if they are about to get married. They are not yet husband and wife. Do you misunderstand what small courage means? I've always had a small courage. That day in the alley, Zheng the Lame suddenly pulled me inside, and I was so scared. I forgot that I am actually very strong. Xinyu wasn't sure if Jiang Huai believed her. She blinked, trying to sound sincere. If you hadn't come that day, I might have acted myself, but I was afraid I'd hurt someone because I don't know how to control my strength. Her story had many flaws, but what did it matter? They preferred to believe she was just upset and changed her attitude, rather than think she was a time traveler pretending to be someone else. Jiang Huai responded, seeming not interested in digging deeper. I asked an old craftsman to design furniture for us. It will take about a month to finish. I don't know what style you like, so I chose a popular one myself. Jiang Huai took out a blueprint from his pocket and handed it to Xinyu. Take a look. Do you like it? If not, I can tell Xiangyang and the master to change it. A large wardrobe? She took it and paused, surprised. The design was simple, but distinctive for this era. The colors, sizes, and shelf placements were all clearly marked. It was a wardrobe with a built-in mirror, very modern. Now, if someone got married and had such a wardrobe, it would make others envious. Looks good, she said, not expecting Jiang Huai to think so carefully. He was even planning the wardrobe. Xinyu looked at Jiang Huai's face and said seriously, no need to change it. I like it very much. His attitude toward their marriage was sincere and pure. No pretense, just a desire to give her the best. And she, only craving his body. A wave of guilt washed over her. Before she could think further, Jiang Huai pulled out a bunch of tickets. These are tickets I exchanged. There's a radio ticket, a bicycle ticket, a sewing machine ticket, and a watch ticket. The remaining tickets are for cloth vouchers. If you have time, let's go to the department store first to buy the things. If we go too late, they might run out of stock, and we would have to wait a long time. He quickly added, making clothes also takes time. Now, yes. Jiang Huai unconsciously picked at his nails. The marriage report has been approved. He went through the back door. Holding those receipts in his hand, they felt heavy, as if they weighed 1,000 pounds. Xinyu, having lived 2 lives, had never experienced being so carefully valued by someone. In her previous life, her family saw her as different, as an enemy fighting over inheritance. She was the legal heir, but her close relatives conspired to send her to a mental hospital, trying to trap her and take her inheritance. She suffered in that hospital, attacked over 20 times, and eventually died tragically. She was buried with 167 other patients, real or fake mental patients. In this parallel world, she became Xinyu from the 1970s, also a person who was schemed against. She didn't know why her life was so hard. Besides Li Xinjuan's family, who were somewhat normal, all her relatives were hostile toward her. She felt like a useless supporting character in a book or TV show, as if her existence only highlighted others' happiness and good fortune. Only Jiang Huai supported her unconditionally, believed in her, and treated her well. No wonder he was the man she liked. Suddenly, Xinyu felt a surge of confidence. She decided she should enjoy her freedom and live a carefree life in this era. She wanted to use her mental strength to build a career and protect the people she cared about. She was determined to cure Jiang Huai's eyes, help him escape from the Jiang family's vampires, and find his real family. Buying so many things must cost a lot of money, right? I'm not very good at sewing, so I don't need a sewing machine. It would be a waste. Also, I don't have a job right now, so even if I buy a bicycle, I won't use it for now. Xinyu added, my mom left me a watch. It's a bit old, but it means a lot to me. I don't need to buy a watch. She was afraid Jiang Huai wouldn't believe her, so she took his hand and let him feel the watch on her wrist. With such a family, their allowances had been drained. There was no way to save money. She has money in her hand, but the money she earns from selling work is saved for future business investments and cannot be spent easily. Why live a tight life just for trivial things? Jiang Huai's fingers touched the warm metal bracelet and the delicate skin on the girl's wrist, then quickly pulled back as if shocked. He tried to keep his voice steady and normal, saying, "Are you misunderstanding our treatment as pilots?" "Huh?" Jiang Huai continued. "Or, do you think I am the kind of person who is very naive and obedient?" This sentence carried a lot of meaning. Does he know she is not from the Jiang family? Whether he knows or not doesn't matter. She must pretend she doesn't know. or it would be too strange. No one can judge just by appearance that they are not related by blood, even if she looks like that. Our entire army has the best treatment. Not only are the allowances high, but there are also subsidies, good meal standards, and high rewards for missions. Shinyu didn't expect him to say these things. He smiled slightly, trying to hold back a laugh, and said, I wouldn't be foolish enough to give away all this money, especially after knowing about that matter. The Jiang family's rewards are even fewer. Over the years, they've saved quite a bit of money. All right then. Anyway, I have nothing to do, so I'll go out with you for a walk. Shinyu collected all the receipts and returned them to Jiang Huai. Not only did Jiang Huai let her keep them, but he also took out a thick bundle of money and handed it to her, letting her buy whatever she liked. A stack of 10 yuan notes, quite thick, at least 5 or 600 yuan. That much. I specifically withdrew it from the savings bank. Aren't you worried about being watched? Big trees attract the wind. I asked Xiang Yang at the department store. A good radio costs 70 or 80 yuan, cheaper ones about 50. Bicycles are around 200. Sewing machines are about 140 or 50, plus watches. These are the prices. 600 yuan nowadays is enough for an ordinary worker, earning 30 yuan a month, to save up for nearly 2 years without eating or drinking. He casually took out that money. Sure enough, where there is love, there is money. Of course, using the word love is still too early. For now, they are just in a cooperative relationship. All right, take it with you. Do you have a backpack or something to carry your things? Jiang Huai found a green military-style backpack with a 5-pointed star from the cabinet. This type of bag is quite common and popular, not too unusual. Shinyu put the money and tickets into the backpack, locked the door with Jiang Huai, then turned onto the main street and boarded the bus. There weren't many people on the bus. Shinyu helped Jiang Huai find a seat and sat down first, then used her change to buy a ticket. The ticket cost 3 cents each. The ticket seller took the money, tore off 2 tickets, and handed them to her. Shinyu moved back and stood beside Jiang Huai, protecting him a little. People nearby noticed Jiang Huai's unusual appearance and whispered among themselves, probably feeling a bit sorry. After all, the young man looked so lively, but he was blind, which was a little unfortunate. Shinyu ignored them. They didn't say anything insulting, and overreacting would only hurt Jiang Huai more. Life still goes on. They need to face different opinions calmly to live well. Maybe one day Jiang Huai's eyes will be cured, but until then, he must face these strange looks and comments. Shinyu believed he had a strong inner strength that could support him toward the future. The department store stop came quickly. Shinyu helped Jiang Huai get off the bus, and neither of them mentioned what happened on the bus. There's a step ahead, be careful. Jiang Huai walked steadily. He trusted Shinyu completely, taking each step confidently, without feeling nervous as a blind person. This was Shinyu's first time at the department store. To her, everything looked old and full of a nostalgic feel. It was something she hadn't seen before. Coincidentally, the original owner also hadn't seen it, so her looking around was normal for Jiang Huai, and it even made him feel a little sad. Shinyu's family didn't even give her enough to eat, so how could they let her visit a department store? First floor is the food area and daily necessities. The second floor has clothes, hats, socks, and fabrics. Watches and home appliances are on the third floor. Let's go straight to the third floor to save time. Anyway, there's no rush. We might as well look around. Jiang Huai naturally said, Anyway, we need to buy many small items for the wedding. I've prepared a lot of industrial coupons, so it should be enough. Then Shinyu was about to speak when 2 surprised and urgent voices sounded behind her. Who's getting married? Who's getting married? Shinyu turned around and awkwardly smiled. Uncle Andy. It felt like the sky was falling. Li Xinjuan wanted to change Shinyu's household registration, but Shinyu refused. He thought all morning and felt more and more that he shouldn't listen to Shinyu. She's still a child and doesn't understand everything. As her elder, he should protect her from the complicated matters. He took a day off to go to the grain shop and talk to Su Yuzhen about it.
Suzu then that's Li.
Of course we can't listen to her. She's just a kid and doesn't understand anything. Let's buy some good things, go directly to the street office director, and handle it. Bribery is easy, buy some good cigarettes and wine, play the sympathy card, and the household registration will be transferred. You're right. Should we go now? The couple agreed quickly, planning to go home first to prepare money and documents. When they arrived home, they were told that Shun Xiaoping had caused a fuss, which made them even more eager to speed up the process and transfer Shunyu's household registration early. Otherwise, when the Shun family members come out, it will be harder to handle. They took the money and documents and headed straight to the department store, planning to buy some high-quality cigarettes and wine to get things done quickly. After a quick look around, Su Yuzhen saw Xinyu. Although only her back was visible, she believed she couldn't be mistaken. Even more surprisingly, she saw Xinyu supporting a man, and they were quite close. Su Yuzhen quickly pointed it out to Li Xinjuan. Is that Xiaoyu? How did she come to the department store? And she came with a man. Li Xinjuan looked and confirmed it was her. They hurried over together. Hearing the man mention marriage, they remembered the previous scene. The department store was crowded and noisy, not a good place for a serious talk. The couple decided to take Xinyu outside to a quiet spot. During this, they realized the man was actually blind. Li Xinjuan was so angry he stomped his feet and almost cursed. The young man looked neat and energetic, so how could he be a rogue trying to scam someone into marriage? Xiaoyu was such an innocent child. She must have been deceived by him. His first impression was very bad. Xiaoyu, is it because of going to the countryside that you want to marry him? Annie has told you before, if you really can't find a job, you can take over my position. How can you joke about such an important matter? Uncle, Auntie, can you please let me finish talking? Xinyu knew they wouldn't be happy. Jiang Huai was kind and good, but he was blind. If his eyes were good, would he even look at her? The outside was not a good place to talk. Jiang Huai suggested going to a restaurant to eat and clarify everything. Eat what? I'm already angry enough. Su Yuzhen calmed down. She felt that Xinyu was different from when she was a child, more confident. This confidence wasn't reckless but thoughtful, with plans to find the best solution for her. Going to a restaurant. Too many people and eyes, and who knows what nasty things might be said. In the end, they moved the discussion to Jiang Huai's home. He lived alone, which was more convenient, and she needed to see what his family was like before making a decision. No matter what decision they made, the couple had already thought it through. Jiang Huai remained calm. He had no negative feelings about his sudden relatives. He even tried to see things from their perspective. If he were in their shoes, he might not be willing either. Jiang Huai was a soldier and kept his home very tidy. Just from this, Su Yuzhen was quite satisfied. Jiang Huai was not blind. He boiled water, poured tea smoothly, all by himself, without help. Uncle, Annie, please have some tea. Who are you calling uncle? Don't get too familiar. Li Xinjuan didn't fall for it but had been talking for a long time and was thirsty. He accepted the tea without much politeness. Su Yuzhen looked at Jiang Huai and felt more and more regretful. This young man was truly energetic. Workers from the machinery and steel factories added up to thousands, but few could be as upright as him. He was tall, had a good demeanor, and looked like he had good conditions. But unfortunately, he was blind. Xiaoyu, although your uncle and I respect your feelings as elders, we want you to be happy.
Suzu then spoke seriously.
It doesn't matter if a man is not handsome. Looks can't feed you. As long as he has good character and works hard, he can have a happy future. But being blind is different. It limits your life, work, and many other aspects. It's a very real problem. Uncle, Auntie, I want to introduce you to Jiang Huai. He used to be a proud Air Force pilot. He was injured while on duty, which is why he looks like this now. People of this era admire and respect soldiers. Sure enough, after learning Jiang Huai's background, the couple showed respect. Although their opinion changed somewhat, they still didn't agree to their marriage. Xiao Jiang, I was rude before. I apologize to you. Li Xinjuan sighed helplessly. Xiaoyu has had a hard life since she was young. Her mother passed away early, and her father and brothers are not very responsible. We haven't had good days, so we won't agree to her marrying you. Jiang Huai didn't speak, quietly waiting for what would come next. Uncle, Shunyu is unhappy. Jiang Huai saved me. Last time, Zheng the Lame saw me on the street and pulled me into an alley. If Jiang Huai hadn't been there, who knows what might have happened? Hearing Xinyu's words, the couple was shocked. They secretly scolded Shen Jin harshly. If it weren't for him, why would Zheng the Lame target Xiaoyu? Luckily, Jiang Huai saved her, or the consequences could have been terrible. His saving you and you marrying him are two different things. These days, it's not common to expect someone to marry just because they saved you. He spoke smoothly, but his confidence was a bit lacking. Su Yuzhen also said, Xiaoyu, you can't ignore your future. You have no job, and Xiao Jiang is in the same situation. Your life will be difficult later. His eyes will get better. Xinyu confidently said, he hasn't retired yet. His leaders haven't approved it. When he's better, he will go back to flying planes. Really? Both of them doubted her. They believed Xinyu might have made up this story to get married. But if Xiao Zhang's blindness is only temporary, they could accept it. They just didn't know if it was true. Jiang Huai shook his head and said seriously, there is no cure for the eyes right now, and the chance of regaining sight is very low. Uncle, and I didn't retire from the army, but with my current condition, it's impossible for me to stay in the military, and it's hard to find a suitable job. I understand how you feel, so I respect your decision. However, I didn't know about your existence before. My marriage report with Comrade Shen has already been approved. The marriage report has been approved. Who understands the importance of these words? Xinyu lowered her head, a slight smile on her lips, and looked at Li Xinjuan and Su Yuzhen, who were both shocked. She whispered, once it's approved, it means we're married. You can't break up a military marriage, right? The couple looked at each other, their eyes filled with deep worry. They couldn't afford the crime of breaking a military marriage. The young Jiang Huai in front of them was both a hero protecting the country and people, and also the one who saved his niece. He is a pilot flying planes. Su Yuzhen understood that if Jiang Huai's eyes hadn't been a problem, they wouldn't be here picking fights. Many people would be eager to flatter him and marry him. Even in the 1970s, or 50 years from now, pilots would be the most sought after in the dating market. Anyone who could marry a pilot, a captain, would make their friends jealous. Moreover, Jiang Huai was a good person. Xinyu said his eyes could get better, but he didn't choose to lie. Instead, he told the truth openly. He was truly raised by the state with a proper background. Xinyu, have you thought it through? Seeing a chance, Xinyu immediately pretended to sniffle, Aunt, you know my situation. Now, the Shen family has a criminal record. My dad, my brother, and my younger brother are all in jail. It's almost impossible for me to get married in the future. Li Xinjuan was very anxious. This kid was so bold, saying everything openly. He kept signaling to Xinyu with his eyes, almost bulging out, clearly trying to make Jiang Huai unable to see. Uncle, do you think our family's issues are some big secret? How many people still don't know? Military marriage requires a background check. They didn't dislike me, but you're still worried about him. Jiang Huai was slightly stunned. Was she risking everything just to get married? Why was she saying all this? Li Xinjuan looked embarrassed. This matter was really a heavy burden on his heart. Every family wants to know about the character of the bride's family before marriage. If they knew about the situation at the bride's home, even if she were a goddess, they wouldn't marry her. Li Xinjuan glanced at Xinyu. The more he thought about it, the more he felt he owed this girl and his late sister. He couldn't just ignore the children because he was upset with Xinjin. He was their uncle. If he had spent more time with the children over the years, maybe they wouldn't have gone astray. Xinyu could feel Li Xinjuan's guilt and understood where it came from. Uncle, this has nothing to do with you. Don't blame yourself, Xinyu said kindly. I have a special connection with Comrade Jiang Huan. He is willing to give me a safe place away from the Shen family, and I want to marry him to take care of his life. We support each other as friends and will make a good life together. She took out the money and notes Jiang Huan prepared and placed them in front of Li Xinjuan and Su Yuzhen. This is the bride price Jiang Huan prepared. He is very sincere. I believe that in the future, we will support each other and overcome our current difficulties. Uncle, you and Andy will help us, right? Li Xinjuan looked at the money in front of him and felt satisfied. He had never seen a groom value the wedding so much and prepare so many things. Girls grow up and leave home, he said. He could see that Xinyu was determined to marry Jiang Huan. As her uncle, he couldn't stop her. Su Yuzhen also understood. They were experienced people and only wanted the children to be happy and not regret later. Xiao Yu, have you really thought this through? She asked. Shun Yu nodded. Uncle, Annie, you should trust me. I also trust my choice. In their eyes, marriage was a lifelong event. Small setbacks were normal. As long as they could stay together until the end, that was true happiness. But Shunyu didn't think the same way. No one was worth her sacrificing herself. Seeing how good Jiang Huan was now, her heart was moved, but it wasn't enough to make her suffer for a lifetime. If she couldn't handle it, she would leave. There was no need to trap herself in a marriage that made her unhappy. However, if Jiang Huai can keep this sincere heart, she wouldn't mind. Those are future words, future words. Xinyu blinked and asked, So, Uncle, Auntie, do you agree? Li Xinjuan, being a man and more rational, turned to Jiang Huai. Little Jiang, what do you think? Jiang Huai stood up and solemnly bowed to both of them. Uncle, Auntie. My name is Jiang Huai. I am 26 years old. My parents are alive, and I have 3 older sisters who are already married. My relationship with my parents is average. I usually don't live with them. Comrade Shin married into the family, so I just maintain polite surface interactions. This house was bought after I was injured, and it is in my name. I also receive a subsidy now because I can't train or go on missions due to my injury, so I don't get regular allowances. Currently, I only receive 94 yuan a month. 94 yuan, Li Xinjuan almost shouted in disbelief. This kid earns in a month what he earns in 3 months. And that's without any additional support, just 94 yuan. Oh, how true it is that comparing people only leads to disappointment, and comparing goods only leads to discarding. But if Jiang Huai's eyes are not good, they will eventually run out of resources. Xinyu, have you thought about what will happen if Jiang Huai's eyes can't be restored? If he leaves the army and can't find a suitable job, what will you two do? You can't just sit and wait for things to get worse. Yes, this is a real issue. Uncle, Annie, you don't need to worry about that. Jiang Huai said, the organization will take care of us in the future. The military job doesn't necessarily have to be mine. It could be for Comrade Shen as well. For Xinyu, yes. This is to give her some security. I will definitely treat her well. Jiang Huai's ears turned a little red. He cleared his throat. In the future, she will work hard and I will take care of the household. Not bad, not bad. If Xinyu has a job, then getting married won't be so bad. She will have her own security, and life will be manageable. No matter what, it won't be as stressful as when she was in Shun's family. Li Xinjuan looked at Su Yuzhen, who seemed quite satisfied with the job arrangement, and nodded slightly. If they can really give Xinyu a stable job, that would be good. Xiao Jiang, let's pick a date. You two can get your marriage certificate and transfer Xiaoyu's household registration. We will have a proper wedding. You have no objections, right? I'll listen to Uncle. All right. Li Xinjuan was now happy. Good, we need to choose a good date. Jiang Huai said, Uncle, Annie, we were planning to go shopping at the department store today. Maybe you can help us decide? Let's set the date today so we can relax. This suggestion touched the hearts of the elders. I think that's a good idea. Let's go back and check everything for them. Li Xinjuan, who had previously opposed their marriage, was now happily helping Xinyu pick out a radio at the counter. Bailing, Red Lantern, and Peony are well-known brands, priced between 45 and 120 yuan. I think this one is good. It's a high-end model, full band. The price is a bit high, but it looks good and can pick up many channels. Do you have a ticket for it? Su Yuzhen said helplessly. Xiao Jiang prepared a brand ticket. Whatever brand he chose, we'll buy it. They had secretly agreed that Xinyu would get married into the Li family and the radio money would be paid by them as part of her dowry. Su Yuzhen agreed, but she thought a bicycle was more impressive than a radio. Although more expensive, it was more meaningful. A bicycle as part of her dowry would surprise everyone and boost Xinyu's confidence. A bicycle is also good. You're right, giving a bicycle is better. Exactly. Think about it. Our Ying's job was thanks to Xiyu. I think giving 2 bicycles as dowry isn't too much. Saving 200 yuan on her job alone, plus her monthly salary later, is a huge amount. Young people working in the countryside and hospital nurses are very different. In a few years, Ying will also be of marriage age, and her nursing job will add to her value. Then let's buy a bicycle, Li Xinjuan finally decided. A bicycle is good. Let's buy one for Xiaoyu as part of her dowry. They didn't have a bicycle ticket, so they could only use Jiang Huai's. But a bicycle ticket costs 50 or 60 yuan, and if sold on the black market, the price could be even higher. Xiao Jiang, what brand is the train ticket you're holding? Jiang Huai can't see, but he remembers the ticket. Yang mentioned it once, saying it was a permanent brand. This bicycle costs 178 yuan. Including the ticket, it's about 230 yuan. They didn't bring enough money and plan to tell the young couple to pay the rest tomorrow. Xiaoyu, get married at uncle's house. Li Xinjuan spoke in a gentle, bargaining tone to Xinyu. Look, no one around your family is helping out. Your dad's issues haven't been settled yet and people might start gossiping. Uncle, I don't care. Let them talk, Xinyu said, mainly worried about causing trouble for uncle's family. Su Yuzhen quickly chimed in. What trouble? I've married off 2 daughters. This little thing is easy to handle. She pulled Xiaoyu aside and whispered, your family is too quiet. If someone careless causes trouble, it won't look good for Jiang either. Your uncle has many friends. Call a few over to support the scene, and the wedding will go smoothly. Hearing this, Xinyu had no reason to oppose anymore. Everyone wants their wedding to go well. It's just that we're adding trouble for Uncle and Auntie. Child, do you think we don't see you as family? What's trouble? When there's a happy event at home, we're happy too. Li Xinjuan was in a good mood now. Although he's still worried about their future difficulties, he believed they couldn't change that now. So, he decided to work hard to make life better. Everyone faces hardships, but as long as they keep moving forward step by step, things will get better. They went shopping at the mall and bought a Peony brand 941 radio for 120 yuan, which is quite high-end. Xinyu couldn't sew clothes, so she didn't buy a sewing machine. Just sitting there collecting dust is a waste of money. If we don't buy a sewing machine, fine. But what about a watch? We need a new one. Jiang Huai insisted on buying her a new watch but was refused. Don't you want one? My mom's watch is good. She treasures it, and it has sentimental value. No need to buy a new one. Xinyu whispered, save the money for daily life. The ticket for the watch can also be sold for money. Jiang Huai also has a watch, but neither of them really needs it, so having an extra one doesn't matter. That's true. Li Xinjuan agrees with Xinyu, saying, it's good enough to have one to wear. So, they decided not to buy the watch and save that money. You should buy a bicycle. When you start working, you'll see, it's easier to get to work and more convenient. I will buy a bicycle, Xinyu said. Li Xinjuan quickly added, you don't need to pay for it, we will. Consider it part of Xinyu's dowry. Xinyu was surprised that Li Xinjuan was willing to do this. She immediately refused, Uncle, this isn't right. You and Annie shouldn't spend so much. A bicycle costs about 200 yuan. Even if they don't eat or drink for over 3 months, they could save enough. Su Yuzhen immediately spoke up, this is what I discussed with your uncle. It's a blessing from the elders. How can it be considered spending? Would it be normal if we, as elders, didn't give anything? Xiao Jiang, do you agree? Auntie, why are you asking him? He's afraid of offending you and wouldn't tell the truth, Jiang Huai said. Jiang Huai had no say in this matter. It's a dowry, not a wedding gift. Whether big or small, it's the elders' kindness. He shouldn't say anything. Su Yuzhen smiled slightly, nudging Li Xinjuan with her elbow and whispering, now he's on our side. He's better than before. At least he can speak now, she said, unlike before when he was silent and stubborn. Xiao Jiang, we don't have a ticket for the bicycle, and we came in a hurry today, so we didn't bring enough money. This bicycle is very popular. If we don't buy it now, we might have to wait several months to get another one. The salesperson saw they were willing to spend and wanted to close the deal. They needed to sell more to get a good bonus at the end of the month. That's right. Permanent bicycles are selling the best. Production can't keep up, and bicycles are in high demand everywhere. Our department store only has these few left. Once they're gone, there won't be any more here. If you come back later, new stock might not arrive until after the new year, the salesperson explained. Li Xinjuan calmly said, "You can hold the money and the ticket. We'll come back later to pay and get it." Before Jiang Huai could say anything, he suddenly heard someone snicker and say, "Wow, this is really interesting. I've never heard of a dowry that needs someone else to pay for it before." A few people turned their heads and saw that two women had suddenly appeared beside them, one older and one younger, seemingly mother and daughter. Li Xinjuan and Su Yuzhen didn't know these women, but Shunyu recognized them. It was the mother and daughter Shunyu had argued with last time at the restaurant, when they had been rude to Jiang Huai and told him not to bother them anymore. "It's you," Shunyu shouted loudly. "I know you. You're the one who wrote to Jiang Huai, trying to pursue him, but after he got hurt and went blind, you quickly cut ties with him." "Qiao Xinyue, it's you, right?" Everyone around looked at Qiao Xinyue and whispered quietly. In this time when morals and character are very important, having influence and power can easily make people look down on you. Wang Wan stared with wide eyes. "You're talking nonsense. We don't know you. Isn't your daughter called Qiao Xinyue?" Well, Wang Wan had no words. But then she thought others didn't know what had happened before. If she kept denying it, no one could tell what was true or false. "Stop flattering yourself. My daughter is already engaged to Zhang Dawei, the workshop manager at the cosmetics factory. Today, we're here to pick out things for their wedding. We also like this bicycle. If they don't buy it, we will." After saying that, Wang Wan quickly handed over a bicycle ticket and counted out 180 yuan, placing it on the counter.
Hey you.
"When did we say we wouldn't buy it? Don't you understand first come, first served?" Su Yuzhen pushed Wang Wan aside. "We came first." "Oh, so you came first but haven't paid? Maybe you can't afford it," Wang Wan said sarcastically. "And I heard someone say earlier that this bicycle is for a dowry, but you don't have enough money or a ticket. Is that right?" Even from far away, her sharp ears caught it. The money and ticket were in Shinyu's hands. She wasn't particularly interested in the bicycle at first, but seeing Wang Wan's attitude, she decided she had to buy this bike. "Money, ticket." Shinyu smiled and slapped the items on the table. "Here's the ticket. Now, this bike belongs to us." The shop assistant's eyes lit up with a smile. "Ladies, we still have more bikes in the warehouse. No need to rush. We have plenty. No, I want this one." The hall displayed a vintage bicycle with a large red flower attached, shining brightly and catching everyone's attention. Wang Wan pointed at the bicycle and shouted, "They want to take it to the storage room, but I want this one." Shinyu smiled and shook her head.
You really can't buy it.
"Why not? Who do you think you are?" Wang Wan said sharply, while Qiao Xinyue remained silent. Shinyu reached out and tapped Wang Wan's bicycle ticket. Before showing off, "Don't you check what you have? This ticket is for a Baishan bicycle, not a Forever brand." People watching nearby laughed openly. "Maybe your eyesight isn't good." "What?" Wang Wan hurriedly looked at her ticket. Sure enough, it was for a Baishan bicycle. She had thought it was a general ticket. Nothing you," Shunyu said softly, patting the counter. "Shopkeeper, please issue a ticket. We want to buy this Forever bicycle." The shopkeeper quickly took the money and the ticket, as if afraid she might change her mind. "Yes, right away." In the end, Shunyu successfully bought the bicycle with the big red flower, the Forever brand. Wang Wan's nose was about to flare with anger. She came to get revenge because she still remembered how Shunyu had mocked her at the restaurant. She finally caught her, but was outsmarted and mocked again by everyone. "Brother Jiang, are you getting married?" Qiao Xinyue, who had been silent, finally couldn't hold back and asked as they were about to leave. Her voice was gentle and a little pitiful, making Su Yuzhen feel goosebumps. Li Xinjuan looked upset. He thought Jiang Huai and Qiao Xinyue had some connection, but out of respect for Xinyu, he didn't lose his temper. "Ma'am, we don't know each other well. I don't have a sister like you." Hearing this, Li Xinjuan's expression eased a bit.
Jiang,
I mean, you can't judge someone just by appearances. Do you know anything about this person? Do you know her family situation? Jiang Huai looked expressionless. "That's my business, and it has nothing to do with you." Xinyu is my fiancé. Our matters don't need others to interfere. Qiao Xinyue sneered coldly, her eyes full of sadness and anger. She had liked Jiang Huai for many years. Although they weren't close, it was because Jiang Huai was often in the military and rarely came home, so they had few chances to meet. She always thought that if she was a bit more proactive, wrote more letters and visited him during his leave, he would be moved by her. But what happened? He didn't want her even when he was blind. She couldn't accept that. Qiao Xinyue truly liked Jiang Huai. Their families lived nearby, and she developed feelings for him during school. She always believed she was the best person around him, but after years, she realized she couldn't win his heart. All her letters to him were rejected and returned. When she finally got to see him again, they didn't even speak a word before he left again. When he was injured and returned, Qiao Xinyue was sad for a long time. Such a good person, now blind. Was it because even heaven thought he didn't appreciate her and punished him? From that moment, Qiao Xinyue gave up on Jiang Huai. She decided she could never marry someone with a disability, so she agreed to her family's arranged marriage. At the restaurant last time, Qiao Xinyue provoked Jiang Huai just to make him regret. If he had known she was like this now, maybe he wouldn't have rejected her back then. Surely, he must regret it now. But unexpectedly, he turned around and was about to marry another woman. You'd rather marry the daughter of a reformed-through labor worker than me, Jiang Huai. You're really something. Wangwan pulled her aside and whispered, "Why are you saying this? He's like that now, and you're still thinking about him. What if this got to Zhang Doui's ears? This is a good marriage, and it can't be ruined." Li Xinjuan was angry and almost slammed his fist on the table. "Watch your words. You're still young, and you're so vicious." "Vicious? I think you all are the ones being vicious. Did you deceive Brother Jiang? Hide his family background? Brother Jiang, I tell you, her father and brothers have all been involved in trouble and are in detention. Marrying her won't end well." Li Xinjuan was a man, and no matter how angry he was, he wouldn't hit a woman. Su Yuzhen, however, didn't care. She pushed Qiao Xinyue hard and said sharply, "Shut your mouth. You're engaged now, yet you're not faithful and are meddling in others' affairs." Qiao Xinyue nearly fell, but Wangwan caught her just in time. "Are you crazy? We're just speaking the truth." "How dare you push my daughter?" Wangwan shouted. "Come and see, everyone. The family of the criminal is about to attack. That family is full of liars and cheats, not a single good person. Damn it, today they dared to hurt my daughter. I will fight you." After saying that, Wangwan rolled up her sleeves and rushed toward Xinyu. Wangwan is quite a fiery person. She had been holding back her anger for a long time and was eager to act. Now she saw her chance and immediately charged at Xinyu. Jiang Huai, standing beside Xinyu, moved first. Although he couldn't see clearly, he was a former soldier and very alert. He quickly pulled Xinyu back, avoiding Wangwan's hand. Xinyu was pulled into his arms by the force, and they ended up close together, their bodies touching, their breathing intertwined. "Are you okay?" "Yes, I'm fine." She didn't expect that in front of so many people, Jiang Huai would reach out to hold her and act so intimately. It was very different from his usual style. Wangwan saw them hugging and was furious. Qiao Xinyue was even more angry, her eyes turning red. She had known Jiang Huai first, so why did Xinyu get to be so close? "Are you still planning to hit someone?" Su Yuzhen immediately stepped in front of Xinyu, crossing her arms. "Come at me if you have a problem. Don't bully my little you." Everyone around was pointing and whispering, and the scene became very awkward. Qiao Xinyue felt cold inside. The joy she felt when she first met Jiang Huai was gone. At this moment, she realized that not everything she worked hard for would pay off. Matters of love don't follow the rules of first come, first served. She had known Jiang Huai for a long time, but no matter how much she tried, she could never get close to him. There was no place for her by his side. In contrast, Jiang Huai had never even seen Xinyu's face before, yet he accepted her. Although she understood all this now, a part of her still felt resentment and disappointment.
"Mom, let's go," she said.
If they kept fighting, they wouldn't gain anything. Instead of tearing each other apart, it was better to save some dignity. Wang Wan felt very upset. Instead of feeling better, her anger grew, and she didn't get any advantage. Fine, you think you can bully us because you have more people. Okay, just wait and see. The mother and daughter left quickly, looking like they were fleeing in a hurry. Before leaving, Xiao Xinyue gave Xinyu a meaningful look, full of frustration. This small incident ended quickly, and their shopping mood was ruined. Since they had already taken the afternoon off, they could only go home first. Xiaoyu, you take Xiao Zhang home first. Come back early. Yes, and put the bike at Xiao Zhang's house first. Our house is too small to store it. The new bike was too unsafe to leave downstairs, even locked in the corridor. Uncle, Auntie, we're leaving now. All right, Li Xinjuan held Jiang Huai's hand. Xiao Jiang, since you decided to get married, you need to be serious about it. We're waiting for good news from you. Uncle, don't worry. I know what to do. Good. Li Xinjuan waved his hand, signaling them to go ahead. Shunyu pushed the bike, with the radio tied to the back seat, walking slowly with Jiang Huai. Seeing the two walk side by side was very pleasing to the eye. The man was tall and handsome, and the woman was small and lovely, but it was Xiao Zhang's eyes. Every time he thought about it, he felt it was such a pity.
Li Xinjun siga.
Maybe this was fate. If the Shun family hadn't had problems, he would never have allowed Xinyu to marry Jiang Huai. Su Yushin felt the same way, but now that things had come to this, all they could do was wish them well. All right, stop looking and let's go home. Okay, let's go. The two turned around and silently headed home. Did you bring the supplies? Let's try our luck and see if we can buy some big bones for the kids to make soup. Xiaoyu looks so thin. I brought some. Maybe we can't find any. Just buy a pound of meat and make some dumplings. Compared to the old couple's constant chatter, Jiang Huai and Xinyu were much quieter on the way home.
Xinyu didn't know what to say.
She had never been in love or experienced being with a partner, especially someone as cool as Jiang Huai. She had only read about such guys in novels. But he kept silent, which felt so strange. Jiang Huai, what's wrong with your eyes? She had always wanted to ask because normally pilots either don't have accidents or when they do, it's a big deal.
And Jiang Huai.
She couldn't help but stop and stare at him. Jiang Huai sensed her unusual behavior and also paused. What's wrong? Xinyu's mental energy almost solidified, looking into Jiang Huai's mind through his eyes. A complex brain structure appeared like a lively moving picture. A blood clot about the size of a quail egg was near the saddle area, pressing on the optic chiasm, causing him to go blind. It's nothing. Xinyu withdrew her gaze. I just want to know how you hurt your eyes. Jiang Huai didn't know how to tell her. On one hand, it was a secret related to their mission, and he couldn't reveal it before it was decrypted. On the other hand, he felt a bit embarrassed. If you don't want to say, that's okay. I just think that knowing how you got hurt might help find a solution. As long as they could remove the blood clot in his brain, his eyes could be healed. Although she didn't know how to do it now, she could learn. But with current technology, brain surgery might have to be done abroad. Western medicine might not work, so what about traditional Chinese medicine? Acupuncture and medication might be effective. Let's go. I was just asking. When you're ready to talk, just tell me. Jiang Huai responded softly, placing his hand on the back of his bicycle, acting like a well-behaved big kid, and followed Xinyu home. Is there any food at home? I'll cook and then leave. Jiang Huai felt a bit inconvenient alone. If Yang Yang didn't come to take care of him, he might just eat whatever. There should be some. He wasn't sure himself. But there are eggs and some noodles. Then let's boil some noodles and fry some egg sauce. Is that okay? Jiang Huai was a little happy, a slight smile appearing on his face. I'm not picky. Back at the small courtyard, Xinyu pushed the bicycle to the west room and rolled up her sleeves to wash her hands and start cooking. I'll help you. No need. You can rest. It wasn't that Xinyu wanted to spoil him, but Jiang Huai's eyes were inconvenient. Using fire or knives was too dangerous for him. I'll make the water boil. I can't let you do everything, she said. Both of them reached for the water scoop at the same time, and their hands accidentally touched. Jiang Huai quickly pulled his hand back as if shocked, and quietly sat down in front of the stove to start a fire. Although he couldn't see, he knew exactly where everything was: stacked firewood, matches on the stove, and old newspapers neatly folded beside the stool. The noodles were soon cooked, topped with a big bowl of egg sauce that was fragrant and rich. In the kitchen, there was a cucumber that looked a bit wilted, lacking moisture. Shunyu washed the cucumber quickly, sliced it into strips, and placed it on the noodles. She added 2 spoonfuls of sauce, making it look very appetizing and smell even better. She handed the chopsticks to Jiang Huai, then thought for a moment and took them back. "Should I feed you?" Jiang Huai looked a bit helpless. "I'm blind, not missing a hand." "All right then." Shunyu handed the chopsticks back to Jiang Huai.
She wanted to see how a blind person eats.
Jiang Huai held the chopsticks in one hand and the bowl in the other, looking no different from anyone else. He ate quickly, probably a habit from being in the army. But eating noodles so happily, he must be good at it. Again, he was being watched. Jiang Jin could feel Shunyu's intense gaze fixed on his face. Is he really that good-looking?
She didn't even blink.
A bowl of noodles was quickly finished, but he wasn't full. Jiang Huai felt a bit embarrassed. He had just said he had hands, but now he couldn't serve himself another bowl. It was a little awkward. "I'll do it." Shunyu immediately took the bowl from his hand and refilled it with a big portion, adding cucumber strips and 2 spoonfuls of sauce. "Eat more." "Thank you." Jiang Huai felt a bit down. He was trying hard to improve his survival skills, but he still couldn't handle many small tasks. He could eat by himself, but picking up food and serving noodles was very difficult, often ending in a mess. Taking care of him must be very tiring, right? It added a lot to the workload. "What are you thinking? Why aren't you eating? Is it not tasty?" she asked, surprised. Shunyu frowned slightly. Although she hadn't cooked much in her past life, maybe just instant noodles at most, she wondered why he wasn't eating. But the original owner was very skilled. He inherited all the memories and skills of the original owner. The original owner was a great cook. Even simple dishes like scrambled eggs had a special taste. It wasn't because they were too salty, was it? No, it's very tasty. Jiang Huai quickly took a few bites. "Why aren't you eating?" "Oh, I'll wait until you finish. Once I've tidied up, I'll eat at home." "I'm not hungry right now." Jiang Huai felt a bit unfulfilled. After 2 bowls of noodles, he couldn't eat any more. "There's still a lot left." "You're not going to eat any more?" "I have something to tell you."
"Oh."
Shunyu sat honestly. "Go ahead." "Comrade Shun." They are about to get married, yet he still calls her Comrade Shun. Shunyu didn't quite understand, but she respected him. Yes, she respected him. "My eyes aren't good, so I can't do many things in daily life, like just now when we ate." Jiang Huai took a deep breath. "I can eat noodles myself, but serving the noodles and scooping the broth needs help. I can feel my way around to light a fire or wash dishes, but I can't do more delicate tasks. These are small things in life, but when they add up day after day, year after year, they become a big problem."
"So what exactly do you want to say? You still have time to regret now."
"Regret? Regret what?" "Regret giving her 600 yuan as a bride price? Regret his broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs? Regret him giving her a job assigned by the organization? Or regret that this man protected her several times? Having blind eyes all the time is indeed a problem. If it's cured, it would be better." Jiang Huai was speechless. It's true that he said that, but with current medical technology, it's very difficult for his eyes to recover. "After my accident, I went to many hospitals. With our country's current technology, brain surgery carries great risks, so several doctors advised conservative treatment. But as you can see, I don't have any special medicine now." Shunyu seriously asked him, "Have you tried traditional Chinese medicine?" "I have looked for it, but everyone says it can't be cured." "Then you must not have found the right person. There are definitely skilled experts hidden among the crowd. Don't worry, I will help you find them. It won't take long, and your eyes will get better. You won't have to worry about that anymore." When Jiang Huai heard her say this, he couldn't help but smile slightly. What if it really can't be fixed? Then what?
"I will take care of you for a lifetime," she said.
She was just learning as she went, but maybe she could even cure his eyes. Moreover, it's 1970 now. In at most 10 years, with reform and opening up, you could start a business and make a lot of money. She was so smart, making money should be as easy as drinking water. Later, she could even go abroad for treatment. And even if it really couldn't be cured, they could spend money to hire someone to take care of him. He wouldn't have to do everything himself. A lifetime? Jiang Huai felt like a ball of cotton was stuck in his throat. His chest felt like it was on fire. He was like a person soaking in warm spring water, feeling very warm. This strange, hard-to-explain feeling made him speechless. He wanted to say something good, but he just couldn't. Jiang Huai, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? No, Jiang Huai said nervously, biting his nails. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly heard Xiangyang outside. Captain, I'm here. Seeing Xinyu here, Xiangyang's eyes widened, then he thought it made sense. He almost forgot. Since the captain had already reported their marriage, their relationship was official. Comrade Xiang, nice to see you again, sister-in-law. Xiangyang awkwardly smiled. He looked at the noodles in the bowl and the egg sauce on the table. Am I not coming at a good time? Perfect timing. I cooked too many noodles. The captain can't finish them, so you can have some. Don't waste it. Xinyu stood up. I need to go home now. Please finish eating and tidy up, okay? Sure, no problem. I promised to complete the task. Taking care of the captain was his responsibility, part of his duties. All right then. Xinyu remembered that Xiangyang had retired young, and she was very curious. She relied on strong willpower to hold back and didn't use her mental strength to check on his health. Leave it to you. She turned to Jiang Huai. Jiang Huai, I'll go now. I'll come visit you another day. Without looking back, she left the house, her figure quickly disappearing from the small courtyard. Captain, did I come at a bad time? You came just in time. There's still some noodles in the pot. Eat first, then pack up and head out.
Xiangyang bolted.
He said he wasn't angry, but he was already scolding people. From the alley came a muffled groan, followed by weak coughing, as if someone was on the verge of collapse. Xinyu recognized that voice. She wasn't especially talented in many things, but she has sharp mind, strong focus, and an excellent memory, so she couldn't be mistaken. It was the same elderly man who had fainted from low blood sugar last time. Could he have fainted again? Xinyu hurried to look for him and finally found him in a rundown courtyard. The old man had collapsed at the doorway, his body covered with bruises. When Xinyu found him, he was already unconscious. So hot. His forehead was burning. Xinyu patted his shoulder. Sir, wake up. Can you hear me? He instinctively curled up, clearly freezing. No matter how she called, he didn't respond. If she delayed any longer, he might not survive the night. Forget it, she muttered. A life is a life.
I can't just stand by.
She lifted the old man, crouched down, and carried him on her back, hurrying toward the hospital. Luckily, she was strong and had good stamina. She managed to get him there in one go, barely out of breath. The patient has acute pneumonia, the doctor said. He needs to be hospitalized for treatment. Please pay a 15 yuan deposit first. So she had to pay for him too. Last time, she'd already treated him to a meal because of his low blood sugar, and now he needed to be admitted. Well, fate had brought them together. Money was just money. Accepting her situation, Xinyu paid the deposit, got the medicine, fetched water, and ran around until night fell. Oh no, I still haven't gone home. I wonder if my uncle and aunt are worried. Just as she was thinking that, the ward door suddenly opened. Li Xinjuan and Su Yuzhen rushed in, looking anxious. Suyu, are you all right? Two people looked at Xinyu from head to toe, inspecting her carefully. Su Yuzhen even pulled her up and examined her closely, from her head to her feet, looking very worried. Uncle, Auntie, why are you here? As soon as she finished speaking, they appeared right in front of her. It was so surprising. Oh, we heard you were in the hospital. We were so scared, so we rushed over to see if you're okay. I'm fine, Xinyu said, feeling confused. Who told you I was in the hospital? A colleague of Ying's, a nurse from her department, said she saw you after work. It looked like you were paying your hospital fees. Her home isn't far from ours, so she came to tell us. It was strange. Why would Ying's colleague know her? How does she know me? Su Yujin whispered. I heard she came in the same batch as you. Ying's job situation was also something she knew about. But I think it was Nurse Wang's help that made it happen, so they don't talk about it openly. They're quite polite to Ying. On the day of the job transfer, Yin Jiao and Nurse Wang both appeared. Especially Nurse Wang. She had previously helped Su Miao Miao get a position, so she owed Xinyu a little. That's why she offered to handle the transfer herself, saving a lot of trouble. Many people saw this and might have thought that Ying and Nurse Wang were close, so they treated her politely. Xinyu suddenly realized that this was actually a blessing in disguise. If Su Miao Miao hadn't helped her get the job, none of these things would have happened later.
Infine.
I just saved someone. He was very sick, and it looked like he wouldn't make it. I couldn't just ignore a life, Xinyu explained. She pointed to the patient on the bed. That's him. Li Xinjuan looked at the person on the bed. At first, he frowned, then seemed to remember something and exclaimed, Isn't this Grandpa Ma? Grandpa Ma was someone her uncle knew. Who is he? Su Yujin also didn't recognize him and looked confused. Oh, this old man was a very important person back in the day. There was no one else in the ward, so Li Xinjuan started talking about the past. Ma Boxing came from a family of doctors. His ancestors were imperial physicians who treated noble people in the palace. Ma family's medical skills are passed down from generation to generation. It is said that their ancestor was the reincarnation of the Medicine King's apprentice, known for kindness and excellent medical skills. During a major epidemic, they saved many people, which brought good luck to the Ma family, and each generation has produced a great doctor. Ma Boxing is also widely recognized for his medical skills. During the war, he risked his life on the battlefield to save the wounded. He also helped set up field hospitals behind the lines, saving many soldiers' lives. But who would have thought that as he grew old and got involved in this movement, he would be affected? His clinic was doing well, but later it was nationalized and merged. At first, everyone was the same. No one wanted to run their own shop anymore. Turning it into a state-run clinic wasn't a bad thing. Old Ma could just be a doctor and get a salary, which was pretty good. However, things got worse over time. The situation grew more intense, and doctors couldn't keep going. They were also accused of many things and often publicly criticized, losing their dignity and reputation. Xinyu felt cold inside. His hand, a doctor's hand, can't just become useless overnight. It was definitely beaten, Su Yujin gasped. No grudges, no conflicts, and they still did that. How could they do that? People had gone mad. Then how does he live now? Do his children not care for him? Li Xinjuan was silent for a moment before replying. Both his sons died on the battlefield. He has a daughter who is married and not nearby. Because of his current situation, he doesn't keep in touch. It's said he even published a notice to cut off the father-daughter relationship. Human nature is most fragile when tested. When Ma Boxing lost everything, his family ties disappeared too. Xinyu was inspired. I should publish a notice to cut ties with Shun Jin too. While he still could, he decided to do it, cutting off what needed to be cut.
I'll handle this.
I'll go to the street office to get a certificate, transfer your household registration first, then publish the notice. It was a bit complicated, but not impossible.
What about old Ma?
Su Yujin was very worried, afraid that helping him might cause trouble. What can we do? First, treat him. When he's better, we'll see. At least, one life is saved. Yes, a life is important. Xinyu also thought about something else. Was Ma Boxing's medical skill really that good? Could he cure Jiang Huai's eyes? His hand was injured, but he could learn. He is very smart and picks things up quickly. I don't know if he will accept me as his apprentice, even though I saved him twice. Uncle, Annie, I was the one who saved him. It has nothing to do with you. You can go home first. If anything happens later, they can find me. That's not right, Xiuyu. When you say that, it feels like you don't see me and your uncle is family. You're just a kid. What can you do? Yes, Xiuyu, don't worry. Uncle is here. If anything happens, they can find Uncle. People involved in sports are often unreasonable. What if they hurt Yu? Shinyu quickly shared her thoughts with them. Uncle, I am still considered a family member of the military. I don't have a job, so it's not a big problem if something affects me. You and Auntie are workers, so it's easy for them to control you. Shinyu thought, I'm just a kid almost grown up.
I can understand things.
Can you two do the same? Now isn't the time to argue about who is responsible. We need to minimize the consequences. Her analysis left the couple speechless. They remembered the shy girl who used to lower her head and smile nervously, unable to speak clearly when nervous. Now, she's changed completely. She's clear-headed, articulate, and even thinks of things they didn't consider. It's impressive. Li Xinjuan felt both comforted and happy. He was so moved he didn't know what to say. He was truly happy. Xiaoyu is very thoughtful. Xiaoyu, don't worry. No matter what happens, your uncle and I will always be here for you. You should contact Jiang, who when you have time. If he helps you, will feel more confident. Yes, I understand. Li Xinjuan also reacted. By the way, you haven't eaten yet, right? We've prepared dumplings at home. Wait here, we'll go get them and bring them to you. Uncle, how about cooking some porridge? I'm worried Ma Lao will wake up hungry later. Drinking some porridge should be good, right?
Oh, right.
Let's cook some millet porridge with a bit of red sugar. Although Shinyu didn't understand why she was so concerned about Ma Boss Hen, saving someone is always a good thing. Plus, they felt sympathy for Ma Boshen's situation and wanted to do their best within their ability. Good-hearted people are like this. Even if they are not doing well themselves, they still feel sad when they see others suffering and want to help. Okay, let's go cook some porridge first. We'll bring it over later. You stay here and watch over things, is that alright? No problem, you guys go ahead. Alright, take care. Li Xinjuan and Su Yuzhen, thinking about their niece who hasn't eaten, quickly got up and headed home. When they arrived, Huzi was already asleep. Li Yingying was very worried.
Mom, how is she?
Is my cousin okay? Li Xinjuan briefly explained. It's the girl you call your cousin who saved someone. It's not her, she's fine. Cousin saved someone? That's amazing. Most people would hide in such a situation, but she went to help. So, don't ask so many questions. Just pretend you don't know anything when you go to work tomorrow. Your mom and I will quickly cook some porridge and send it over. Your sister hasn't eaten yet. All right. Li Yingying went back to her room, lying on her small desk, feeling very curious. Who did her cousin save? She still didn't know about Shinyu's upcoming wedding, but she felt her cousin had changed a lot. Read a book. Li Yingying opened her professional book and started studying seriously. Soon, Li Xinjuan left the house. This time, Su Yuzhen didn't go with him. It took a lot of effort for him to come and go, so he would be home quite late. At the hospital, Ma Bushing slowly opened his eyes. Only one lamp was on in the room, and the light was a bit dim. Ma Bushing felt very dazed, as if he didn't know where he was. He wasn't cold anymore, and the pain was gone. Maybe he didn't die. It wasn't until he smelled faint disinfectant that he realized he had been taken to the hospital. He hadn't died. This old body of his was actually saved by someone. Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly heard someone ask, "You're awake?" A blurry face appeared in his sight, and it seemed a little familiar. Coincidence, old man, I found you again. Coincidence? The face slowly became clearer. He recognized it. It's the young officer he bumped into last time during his low blood sugar episode. The young officer has a kind heart. Not only did he give him a bowl of sugar water, but he also treated him to a big bowl of noodles. Young officer, it's you again. Of course, it's me again. What a coincidence. Ma Bushing struggled to sit up and then realized he had an four in his arm. Shenyu stepped forward to help him up. Take it slow. Ma Bushing felt mixed emotions. He was born into a well-off family, not extremely rich, but not poor either. His ancestors were imperial doctors, and his family had been in medicine for generations, with considerable wealth and many connections. When you're on top and everything goes smoothly, who comes to flatter you? When you're at your lowest, with nothing left, who stays by your side? Even his own daughter had cut ties with him. What in this world can he truly trust? But this girl in front of him had saved him twice. Did you bring me to the hospital? Yes. You were sick with pneumonia. Luckily, I found you. The doctor said you need to stay in the hospital for observation, so I helped you with the admission. Ma Bushing sighed. Thank you, young lady, but I don't have the money to pay you back right now. You might not understand my situation. I am an old worker, currently cleaning public toilets, earning only 16 yuan a month. But that money doesn't all go to him. And those people often bully him. He lives in constant fear, always on edge. He eats poorly, so his health is weak. Others look down on his background and think his job is dirty. But he actually cares about hygiene. After work, he cleans himself and changes into clean clothes. But what can he do? So, how does this relate to me saving you? When she saved Ma Bushing, she didn't even know he was a renowned traditional doctor. She just felt sad seeing a life slipping away in front of her. I have no money. It's okay. As long as you're alive, you'll find a way to pay back. If you refuse treatment and die, then it's just debts cleared with a person's death. That would be a big loss for me. Ma Bushing was speechless for a moment. Just then, the door to the ward opened, and Li Xinjuan appeared with a lunchbox. Hey, the old man is awake. Li Xinjuan knew Ma Bushing but didn't mention it, mainly because he was worried it might embarrass him. After all, their social status had changed greatly. It was hard for anyone to face that calmly. This is my uncle. Li Xinjuan quickly placed the mesh bag he brought on the table. The child didn't eat dinner tonight. I went home and made some food, just in case you woke up hungry. I cooked some porridge and made dumplings for the evening. Please don't mind. He opened each lunchbox, revealing golden, sticky millet porridge and steaming cabbage and pork dumplings. Ma Boxing hadn't eaten anything for a day and a night. Now he was very hungry. The smell of the food kept drifting into his nose, and the sight of his nephew and uncle made him feel cared for again. His eyes filled with tears, and he softly said, I, Ma Boxing, am so grateful. Li Xinjuan leaned closer and stared intently at Ma Boxing, acting very dramatically. What's your name? Ma Boxing thought to himself. Is this a familiar person? He looked at Li Xinjuan twice, sure he didn't know this man. My name is Ma Boxing. Do you know me? Li Xinjuan didn't dare say he knew him. Instead, he said, I've heard of you. He was a bit excited and reached out his hand, wiping his clothes twice before finally shaking Ma Boxing's hand. I've heard your story. It's very famous. I didn't expect that the person saved by my niece is actually you. He was very respectful, even a little flattering. Xinyu watched in shock. She had never known that Li Xinjuan could be like this. It completely changed her impression of him as a rough man. Yes, in the original story, Li Xinjuan was seen as a rough man. When she traveled here, she inherited the original owner's memories and her stereotypical view of Li Xinjuan. Uncle, Xinyu whispered, worried he might be overacting. Actually, Li Xinjuan wasn't really acting. At least half of what he was doing was genuine. He was so excited because he suddenly thought of a possibility. If Ma Boxing could help Jiang Huai recover his eyesight, there was a good chance Jiang Huai could get better. Ma Boxing was nicknamed Ma the Needle, famous for his acupuncture skills. He was known for curing all kinds of illnesses and diseases. Although this might sound exaggerated, the acupuncture techniques passed down in the Ma family were very famous. Older generations all knew about them. He secretly hoped that, since Xinyu had saved him, Ma Boxing would help treat Jiang Jin. But at this moment, doing so would be very risky. Whether it will succeed or not, first show your attitude. Ma Boxing hasn't experienced this kind of treatment in a long time and feels a bit overwhelmed. People now like to call him Old Yu, the stinky old man, or the manure digger. It's too late to hide from him, and there's no respect or handshake anymore. Ma Boxing carefully extends his healthy hand and shakes hands with Li Xinjuan. Thank you. He hides his injured hand under the blanket with a needle in his left arm, which looks strange. Li Xinjuan doesn't mind and gently holds that hand, acting surprisingly kind. Eat first. Food gets cold quickly, and it won't taste good. Ma Boxing feels awkward. His left hand has a needle, his right hand is useless, and his body is very weak now. He can't eat by himself. No need, I will wait a while. Shinyu has already picked up the lunchbox and sat beside Ma Boxing's bed. Let me feed you. You need to eat more to get better faster. Li Xinjuan is surprised for a moment, but quickly reacts. Xiaoyu is very smart. If she can think of something, she probably won't miss it. Yes, look at my brain. Let Xiaoyu feed you. At her age, as a younger person, she should do this. He is worried Ma Boxing might feel uncomfortable, so he finds an excuse to leave the ward and sits on a bench in the corridor. Inside the ward, Ma Boxing's cloudy eyes stare intently at Shinyu. Comrade, you don't have to do this. I owe you a lot already, and it's not finished. He is experienced and wise, having been through highs and lows, seen many clever and tricky people. He can see through Shinyu and Li Xinjuan's little tricks. Eat first. We can talk after you finish. This porridge was cooked by my uncle and aunt when they went back home. It's safe, don't worry. Shinyu stirs the porridge and notices there are 2 eggs in it. She chops the eggs with a spoon and feeds Ma Boxing spoonfuls of porridge and eggs. Ma Boxing is so hungry now that he doesn't feel anything. The aroma of the food is tempting, but he feels more anxious. He doesn't know what he still has that makes others so carefully plan and scheme against him. Could it be that both times it was all arranged by others on purpose, not just coincidence? It's possible. Those people are extremely resourceful, watching his every move in secret. Following him is not difficult at all. But what is their real goal? The porridge was very fragrant, the eggs were delicious, and the dumplings had enough oil and water, but I couldn't taste much flavor. Finally finished eating, Ma Bushing stared intently at Shinyu again, as if waiting for her judgment. Shinyu opened another lunchbox and ate slowly and calmly.
Thank you.
He was really anxious. The sword hanging over his head was shining brightly, but like a second shoe about to drop, it was delayed, making people feel uneasy. Shinyu also finished her dinner. She packed up the lunchboxes, pushed the door open, and left. I don't know what she said to her uncle at the door, but footsteps sounded in the corridor, and Li Xinjuan went home first. Shinyu pushed the door open again, and the nurse arrived. She brought oral medicine for Ma Bushing, checked his temperature, and also removed the foredrip. After the nurse left, the room was strangely quiet, with no one speaking. Ma Bushing held the thermometer, motionless. When the time was up, he took out the thermometer and handed it to the nurse. His fever has gone down, but tonight we need to watch him carefully. He will need 4 fluids and temperature checks tomorrow morning. Okay, nurse? Thank you for your help. The nurse looked at Shinyu before leaving but said nothing. For some reason, all the patients admitted tonight were moved to other wards, as if they had reserved a private room just for them. Could it be that someone important in the hospital knows someone? She had never seen anyone get this treatment before. Shinyu closed the door, blocking out all the noise outside. Ma Bushing was a bit annoyed. Even though he was like this, why wouldn't they leave him alone? Young comrade, what exactly are you trying to do? Old man, I hear you. Are you trying to repay kindness with enmity? I saved you twice, and I don't expect thanks, but you shouldn't accuse me falsely. From what I hear, it sounds like I was deliberately trying to get close to you. Is that so? Who would believe it? Ma Bushing said nothing but stared wide-eyed, clearly not believing Shinyu's words. Every word doubted. I accidentally bumped into you last time. I didn't know you at all. And this time it was just a coincidence. I was passing by the alley and heard you coughing non-stop. Curious, I went over to see, and I saw you lying in the yard. When I saw it was you, I couldn't just ignore it. I thought we might be destined to meet. I have already saved you once, and I can't just watch you collapse on the ground waiting to die. Before today, I didn't even know your name. Her words are all true. Ma Bushing still doubts. Really? Of course. Listen, young comrade, you saved me and I am very grateful. But I really have nothing to offer in return. The Ma family has already fallen, and I have nothing now, no possessions, and I can't even pay the hospital bills. He is still testing Shinyu. Shinyu blinked. I didn't ask you to pay me back. In the end, both of them are just testing each other. Neither has revealed their true bottom line. But looking at Shinyu's age, she doesn't seem to know much about her past. If those people really wanted to harm him, they wouldn't need to go to such lengths. Thinking of this, Ma Bushing's uneasy feelings eased a lot. He was too tired, too sleepy. His nerves had been tense earlier, but now he felt more relaxed. His stomach was full, and his body had regained some strength. The sleepiness hit him hard. He flopped onto the bed, pulled the blanket over himself, and fell asleep immediately. Almost instantly. Shinyu almost laughed out of frustration. This old man is really something. He's experienced many storms, so her calmness isn't surprising. She leaned back in her chair, planning to stay overnight at the hospital. The old man's health was very weak, and if something happened in the middle of the night, no one would be there to help. Shinyu drifted into a light sleep, but her mind couldn't stop racing. In the middle of the night, a patient in the next room suddenly had a seizure, and the emergency team scrambled to help for hours, making a lot of noise. Meanwhile, Ma Lao still slept soundly, not even flinching. Finally, when it quieted down next door, another patient was brought in needing stomach washing. This guy drank too much, slipped into a septic tank, and almost drowned. When he was brought in, the smell was terrible. Ugh. Shunyu seemed to be asleep, but she was aware of everything happening outside. Her senses were everywhere, which could be quite exhausting sometimes. But that night, Ma Bushing didn't cough much or run a fever again, which was good. It showed that his body was in better shape than it looked, at least not as fragile as it seemed. At dawn, Shinyu woke up. Ma Boxing actually woke up too, but he hadn't had a good sleep in a long time. So he curled up under the blanket, not wanting to move or speak. He didn't know how to face that young comrade. She had saved him twice, stayed with him all night, brought him food, and even paid for his hospital stay. It looks like she'll be busy for another day or two, waiting for him to be discharged. Ma Boxing remembered a saying, "A gentleman judges by actions, not by intentions. You have to see what she has done." It can't be that she saved him twice for nothing, right? Wanting to repay her isn't unreasonable. Sigh. Having lived most of his life, now that he's old, he's starting to get sentimental. Once he understood this, Ma Boxing simply stopped lying down and sat up on the bed. After a while, Shinyu came back with food. "Hey, you're awake." She placed her bag on the bedside table. "You're hungry, right? I bought some food. Eat a little." Ma Boxing's mood changed. He was no longer pretentious. He took the lunchbox and opened it directly to eat. Shinyu bought small wontons, crispy cakes, and some salted vegetables with sesame oil. Ma Boxing ate happily, without any guilt, completely different from before. He no longer looked anxious about owing favors. Shinyu looked at him suspiciously.
Has he
figured it out? After finishing a bowl of wontons, Ma Boxing ate 2 more crispy cakes, and the salted vegetables were all gone.
Wow.
Luckily, she also prepared a bowl of noodle soup for him, or he would have gone hungry. "Girl, speak plainly. If you want something, just say it." Her way of addressing him changed too. "Before this, I really didn't know your identity. I helped you sincerely, never expecting anything in return." This was Shinyu's honest thought. Before Li Xinjuan came to the hospital, she didn't even know this old man's name. He was dressed in ragged clothes, with a disabled hand. Anyone could see he had nothing. Helping him was a thankless task. "You have a kind heart, seeing me as an old man in trouble, feeling pity. You didn't know before, but now you do. Do you have something you want?" Her speech was formal and refined. "Actually, Shunyu was about to speak when the nurse pushed the door open. "Bed 18, time for the injection." Such emotional attachment was wasted. Shunyu's mouth, which had just opened, had to close again. Just consider it as more obstacles in doing good. After the nurse finished giving the injection and left, Ma Bushing waved to Shinyu, inviting her to sit closer. "Now, tell me, what do you want? Just say it." "I'm broke now. I have almost nothing left of the Ma family's wealth. Since the Ma family's downfall, everyone who approached him was after the family's assets, hoping to gain benefits. But all the property, shops, and assets had been confiscated. How could he have any money now? If he had money, would he be living so poorly? He can't even afford enough food. Who wants your Ma family's assets?" Shinyu sighed helplessly. "I just want to learn medicine from you." "Learn medicine?" A look of surprise flashed in Ma Bushing's cloudy eyes. Then he seemed to hear a joke. "Learn medicine? Do you know that the Ma family's downfall was because of medical skills? I know. Shun Yu understood the course of history. Although China is currently shrouded in darkness and confusion, in 6 or 7 years, the fog will clear, light will return, and the great dragon will soar. My fiancé is a pilot in the Air Force. He was injured on a mission. There's a blood clot in his brain that isn't dissolving, pressing on his optic nerve, and now he's blind. Hearing this, Ma Bushing suddenly understood. You want to learn medicine for him? Shinyu nodded. Our country's medical technology is still not advanced enough. Brain surgery is too risky, and doctors recommend conservative treatment. She looked intently at Ma Bushing and said, but I always believe that things Western medicine can't do, traditional Chinese medicine can. Ma Bushing's body trembled slightly, and his long battered heart beat wildly. Is that what you think? Of course. Our great China, with 5,000 years of tradition, has preserved the best parts and discarded the dross. It's a national treasure. Western medicine has its strengths, but in terms of style and sophistication, traditional Chinese medicine is superior. Shunyu stared intently at Ma Bushing. Old man, be honest with me. Is the reputation of Ma Yizhen real? Of course. Ma Boxing felt a surge of pride in his aging body. His past frustrations and dreams, once crushed by reality, slowly came back to him, filling his mind again. Unfortunately, his hands were no longer useful. Ma Yizhen was a thing of the past. I know your hands are useless, so I didn't ask you to save him. I asked you to teach me medical skills. Shinyu's words were firm and heavy, like a weight pressing down. Traditional Chinese medicine should not decline, and the Ma family's medical skills should not be lost. Their acupuncture techniques should be passed down and improved. Let all of China and the world know what it means to cure diseases and bring people back to life. Ma Boxing sat quietly for a long time before he finally came back to himself. He looked at Shinyu like a senior looking at a younger person, with a faint sparkle in his eyes. Girl, do you know that studying medicine is very hard? Can Shinyu not know? In her time, there was a saying, learning medicine invites trouble from the heavens. For Western medicine, to get into a top hospital, you need at least a PhD. Other fields might offer good jobs with just a master's degree, or even a bachelor's degree to start making a difference. But in medicine, undergraduates often have no interview opportunities. Interns get paid, which is good, but still they have money. Medical students spend money on training. Doctors must keep learning new techniques, researching new medicines, writing papers, recording cases, and constantly striving for promotions. It's endless. But Ma Boxing's hands are useless now. Zhang Huai's eyes can't wait, and Shinyu can't find anyone to treat his eyes for now. She can only grit her teeth and do it herself. Fortunately, she learns quickly. I know, I am not afraid of hardship. Ma Boxing smiled a little. It's not just hard, it takes a lot of time too. Studying medicine is a never-ending journey. Building a solid foundation alone takes 5 or 6 years. The basic texts include 8 books like Tang Tu Ge, Yao Xing Fu, Bin Hu Mai Shui, and so on. After that, there are 4 major classical texts, Shanghan Luan, Nanjing, Huangdi Neijing, and Jin Kue Yao Lu, which must be studied carefully, understood thoroughly, and applied practically. There are also books on medicines and prescriptions such as Shenong Ben Chao Jing, Chao Ben Gang Mu, and Fong Ji Shui. Ma Bushing sighed and said, the medical skills passed down in the Ma family are a unique style, but as the saying goes, all changes come from the same root. Basically, they still rely on what our ancestors left us, just adding our own understanding. These are just the surface skills. Learning the basics alone can take 10 years. As the saying goes, you are never too old to learn. Beyond that, you need to study the medical cases from different generations, like clinical guidelines and medical cases, Chao Yingfu's medical cases, Pu Fuzhou's medical cases, and so on. You should learn the diagnostic thinking and medication techniques of famous doctors, combine modern clinical guidelines, academic research, and classical theories, and keep up with the times. Shinyu listened to Ma Bushing and felt truly impressed. Old Ma is indeed a master of traditional Chinese medicine. Chinese medicine isn't about memorizing facts or just reading a lot. Success depends on a kind of insight. Insight, yes. The key is to organize your ideas, reason through diagnosis and treatment, learn from teachers, practice asking questions, understand the logic of diagnosis, and develop your own way of speaking. Develop my own way of speaking, Ma Bushing nodded and earnestly explained. It's about understanding the harmony between heaven and humans and treating the root cause of illness. Reaching this level is not easy. If you really want to learn, I can teach you, but there's one condition. Go ahead. Ma Bushing's aura suddenly relaxed. The wise, learned old man instantly turned into an ordinary little old man. As you know, I still have work cleaning toilets. But now I'm sick and can't do it. You go instead. Her cleaning toilets? That's not hard at all. Shan Yu happily agreed. If I help you with this task, will you take me as your apprentice? She understood this was Ma Bushing testing her. Not about being an apprentice. I'm just teaching you, see? He doesn't see himself as her master for now, just testing her. But he definitely isn't accepting her as a disciple. Probably because she saved him twice. All right, I'll go do today's work for you. Shin Yu calmly said, which public toilet are you responsible for cleaning? Really going? Ma Bushing was eager to see if she could do the job well. Was she willing to do it sincerely, or just pretending? Those two on Rongbo Road, you know them, right? Yes. Shin Yu said, I'll go now to avoid causing trouble for you on the street. After speaking, she stood up, grabbed her lunchbox, and left the door. Ma Boxing watched her back thoughtfully, while Shin Yu was already thinking of a plan. She couldn't do the job of cleaning the public toilet herself, but someone else could. Anyone could do it, as long as the job was done well. Sometimes, taking shortcuts is also a skill. Shin Yu left the hospital and quickly arrived at Ma Boxing's workplace. She couldn't do this job herself. Instead, she found a quiet place to calm her mind and clear her thoughts to sense everything around her. Soon, the world became quiet, but then sounds gradually grew louder. Noisy voices from all directions flooded into Shin Yu's mind. Useful and useless information flashed through her brain like digital fragments. She quickly picked out a few useful pieces of information, including some names and addresses. Suddenly, Shin Yu opened her eyes wide. I need to act fast. A mental map automatically formed in her mind, and she moved quickly through the alleyways, arriving at a remote back alley. This alley was complex, and if she wasn't careful, she could get lost and not find her way out for a long time. It was her first time here, but she knew the place very well, as if every brick in the alley was under her control. In a dilapidated yard, snoring was loud. Shin Yu easily climbed over the wall, landing silently. The door was unlocked. She gently pushed it open and headed straight to the east room. Inside, the place was a mess. Tables and floors covered with bottles, peanut shells, leftover food, and scraps everywhere. It reeked terribly. Two men were sleeping heavily, leaning in different directions. Luckily, they were dressed fairly neatly, or Shin Yu was afraid she might get a headache from the smell. Hida Gui, Fong Di. Without hesitation, Shin Yu grabbed each of them by the arm, lifted them from the bed, and threw them onto the ground. She moved as easily as lifting small chickens. The two men, still drowsy, first felt a lightness, then dizziness, and in the next second, they fell with a thud.
Ouch.
Fong Lao Air, did you kick me off? One of them exclaimed. The pain woke them up, but neither of them noticed that someone else was in the room. Farting, I never hit anyone when I sleep. What's going on? Did an earthquake happen? Shin Yu crossed her arms and looked at the two people lazily. They looked around for a long time, but didn't notice her. Was it because they had bad eyesight or weren't fully awake? Cough, cough. Shin Yu cleared her throat twice to remind them she was there. Only then did they realize someone had entered the room, and it was a woman. Who are you? How did you get in? Hida Gui's eyes widened like he'd seen a ghost. The door wasn't locked. Shin Yu smiled faintly. If I want to come in, I can, Fong Di shouted. I locked the door. You mean the courtyard gate, Shin Yu said. I climbed over the wall to get in, Shin Yu replied. Hida Gui and Fong Di looked at each other, feeling scared. They were known as unemployed drifters on the street, with bad reputations. People on the street avoided them, afraid of trouble. But this woman came to them willingly, which was unusual and suspicious.
Who are you? Come on.
What do you want with us? Of course. I want to ask you for a small favor. Fongdi felt a chill run down his spine. It was early autumn, but for some reason, he felt a cold wave from his feet to his head. What kind of favor? Shinyu was direct. There are 2 public toilets on Ronghua Road. Starting today, you 2 will clean them. Once in the morning and once in the evening. Make sure they are clean and tidy, no sloppiness. What? Clean toilets? Are you serious? Are you crazy? Why should we clean toilets? They were known for being lazy and unwilling to do farm work. They just wasted their days, so how could they do such cleaning jobs? Those were jobs for bad guys, not for them. Wait, isn't that old Ma's job? What's your relationship with old Ma? Those toilets are his work. Are you asking us to do his work? Are you out of your mind? No way. Both of them said in unison. No way. A cold look appeared in Shinyu's eyes. Fine, if you refuse, I will have to use force. She stepped forward and kicked Hidagwai in the shoulder. The man fell down, feeling as if his shoulder was about to break.
Ah!
It hurts. It hurts so much. Hidagwai grimaced in pain and collapsed to the ground, sweat covering his forehead. Even though Shunyu had applied less force, the kick nearly knocked him out. Fongdi was stunned with fear because he was close enough to hear the cracking sound of bones breaking. It was loud, and he instinctively clenched his teeth, afraid he might also cry out. If you hit Hidagwai, you can't hit me next. Cleaning the public toilet is for your own good. Think about how many bad things you've done. This is your way to make amends. Hidagwai didn't dare to move. Every part of his body hurt too much. You talk nonsense. Hidagwai wanted to cry, but had no tears. He was just sleeping peacefully at home when suddenly a fierce woman barged in. She was thin and weak-looking but surprisingly strong. She kicked him so hard that his bones broke. Shinyu squatted down and looked at Hidagwai coldly. I won't talk about the petty thefts you usually do. Just one thing, Gao Guohua. Hidagwai stiffened and instinctively held his breath, a look of fear flashing in his eyes. How did she know? Fongdi behind, Hidagwai was trembling uncontrollably. Gao Guohua was a government worker, wearing a uniform. He was involved in many small matters on the street. He looked gentle but had a somewhat sinister personality. His actions were often hidden from view. Such a person could easily be called a scoundrel. Hidagwai and Fongdi seemed like troublemakers with no connection to someone like Gao Guohua, but secretly, they were working together. They protected each other and did many dirty deeds, earning illicit money. But Hidagwai and Fongdi were cowardly and limited in what they could do. They didn't dare investigate Gao Guohua's affairs too much, but they knew he had been involved in serious crimes. I'm here to give you a chance to make amends. If you don't want that, you can atone in another way. After speaking, Shinyu suddenly reached out and grabbed Hidagwai's neck. Her strength was strong. She slowly clenched her fingers, choking Hidagwai. Hidagwai struggled to breathe, his face turning from white to blue. It looked like he might be strangled to death at any moment. Fongdi was so scared, he didn't dare to move. They are not good people, but they really don't dare to kill anyone. Even someone like Gao Guohua, who wears a wolf's disguise, rarely does the actual killing himself. He usually has others do it for him. The people who do his dirty work all look naturally evil. Seeing someone like Shunyu with such a strong contrast was the first time for him. It was very shocking. Shunyu smiled at Fongdi and said, "It's your turn now." Fongdi broke out in a heavy sweat. He slowly backed away, circled around, and desperately ran toward the door. He wanted to leave, to escape. Shunyu didn't give him a chance. He grabbed a wine bottle from the ground and threw it at Fongdi. The bottle seemed to have eyes and hit him directly on the back, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. His front teeth just hit the door frame. Retirement early. Fongdi had never been so scared. He got up and realized his front teeth had fallen out. He touched his mouth and saw his hands covered in blood.
It was terrifying.
He wasn't a good person, but he only dared to do small thefts or report information. Following Gao Guohua, he truly felt it was wrong, but he didn't deserve to die for it. Thinking of this, Fongdi cried loudly. He didn't want to die. Cough, cough. Shunyu released Hidagwai. When the other nearly fainted, He took a deep breath, filling his lungs with fresh air, coughing from the rush. Both of them collapsed on the ground, half dead, with no thought of escaping. Cleaning the public toilet was just a small task, nothing serious. Just work. They had already agreed to do it so they wouldn't get beaten, right? If you don't want to die, go clean the toilet. Fear spread through them. The next second, they scrambled to their feet and said, "Let's go now. Twice a day, no slacking. Good. As long as you do a good job, I won't interfere. But if you mess up, those things you did will be exposed immediately. When that happens, Gao Guohua will kill you first without me needing to do anything." They understood this clearly and dared not refuse. They immediately pledged their loyalty. Cleaning the public toilet was just a small matter. The two hurriedly left the house. It wasn't until then that Hidegui realized his arm and shoulder hurt a lot, but he could still move, and there were no broken bones. But he clearly felt that his arm was broken. How could he move it now? Was it just a hallucination earlier? But the pain from the broken bone was so real, almost unbearable. What is really going on? Who is this woman? The more they thought about it, the more scared they became. Their attitude toward Shinyu changed from fear to respect. It seemed that she was someone they couldn't afford to offend. Maybe it's best to just do what she asked. They never expected that Shinyu's mental pressure was innate and not something just anyone could resist. Then talk about Hidagwai and Fangdi. After finishing their work, they went home, peeking around to see if the female villain had left. The yard was very quiet. Hidagwai stretched his neck to look inside the house but saw nothing. Did she leave? Only then did they tiptoe into the house. Once inside, and sure no one was there, they both relaxed and sank to the ground. That scared me so much. I was really afraid she was still here, ready to hit me with a punch, Fangdi said, crying softly. His front tooth was missing, and his speech was a bit slurred, sounding strange. Who wouldn't be scared? Hidagwai forced himself to sit down, leaning against the wall and catching his breath. His whole body felt weak. His shoulder still hurt, but he could move, so it wasn't broken. What exactly happened? They looked at each other in silence for a long time before calming down. Let's clean up the house first. Yes, it's too messy. They picked up the empty bottles from the floor and put them together. They could sell these at the recycling station. It wasn't much money, but it was better than nothing. They swept the floor, gathered the dishes and bowls, and took them to the kitchen. They wiped the table and put everything away. After finishing the chores, they felt more at ease. But it was strange. Why did they suddenly want to tidy up? They were usually lazy, preferring to leave things dirty and messy rather than work. What was going on today? Do you think, maybe, we're cursed or something? Hidagwai patted Fangdi's head and said, "Come on, don't say such things." Then, who is that woman? They didn't even know her name. Should we tell Comrade Gao about this? They usually kept to themselves, not getting too close to Gao Guohua, waiting for him to give orders. But this was very unusual. Old Ma Tu was someone they had previously looked down on and was also cared for by Gao Guohua. Today, it was clear that the woman was here to get back at Old Ma Tu. We can't keep cleaning up after Ma anymore. We need Gao to support us. Hidagwai thought that made sense. Okay, let's wait until he gets off work. Fangdi felt relieved, having a clear leader to rely on. For some reason, Hidagwai felt the opposite of him, nervous and worried, as if something big was about to happen. Shinyu bought a few apples and returned to the hospital. Old Ma's foredrip had already been set up. Hey, you're back. He looked quite clean, from head to toe, with no signs of having been working or taking a bath after work. You wouldn't think he had been working. Did you go? Yes. Shinyu picked up an apple and took out a small fruit knife from his pocket. But I didn't do the work myself. I found 2 helpers. Ma Boxing looked confused. Shinyu peeled the apple while saying, "You didn't say I had to do it myself. As long as someone does it, that's fine. Hidagwai and Fangdi, you know them, right? I asked them to do it. Those 2 troublemakers?
They
listen to you? No, if they don't, I'll just give them a little scolding." Ma Boxing couldn't believe his ears. He knew these 2. They were just rascals. They often bullied him and others like him. They were at the very bottom of society, but some people still felt sorry for them. But people like He Dagwai and Fong Di only knew how to beat up those who were weaker. They even treated him like they would treat pigs or dogs. His eyes welled up with tears. How do you know them? They're not easy to deal with. They might come after you. Why be afraid? Shinyu handed him the peeled apple. I'm a cultured person. I like to persuade with kindness.
I can talk to them.
But if they don't listen, that's okay. I also know a little about fighting. This made Ma Boxing completely speechless. He took the apple and took a bite. Only when he felt the sweet and sour juice on his tongue did he realize. Girl, you've caused trouble.
Ma Boxing sighed helplessly.
They say a strong dragon can't control the local snake. These two are not just troublemakers. He finished the apple quickly, lifted the quilt, and was about to get out of bed. Hey, what are you doing? I'm leaving the hospital, Ma Boxing said. You've really made trouble this time. If I lie here again, something bad will happen. When I get discharged and go back, let them come after me if they're angry. If I had known it would cause so many problems, I wouldn't have let Shinyu do the work for him. Oh, it's okay. Just rest peacefully and take good care of your health. On the way back, Shinyu was thinking about changing Lao Ma's living environment. Although she couldn't directly clear his name, she wanted him to live in better conditions, eat well, and most importantly, focus on learning medical skills. Medical skills. Suddenly, Shinyu had an idea. Her eyes lit up. This was very interesting. Lao Ma, when do you plan to take me as your apprentice? Shinyu's eyes shone brightly, as if hiding a treasure inside, sparkling and lively. Ma Busheng felt small, helpless, and pitiful, like a prey about to be swallowed by her deep, big mouth. I'm still weak and can't teach right now. I can't teach at all. Ma Busheng lay back, turning his back to Shinyu, acting like an ostrich. Didn't you say you were going to leave the hospital just now? Why are you feeling weak again? Lao Ma, I really mean it. I didn't lie. That's not fun anymore. Shinyu really wanted to punch him. He was so annoying. Didn't he promise to behave well before? Lao Ma, Lao Ma. Ma Busheng pretended to be asleep, saying nothing. He wasn't trying to back out. If he could pass on the Ma family's medical skills, he would be happier than anyone. But he couldn't drag this girl into trouble. He was Lao Yu with a bad background. If she became his apprentice, it would only bring her harm. Not now, at least. He needed to wait a bit longer. Shinyu could sense his thoughts. Nothing in a person's mind could hide from her. But she had a plan. For now, she wouldn't tell Lao Ma the whole story. All right, rest now. I'll go out for a while. Shinyu told the nurses to watch over Lao Ma and left quickly to handle some matters, aiming to return as soon as possible. The nurses thought Shinyu had a strong background and treated her very politely. Don't worry, we will watch over him. He doesn't need an injection this afternoon, and he has oral medicine tonight. Thank you, thank you. I'll try to come back early. Shinyu first went to the Li family. No one was home, and there was a note on the table. Li Xinjuan was on night shift tonight, and Yingying was also working at night. Su Yuzhen took Tiger to visit relatives and probably won't return until tomorrow. Shinyu put away the note, tidied himself up briefly, changed clothes, and went to the city bureau to find Xiangyang, as Jiang Huai had previously advised. He was indeed very free. The archives room couldn't keep him, so he went wherever there was activity. Shinyu waited for over half an hour before seeing Xiangyang. Brother-in-law. Xiangyang initially wanted to call him sister-in-law, but then remembered they weren't married yet, so he changed his words. Comrade Shin, why are you here? Do you need something? He poured Shinyu a glass of water. Comrade Shin drank some water, then sat down across from him. Shinyu took a few sips and asked urgently, Xiangyang, I came today about Jiang Huai. What happened to our team leader? Xiangyang looked a bit nervous. Jiang Huai was blind and faced many difficulties in daily life, which sometimes caused minor problems. He's fine, I just found someone who can treat his eyes. Xiangyang's eyes suddenly lit up like two searchlights. Really? He can really cure the team leader's eyes. Shinyu nodded, but is he unwilling? Can you tell me where he lives? I will go to ask him. As long as he agrees to treat the team leader's eyes, I am willing to do anything. Shinyu could feel Xiangyang's sincerity. He truly cared about Jiang Huai, and it was clear they had a deep bond. Xiangyang was also trustworthy. It's not that he's unwilling, but his identity. Shunyu looked uncomfortable. After a moment, he hesitated before revealing Ma Bushing's background. This is quite difficult. His background isn't good, and he's been assigned to clean toilets. Someone like that, if they harbor resentment, might not want to continue practicing medicine. Old Man Ma is nicknamed Ma Yijin. He has exceptional acupuncture skills, nearly lost to time. Also, his hands have been damaged. Damaged? Can someone with broken hands still do acupuncture? Xiangyang felt a chill but quickly regained his composure. Comrade Shen, if there's no hope, you wouldn't have come to me. Since you're here, you must have thought of a possible solution, right? He was indeed a clever person. Shunyu nodded. Of course. But this matter can't be solved by just the two of us. We need you to bring in the big boss. Big Buddha?
Who is that?
Shunyu moved a little closer, explaining her idea patiently. Xiangyang listened, feeling confused and almost dizzy from her explanation. It's no problem to have a top leader step in. As usual, the leader's protective nature would surely get Ma Bossen to come over. But what does studying medicine with Ma Bossen mean? Did you understand what I said? Shunyu asked quickly when she saw Xiangyang looking blank. Yes, I understand. Xiangyang scratched the back of his head. But who is going to study medicine? Of course, I am. Shunyu said confidently.
Could it be you?
Xiangyang's eyes were clear. But is there still time? Studying medicine takes 10 or even more years, much longer than learning to fly planes. Are you stupid? I can start with acupuncture. Old Ma just has a bad hand, but his mind is fine. He diagnoses and prescribes medicine for Jiangjin, and I do acupuncture for Jiangjin. We work together, so I'm not worried about his eyesight not getting better. Hearing this, Xiangyang suddenly understood and clapped his hands in praise. Sister-in-law, you're so clever. How did I not think of that?
Great.
I'll go find the old leader now. Wait for my news. I will respectfully invite old Ma to come out of retirement. That way, she could rest assured. When Shunyu left the city bureau, the sun was just right. She followed the same path back to the hospital, but after walking a short distance, she ran into Qin Yaji. They met face to face. Qin Yaji's eyes immediately filled with tears, and she gritted her teeth as she said, Shunyu. Just as she finished speaking, she raised her hand to slap Shunyu's face. Shunyu quickly grabbed her wrist. Oh, Aunt Qin, it's been a few days. Why do you look like this now? A few days apart, Qin Yaji looked at least 10 years older. It turned out she loved beauty the most. Her hair was neatly combed, and she looked very tidy from head to toe. She always carried a faint jasmine scent. It had only been a few days, but she had grown a few silver hairs at her temples. Her face looked pale and yellow, with no energy. You did this. It's your fault I look like this. I've been fired, lost my job, and become a joke in the street. Are you happy now? That's strange. Why are you blaming me for the bad things you and Shun Qiuping did? I didn't tell you to do anything wrong. It's your own shameful behavior, and now you're blaming others. You really have no shame. You. Qin Yaji was speechless, her teeth itching with anger. Her wrist was still clenched in Shunyu's hand. However, I really admire you. You managed to escape completely. With what you and Shun Qiuping did, you should be sentenced to 10 or 8 years, or else it's not fair to your family, Shunyu. Qin Yaji's eyes burned with fury, as if she was about to burst out and burn Shunyu to ashes. People have to pay for their wrongdoings, don't they, Aunt Qin? Shunyu loosened her grip, took a handkerchief from her pocket, and carefully wiped her hands as if she had touched something dirty. The last string in Qin Yaji's mind snapped with a loud pop. A blatant insult. What kind of dirty thing was she? And she even took out a handkerchief to wipe her hands. Shunyu, I'm going to fight you. She looked so beautiful, grabbing her would bring in a lot of money. Unaware of her danger, Qin Yaji charged at Shunyu, completely losing her mind and forgetting Shunyu's fighting skills. Before she could reach Shunyu kicked her down. They were in a quiet spot, away from the crowd, so no one was watching. Qin Yaji fell to the ground in pain, but Shunyu didn't stop. She stepped forward and stomped hard on Qin Yaji's hand, crushing it with force. Qin Yaji screamed painfully, her fingers feeling like they were about to be crushed off. She thought her fingers would break. Shinyu, you'll get your just desserts. How did you become like this? She shouted so loudly that a few passers-by noticed. Shinyu lost her patience. Her nerves quickly fired up, and her thoughts spread outward. The people who had been watching the scene with interest suddenly lost interest and turned away quickly, each going their own way. Shinyu took the chance to bend down, grab Qin Yaji's hair, and pull her into the alley. Her methods were rough. Qin Yaji felt her scalp being pulled off. She struggled desperately in midair, but it was useless. Shinyu dragged her to a secluded place and beat her up badly. Qin Yaji was beaten so badly that her nose and face were swollen, and she couldn't speak clearly. You really are something. Shinyu grabbed Qin Yaji's collar tightly and said fiercely, You're really something. I was just thinking, after such shameful things happened, you managed to come out safe and sound. I never expected you to get involved with such people. Qin Yaji was stunned for a moment.
I
don't understand what you're talking about. Don't understand. Shinyu gritted her teeth and said, You don't recognize Chen Dajuan. How did she know? Qin Yaji was extremely frightened. Chen what? I don't know him. Don't know him? Who got you out? And who threatened and coerced you into helping them catch and sell people? Qin Yaji's head buzzed. She didn't expect Shinyu to know so much. No. How could she know such secret things? Qin Yaji's body trembled uncontrollably. This was a life-threatening matter.
How could Shinyu know?
If they found out she had leaked the information, she would be the first to be punished. How do you know? Shinyu slapped her hard, almost knocking out half her teeth. I hate human traffickers the most. The things you do are unforgivable. Selling women and children, even 30 or 50 years in prison is too light. Qin Yaji, I like to settle things decisively. Since you're looking for death, don't blame me for giving you a hard time. Qin Yaji was terrified. She was about to shout for help when the other person struck her sharply on the neck with a knife. Qin Yaji's vision went black, her head tilted, and she fainted, unaware of anything. Shinyu helped Qin Yaji up and supported her as they walked out. To outsiders, it looked like a sick person being helped along, nothing unusual. She took Qin Yaji to Jiang Huai's small courtyard, which startled Jiang Huai.
Who?
Who is this? Human trafficker. Jiang Huai was shocked upon hearing this.
What?
Is she trying to kidnap you? Not exactly. This woman is my neighbor.
Before she
was caught for misconduct, but she was released unharmed. I always thought her case was serious, and she should have been sentenced to more than 10 years, but she came out completely fine. I find it strange. Shinyu couldn't explain the matter of mental strength, so she simply said, Today I happened to meet her again. I saw her sneaking around with a man. The man is named Chen Dajuan. He's just a small worker, but the people behind him are quite powerful. This group is organized and has planned to buy and sell people. They must have a large network of connections. Do you realize how dangerous this is? She asked. Not to mention that we might alert them. Just bringing her over while she's so carefree could already expose us. Those people are criminals and they have taken lives. I was very careful. I waited until that man left before I knocked her out and brought her here. The most urgent thing now is to rescue her. They've already tricked several people and are holding them in a basement. They plan to move them tonight. If we wait too long, they'll be taken away. Nowadays, if someone wants to leave their hometown for another place, they need a letter of introduction. These people are well-connected and can even send someone away secretly, which shows their background is not to be underestimated. Report to the police. Jiang Huai immediately said, Let's go together. You have contacts in Xiangyang. No, this can't be done openly, Shinyu said firmly. I suspect there are insiders among them. They might have already colluded. Then let Xiangyang find a few trustworthy people to rescue her privately. This kid has many contacts and good judgment. It won't be a bad idea. Since we can't do it openly, we need someone reliable to cover us. Old Chief is perfect for that. In no time, Jiang Huai arranged everything. Bind her up. I'll watch you go find Xiangyang. Okay, Shinyu asked him. Do you have any ropes at home? I'll tie her up. Oh, yes. Jiang Huai got up, went to the door, and took a bundle of hemp rope from the shelf behind it, handing it to Xinyu. Xinyu tied Qin Yaji up tightly, like a zongzi, sticky rice dumpling, then stuffed a torn cloth into her mouth to make sure she couldn't scream or struggle. Only then did she feel relieved. Lock her in the west room. Save yourself the trouble of worrying. Xinyu carried her into the west room and locked the door. Jiang Huai, I'm leaving now. Lock the door and don't open it for anyone, understand? She was busy like a bee, flying around anxiously. Before leaving, she was still worried about herself. I'm not a kid. Be careful yourself, Jiang Huai replied. Xinyu stood in front of Jiang Huai, looked up at him. Why was this man so tall? Okay, I'm leaving. Xinyu didn't dare to delay and quickly went to find Xiangyang. This time, she didn't wait and directly saw the person. Hey, sister-in-law, you're back again. Xiangyang lowered his voice and whispered mysteriously to her. I've reported that matter to the leader. The leader agreed, but it will still take some time to handle. Don't worry, it will be fine. He felt genuinely happy inside, as if he saw Jiang Huai's eyesight restored and him soaring in the blue sky once more. Let's put this matter aside for now. I have something more important to talk to you about. More important? Xiangyang was very confused. What could be more important than the captain's eyes? What's this? Human traffickers. Xiangyang was so shocked he stood up quickly, nearly knocking over the water cup in front of him. Lower your voice. His emotions were unstable, jumping from one thing to another. Could it be caused by the tumor in his brain? Xiangyang quickly covered his mouth and whispered, Sister-in-law, how did you get involved with those people? I already told you, I didn't provoke them. It was an accidental collision. The woman is our neighbor. I knocked her out and left her tied up at your captain's house. Xiangyang raised a big thumb.
Wow.
Such a big case, and it ended up in your hands. Xinyu gave an address. Stop joking. Hurry and save her. Remember, you must find someone trustworthy. Act secretly. If their people have infiltrated and the news leaks out, it will be all over. Don't worry, I got this. Sister-in-law, sit for a while. I'll go and come back soon. Wait for me. Xiangyang hurried out, probably to find help. Then, she decided to wait a little longer. Not far from here, if everything goes smoothly, an hour should be enough. She waited a bit, wanting to get the first-hand news. Within 5 minutes, the door was pushed open. An elderly man in a Zhongshan suit entered the room. When he saw Xinyu, he looked surprised. Isn't this the girl Jiang Huai is going to marry? Why is she here with Xiangyang? Oh, are you looking for Comrade Xiangyang? He's out on an errand. Would you like to wait here for a while? Yes. The old man sat down on a nearby chair and looked at Xinyu. Xinyu stood up and poured a glass of water for him. Here, have some water. The old man was in his 60s with almost completely white hair. He looked like a person of high authority, with a strong presence that couldn't be hidden. Xinyu thought he might be a senior official from some government agency, so it was better for her to leave quickly. Please sit and wait for a while. I have something to do first. Xinyu was just being polite. There was a living person inside the room, and it would be rude not to greet him before leaving. Unexpectedly, the old man waved at her, signaling her to sit down and talk. Xinyu always respected the elderly and loved children. She was a decent person, and as long as others spoke kindly to her, she wouldn't be stubborn. Do you need something? Oh, I'm feeling pretty bored here. Why don't you keep me company for a while? My health isn't great, and if I lie here for too long, no one will know. Wouldn't that be bad? Xinyu secretly gave the old man a thumbs up and nodded in approval. His way of talking nonsense was almost as good as hers. He looked full of energy, healthy and vigorous, so what did he mean about poor health? Nonsense. Old sir, are you feeling unwell? Seeing how lively he looked, she thought he could go to battle with a sword in hand. Haha, sometimes I have these episodes. Xinyu didn't bother to argue with him. Then I'll sit for a while. Anyway, she was waiting for Xiangyang. The old man seemed quite satisfied and took a sip of the water Xinyu had poured for him. This kid was not very old, but looked neat, just a bit too thin. When she first learned that Jiang Huai was getting married, he was extremely happy. Jiang Huai had grown up in hard times, and only in the army did he find freedom physically and mentally. He was tough, trained hard, fearless of life and death, and had achieved many great things over the years. During his career's peak, he was injured and blinded, losing his chance to see the blue sky again. None of Zhang's family was willing to take care of him. Thinking of this, the old man looked at Xinyu again, seeming quite satisfied. When he first saw Xinyu's file, he almost fainted from anger. Her entire family was full of bad people, selling daughters, messing around with widows, and her brother had stolen veterinary medicine to sell illegally, not caring about human lives at all. Such a family, what kind of daughter could they raise? He was completely against it at first. But that day, he saw something on the street. The girl was very kind-hearted. She used a bowl of sweet water to help an old man who had fainted passing by. Later, she even paid out of her own pocket to treat the man to noodles. A good person shows kindness even to strangers. If she is like this, she will probably be a good wife too. Jiang Huai also needs someone who understands his feelings and can take care of his daily life. Young comrade, are you here at the City Bureau's archive room for work or something else? This old man, why is he asking so many questions? You misunderstood. I'm not here for work. I'm here to find someone. To find someone? To find Xiao Xiangyang? Did you run into some trouble? Xinyu forced a smile and said, No, it's just. She really had nothing else to say. She looked around the room and quickly found a book on the table. Well, I came to borrow a book. She reached out and took the book to show the old man. Borrow a book? This one? Are you sure? The old man's eyes showed surprise. Is there something wrong with that? Xiangyang wouldn't be reading inappropriate books openly in the office during the day, right? Xinyu flipped over the cover and saw 5 big characters. History of the aviation industry. Good. It's a proper book. My fiancé used to be a pilot. I just want to learn about his past work and life, so I borrowed this. The old man seemed quite satisfied with her explanation. Can you understand it? Isn't that a bit disrespectful? Of course I can understand. I graduated high school with good grades. And she pretended to be knowledgeable, flipping a few pages and said, This isn't a technical book. It just introduces our country's aviation industry history. For example, this chapter is about, she spoke lively and energetic, very different from Jiang Huai, who was as stiff as a piece of wood. A good match might be nice. Then life would be more lively and warm. As for what Xiangyang said about eye treatment, is this girl really capable? Medicine takes years of hard work to master. I have never heard of anyone learning it quickly. Just as the old man was about to ask more questions, the office door suddenly opened. Xiangyang hurried in, panting heavily. As soon as he entered, he shouted, Sister-in-law, we've caught them. The women and children who were kidnapped and sold have been rescued. Sister-in-law, you're amazing. Xinyu desperately tried to signal him, but Xiangyang didn't notice. What kidnapping? Who did we rescue? Only then did Xiangyang realize there was someone else in the room. Seeing the old man, he immediately straightened up and saluted. Chief. Then he grinned and asked, Chief, why are you here? Chief? No wonder the old man had such a commanding presence. He was a leader. The old man looked serious but calm. What do you mean by kidnapping? Xiangyang didn't hide anything and quickly explained everything clearly. The old man listened carefully and looked at Xinyu. Girl, you're very brave. Do you know those people are dangerous criminals? If they find out, you could be in trouble, Xinyu hurriedly said. It was sudden. Things were urgent. If I hadn't acted quickly, those people might have succeeded. They would have escaped justice, and the victims could have been moved away. Then it would be very hard to rescue them later. You, girl, I say one thing, you say 10, the old man said, his temper just like Jiang Huai's. Once he decided something, he wouldn't back down. Sister-in-law, you were right. That Chen Dajuan has someone backing him. Luckily, I didn't go directly to the city police, but found an old comrade instead. Otherwise, we might have scared the wrong people. Oh, the old man stood up. Where are they now? Chief, we can't take them straight to the interrogation room. The ones we caught are temporarily at the captain's house, Xiangyang added. To avoid suspicion, we used a truck and covered the people with sacks to bring them into the house. Xinyu was speechless. This was just asking for trouble for Jiang Huai. If the other side found out, what if they retaliated later? The old chief also looked helpless. Come on, let's go see. He wanted to see what kind of monsters and demons these were, daring to do such things in the Northeast. Girl, you should go and take a look too. Shinyu was interested and quickly followed. In the backyard of the city bureau there was a jeep. Thanks to the old man, Shinyu experienced a vehicle from this era. The unfamiliar smell of diesel made Shinyu feel a bit dizzy. The car swayed as it entered the backyard of the bureau, heading toward Guangping Street, and finally stopped at the alley entrance. A few people got out and headed toward Jiang Huai's house. The driver drove away. When they arrived at Jiang Huai's house, the door was tightly shut and the yard was very quiet. Xiangyang stepped forward to knock on the door, using a special knocking pattern. 2 long knocks followed by 2 short ones, probably a secret signal they had agreed on before. Soon, someone opened the door and let the 3 inside the yard. The person was surprised to see Shinyu but quickly understood her identity. They also looked at Xiangyang and asked him to confirm. Xiangyang blinked quickly and gave a nod. When the 3 entered the house, Shinyu saw that there were 6 or 7 young men inside, all in their 20s, neat and disciplined. Obviously soldiers. When they saw the old man, they hurriedly saluted, calling him Commander. Commander, Commander, why are you here? Jiang Huai also stood up and quickly saluted. Someone beside him nudged him, and Jiang Huai looked at him with confusion. That person glanced at Shinyu, then awkwardly cleared his throat. He forgot that the captain couldn't see him. The old man pressed his hand down. Everyone sit down. What's the situation now? Xiangyang didn't participate in the arrest and could only have others explain the process. Commander, we formed a temporary team. We quickly raided the address Xiangyang gave us. There were 4 guards, armed with knives. We attacked from different sides and caught all 4 in 12 seconds, with no injuries. We rescued 7 people, including 4 women and 3 children. Good, well done. The senior officer asked Xiangyang, didn't you say there was some connection with people inside our organization? Do you have proof? Yes, I am about to report that. Among the 4 suspects we arrested, one named Chindajuan is a member of the local patrol. This person knows the law but breaks it. He is the leader of the 4. We suspect he has a powerful supporter, possibly inside the city bureau. Someone handed over a stack of blank introduction letters stamped with official seals. Clearly, these were obtained earlier through secret channels, or else they wouldn't have them. The old leader looked angry. A bunch of parasites, scum. Where are the rescued people being taken? To the nearby 3rd elementary school, accompanied by 2 women from the Women's Federation, Xiangyang said. Both are veteran members, so they can be trusted. The old leader thought for a moment and immediately assigned tasks. Take these people to the base first. I will organize a quick investigation to find out who is behind this. As for the rescued crowd, let the women from the Federation comfort them and do some psychological work. The records must be clear and accurate. Once everything is settled, we hope they can go home tomorrow. Got it. The group split up. Soon, 5 people, including Qin Yaji, were taken away with bags over their heads. Before leaving, the old man smiled and greeted Shinyu. Girl, goodbye. Shinyu quickly waved and bowed to him. The old man, over 60, had likely crossed snowy mountains, traveled through grasslands, and fought hard for a better life. He was bald and had fought against the enemies from the other side. She couldn't feel any disrespect towards such an old man, only admiration. Soon, only Jiang Huai, Shinyu, and the 3 others from Xiangyang remained in the small yard. Older sister-in-law, you did a great job this time. Once the case is solved, they will definitely reward you. I'm not after any reward. I just want to send all these people to justice so they get the punishment they deserve. Xiangyang nodded and praised her. My sister-in-law's awareness is impressive. Captain, sister-in-law, I'll head back now. Oh, and about your medical studies, our leader has approved it. Just wait for the news. That was good news and it was expected. All right, take your time. Okay. Xiangyang left without looking back. Shinyu felt a little awkward. She secretly looked at Jiang Huai. Did I cause you any trouble? No. Jiang Huai hated human traffickers deeply, but unfortunately, his eyesight wasn't good enough to catch them himself. I am very worried that those people might find this place and bring you danger. It won't happen. Xiangyang and the others are always careful and won't leave any clues. Xinyu nodded. Then I feel better. By the way, you haven't eaten lunch yet, right? I'll go make some food. What do you want to eat? I'm not picky. There isn't much at home. I'll help you start a fire. The two of them worked well together. One started the fire and the other cooked. Jiang Huai's family has a lot of flour, but making noodles and dumplings takes too much time. Xinyu used 2 eggs and some greens to make a simple noodle soup. She made enough for 3 people. After eating, she packed the leftovers in a lunchbox to bring to Ma Buxing. Old Master Ma is stubborn and doesn't want to take me as a disciple for now. To persuade him to come out of retirement, I've really spent a lot. Xinyu placed the lunchbox in her bag and firmly promised, "Don't worry. I will convince him and cure your eyes." When Xinyu returned to the hospital, Ma Buxing had been hungry for a long time.
But he was used to it.
He drank 2 large glasses of water and then lay down to sleep. Once he was asleep, he wasn't hungry anymore. When Xinyu came back, a young nurse specifically greeted her, saying, "The old man might be hungry. He's been drinking water nonstop." They didn't know their relationship, so it was just a kind gesture. "I made some food at home and brought it." "Thank you." The nurse looked at the lunchbox in her hand and seemed happier. She smiled at Xinyu and then went back to her work. Xinyu pushed open the door and saw old Ma lying there, completely still. She sat beside the bed and took the lunchbox out of her bag. "I made some noodle soup. Come and eat." The aroma of the noodle soup wafted into Ma Buxing's nose. White flour dumplings with sesame oil, eggs, and greens. It smelled delicious. His stomach growled loudly, but he still had the pride to lie there. "Hey, old man, you're so stubborn. I made this just for you. Aren't you hungry?" He was indeed hungry. Ma Buxing sat up and looked at Xinyu with a faint smile. The smile looked a little fake. Xinyu didn't argue with him. "Can you eat by yourself? Or do you want me to feed you?" "No need. I'll do it myself." Over the past 2 days, he has been receiving injections and taking medicine, eating meals on time, and no longer starving himself. His body has become much stronger. Without a fever, he has more strength, and his cough has significantly decreased. The porridge quickly filled his stomach, making him feel comfortable both physically and mentally. "Comrade, this morning you weren't here. I thought about it alone for a long time," he said. "Go on," she replied. Ma Buxing first sighed, then said seriously, "You want to learn medicine from me, which is a good thing. Our Ma family has no successors. If I can take on a disciple, I can pass on the skills, and I'll feel I've done right by my ancestors." He was in a bad mood. How glorious was the Ma family in the past. Now, the medical tradition depends on outsiders, which is truly sad. Basically, Ma Buxing still holds old-fashioned ideas. He has a strong sense of family pride and traditional inheritance, which are deeply rooted in his mind. Ideas about family importance and social hierarchy are ingrained in him. Changing these thoughts is very difficult. "I'm just worried that my current status might cause you trouble. If you really want to learn, wait until nightfall. After dark, I will teach you. You can learn for 3 hours each day, but how much you learn depends on your own luck." Old Ma's words are reasonable. During the day, he has to clean public toilets and also find time to write reports about his thoughts, recognize his mistakes, and sometimes attend meetings. Those 3 hours are very precious rest time for him. At the same time, he is taking a big risk. If someone finds out, it would be seen as spreading superstitions and old customs, which would be a serious crime. "Leave this to me. In a few days, you won't have to clean toilets anymore.
Trust me."
"Even if we can't clear your name, we can find another job," she said. Old Ma was skeptical. "Really? Absolutely. You just have to believe me," she replied. Hearing this, Old Ma felt a bit more at ease. He decided to trust her. "Don't push yourself too hard. Things won't change overnight," she warned. "Okay," he agreed. Xinyu was very happy and whispered, "I hope you can drink my apprenticeship tea soon." This simple, ordinary sentence felt like a warm bowl of soup on a winter day, making Ma Buxing feel warm inside. But he was stubborn. "Let's see if you can endure the hardship and stick with it first. Don't give up when it gets tough," he said. This old man was unpredictable, sometimes gloomy, sometimes cheerful. Let's see about that. I insist that you really test your learning ability. Shinyu stayed with him for a while longer. After taking his medicine in the afternoon, he went to the restaurant to buy dinner. Today, luck is on our side. There's beef stew with radish. I bought a portion. Eat more and make up for it. Old Ma's health is really poor. He's lost a lot of strength. With my old bones, eating this feels like a waste. The current difficult times mean food is limited. It's not easy to eat well. Every meal is simple grains, with eggs and meat. It feels like a dream. Don't talk about wasting food. Getting better soon is what matters. Things will get better in the future. You need to have confidence, Ma Boxing muttered while eating, always nagging like an old woman, but when he looked down, his eyes were red. He is someone people look down on, but Shinyu's sudden visit made him feel cared for and warm inside. He complains outwardly, but deep down, he has already accepted this disciple. Let's discuss whether I can leave the hospital. I asked the nurse, and staying here costs several yuan a day. If we had that money, wouldn't it be better to buy meat? Being here smelling disinfectant all the time, and I'm a doctor myself, spending this unnecessary money makes me feel like a fool. You have pneumonia and almost lost your life. No matter what, Western medicine has advantages in fighting inflammation. Shinyu leaned in and whispered, even if you could prescribe medicine for yourself, I can't give you the medicine, right? There are very few places selling traditional medicine without prescriptions. Who can sell her medicine? So, if I prescribe for your husband in the future, where will he buy the medicine? Shinyu smiled. Old man, why are you so petty? He's active duty military, of course he can buy it. Old Ma didn't reply. He finished the last sip of soup, wiped his mouth, and lay back down to sleep. At least brush your teeth before sleeping. The hospital shop sells basins, toothbrushes, and toothpaste. The towels are new. Wash up and then rest. Ma Boxing is very clean. He cleans the bathroom twice a day and changes clothes twice, afraid of smelling bad or being disliked. In this world, he can only maintain his dignity in this way, even if it's a little. Ma Boxing turned over and sat up, saying, Why buy this? It's a waste of money. Money doesn't grow on trees. But a proud smile appeared on his face. He quickly got out of bed, put on his shoes, and carried a basin to wash up in the water room. Shinyu waited half an hour before he returned looking refreshed. He had tidied himself up from top to bottom, though his hair was a bit long and looked messy. Tomorrow I'll borrow a clipper and give you a haircut, he said. Old Ma was surprised. You know how to do that? Yes, I do. Shinyu didn't actually know how, but the original owner did. Getting a haircut cost a few cents, so the family forced the original owner to learn how to cut hair to save money. It was only for men's crew cuts. I only know how to cut short hair, Shinyu said. That's good, that's good, Ma Boxing said happily. Clean and neat. I'll be looking forward to it. When Shinyu returned home, the Leaf family was very quiet. The house was dark, and no one was there. She remembered her uncle had left a note. He and Ying were working late shifts, and her aunt had taken Huzi to visit relatives, so they wouldn't be back tonight. Shinyu washed up, cleaned her lunchbox, and was too lazy to eat dinner. She went to bed. Every day was busy, but she felt fulfilled. She hadn't experienced such a warm, simple life in a long time. Living in the mental hospital was easy, but boring. Over time, she felt lazy and hopeless, losing motivation for everything. Sometimes she felt like a ghost, drifting around without a sense of belonging. But now, things were different. She had found a place where she felt she belonged, and her life had a goal. Jiang Huai was so good-looking and had a nice personality. Living together, their days wouldn't be boring. It would be even better if she had a job to support the family. Shinyu closed her eyes, feeling the air was sweet. She decided to keep her secret and live a good life. She didn't ask for riches or fame, just peace and happiness. Every day, dealing with simple chores and daily life, she felt incredibly happy. Shinyu blocked out the noisy thoughts and prepared to sleep well. She slept peacefully. This sense of peace didn't last long. Shinyu suddenly heard some rustling sounds outside the door, which felt strange. At this time, around 10 p.m., Most families were already asleep. There was no nightlife, and no one would be wandering in the hallways late at night. Shunyu lowered her mental barriers, opened her eyes, and let her thoughts drift out. She saw 3 sneaky people at the gate of the Li family. Coincidentally, she knew all 3. The person at the front, using tools to pry the lock, was Li Yingying's uncle, Su Tianxi, the one who had beaten her before. Next to him, holding a flashlight to light the way, was none other than Zhang Guizhi, Su Yuzhen's strange mother. Behind these 2, there was someone who shouldn't be there. Shun Qiuping. He looked dirty and tired, standing nearby and keeping watch for the 2, holding a burlap sack. Interesting. How did these 3 end up together? But considering their family ties, they were somewhat related through complicated connections. Were they united against a common enemy? Are you done yet? Hurry up. Why are you rushing? If you can do it, then do it. Su Tianxi had been spoiled since he was young. His doting mother was always calling him, showing no respect for others. What about Zhang Guizhi? She was typical of someone who was afraid of the strong and bullied the weak, very sexist and not even bold at home. She knew her tantrums wouldn't work outside, so she only dared to bully Su Yuzhen. So, when Su Tianxi convinced her to sneak into the Li family and pry the lock, she agreed without hesitation. Breaking into her own daughter's house, what crime could that be? With a click, the lock was successfully opened. All 3 were very excited. They tiptoed inside and locked the door behind them. Su Tianxi took the others to Shunyu's room. To avoid waking her, Zhang Guizhi turned off the flashlight, which was smart of her this time. The room was dark. Under the blanket, a lump could be seen, probably someone lying there. First, knock her out, then put her in the sack. The 3 moved quietly toward the bed. Su Tianxi even swung his fist at the bed, probably seeking revenge. But unfortunately, his punches felt soft and squishy, not like they were hitting a person. After realizing what was happening, Su Tianxi quickly pulled back the blanket on the bed, grabbed the flashlight from Zhang Guizhi, and looked inside. There was no one under the blanket, only a pillow that he had crushed and deformed. All 3 of them were stunned. Where is the person? Could Shinyu not have come back? That's impossible. Zhang Guizhi looked very confused. I specifically asked around. Li Xinjuan and Yingying, that girl, are both working night shifts. Yuzhen took Huji to visit relatives, so only that girl is at home. And she has nowhere else to go, right? Zhang Guizhi then turned to Shun Qiuping. Did she go home? Shun Qiuping shook his head. She hasn't gone back. Then where did she go? This girl doesn't seem like a proper person. Could she be sneaking off with some stranger? Zhang Guizhi got angrier the more she thought about it. No, she's supposed to be marrying Qiangzi. Qiangzi? Oh, that guy Su Daqiang, who wants to take Yingying's job, Su Tianqi's son. He's been a bit slow to develop since childhood, gaining weight but not height. He's in his 20s and almost as round as a ball. I heard you're looking for me. Shinyu suddenly spoke, startling the 3 of them. Su Tianqi's hand slipped, and he dropped the flashlight on the ground. The room went completely dark, with no light at all. Was that Shinyu just now? Zhang Guizhi felt that this girl was a bit strange, but she couldn't quite put her finger on what was odd about her. Yes, it was her. Shun Qiuping kept hiding behind Su Tianqi. He was scared from being hit before, afraid that Shinyu might come out of a corner and give him another good punch. Sometimes fear makes you worry about the worst. Just as Shun Qiuping was trembling, he suddenly heard wind blowing behind him. Oh no! Before he could react, he was hit hard on the neck. Shun Qiuping's body went limp, and he fell to the ground. Thud! Zhang Guizhi was startled. What's going on? Is your sister's house haunted? I don't know. Su Tianqi hurriedly crouched down, trying to fix the flashlight. But as soon as he bent down, he felt a blow to the back of his head. His body tilted. He let out a muffled groan, and he also collapsed. Zhang Guizhi was shocked. Although she couldn't see clearly, the room was small. As she took a step forward, she tripped over the unconscious Su Tianqi. Zhang Guizhi touched Su Tianxi's face and cried loudly, "Son, what's wrong? Don't scare me." Suddenly, the room lit up brightly, startling Zhang Guizhi. After she adapted to the light and opened her eyes, She saw Xinyu sitting on the bed, smiling strangely at her. Hi. Zhang Guizhi swallowed hard, looked at Su Tianxi and Xin Qiuping who were on the ground, and tremblingly asked, What? What are you trying to do? Nothing much. I heard you want me to marry your grandson, Su Daqiang. Is that your idea or Xin Qiuping's? Actually, she had a rough idea. Xin Qiuping was the troublemaker. Without him, the Su family might not have thought of this. Zhang Guizhi pointed at Xin Qiuping. It was your older brother who said it. He said the two families should become closer, but it's none of our business. Last time, Xinyu scolded Zhang Guizhi so badly she almost lost her mind and was sick for days after returning home. Her son went to trouble Xinyu, mainly to ask for money, but ended up getting beaten up again. They were angry inside, but could only swallow the loss. They dared not come after Xinyu again because he was so strong. If they did, they would only get beaten, which was not worth it. Unexpectedly, Xin Qiuping approached them and gave them an idea. He suggested they scare away the Li family members, wait until Xinyu was alone at home, then sneak in and take her away so she and Su Daqiang could sleep together. Once everything was settled, it would be too late to do anything. Xin Qiuping said that even if you are good at fighting alone, you can't beat the three of us. We will bring you back to your home and make things happen. Xinyu was so angry she laughed. Zhang Guizhi, you brought your son to the Li family to sneak in, break into a private home, and rob it. That's a serious crime. When the security team arrives, they can take you both to the detention center, and you could be sentenced to at least 20 years. Congratulations, you're about to become a public charge. Zhang Guizhi was just a coward at heart. Hearing Xinyu, she was so scared she lost her soul. She didn't understand the law and thought Xinyu was just scaring her. This is my daughter's home. I was just unlocking the door. What's wrong with that? Even if this house belongs to your daughter, you are still breaking the law. Robbing a home is a crime, and the evidence is clear. Your fingerprints are on the door lock. Zhang Guizhi was both angry and upset, but she couldn't fight Xinyu. She could only beg, please, for Yu Zhen's sake, don't report this. I am her mother. I would never hurt her. This is her own brother. If you dare to interfere, aren't you worried about your aunt coming back to blame you? Let's pretend this never happened. I will take my son and leave now, and I won't come back. You wish, Xinyu said coldly with a smile. If I don't send you to jail, I am not Xin. She then threatened, if I knock you out, I will take you straight to the police station. Terrified, Zhang Guizhi started crying and begging, what do you want from us to let us go? To let you go, fine. Prepare 500 yuan and write a letter to cut ties. From now on, your family has nothing to do with my aunt. 500? Zhang Guizhi almost fainted. Over the years, she had been living off her daughter, and all her savings added up to just over 500 yuan. That was like paying it all back at once, only to end up with nothing. And she also had to write a letter to cut ties. How could she get her daughter to help her again in the future?
No way.
I have no money. Besides, Su Yuzhen is my daughter. Part of me. Why should we cut ties? A daughter should support her mother. If not, it's like heaven punishing us. No money, no help?
Good.
If you don't give me money, I will break your son's leg and send him to the police. Break his leg? No. Zhang Guizhi threw herself onto Su Tianqi, her only son. She depended on him to take care of her. How could she just watch him get his leg broken? Xinyu knew exactly where to hit Zhang Guizhi's weakness. Try me. I'll count to 3. 1, 2, 3. As soon as she finished counting, Xinyu quickly grabbed Su Tianqi's ankle and pulled him out. She was surprisingly strong. Even though Zhang Guizhi was holding on to her son, she still managed to drag him away. Xinyu stood up and aimed a kick at Su Tianqi's leg. Zhang Guizhi was torn inside but finally shouted, "Wait." Xinyu looked at her. "Are you ready?" I will pay, and I will sign the letter to cut ties. No matter what, she had to save her son first. Money can be asked for again, and the formal letter of disownment can be ignored. The daughter is like a piece of flesh that fell from her body. If she dares to disown her, she will go and sue her. Zhang Guizhi praised her own cleverness. She tremblingly took a small bag from her pocket, turned away, and opened it to count the money. What a talent, carrying so much money with her. It shows she doesn't trust anyone in her family. The older generation also doesn't trust banks, believing that keeping money at home is safer. Clearly, Zhang Guizhi is such a person. When she handed over the money, her face looked pained, as if her mother had just died. Her face was like a bitter melon, with her features squeezed together. Come here. Write the dissolution letter. Xinyu put the money away, found paper and a pen from Li Yingying's desk, and asked Zhang Guizhi to write the dissolution letter. If I tell you to write, don't miss a word. If you do, your son's leg won't be saved. Zhang Guizhi almost cried out, I don't know many characters. I can only write my own name. Xinyu's eyes flashed with sharpness. Not knowing many characters? That's good. She only needs to write the dissolution letter. Later, she can regret and turn against them. At that time, others won't be able to do anything to her. But what about the confession letter? Listing her and Su Tianqi's crimes of breaking into a house and robbing it, making her and Su Tianqi sign their names. If she dares to regret later, she can take this to the security team, and they can deal with them completely. Very good. If you can't write, fine. I'll write it, and you sign and stamp. Zhang Guizhi is uneducated. She is among the few who cannot read or write. In the Northeast, literacy is quite common. Many elders can read and write, and some even know foreign languages. Xinyu picked up a pen and started writing quickly. The dissolution letter is a formal document, clear and detailed. She even read the entire dissolution letter aloud to Zhang Guizhi. All right, now sign your name and press your thumbprint. Zhang Guizhi never thought that a cultured person could deceive her or be so bad. She just thought this was a real dissolution letter. Although she didn't like it, she still took the pen and wrote her name. There was no ink pad in the room, but there was red pen ink. Xinyu asked her to press her thumbprint, then took Su Tianqi's hand and had him press his thumbprint too. Unfortunately, there was no signature from Su Tianqi. He's definitely not illiterate. If she wakes him up, it will be hard to handle the situation. All right, you can take him and leave. This is my final warning. Don't come back to bother my uncle and aunt. You are no longer family, and we will have no contact in the future. If you come again to cause trouble, don't blame me for being rude. No matter how upset Zhang Guizhi was, she dared not argue with Xinyu on the spot. She could only curse silently in her heart. Su Tianqi was still unconscious. She had to drag and pull him out, find a place without anyone around, and then wake him up. None of this was Xinyu's fault. As for Shun Xiuping, he loved to use such low tricks to deal with others. Fine, since he used such methods, she would fight fire with fire. Before dawn, Shun Xiuping woke up. His hands and feet were tightly bound, and he was tied to the table leg, unable to move at all. His mouth was stuffed with a cloth, so he couldn't speak or even move his lips. What was going on? Why was he tied up? Why was his mouth stuffed? He tried several times, but he couldn't get the cloth out, only making muffled sounds. What had happened last night? He clearly went to the Li family with Su Tianqi to catch Xinyu.
Xinyu.
He was knocked out by Xinyu. Now he remembered everything. It was Xinyu. Just as he was thinking about Xinyu, she came over to him. She looked down at him from above, her contempt in her eyes making Shun Xiuping's scalp tingle, as if he were a lamb about to be slaughtered. Ugh, Shun Xiuping could only make muffled noises. He wanted to rush over and bite her to death, but after being angry for a long time, he only managed a little. Humph. Xinyu patted the sturdy dining table at the Li family and pointed at the table leg, softly saying, "Don't waste your effort. This table is an old piece, made of solid wood. You can't break free." Hearing her tone, Shun Xiuping knew he had really angered her this time. She probably wouldn't let him go easily. "Shun Xiuping, you really have no shame. I've let you go many times, but you still don't learn. You and Qin Yazi's matter didn't kill you, and now you're rushing out again." Shun Xiuping glared at her with a fierce look, clearly hating her deeply. "From beginning to end, it was you who first provoked me." Xinyu's eyelids twitched slightly. She squatted down, grabbed Shun Xiuping's hair, and made him lift his head. "I haven't done anything to wrong you.
It's you who have been mistreating me, hitting me for Su Miao Miao.
Do you see me as a person in your eyes? Shin Qiuping couldn't help but scream, but his mouth was blocked, and his muffled voice sounded pitiful. Shin Yu released his hair, annoyed, and wiped her hands with a handkerchief. I heard you gave Su Tianxi the idea to tie me up and make me his family's bride. You're really as mean as ever. Shin Yu smiled and said, but I enjoy watching you drink the bitter fruit of your own actions. Karma will come soon. She struck Shin Qiuping again, this time very hard, and he didn't wake up for several hours. She tore off a piece of paper and wrote a note for Li Xinjuan, briefly explaining what happened and asking him not to let Shin Qiuping go. Shin Yu took her lunchbox and went to the state-run restaurant. She bought herself a bowl of wonton, then used her lunchbox to bring breakfast to Ma Bushing. When she arrived, the doctor hadn't started the ward rounds, and the nurse hadn't given injections yet. Ma Bushing quickly finished the breakfast she brought and told her she didn't need to come at noon. Just come by in the evening to deliver some food. Eating 3 meals a day makes people go crazy. He was worried about spending money and Shin Yu getting tired, so he felt a bit guilty. He also felt much better and was ready to be discharged at any time. I'm actually busy today, but I won't delay bringing you lunch at noon. You need to eat more to recover. Don't worry. Just as she was speaking, the door suddenly opened. Li Yingying peeked in and called her. Sister, sister, why are you here? Shin Yu lowered her head, tidying up her lunchbox. Night shift. Oh no, Shin Qiuping was still at home. Yes, I just finished my night shift and came by to see you. Li Yingying entered the room. She looked curiously at Ma Bushing on the bed. So this was the famous traditional Chinese medicine expert? Li Yingying didn't know how to address old Ma, so she just nodded and stood awkwardly nearby. Yingying, I have something to do. Can you stay and take care of old Ma for me? Huh? Take care of him? He will need an injection and medication soon. He can't be without someone nearby. If you're not tired. I'm not tired, Yingying quickly said. Our department was very quiet last night. Nothing happened. I'm not sleepy. I can do it. I can manage. Good. You watch over the old man for me. I'll come by at noon to bring food. Before leaving, Shin Yu specifically warned Ma Bushing. Don't scare my sister. Ma Bushing actually hoped no one would stay. He felt uncomfortable, leaving a young girl to take care of things. What's the point of that? Just let your sister go home. She just finished a night shift, right? Staying here with me. What's the use of that? You. Ma Bushing was so annoyed he couldn't speak properly, frowning and glaring at Shin Yu. Just leave it alone, okay? You stay lying down, get your injection, and I'll come after I finish my work. When Yingying got home, she wondered what Shin Qiuping would do. Unlike her uncle, he at least believed what she said. Let's go, Yingying. Oh, okay. Li Yingying felt a bit helpless. Was she being forced into this by her sister? Shin Yu left the hospital and followed the route she remembered, quickly reaching the family courtyard behind the chemical plant. This was the house of a family she was visiting. She wanted to talk to Shin Qiuping about marriage. Shin Qiuping always wanted her to marry someone like Zheng the Lame or Su Daqiang. This time, she planned to find a good family for Shin Qiuping, so he could marry into a better home and enjoy life. A man, after all, with a kind wife and a capable mother-in-law, would be living happily, right? But she only knew that the Xiao family lived in the chemical plant's courtyard. She didn't know exactly where. She planned to ask someone later. Not long after Shin Yu entered, she saw a broad-shouldered woman standing at the small courtyard gate, cursing loudly. Which ungrateful bastard dares to defecate at our door? Damn it. Stepping on me this morning, bad luck. If I catch you, I'll tear out your intestines and crush your whole family's eggs. You're a bastard, making you choke on water, suffocate while eating, and having a child but whole. This woman looks to weigh about 200 pounds, is only 1.6 meters tall, and has strong lungs and very lively energy. Her foul language starts from mother and can go back 18 generations. All her organs seem to be able to be insulted, and her fighting spirit is really strong. Shin Yu was stunned. This woman is truly a chosen mother-in-law. She's amazing. I just wonder how strong her daughter is. If she takes after her mother even a little, she could make Shin Qiuping's life very difficult. Suddenly, a tall, muscular woman walks out of the house. Shinyu gasped, "Wow, who is this brave person? So fierce." This girl is about 1.7 meters tall, and her weight is more than her mother's. She looks very sturdy, like a strong man from afar. Describing her as broad and muscular fits perfectly. The girl is a bit dark-skinned and speaks in a deep voice. "Mom, I'm hungry. Hurry up and cook. Stop scolding." This must be Xiao Rui from the original story, right? Sure enough, she looks dignified and matches Shin Qiuping very well. Shinyu quickly went over to greet the mother and daughter.
Who are you?
"We don't know you." Shinyu smiled. "I came to introduce a match for Xiao Rui." "What?" Both mother and daughter widened their eyes, surprised. A match. Such good news. Really? Xiao Rui's eyes widened, and a smile appeared on her face, full of excitement. She is 26 years old and has no partner yet. Finding a match has been difficult. Everyone who sees her shakes their heads and avoids her, as if she's a fierce spirit. Many people are secretly watching. Shinyu nodded. "I come with sincerity. Shall we go inside and talk?" "Oh yes, yes, inside." Li Kaiyan warmly invited Shinyu into the house. The small yard is quite clean, and the inside is well organized. Not to mention, this mother and daughter are really capable. It's a pity that Shin Qiuping, who is so particular about appearance, might not be a good match for her. But otherwise, she's perfect. Li Kaiyan was very happy and poured Shinyu a glass of malted milk drink. "Miss, you should try this. It's sweet." Shinyu was starting to feel like giving up. People like Shin Qiuping, such bad people, don't deserve Xiao Rui at all. Although Xiao Rui doesn't look very pretty and has a bad temper, she is very capable at work. She can drive a tractor, is strong, and earns over 40 yuan a month, more than most men. "Thank you," said Li Kaiyan quickly with a forced smile as she sat down beside them. She tentatively asked, "Miss, what should I call you?" "My surname is Shen." "I see you're not very old. Why are you here to talk about marriage for my daughter?" Of course, she wanted Shin Qiuping to suffer. Xiao Rui couldn't wait and leaned in, asking, "Miss, how old is the person you're talking about? What does he do? Is he handsome? What's his family like?" She didn't even notice she was hungry and asked many questions at once, leaving Shinyu momentarily speechless. Li Kaiyan saw she wasn't answering and suddenly changed her expression, her face turning angry. Her temper flared. "Damn it. Are you just here to tease us?" They really had a fiery temper. This mother and daughter were famous at the chemical plant. They had bad tempers, looked plain, and although capable, they spoke roughly, either cursing or fighting. Their relationships with neighbors were terrible. It's understandable, really. Li Xian's husband had passed away over 10 years ago. During those years, she had carried the label of widowhood, working hard and raising her daughter alone, doing the work of two people, acting as both father and mother. She had to be strong. Finally, she raised her daughter and gained some respect from others, but also a lot of malicious gossip. People said her daughter was as fierce as a tiger, a tomboy, maybe even cursed to be widowed. As Xiao Rui grew older, more people said she couldn't get married, which made Li Kaiyan fight with others every day. Over time, everyone kept their distance from them, afraid of getting involved. "It's not that. It's just that this person has some issues," she said. "Issues?" Li Kaiyan thought for a moment and asked, "Is he divorced with children? Or a widower? Is he blind? Or lame? Surely not a fool." Shinyu was stunned and shook her head. "None of those." Then what is it?" Li Kaiyan smiled again. "His conditions are a bit poor, but we can accept that. After all, our situation isn't perfect either." Xiao Rui looked hopeful. "Comrade, who is this person? Do we know him?" Shinyu put down her enamel cup and said seriously, "This person is not very old, probably younger than Comrade Xiao. He's 24. How about you, Comrade Xiao?" Xiao Rui's eyes lit up. "She's only 24, 2 years younger than her. I'm 26 this year." Li Kaiyan thought that being young might not always be a good thing. She counted on her fingers. "Comrade Shen, a slightly older age is okay, divorced, widowed, we can accept that. A bad temper, smoking, drinking, even hitting people, that's fine too." Shinyu gasped. "Really?" That's okay. Li Kaiyan quickly patted Xiaorui's shoulder. This body of hers, can anyone really hit it? We're lucky if we don't get hit. A bad temper isn't a big problem. If he has real skills, can earn money, and can give my daughter a good life, a bad temper doesn't matter. But if he has no skills and is full of bad habits, I'll give him a few lessons. He'll be beaten into shape in a few days. Don't worry, my daughter won't be the one to suffer. Wow. Shinyu realized that Li Kaiyan was really willing to lower her standards to get her daughter married. But there's one rule. This person can't be mentally ill, slow, or disabled. My daughter may not be pretty, but she's capable. She's not looking for a man to serve her, but to live with her. Shinyu nodded. I apologize for being a bit forward. Whether this works or not depends mainly on you. Let me tell you about the man's conditions first. Okay, go ahead. Actually, I want to introduce someone to Xiao. It's my older brother, Shen Xiaoping. He's 24. He used to work at a food factory, taking over my mother's job. Xiaorui's face turned red and her heart raced. Such good conditions. Shen Xiaoping is so handsome. Her brother should be pretty good too, right? But Li Kaiyan thought it wouldn't be that simple. However, he has a flaw. He tends to favor outsiders and doesn't care much for his family. Let me put it this way. At home, he'd rather give the flower to the neighbors than to me or my sister. It's pretty confusing. Li Kaiyan thought for a moment. She felt it didn't matter much. With a daughter at home, he wouldn't dare to give away things outside. If he did, she'd give him a good beating, once, twice, until he learned his lesson. Recently, he caused some trouble. I don't know how, but he got involved with a widow and was taken in. He wasn't sentenced or detained, but he has a criminal record, and his employer fired him. The mother and daughter looked at each other, feeling that maybe it wasn't such a big deal. After all, the incident didn't involve them directly. But if he dares to get involved with a widow again after they get married, there will be serious consequences. He has no job now, so how can he support his daughter? It costs a lot to raise a child. Although he's not a great person, my brother is lively and energetic. Recently, our family has had many problems, and I think the house might be taken back. He has nowhere to live. Shin sincerely said, I want to visit him and ask him to be a son-in-law. If you have children in the future, they can take the mother's surname, Xiao. What do you think? How about that? It couldn't be better. He's young, lively, and energetic. Just these 2 points make Xiaorui very interested. More importantly, he's willing to be a son-in-law, and if they have children, they can take her surname, Xiao. It's perfect. With these 3 points, everything else doesn't matter. Mom, the chubby girl, Xiaorui, looked very happy and held onto Li Xian's arm tightly. Mom, I think it's a good idea. You don't know what you're talking about. Li Kaiyan, being experienced, thought things wouldn't be that simple. Go to work first and eat something in the cafeteria. I'll discuss this with Comrade Shin later. Xiaorui had no choice but to go to work. Before leaving, she winked at Shin, as if trying to get closer to her. Comrade Shin, my daughter looks like a tomboy, but she's quite simple-minded. What's really going on with your older brother? Be honest with me. I don't want to hear lies. I'm telling the truth. Recently, our family has had a lot of trouble. My younger brother is in jail, my father is in jail, and I am about to get married. I also have a second brother who teaches in the county. Our family is drifting apart. The factory took back our house, my older brother lost his job, and he might have to go to the countryside. She smiled and said, honestly, I kind of want him to go to the northwest to experience hardship and see what it's like to have nothing. Li Kaiyan listened quietly without saying a word. But, you see, Shinyu openly showed her malice. Do you think he can go to the far northwest and never come back? Maybe in a few years, he'll return to the city. When that happens, he'll still be acting up in front of me, doing things that make me sick. Shinyu moved closer. Not to hide anything from you. Last night he broke into my house and tried to kidnap me using a sack, planning to marry me off to a fool. Do you think I can let him get away with that? So you want my daughter to take over such a mess? Shen Xiaoping is bad, but his bad intentions are only aimed at me. If you're worried, you can check near our home or ask around at the food factory. To outsiders, he's a good person, helpful, hardworking, and with a pretty good personality. He gave all his favoritism to Su Miao Miao, and all the bad to Xinyu. If that's not targeting, what is? If he becomes a son-in-law and tries to make a living under Comrade Xiao, life won't be easy. He is nothing, and you can do whatever you want to him. No one will stand up for him. Xinyu just said, only someone like Comrade Xiao can control him. Li Kaiyan smiled. Is he willing? This matter isn't up to him. As long as you agree to this marriage, I'll find a way to get him and Comrade Xiao Rui to register their marriage. Before the factory takes back the house, I can decide to bring his savings and belongings to your home. You won't need to pay a single cent for the bride price. This should be a good thing. For her daughter's marriage, Li Kaiyan was willing to spend a lot. She grit her teeth and planned to give her daughter a dowry of 2,000 yuan. Someone would want to marry her, right? Now, she wouldn't have to spend a penny and would even get a son-in-law for free. The more she thought about it, the more valuable it seemed. All right, I'll check it out. Wait for my news. When I've made up my mind, I'll find you. Li Kaiyan was very straightforward. She believed this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Missed it, and it might never come again. Once this village is gone, so is this chance. As for Shen Xiuping's issues, she didn't care at all. A bad reputation? So what? Their mother and daughter's reputation wasn't good either. If he really only hurt his sister and was okay with others, then it means he only knew how to bully the weak, only bullied his family, only acted tough at home, making those who care for him pay the price. Honestly, Li Kaiyan looked down on such behavior. But on the other hand, who would want her daughter if she's a good person? After sending Xinyu away, Li Kaiyan quickly walked toward the chemical factory leadership office. She decided to take a day off today to find out more about Shen Xiuping. When Xinyu left the Xiao family, it was almost 10 o'clock. She went back to the Li family house. As soon as she entered, she saw Li Xinjuan coming out, acting sneaky and looking around. Xiaoyu, you're finally back. You just tied your brother here. Uncle, if I don't tie him, won't he run away again? Li Xinjuan was also quite helpless. It's all because of the siblings' quarrels. Who's to blame for how things are now? Shen Xiuping was nearby, whimpering and making strange noises. Stop calling him and stop shouting. The house wasn't soundproof, so Li Xinjuan could only whisper a warning to Shen Xiuping. Be quiet. He really didn't expect Shen Xiuping to do such a thing, trying to make Xiaoyu marry Su Daqiang. Daqiang was only a little smarter than a fool. It was rare for a brother to be so mean. Uncle, don't worry. You went on night shift last night. Go rest now. I'll handle this. But you can't keep tying him up forever. We need to think of a way, Li Xinjuan said, feeling a bit stuck. There were 5 people in this family. 2 were already inside, and if they sent Shen Xiuping in again, only Xiaoyu and Chunping would be left. I found someone for him. What? Li Xinjuan didn't understand at first. What does it mean to find someone? Shen Xiuping was a young man. He couldn't get married. But then he quickly realized, could it be? No way. Li Xinjuan looked shocked. In these days, becoming a son-in-law was a lifetime shame. Shenyu winked at him and said, we're sending the troublemaker away. We can't let him stay at home and cause trouble forever. Uncle, if he dares to sneak out and break into steal, and if he tries to set fire to the house tomorrow, we'll all be in danger. Shen Xiuping felt helpless and resigned. These 2 people openly teased him, not treating him like an outsider at all. Then, it's not okay to send him away. Li Xinjuan, hearing Xinyu, also became scared and wanted to end the trouble once and for all. Just trust me. Xinyu pulled Li Xinjuan into the bedroom and handed him 2 signed documents, signed by Zhang Guizhi. This is a letter of disownment. I forced her to write it. This is a confession letter. She said she couldn't read or write, so I faked it for her. Take a look. Li Xinjuan held these 2 pages and felt a heavy weight on his heart. They are not reasonable people. After all these years, they probably annoyed you a lot. Auntie is a good person and surely feels she owes you. But she's her own mother, and it's not realistic to expect her to call for violence. These 2 documents can control their actions. If they were reasonable, we could use the disownment letter to talk. Xinyu's eyes showed a deep thought. If they are unreasonable, we will use the confession letter directly. They may refuse to admit it, but the security team will believe it. If they are caught breaking into a house, a 20-year sentence is not unusual. Li Xinjuan really didn't expect Xinyu to consider their situation so carefully. This heavy confession letter could save them from many future troubles. No one knew better than him how difficult his mother-in-law's family could be. It was like giving them a protective charm. Xiaoyu, Uncle, family talks should stay within the family. Keep the documents safe and make sure they can't find them. Li Xinjuan quickly responded, I understand. Don't worry, then he asked, who do you plan to have him marry into? Good families wouldn't want him. If anyone found out about Xin Xiuping and the widow, who wouldn't care? There's a leak high-end at the chemical plant. Have you heard of her? Li Xinjuan listened and exclaimed, oh, her husband's surname is Xiao, right? Yes, that's her. Li Xinjuan couldn't help but laugh. If you say that, I know quite a bit. Old Xiao was alive and we had dealings twice. Once was during a factory social event, before your aunt and I knew each other. When I went, he was sitting alone in a corner. I can't dance or play their games, so I sat with him and chatted for a while. Thinking about it, that was over 20 years ago. Her girl is also in her 20s, right? 26, 2 years older than Xin Xiuping. Li Xinjuan sighed and said, to be honest, I've never seen that girl before, but I heard she looks a lot like her mother. Have you seen her? Does she look alike? She does look quite similar. Sometimes, when things change so much, Li Xinjuan also feels a bit emotional. He's middle-aged now, but some of his peers are already falling behind. If we go to the Xiao family's place, we might actually be able to keep things under control. Those two women aren't easy to deal with. They're not the kind to let you boss them around, even if it's your brother. Xinyu didn't say much. She understood what Li Xinjuan meant. It's just because of that blood relation he still thinks they're all family. It would be best if they could turn their conflicts into harmony. Being a son-in-law might be better than fighting. But Xinyu would never forgive the person who harmed her and caused the original owner's death. The original owner had once accidentally seen Xiao Rui's cruel side. This woman is very skilled at mistreating others. She and Xin Xiuping were put together on purpose, probably to make Xin Xiuping suffer more. Someone like him, going to jail would be a blessing. Xin Xiuping stretched his neck, trying to listen to what was being said inside the room, but he couldn't hear a word. Soon, Li Xinjuan and Xinyu came out of the house. Xin Xiuping was not behaving well, mumbling and making noises, not knowing what he was trying to say. Uncle, I'll take her back to Shen's house to stay for a couple of days. Once things with Xiao Rui are settled, I'll come back. What if he doesn't agree? Don't worry, I have a way. Xinyu walked over, suddenly knocked Xin Xiuping out, and took out the bag they had prepared earlier with the Su family. I'll use this to take him away, quietly and secretly. Just wait for my good news. Xinyu efficiently put him into the bag and carried him out. Uncle, I'm leaving now. Take care, slow down. Li Xinjuan watched Xinyu's back, feeling a mix of emotions. If only no one was protecting that girl, how could she be living like this? She must be feeling very wronged inside. But with her strength, it's really admirable. A girl weighing over 100 pounds, and she can carry someone away just like that? Xinyu carried Xin Xiuping back safely to Xin's house. Of course, the neighbors in the alley still care about the Xin family, and I can't help but ask a few questions when they see her. Xinyu responds briefly and quickly opens the big gate to the yard, blocking everyone's view. Carrying such a big sack, I wonder what's inside. It looks like a person to me. Come on, a living person weighing over 100 pounds. Do you think she can carry it? Exactly. Xinyu's girl is so thin. It's impressive she can lift a bag of grain. Seeing there's no more excitement, the neighbors each go their own way. Xinyu reties Xin Xiuping to the table leg at home, opens the sack to let him breathe. She searches through the Shun house again, but finds nothing valuable. Old Xinjin probably handed all the valuables to Xin Chunthing, maybe even took the bankbook to the county. As for Xin Xiuping's money, it was probably spent on Su Miao Miao. So, he hasn't saved anything after working for a few years. Just as mealtime approaches, Xinyu plans to make lunch for Ma Bushing and Yingying, but suddenly someone knocks on the big gate. Who is it? She asks through the door, and the other side immediately replies, Xiaoyu, it's Aunt Cui.
Aunt Cui.
Oh, Li Xinmei's friend. the accountant at the food factory. Aunt Chui, come in quickly. Shinyu guides her into the yard but doesn't let her into the house. Aunt Chui, I just got back. The house is a mess. Do you need something? She doesn't want to get too close with anyone familiar with the original owner. Fortunately, this accountant Chui has a neutral relationship with the Shin family and is only somewhat familiar with the original owner. A few years ago, she was very attentive, but as time passed, feelings fade. Without maintaining the relationship, it naturally can't last. The person who gives unilaterally always gets tired eventually. Chui Ling looks at her with some difficulty and says, the factory is going to take back the house. You know, your mom is gone, and according to your brother's seniority, he doesn't qualify for a house. Over the years, everyone has looked out for you because of your mom. But now your brother. After he was fired, they can't keep giving you the house. Shinyu nods. I understand. I came by a couple of times these days. I heard you moved to your uncle's house. Yes, my uncle is worried I might be influenced by them. He's right. As a girl, living alone isn't safe. Your second brother, where is he? The house is so messy. Why isn't he helping out? Shinyu shook her head. He went back to the hospital to take care of my dad for a few days. The factory has already sent a written notice. I came today to give it to you, she said, pulling out a neatly folded piece of paper and handing it to Shinyu. The factory manager is under a lot of pressure, but they also gave you enough time to move. You need to vacate the house in a month. It's a fair deal. Chui Ling patted her hand. Good girl, you've been through a lot. What about your older brother? Is everything okay now? Chui Ling found it hard to say. There's nothing else now, but he's getting married. Really? He's getting married? Chui Ling was confused. At this critical moment? Who would want to marry him? Shinyu showed a gentle, resigned expression. Aunt Chui, you know our family situation. My older brother, besides getting married, can only go to the countryside. Going to the countryside is too hard. He's never done farm work before, so he can't adapt. Shin Xiuping is Shin Jin and Li Xinmei's first child. His family status is obvious. He's the eldest son. He also benefited from this status, taking over Li Xinmei's job. Life went smoothly afterward, and he forgot his own worth, thinking he was the top, the second in the family, and he was the third. Chui Ling thought that going to the countryside was the best choice right now. At least, after going, he would stay away from trouble, in a place where no one knew him, and could start fresh, working hard for a few years, settling down locally, and starting over. Then no one would remember the foolish things he had done. But she had no right to say this. No matter what decision others make, as an outsider, she shouldn't interfere. Chui Ling hesitated for a moment but then said, well, that's also good. Congratulations. See? She knew not everyone was kind-hearted. Just like Chui Ling knowing that going to the countryside was better than staying to get married, she still chose to stay silent and say nothing. She was still a friend of Li Xinmei's while she was alive. Hearts can be cold, and this is a clear example. But that was exactly what Shinyu wanted. There is no real happiness, only solving immediate problems. Aunt Chui, thank you so much. Chui Ling sighed, feeling guilty inside. Since Li Xinmei left, she and the Shin family's children have become distant. She no longer often reaches out to help. Thanks, but it's what I should do. Well, I'll go now.
Take care.
Okay. Shinyu nodded and saw Chui Ling off. She turned and went inside, squatting down to look at Shin Xiuping. He was still not awake. He hadn't drunk water or eaten for a long time, and most importantly, he hadn't gone to the bathroom. If she kept tying him up, she was worried he might soil himself. Forget it. Shunyu loosened the ropes binding Shin Xiuping's hands and feet, then gently patted his face. Shin Xiuping slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was a pair of bright blue eyes. Soon after, he heard bubbling sounds like water, and his hearing seemed to be affected, making all sounds seem blurry and underwater. A deep, bubbling voice from afar seemed to call his name and asked him a question. Who are you? Shin Xiuping's eyes closed tightly. My name is Shin Xiuping. The voice asked another question, and he slowly replied, I am 24 years old, the oldest in my family, working at a food factory. Shin Xiuping frowned tightly. as if remembering something, looking distressed and hesitant. The water voice spoke again. It's not your fault, Shen Qiuping. You've just been tricked. You are a very just person, but too timid. Still, that's also your strength. Your reputation may be damaged, but life must go on. You need a strong partner to protect you from the storms. I need a strong partner to shield me from the wind and rain. The voice continued to persuade him, your partner must be a woman among women, the best of the best. She doesn't need to be beautiful or have a perfect figure, but she must be strong and capable. Shen Qiuping repeated this twice, his brow relaxing, gradually accepting the idea. In a few days, your true love will appear. You will marry her, and you are happy to do so. The water's voice was full of enchantment, like giving an order that was hard to resist. Shen Qiuping felt that this voice was very friendly and made him feel safe. I am happy to marry her. Very happy to marry her. Good. Now you can slowly wake up. Remember, don't run away. Just wait quietly at home, and the person who protects you will come to you automatically. Shen Qiuping accepted this willingly and repeated it twice, successfully brainwashed. People like him have little willpower. Even though Shen Yu is currently weak and not fully recovered, it wouldn't be hard to control him. His face looked calmer, less angry. Shen Yu confirmed that he had been successfully hypnotized, snapped his fingers, and made Shen Qiuping wake up. Shen Qiuping slowly opened his eyes and found himself inside a sack, with his hands and feet free. But there were clear marks of strangulation, purple and blue all over. Shen Yu sat on a nearby chair, watching him with cold eyes. Shen Qiuping shivered and asked, What are you doing? What do you think? Shen Yu replied. Shen Qiuping moved his wrists, feeling very hungry and needing to use the bathroom. But his hands and feet were numb. After struggling for a while, he couldn't get out of the sack. Shen Yu, I tell you, I am your older brother. Don't think that hitting people makes you powerful. If you have the ability, just kill me. Are you so jealous of my happiness? Shen Yu's eyes looked cold and scary, making Shen Qiuping swallow nervously. Is that why you can't stand to see me happy? It's because you don't deserve it. I know what you did with Aunt Qin. You're the one who set me up. His words were tough, but Shen Qiuping was clearly terrified, still speaking viciously. Fine, whatever. You deserve it. Shen Yu stood up. Shen Qiuping was so scared he shrank back into the sack, afraid of being hit again. But Shen Yu didn't seem to want to hurt him. He walked straight out of the room. Why did he let me go so easily? It can't be. He and the Su family had clearly planned against Shen Yu. She wouldn't be so naive not to see through it, right? Why did she just let it go so easily? No, there must be something fishy. Shen Qiuping's bladder was about to burst. Without thinking much, he hurried outside to use the bathroom. During lunchtime, the alley was quiet, which avoided much embarrassment. Shen Qiuping was afraid of being teased. He was worried someone would ask him about Qin Yaji or how it felt to be a widow. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Shen Qiuping hurried into the bathroom and started to urinate. It felt like he had held it in for a very long time. Suddenly, he heard voices from the women's bathroom nearby. It was Shen Yu's voice. Let him go. Dream on. Don't forget, he has nothing now. He was fired from his job, and they're taking back his house. He is to go to the countryside. As long as he goes, I can guarantee he won't come back. Shen Qiuping almost fainted from shock, nearly falling into the toilet pit. Luckily, he quickly grabbed the wall and managed to steady himself. Going to the countryside, with no return. Shen Yu wasn't just ignoring the issue. She wanted to end his life. Shen Qiuping didn't know how he got home. It felt like his legs had no strength and wouldn't listen. He crawled or dragged himself home, which wasn't an exaggeration. When he finally reached home, he realized his heart was pounding wildly, and his body felt like it was about to give out. He was scared and hungry. Yes, he was definitely hungry. He hadn't eaten in a long time. He needed to eat. Shen Qiuping went to the kitchen and saw that there was almost nothing to eat at home.
No vegetables.
The jar of lard only had a thin layer left. There were only 2 sprouted potatoes, some millet, and a little rice. But he had to eat. He forced himself to cook some millet rice, chopped the potatoes and fried them a bit, added some salt, and simmered everything together to eat roughly. Once the food was in his stomach, Shun Xiuping realized he had been starving. His stomach was empty, and he had no strength. Luckily, the food filled him up, and he could finally breathe a little easier. He was really exhausted and weak. Although he had been forced to sleep earlier, his hands and feet were tied tightly. He had sat up all night, which was a terrible feeling. Now that he was full, he felt sleepy. But his remaining reason told him he needed to lock the door so Shinyu couldn't tie him up again. She would probably go back to the Li family, right? Shinyu had planned to cook at home and bring the food to the hospital, but when she looked around, she realized there was almost nothing to eat at home. She also spent a lot of effort and was really tired, so she simply went to a state-run restaurant. At noon, there was stir-fry and dumplings. Shunyu bought 2 jin of dumplings and 2 dishes, costing less than 2 yuan in total. However, her meal tickets were running out, so she needed to find a way to get more. When she arrived at the hospital, old Ma's medication was not finished yet. Ying, the young girl, was so sleepy her eyelids kept fighting, but she stubbornly refused to sleep. Seeing Shinyu come in, both the old man and the girl relaxed and breathed a sigh of relief. They were saved. Shinyu understood, but didn't say anything. She smiled and placed the lunchbox on the table. I bought dumplings and stir-fry. Today, the restaurant has sweet and sour fish, and I also bought mushu pork and more dumplings. It's a good meal for all of you. Old Ma's eyes widened in surprise. Are you serious? Buying so much? Eating so well. You both have worked hard, Shinyu said. Ying was indeed hungry. She hadn't had time to eat after her night shift and was drafted into work, holding on until now. Eat quickly. Ying, finish your meal and go home to rest. This is my treat, Shinyu said. Thank you, sister, Ying replied. When she opened the lunchbox, the aroma was tempting. Ying happily ate with her chopsticks. Her older cousin was really the best. Since she arrived, the family's meals had improved a lot. Her mother was even willing to use more oil in cooking. Not only that, she could also enjoy the small meals her cousin bought. It was so wonderful. Oh, by the way, sister, the doctor checked on the old man this morning. With his condition, he can leave the hospital tomorrow. His tests are normal, and he doesn't need medication anymore. But he needs to rest for a while, avoid heavy work, and take good care of himself through the winter, or he might relapse, Shinyu explained. Since Ying was a nurse at the hospital, the doctor gave a few more instructions. That's great. He can finally go home, Ying said happily. Shinyu didn't quite agree. Old Ma's situation was unstable, and she couldn't rest easy until he was safely home. Not to mention his dilapidated house, which wasn't good for recovery. And what about his job? How could he support himself? Hard work was tough on his health, but not working meant he couldn't meet his tasks. If the authorities pressed him, all the blame would fall on Ma Boxing. After a few meetings, his recently recovered health would be at risk again. Ying, do you think we could let him stay here a few more days?
Shinyu asked.
What do you mean? Ying asked. His health was good now. Why not discharge him?
It would cost money every day.
Ma Boxing looked at Shinyu thoughtfully, seeming to understand her meaning. He picked up a dumpling and ate it, tasting something different. The dumpling had been carried a long way and was no longer hot. When he ate it, it felt warm, but for some reason, Ma Boxing sensed a fiery heat. The filling was well matched. Full of flavor, it made this old man feel a bit more spirited. Li Ying put down her chopsticks. Sister, I've finished eating. I'll go home first. Go ahead. Rest well at home. Be careful on the way. Okay. Before leaving, Li Ying specially said goodbye to old Ma. Grandpa Ma, see you. Hey, the old man quickly responded, feeling sorry for the girl sitting on the small bench all morning. Girl, what are you thinking? Wait a little longer. Getting discharged now would do you more harm than good, Shinyu said, grabbing a dumpling and tossing it into her mouth. Just trust me. I have many connections. Old Ma smiled. All right, I'll wait and see. He also wanted to see how capable his apprentice really was. Shinyu immediately sensed his thoughts. She thought becoming a master was a sure thing now. The mentor and apprentice understood each other silently in the hospital, but on the other side, there was a big argument about Ma boxing. Gao Guohua reacted very strongly. He didn't agree with transferring Ma boxing away from Xinhua Street. Director, do you know his background isn't good? The Ma family used to be capitalists. His attitude isn't proper, and he has ideological problems. He hasn't truly recognized his mistakes. He needs to atone. Let him clean toilets and serve the people. That's giving him a chance. Now you want to transfer him. I disagree. You disagree? Director Zhuang was not used to him. He knocked on the table and said bluntly, Comrade Gao Guohua, please correct your attitude. This decision was made by the higher-ups. The security team all agreed, and the procedures are complete. What's the use of your opposition? Zhuang He looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze. Or, do you, high-ranking officer, have other ideas? Why insist that old Ma stay? I don't have any other ideas. I just think letting an old rightist comfortably watch the gate is too easy for him. Gao Guohua said, Director, how many old rightists have been sent to the farm? They do the hardest work every day. Someone like Ma Buishing is already doing the lightest tasks. Zhuang He smiled with a meaningful look. There's nothing more to say about this. You can go ahead and get busy. All right, I understand. Gao Guohua turned to leave. But the moment he looked away, his previous dissatisfaction was replaced by anger. He didn't know what tricks Ma Buishing had used, but being able to turn things around in such a difficult situation showed that the Ma family had strong backing. There might be things he didn't know. This is getting interesting. I want to see if Ma Buishing is really clever or if he's been pretending to be naive the whole time.